Forever and One Day Longer. Chapter 1. The Whisper of the Past. The lavender sprig beneath Helena's pillow did nothing to ward off the dreams tonight. They came as they always did, stealing her from the present with the gentleness of a lover's touch, yet holding her with the strength of iron chains. Moonlight filtered through her bedroom window, casting silver shadows across her sleeping form as the past claimed her once more. The year was 1692, and Salem was still beautiful. The dream began in her garden, her first garden, the one that had been her sanctuary before everything changed. Late summer roses climbed the wooden fence posts, their perfume mixing with the sharp scent of rosemary and the sweet breath of mint. Helena moved through the neat rows of herbs, her skirts brushing against the plants, releasing their healing essence into the air. Here, among her beloved green things, she felt most herself. "The yarrow's coming in nicely this year," she murmured, running her fingers along the feathery leaves. The morning dew clung to her skin, cool and fresh as possibility. In these precious moments before dawn, when the world held its breath between night and day, her magic felt strongest. Not that she would ever call it that. Not aloud. Not in Salem. A twig snapped behind her, and her heart leapt before she recognized the familiar tread. Elias. It was always Elias in these early hours, coming to her garden as if drawn by an invisible thread. "I thought I'd find you here." His voice carried the warmth of summer honey, and when she turned, the sight of him standing there, tall and solid against the pearl-grey sky, made her breath catch as it always did. The blacksmith's son, with his strong hands and gentle heart, looking at her as if she'd hung the stars herself. "Where else would I be?" Helena smiled, tucking a loose strand of dark hair behind her ear. "The morning belongs to the herbs. They speak clearest at first light." Elias crossed the space between them, his boots leaving prints in the dewy grass. "Do they now?" His eyes, deep brown and filled with both amusement and wonder, searched her face. "And what do they tell you, my Helena?" The way he said her name, my Helena, sent a shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the morning chill. He was close enough now that she could see the tiny scar above his left eyebrow, a reminder of his first day working the forge. Close enough that she could smell the lingering scent of wood smoke on his shirt. "They tell me many things," she said softly, reaching up to trace that beloved scar with her fingertip. "Of healing and hurting, of growth and decay, of secrets that must be kept, even from those we love most." His hand caught hers, bringing it to his lips. "You have no secrets from me," he murmured against her palm. "I see you, Helena Whitmore, all of you." The truth of those words brought tears to her eyes. He did see her, the real her, not just the quiet healer the town knew, but the woman who could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, who could coax plants to grow with whispered words, who could ease pain with more than just her herbs and tinctures. "Sometimes I fear you see too much," she whispered, but she was smiling as she said it. The garden around them seemed to hold its breath as Elias drew her closer. "Never too much," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "Never enough." Their kiss tasted of morning mist and promises, sweet and pure as prayer. Helena felt the magic rise in her, unbidden, making the roses bloom brighter and the herbs release their healing scents into the air. For a moment, just a moment, everything was perfect. But even in dreams, perfection cannot last. The scene shifted, colours bleeding like watercolours in rain. Now she was in her small cottage, the one room filled with bundles of dried herbs hanging from the rafters. The air was thick with the smell of burning sage and fear. Outside, voices raised in anger and accusation. "They're coming!" Beatrice stood in the doorway, her beautiful face twisted with something Helena couldn't quite name. Was it concern or satisfaction? "They say you've bewitched him, Helena. They say you've corrupted his soul with your ungodly arts." "Who says this?" Helena's hands shook as she gathered her most precious herbs, her mother's journal, the small silver pendant Elias had given her at midsummer. Who would spread such lies? But Beatrice was gone, and the dream shifted again. Now she was running through the woods, branches whipping at her face, her lungs burning with each desperate breath. Behind her, Torches flickered in the darkness like angry fireflies, and voices called her name with hatred. Helena! This voice was different. Elias fighting through the crowd to reach her. Helena, my love, run! The dream fractured into sharp-edged pieces, the cold iron of shackles around her wrists, the scratch of rope against her neck, Elias's anguished cries as they held him back, and Beatrice's voice, low and terrible, speaking words in a language older than time itself. If I cannot have him, the words slithered through the air like smoke, then neither shall you. Find each other you may, life after life, but keep each other you never will. This I curse you with, Helena Whitmore, forever and one day longer. The dream began to fade, but not before Helena saw the triumph in Beatrice's ice-blue eyes, not before she felt the curse settle into her bones like winter frost, not before she heard Elias's last desperate words. I will find you. In this life or the next, I will always find you. The scene dissolved into mist, but the emotions remained. Love so deep it transcended death, betrayal sharp as a knife between the ribs, and underneath it all, a curse that would echo through centuries. Helena woke with a gasp, her modern-day bedroom in New Orleans swimming into focus. The dream clung to her like cobwebs, more vivid than ever before. She could still smell the roses from that long-ago garden, still feel the ghost of Elias's kiss, still hear Beatrice's words of curse and condemnation. Outside her window, a jazz saxophone wailed a lonely tune, grounding her in the present. But as she pressed her trembling hands to her face, she knew something had changed. The dreams had never been this clear, this detailed, this real. Elias. She whispered his name into the darkness, tasting salt on her lips. Had she been crying in her sleep? Who are you? Where are you? But only the distant music answered, and the first light of dawn began to creep across her floor, calling her back to her life as the owner of the Moon and Laurel, where she sold tea and herbs and tried to ignore the whispers of magic that still called to her soul. Rising from her bed, Helena moved to the window, pressing her palm against the cool glass. New Orleans was awakening, its streets already humming with early morning energy. She had a tea shop to open, customers to serve, a normal life to live. But as she began her morning routine, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was different, something was coming. The dream had been a warning, or perhaps a promise. Either way, she knew with bone-deep certainty that her carefully constructed world was about to change. In her small kitchen, as she prepared her morning tea, her hands moved of their own accord, selecting herbs she hadn't meant to choose, rose petals for love, yarrow for protection, rosemary for remembrance, the same herbs she'd grown in that long-ago garden. Just a dream, she told herself firmly. But even as she spoke the words, she knew they were a lie. It had never been just a dream. And somehow she knew that today, this ordinary Tuesday in modern-day New Orleans, would be the day everything changed. The curse was stirring, and somewhere in the city, Elias was awakening too, drawn to her across centuries of separation. But this time, perhaps this time, they would break free of Beatrice's curse. This time they would find a way to stay together, forever and one day longer. Setting down her untouched tea, Helena began to prepare for the day ahead, unaware that just a few blocks away, a man named Elias Montgomery was unpacking his books in his new office at the university, equally unaware that he was about to walk into a tea shop and change both their destinies forever. The dream might have ended, but their story was about to begin anew. The Moon and Laurel emerged from the morning mist like a forgotten fairy tale. Helena unlocked the weathered French doors, their deep purple paint peeling slightly at the edges. She'd been meaning to touch that up for weeks. The brass bell above tinkled softly as she stepped inside, its sound as familiar as her own heartbeat. Still shaken from her dream, Helena moved through her morning ritual with deliberate care. The old wooden floors creaked beneath her feet, each board holding decades of secrets. The shop had been an apothecary in the 1800s, and sometimes in the quiet moments before opening, she could almost hear the whispers of those who had mixed remedies and comfort here before her. "Good morning, old friend," she murmured to the space, running her hand along the antique counter's smooth surface. The morning light filtered through the stained glass windows, casting pools of amber and violet across the worn wood. The dream's lingering unease began to fade as the shop's familiar energy embraced her. She moved to the back room, where rows of glass jars lined the shelves, each filled with carefully curated tea blends. Their labels, written in her flowing script, caught the light. Midnight's Peace, Summer's Memory, Healer's Heart. Each name chosen with purpose, each blend crafted with more than just herb lore, though she'd never admit that to her customers. The kettle was already warming. She'd set it up before heading upstairs to her apartment the night before. As steam began to rise, Helena selected her morning blend: chamomile for calm, lavender for clarity, and a pinch of rose petals that she tried to pretend wasn't influenced by her dream of that long-ago garden. The shop's main room was a carefully crafted haven. Mismatched vintage armchairs clustered around small tables, each topped with a crystal vase holding fresh flowers. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes on herbalism, local history, and folk remedies. And everywhere plants thrived. Potted herbs on windowsills, hanging ferns, and climbing vines that seemed to grow more lush each day. As she began setting out fresh scones, lavender lemon baked last night, in the display case, the bell above the door chimed. Helena looked up, expecting to see Margot, but instead found Mrs. Beauchamp, one of her regular customers, looking more harried than usual. "Helena, dear, I need your expertise," the elderly woman announced, making her way to the counter. "Those dreams have been troubling George again, and nothing from the doctor seems to help." Helena smiled, pushing aside her own dream troubles. "Let's see what we can do about that, shall we?" She moved to her wall of tea blends, fingers hovering over the jars. "Has he been having the same dream about his father's fishing boat?" Mrs. Beauchamp blinked in surprise. "How did you— Oh, never mind. Yes, the very same. 3 nights running now." Helena selected a jar labelled Twilight's Comfort, a special blend she'd created for night terrors. Chamomile and valerian root formed the base, but there were other ingredients too, ones that seemed to know exactly which customer needed them most. "Try this one. 2 teaspoons steeped for exactly 7 minutes just before bed. Add a drop of honey if he likes, but no milk." As she measured the tea into a small paper bag, Helena felt that familiar tingle in her fingers, the one that told her this blend would do more than just ease an old man's dreams. The same feeling she'd had in Salem when preparing her remedies, though she quickly pushed that thought aside. The morning progressed with its usual rhythm. Regular customers drifted in and out, seeking their usual blends or asking for recommendations. Helena moved through the space with practiced grace, brewing samples, offering advice, and occasionally just listening as people shared their troubles over a cup of tea. Margot arrived just before the lunch rush, her wild curls contained beneath a colourful scarf, arms full of fresh herbs from the market. "Sorry I'm late. You wouldn't believe the crowd at Marie's stall this morning, but I got that wild sage you wanted and—" She stopped, studying Helena's face. "You had another dream, didn't you?" Helena busied herself with arranging teacups. "Is it that obvious?" "Only to someone who knows what to look for." Margot set down her bags and moved closer, lowering her voice. "Was it the same one? The garden?" "It was different this time. Clearer." Helena hesitated, then added, "I saw his face, Margot. I've never seen his face so clearly before." Margot's eyes widened. "The mysterious lover? Well, that's new. What did he look like?" Before Helena could answer, the bell chimed again. A group of tourists entered, cameras around their necks, guidebooks in hand. "Later," Helena promised, grateful for the interruption. How could she describe Elias's face without sounding mad? How could she explain that she'd woken with the taste of his kiss still on her lips, the echo of his voice in her ears? The afternoon brought a steady stream of customers, each drawn to different corners of the shop. Some settled into the comfortable chairs with books and tea, while others sought specific blends for specific ailments. Helena helped them all, knowing instinctively which teas would serve them best. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the stained glass, Helena found herself drawn to the window. The French Quarter was coming alive with its evening energy, but something else caught her attention. A feeling, a shift in the air that made the tiny hairs on the back of her neck stand up. "You feel it too?" Margot appeared at her elbow holding a cup of their house blend. Something's changing. The cards have been screaming about it all week. Helena accepted the tea, inhaling its familiar scent. I thought it was just me, ever since the dream. It's not just you. Margot touched her arm gently. And I don't think it's just dreams anymore, Helena. Something's coming. Or someone. The words sent a shiver down Helena's spine, and for a moment, she could have sworn she smelled roses and wood smoke, scents from her dream, from that other life. But when she blinked, there was only the usual shop aroma of tea and herbs. Whatever's coming, Helena said finally, we'll face it together. Margot squeezed her hand. Always. Now, want to tell me more about this mysterious dream man while we close up? As they began their closing routine, wiping down tables, restocking jars, counting the day's receipts, Helena found herself glancing repeatedly at the door. The feeling of anticipation had grown stronger, like static before a storm. Tomorrow, she thought. Tomorrow something would change. In the back room, she paused before the shelf of special blends, the ones she made by intuition rather than recipe. Her fingers traced the labels: Memory's Gate, Heart's Return, Love's Second Chance, names that had come to her in dreams, blends that seemed to make themselves. The last rays of sunlight caught the glass jars, sending rainbow reflections dancing across the walls. For a moment, just a moment, Helena saw another shop overlaid on this one, her cottage in Salem, with its bundles of drying herbs and bubbling pots of tinctures. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, but it left her with a certainty that made her breath catch. Tomorrow would bring change. Tomorrow would bring him. As she locked up for the night, the brass bell chiming one last time, Helena looked up at the shop's sign swaying gently in the evening breeze. The moon and laurel, painted in elegant gold letters against deep blue, with a crescent moon cradling a sprig of laurel leaves. She'd chosen the name without knowing why it felt so right, just as she'd chosen this location, this life, guided by something deeper than conscious thought. Upstairs in her apartment, she opened her dream journal, adding today's date before writing. The dreams are getting stronger. I saw his face. I heard his voice. Elias. His name is Elias, and he's coming. After all these centuries, he's finally coming back to me. She closed the journal and went to her window, looking out over the French Quarter's twinkling lights. Somewhere out there, she knew, he was drawing closer. The curse that had separated them was weakening, but so too was the veil that had hidden their past. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. Elias Montgomery stood at his hotel window, watching the New Orleans sunrise paint the sky in shades of amber and rose. Sleep had eluded him all night, his dreams filled with fragments of places he'd never been, and a woman's voice he couldn't quite remember upon waking. The same dreams that had been haunting him since accepting the position at Tulane University's history department. His reflection in the window looked haggard, dark circles under his eyes, 3 days' worth of stubble on his jaw. The prestigious position as a visiting professor specializing in colonial American folklore should have been exciting. Instead, he felt like a man possessed, drawn to this city by something he couldn't explain. "Get it together, Montgomery," he muttered, running a hand through his disheveled dark hair. His phone buzzed on the nightstand, another message from Dr. Harrison, his department head, confirming their morning meeting. The French Quarter was already stirring to life below his window. Street cleaners moved methodically down Bourbon Street, washing away the previous night's revelry. A few early-rising tourists wandered past, maps in hand, while locals hurried to work with coffee cups clutched like lifelines. As he dressed for the day, dark slacks, crisp white shirt, his father's old pocket watch tucked into his vest, Elias tried to shake off the lingering unease from his dreams. He'd been a rational man all his life, building his career on historical facts and documented evidence. But since receiving the job offer from Tulane, rationality had begun to feel like a thin veneer over something much deeper and stranger. The dreams had started the moment he'd signed the contract. Dreams of a garden filled with herbs, of wooden rafters hung with drying plants, of green eyes that seemed to see straight through to his soul. He'd wake with the scent of roses in his nose, though there were no flowers in his apartment. His hands shook slightly as he knotted his tie. The dreams were one thing, but the pull he felt, the inexplicable certainty that he needed to be in New Orleans, that was harder to rationalize. He'd turned down a tenure-track position at Yale to come here, a decision that had his colleagues questioning his sanity. The hotel room felt suddenly stifling. Grabbing his leather messenger bag, filled with books and research papers, Elias headed out into the morning. He had 2 hours before his meeting at the university, plenty of time to explore his new neighborhood. The French Quarter embraced him with its particular magic, jazz music drifting from open windows, the smell of fresh beignets and coffee, the clip-clop of carriage horses on cobblestone streets. As he walked, the tension in his shoulders began to ease. This was where he was meant to be, even if he didn't understand why. A street vendor was setting up her cart, arranging strings of colourful beads and small voodoo dolls. She looked up as he passed, her dark eyes widening. "You're looking for something, Cher," she called after him. "Or someone." Elias quickened his pace, but her words followed him like smoke. Looking for someone. Yes, that was exactly how it felt, though he had no idea who he was searching for. He turned down a quieter street, lined with historic buildings painted in faded pastels. The morning sun caught the wrought-iron balconies, casting intricate shadows on the sidewalk. Something tugged at his awareness. A scent, a feeling, a memory that wasn't quite a memory. His feet carried him forward without conscious direction. The street seemed to blur around him, time becoming fluid and strange. He passed a small courtyard where roses climbed ancient brick walls, their perfume making his head spin with déjà vu. "I've been here before," he whispered, though he knew it was impossible. He'd never set foot in New Orleans until yesterday, yet he knew somehow that if he turned left at the next corner... The sound of a bell tinkling stopped him in his tracks. A shop door had opened just ahead, releasing the scent of herbs and tea into the morning air. "The Moon and Laurel," the sign read, gold letters against deep blue. Something inside his chest shifted, like a key turning in a long rusted lock. Through the window he caught a glimpse of movement, a woman with dark hair arranging something on a shelf. His heart stuttered, then began to race. He took a step forward, then another, drawn by an invisible thread. The rational part of his mind, the historian, the scholar, tried to assert itself. He had a meeting to prepare for, papers to review, but that voice was drowning in a flood of sensations, the scent of roses and herbs, the sound of a woman's laughter carried on the wind, the feeling that he was finally where he needed to be. His phone buzzed in his pocket, probably Dr. Harrison again, but he ignored it. The woman in the shop had moved away from the window, but he could still sense her presence, like a compass needle finding true north. "Professor Montgomery?" A voice broke through his trance. He turned to find one of his new colleagues, Dr. Sarah Chen, hurrying toward him. "I thought that was you. The department's been trying to reach you. The meeting's been moved up." Reality crashed back in. He was a professor, a historian, a man of facts and documentation. Not someone who followed mysterious feelings or chased dreams through strange cities. Right. Yes, the meeting. He forced himself to step back from the shop's entrance. "Thank you for catching me." As he followed Dr. Chen toward the waiting taxi, Elias couldn't resist one last look over his shoulder. The morning sun caught the shop's stained glass windows, sending ribbons of coloured light dancing across the sidewalk. For a moment, just a moment, he thought he saw a figure in the doorway, a woman in a green dress, her hand raised as if in greeting or farewell. Then the taxi turned a corner, and the Moon and Laurel vanished from view. But Elias knew he would return. The pull was too strong, the connection too real to ignore. Something was waiting for him in that shop, something that would change everything. In his bag, his research papers on Salem witch trials and colonial American folklore seemed to whisper with new significance. All his life he'd studied the past, trying to understand the stories that shaped human experience. Now, somehow, he felt like he was about to become part of one of those stories. The taxi wove through the morning traffic, but Elias's mind remained in that quiet street, with its roses and wrought iron and mysterious shop. He pulled out his phone, quickly typing "the moon and laurel" into his notes before he could forget the name. "Interesting little place, isn't it?" Dr. Chen commented, noticing his action. "Local legend says it's been some kind of herb shop or apothecary since the 1800s. Some people claim it's haunted." Elias's fingers tightened on his phone. "Haunted?" "Oh, you know how New Orleans loves its ghost stories. They say the original owner was a witch who fled here from somewhere up north. Massachusetts, I think. Salem, maybe." The word hit him like a physical blow. Salem. In his dreams, there had been a garden, a cottage, a woman with green eyes. In Salem. "Are you all right, Professor? You've gone quite pale." "Fine," he managed. "Just jet lag, probably." But as they pulled up to the university gates, Elias knew nothing would be fine, nothing would be normal, until he returned to that shop. Until he met the woman he'd glimpsed through the window. Until he understood why his dreams were filled with herbs and roses, and a love that seemed to echo across centuries. The morning stretched ahead of him. Meetings, introductions, administrative details. But his mind kept drifting back to the moon and laurel, to the woman he hadn't quite seen, to the feeling that his entire life had been leading him to this moment, this city, this destiny. Later, he promised himself. Later he would return, and perhaps then the dreams would finally make sense. Beatrice Duval stood on her wrought-iron balcony overlooking the French Quarter, a glass of aged Bordeaux dangling from her perfectly manicured fingers. The morning had brought with it a shift in the air, a disturbance in the carefully maintained balance she'd orchestrated for centuries. Her ice-blue eyes narrowed as she watched the street below, where tourists and locals alike moved through their mundane lives, unaware of the ancient magic stirring beneath the city's surface. "So," she murmured to herself, "he's finally arrived." The wine in her glass trembled slightly, responding to the surge of power that coursed through her at the thought. 3 centuries of careful planning, of watching and waiting, and now the pieces were finally moving into place. Her penthouse apartment, perched atop one of the quarter's most exclusive buildings, offered a perfect vantage point for observation. The space was a study in calculated elegance, crystal chandeliers, antique furniture, and walls lined with artifacts that spoke of a life far longer than any mortal could claim. A massive mirror dominated one wall, its silver frame etched with symbols older than the city itself. Beatrice moved to stand before it, studying her reflection. The face that looked back at her was timeless, neither young nor old, beautiful in a way that made people uncomfortable without knowing why. Her platinum blonde hair fell in perfect waves past her shoulders, and her tailored white suit was immaculate, as always. Only her eyes betrayed her true nature, ancient, cold, and filled with a hunger that centuries had not diminished. "Madame," her assistant's voice came from the doorway, "your morning reports." Without turning, Beatrice extended one hand. The young woman, this one was called Claire or possibly Clara, hurried forward with a leather portfolio. "The Moon and Laurel opened on schedule this morning, and the new professor arrived at Tulane for his meetings. And," Beatrice's voice was soft, dangerous in its gentleness, "they haven't met yet, madame, but—" Clara hesitated. "He passed by the shop this morning. There was an energy surge when he did." A smile curved Beatrice's perfect lips, though it didn't reach her eyes. "Of course there was." She turned from the mirror, moving to a cabinet filled with ancient books. Her fingers traced the spine of one particularly old volume, its leather binding worn smooth with age. Love always recognizes itself, even when the conscious mind forgets. The assistant shifted nervously. "Should we intervene?" "No." Beatrice's voice was firm. "Let them play out their little dance. Let them feel the pull of their past lives, the weight of their shared history." She pulled the book from the shelf, its pages crackling as she opened it. Inside, pressed between the pages, was a dried rose, preserved from a garden in Salem centuries ago. The curse is stronger when they remember slowly, when hope has time to bloom before it's crushed. Moving back to the balcony, Beatrice looked toward the university, where Elias Montgomery was no doubt sitting through his orientation meetings, unaware of the forces gathering around him. Then her gaze shifted to the quieter streets where the Moon and Laurel nestled between other historic buildings, its owner equally oblivious to the watching eyes. Helena still makes her little teas and tinctures, she mused, more to herself than her assistant, playing at being ordinary, as if she could ever be anything but what she is. The wine in her glass frosted over, responding to the cold amusement in her voice. And Elias, still searching through history for answers that are right in front of him. A crow landed on the balcony railing, its black eyes fixing on Beatrice with unnatural intelligence. She reached out to stroke its feathers, and the bird leaned into her touch like a lover. "Go," she whispered to it. "Watch them for me." The crow took wing, disappearing into the morning sky. Beatrice tracked its flight until it vanished among the rooftops, her mind already spinning with possibilities. 3 centuries she'd waited, watching Helena and Elias find each other lifetime after lifetime, only to be torn apart by the curse she'd woven with such care. Each reunion, each separation, had fed her power, strengthened her hold over their souls. But this time was different. She could feel it in the way the magic moved through the city, in the way the very air seemed to vibrate with potential. This time, they might actually remember everything, not just the love, but the betrayal, the curse, the price of their defiance. "Clear my schedule for the next few weeks," she instructed her assistant, "and bring me the red box from the vault." Once alone, Beatrice returned to the mirror, pressing her palm against its cool surface. The glass rippled like water, showing her glimpses of other times, other places, a garden in Salem, a cottage filled with herbs, a young woman with green eyes mixing potions by moonlight, a blacksmith's son watching her with undisguised adoration. "Oh, Helena," she whispered, "did you really think you could hide from me? Did you think I wouldn't feel it when he returned to your orbit?" Her reflection smiled back at her, beautiful and terrible. "Love may recognize itself, my dear, but so does hatred, so does vengeance." The morning progressed, and Beatrice moved through her routines with practiced grace. She attended to her business empire, built over centuries through careful investment and judicious use of magic, took meetings with various supernatural entities who owed her allegiance, and began making subtle preparations for what was to come. But her awareness never left the 2 souls whose paths were about to cross again. Through her network of spies, both human and otherwise, she tracked their movements. Elias, touring the university campus, pausing occasionally as if hearing a distant call. Helena, in her shop, growing more restless as the day progressed, unconsciously turning toward the university's direction. As afternoon shadows lengthened across the quarter, Beatrice opened the red box her assistant had brought. Inside, nestled in black velvet, lay 3 items: a length of rope, dark with age, a small silver pendant, and a scrap of parchment covered in spidery writing. Tools from that long-ago day in Salem when she'd bound their souls with her curse. "Soon," she promised these relics of her triumph, "soon you'll have fresh power to feed on." The curse had served her well, transforming her from a spurned woman into something far more powerful. Each time Helena and Elias found each other, each time they were torn apart, their pain and grief had fueled her immortality, kept her young and beautiful while they aged and died and were reborn to suffer again. But even curses could grow stale with time. They needed fresh pain, fresh hope to crush, fresh love to destroy. And now, after centuries of careful preparation, everything was aligned for the greatest harvest yet. Beatrice closed the box and moved to her private library, where books of forbidden knowledge lined the walls. She had preparations to make, pieces to position, strings to pull with exquisite care. The game was beginning again, but this time she would do more than simply separate them. This time she would break them completely. As night fell over New Orleans, Beatrice raised her wineglass in a silent toast to the city below. Somewhere out there, Helena was closing her shop, unaware that her past was catching up to her. Somewhere, Elias was settling into his new apartment, fighting against dreams he couldn't understand. And here, in her tower above it all, Beatrice watched and waited, patient as only the immortal can be. Let them have their hope, their dreams of reunion. Let them believe for a little while that this time might be different. The curse would wake fully soon enough, and when it did, their suffering would be exquisite. Two old friends, she whispered to the night, and old debts finally coming due. The wine in her glass had turned to blood, but Beatrice didn't seem to notice as she drank deeply, her perfect lips curving in a smile that would have frozen hell itself. The game was about to begin again, and this time she intended to win everything. The afternoon light slanted through the moon and Laurel's stained glass windows, casting kaleidoscope shadows across Helena's hands as she measured loose tea into paper bags. The day had been unusually busy, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of anticipation that had been building since morning, like static before a storm, like the moment before lightning strikes. "You're doing it again," Margot observed from behind the counter, where she was arranging fresh scones. "That thing where you keep looking at the door every 30 seconds. Helena forced her hands to steady. "I'm not." The bell above the door chimed, cutting off her denial. Her heart leaped, then settled as Mrs. Beauchamp entered for her second visit of the day. The hours crept by like honey dripping from a spoon. Helena found herself making mistakes she never made, mixing up orders, dropping things, losing her train of thought mid-sentence. Even her most reliable blends seemed to be misbehaving, the herbs refusing to cooperate until she whispered to them like she used to in that other life. At 4:30, just as the day's heat was beginning to soften into evening, the bell chimed again. Helena looked up from the book of recipes she'd been pretending to read, and the world stopped turning. He stood in the doorway, tall and solid against the golden afternoon light, looking slightly bewildered, as if he wasn't quite sure how he'd ended up there. Dark hair slightly dishevelled, 3 days' stubble shadowing his jaw, and eyes, those eyes that had haunted her dreams for centuries. "Welcome to the moon and Laurel," Margot's voice seemed to come from very far away. "Can we help you find something?" The man, Elias, her heart whispered. "It's Elias," blinked as if waking from a dream. Yes, maybe, I'm not sure." His voice was exactly as she remembered, though she hadn't known she remembered until this moment. "I was passing by this morning and something—" He trailed off, his gaze finding Helena's across the shop. Time stretched like taffy, sweet and strange. Someone gasped softly. Helena realized it was herself. The scent of roses filled the air, though the nearest flowers were closed buds in their vases. "Tea," he said suddenly, as if grasping for normalcy. "I need tea." Helena's feet carried her forward of their own accord. "What kind?" Her voice emerged steadier than she felt. "We have quite a selection." He moved closer, and the air between them seemed to crackle with invisible energy. "I don't actually know much about tea," he admitted, running a hand through his hair in a gesture that sent déjà vu shooting through her like lightning. "I'm more of a coffee person, but today—" He looked around the shop as if searching for words. "Today feels different." "Everything's different today," Helena murmured, then caught herself. "I mean, we can find something perfect for you. Are you looking for something specific? Calm? Energy? Focus?" "Dreams," he said, then looked startled at his own words. "I've been having strange dreams lately. Is there tea for that?" Behind the counter, Margot dropped something with a clatter. Helena barely noticed. Her hands were already moving to the shelves, selecting jars with unconscious certainty. "Dreams are messages," she heard herself saying. "Sometimes we need help hearing them clearly. Sometimes we need help letting them go. Which are you looking for?" Their fingers brushed as she handed him a jar to smell, and the contact sent sparks racing up her arm. His sharp intake of breath told her he'd felt it too. "I'm Elias," he said quickly, as if the words couldn't wait any longer. "Elias Montgomery. I'm new in town, just started at Tulane. Helena Whitmore." Her name in his presence felt like a key turning in a lock. "Owner of this little shop of dreams and herbs." "Helena," he repeated, and the way he said it, "my Helena," echoed across centuries. But his eyes showed no recognition, only a deep confusion mixed with something that looked like wonder. She began mixing his tea with trembling hands. Chamomile for peace, lavender for clarity, rose petals for... She pushed that thought away. A pinch of mugwort for dream-walking, though she didn't label that on the bag. "You seem familiar," he said suddenly. "Have we met before?" Yes, her heart screamed. 1,000 times yes. In Salem, in dreams, in every life between then and now. But her mouth said, I don't think so. I'd remember. He laughed softly. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But lately, he shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm not making any sense. I'm a historian. I deal in facts and documentation. But ever since I got the job offer here, everything's felt like a dream I can't quite remember. What do you study? Helena asked, though something in her already knew the answer. Colonial American folklore, specifically the intersection of folk medicine and accusations of witchcraft in New England. He looked embarrassed. I know, it's a bit niche. Salem, she whispered before she could stop herself. His eyes widened. Yes, actually. How did you... Lucky guess. She finished packaging his tea, her hands steady now despite the chaos in her heart. 3 teaspoons in boiling water, steep for 7 minutes exactly, just before bed. 7 minutes exactly, he repeated with a small smile. Is that scientifically proven? Some things you just know. She met his eyes again, and the world seemed to tilt on its axis. In the late afternoon light, she could see flecks of gold in his brown irises, exactly as she'd seen in her dreams. A customer called from across the shop, breaking the moment. Helena stepped back, suddenly aware of how close they'd been standing. I should let you get back to work, Elias said, though he made no move to leave. Thank you for the tea, and for... He gestured vaguely, encompassing the shop, the moment, the strange energy still crackling between them. Come back, Helena said quickly. If you want to talk about the dreams, or tea, or Salem, I will. He smiled then, really smiled, and Helena felt it like sunlight after rain. I definitely will. She watched him leave, the bell chiming his departure. Through the window she saw him pause on the sidewalk, looking back at the shop with an expression of mingled confusion and longing that she felt in her own soul. Well, Margot's voice made her jump. That was certainly something. Helena turned to find her friend watching her with knowing eyes. What was what? Don't even try that with me, Helena Whitmore. I haven't seen that much magic flying around since Marie Laveau herself walked these streets. The roses all bloomed at once when he walked in. Did you notice? Helena looked around and saw that Margot was right. Every rosebud in every vase had burst into full bloom, their perfume filling the shop with memories of another garden, another time. It's him, isn't it? Margot asked softly. The one from your dreams? Yes, Helena whispered. No, I don't know. She pressed her hands to her face. He doesn't remember. He has no idea who I am, who we were. But you do? Not everything. Just feelings, fragments. She looked at the door again, though Elias had long since disappeared from view. He's a professor studying Salem witchcraft, of all the things he could have specialized in. Margot touched her arm gently. Maybe that's how he's been looking for you all this time, through history and research, even if he didn't know what he was looking for. The thought brought tears to Helena's eyes. How many lives had they lived? How many times had they found each other only to be torn apart by Beatrice's curse? He'll be back, Margot said with certainty. The tea you gave him, that was your dream blend, wasn't it? The one that helps people remember. Helena nodded. I don't know if it will work. The curse is old magic, Margot finished. But so are you, honey. And so is love. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. Helena moved through the motions of closing the shop, her mind replaying every moment of their encounter. The way he'd said her name, the spark when their hands touched, the confusion in his eyes that spoke of memories trying to surface. Later, in her apartment above the shop, Helena opened her dream journal and wrote, He's here. He doesn't remember, but he's here. His name is Elias Montgomery, and he studies Salem witchcraft at Tulane. The roses bloomed for him. The herbs sang when he entered. Everything I've dreamed, everything I've remembered. It's all real. She paused, then added, Please let this time be different. Outside her window, a crow watched with unusual intensity before taking wing into the gathering dusk. But Helena didn't notice, her thoughts still with the historian who didn't know he was looking for her, who had finally found his way back to her after 3 centuries of searching. Tomorrow, she thought. Tomorrow he might return, and perhaps then the memories would begin to stir. Perhaps then they could finally break the curse that had kept them apart for so long. But for now, she had his confused smile to remember, the spark of their touching hands, and the hope that this time, this life, might be the one where they finally got it right. Chapter 2. Echoes of Salem. The morning after their first meeting, Helena's hands wouldn't stop trembling. Every herb she touched, every tea she blended seemed to whisper his name. Elias. The shop hadn't opened yet, but she'd been up since dawn, trying to lose herself in the familiar routine of preparing for the day. "You're making midnight's peace all wrong," she muttered to herself, staring at the blend before her. Instead of the usual calming mixture, she'd unconsciously created something entirely different. Roses and sage, thyme and lavender, exactly the combination she'd used in her Salem garden centuries ago. The bell above the door chimed softly, and Helena's heart leapt before she remembered she hadn't unlocked it yet. Margot's spare key, then. "You're here early," her friend called out, but Helena barely heard her. She was too focused on the strange energy emanating from the herbs before her, the way they seemed to be arranging themselves into patterns she almost recognized. "Helena," Margot's voice was closer now, concerned. "You've been crying." Had she? Helena touched her cheek, surprised to find it wet. "I'm fine. Just remembering. He's coming back today, isn't he?" It wasn't really a question. They both knew he would return. The dream tea she'd given him practically guaranteed it. Before Helena could respond, the front bell chimed again. Her whole body tensed, recognizing his presence before she even turned around. Elias stood in the doorway, looking slightly embarrassed at finding the shop not yet open. "I'm sorry," he started to say. "I know it's early." "Come in," Helena heard herself say, even as Margot quietly slipped into the back room. "Please." He moved through the shop like a man in a dream, his fingers trailing along the bookshelves as if searching for something familiar. When he reached the counter where she stood, his eyes fixed on the herbs she'd been blending. "That smell," he said softly. "It's the same as in my dreams last night." Helena's hands stilled over the herbs. "The tea helped, then?" "I'm not sure helped is the right word." He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. "The dreams were intense. A garden, I think. Old wooden walls with herbs hanging to dry, and—" He looked at her then, really looked at her, and Helena felt the world tilt. "And?" she whispered. "You were there, but not exactly you. The same eyes, though. The same way of moving your hands when you work with the herbs." Without thinking, Helena reached across the counter to touch his arm. The moment their skin connected, the shop disappeared. They were in her Salem cottage, sunlight streaming through small windows, bundles of herbs swaying gently from the rafters. She was teaching him about the properties of rosemary, his larger hands covering hers as she demonstrated how to strip the leaves from the stem. "Helena!" His voice pulled her back to the present, but his hand had caught hers, holding it in place. "Did you feel that?" She couldn't lie to him, not about this. "Yes." They stood frozen, connected by that simple touch, while memories or dreams or something in between flickered at the edges of consciousness. His thumb moved across her wrist, finding her pulse point, and another vision slammed into her. Moonlight in a garden, his fingers on her wrist just like this, pulling her close for a kiss that tasted of roses and promises. The scratch of his stubble against her skin, the whispered words of devotion, the fear of discovery warring with the certainty that this love, this man, was worth any risk. "I know you," Elias said, his voice rough with confusion. "I don't understand how, but I know you." Helena forced herself to breathe normally, though her heart was racing. "Maybe you knew someone like me once." "No." His grip on her hand tightened slightly. "You. Those eyes. I've dreamed about those eyes for months, even before I came to New Orleans, even before—" He trailed off as another customer entered the shop, the bell's chime breaking whatever spell had held them. Helena gently withdrew her hand, though every fibre of her being protested the loss of contact. "I should go," Elias said, though he made no move to leave. "I have classes to prepare for, meetings. Take this." Helena quickly packaged the blend she'd been working on, the one that had unconsciously recreated her Salem recipe, different from last night's, for remembering. Their fingers brushed again as she handed him the package, and this time the vision was of fire and fear, of accusations and betrayal, of Beatrice's face twisted with hatred as she cast the curse that would echo through centuries. Elias jerked back as if burned, his eyes wide. "What was that?" "Static electricity," Helena lied smoothly, though her hands were shaking again. "The air's very dry today." He looked like he wanted to argue, to question further, but instead he just nodded. "Thank you for the tea. I'll come back tomorrow." It was half statement, half question. Helena smiled, ignoring the way her heart ached with 300 years of separation. "Tomorrow." After he left, Margot emerged from the back room. "Well, that was... Don't." Helena pressed her palms flat against the counter, trying to ground herself in the present. "Please don't. You saw something when you touched him, didn't you? Both times." Helena nodded, not trusting her voice. The visions had been stronger than any she'd experienced before, more vivid, more real. She could still feel the ghost of his touch on her skin, still smell the herbs from that long-ago garden. "What are you going to do?" Margot asked softly. "What can I do?" Helena began mechanically cleaning up the scattered herbs. "He's remembering, but in pieces. If he remembers too much too quickly..." She couldn't finish the thought, couldn't voice her fear that the curse would activate fully, that history would repeat itself yet again. "Maybe this time is different," Margot suggested. "Maybe after all these centuries the curse has weakened." Helena thought of Beatrice's face in that last vision, of the power and hatred that had fueled her curse. Some things don't weaken with time, they just wait. The rest of the day passed in a blur of customers and tea blends, but Helena's mind kept returning to those moments of contact, those flashes of shared memory. Each time she touched an herb or mixed a blend, she found herself wondering if Elias was experiencing the same kind of remembering, if somewhere in his university office he was being haunted by fragments of their past. That evening, after closing, Helena stood in her private workroom above the shop. The walls were lined with books of herbal lore, some dating back centuries. Her fingers traced their spines until she found the one she sought, a small leather-bound volume she'd carried with her through multiple lifetimes, though she hadn't known why until now. Inside, pressed between the pages, was a sprig of dried rosemary, the same sprig, she now remembered, that Elias had helped her harvest on that long-ago day in Salem. The herb still held a trace of magic, a whisper of the love they'd shared before everything went wrong. "Please," she whispered to it, "please let this time be different." But as she closed the book, a crow landed on her windowsill, its black eyes reflecting the room's candlelight. Helena felt a chill run down her spine, remembering too late that Beatrice had always favoured crows as her messengers. The game was beginning again, and this time the stakes felt higher than ever. Margot LeBlanc had worked at the Moon and Laurel for 5 years, and in that time, she'd seen her share of strange occurrences. It came with the territory when your boss was a centuries-old witch, even if said boss didn't fully remember that fact most of the time. But something about today felt different, wrong, like reality had shifted slightly off its axis. She watched Helena through the morning rush, noting the subtle changes that had appeared since Elias Montgomery's early visit, the way her friend's hands trembled when mixing certain blends, the constant glances toward the door, the way the roses kept blooming out of season, their perfume growing stronger whenever Helena's thoughts seemed to drift. "That's the 3rd cup you've broken today," Margot observed as Helena swept up another shattered teacup. "And don't think I haven't noticed that every single blend you've made has roses in it, even the chai, which definitely doesn't call for roses." Helena looked at the broken porcelain as if seeing it for the first time. "I'm just distracted." "Distracted?" Margot raised an eyebrow. "The plants are responding to your mood, honey. Look at the vervain." They both turned to where the dried vervain hung in bundles from the ceiling. The supposedly dead herbs were showing fresh green shoots, reaching toward Helena like flowers following the sun. That shouldn't be possible," Helena whispered, her face pale. "A lot of impossible things have been happening since Professor Tall, Dark, and Historically Significant walked in here." Margot moved closer, lowering her voice despite the empty shop. The mirrors are rippling when you pass them. The crystals are humming, actually humming. And don't even get me started on what happened to Mrs. Beauchamp's protection charm. Helena winced at the reminder. The elderly woman's usually simple protection charm had somehow transformed into something far more powerful, causing all the lights in the French Quarter to flicker when she'd put it on. I can't control it, Helena admitted, her voice small. Every time I think about him, about this morning when we touched. When you both went into some kind of trance, you mean? Margot had watched that moment from the back room, had seen the way the air around them had shimmered with visible energy. Helena, your hair literally floated, like you were underwater. Did it? Helena touched her dark curls self-consciously. I was somewhere else. The Salem cottage. We both were. Margot pulled her friend into the back room, away from any potential customers. The space was their sanctuary, filled with Helena's more specialized ingredients, and Margot's own collection of occult books. A black cat, Mr. Midnight, watched them from his perch atop a shelf of dried herbs. Tell me everything, Margot demanded, pushing Helena into a chair. And don't leave anything out. Something's happening, something big, and I need to understand it if I'm going to help protect you. Helena's green eyes filled with tears. Protect me? Margot, you don't understand. The curse is why I've worked here for 5 years, Margot interrupted. Did you think it was just for the employee discount on tea? I'm a seer, Helena. I've known since the day I walked in here that you needed someone to watch your back. I've been waiting for something like this to happen. Mr. Midnight jumped down from his shelf, settling in Helena's lap with a purr that seemed to calm her slightly. What exactly have you seen? Fragments, shadows, a woman with pale hair and colder eyes, a garden in flames. You and him in different times, different places, always finding each other and always being torn apart. Margot sat across from her friend. But today everything's clearer. Like someone turned up the volume on reality. Helena stroked Mr. Midnight's fur, her hands still trembling slightly. When he touched me this morning, I remembered things. Real memories, not just dreams or feelings. The cottage in Salem, the herbs we grew together, the way he used to. She broke off, blushing. The way he used to look at you like you hung the moon, Margot supplied. Because he still does, even if he doesn't understand why yet. That's what terrifies me. Helena's voice cracked. Every time we find each other, every time we start to remember, Beatrice's curse activates, and every time it ends in tragedy. Margot leaned forward, taking Helena's free hand. The moment their skin connected, she gasped as a vision hit her. Helena in a green dress, dancing with Elias in a moonlit garden, while a blonde woman watched from the shadows, her beautiful face twisted with hatred. Beatrice, Margot whispered, pulling her hand back. She's here, isn't she? In New Orleans? Helena nodded miserably. She's always here somewhere, watching, waiting. I can feel her sometimes like ice in my veins, but since Elias arrived... The power balance is shifting, Margot finished. That's what feels wrong. The curse is waking up, but so is your magic. Real magic, not just the little charms and teas you usually work with. As if to prove her point, the dried herbs hanging from the ceiling suddenly released their scent all at once, filling the room with an overwhelming perfume of sage, rosemary, and roses. Always roses. I don't know how to stop it, Helena admitted. Every time I think I have control, something happens. A memory surfaces, or he looks at me a certain way, and suddenly I'm back in Salem, remembering everything we lost. Margot stood, moving to a locked cabinet in the corner. She returned with a small wooden box, its surface carved with protective symbols. I've been saving this for when things started changing. It's not much, but it might help ground you when the memories get too strong. Inside the box was a crystal pendant, deep purple and humming with contained energy. Amethyst for clarity, Margot explained, blessed under a full moon and charged with protective magic. It won't stop the curse, but it might help you maintain control when your power spikes. Helena lifted the pendant with trembling fingers. The moment it touched her skin, the ambient magic in the room seemed to settle, the herbs stopping their impossible growth, the mirrors stilling their ripples. How did you know? Helena asked softly. Like I said, I'm a seer. And 5 years ago, I had a vision of you needing this exactly when everything started to change. Margot smiled. I'm your friend, Helena. Whatever's coming, you're not facing it alone this time. A customer's voice called from the front of the shop, breaking the moment. Helena quickly fastened the pendant around her neck, tucking it beneath her dress. We should get back out there, she said, standing. Mr. Midnight protested the movement with a disgruntled meow. Helena. Margot caught her arm before she could leave. Promise me something. Promise you won't try to handle this alone. Whatever happens with Elias, whatever memories surface, whatever Beatrice might be planning, let me help. Helena's eyes filled with tears again, but she managed a smile. I promise. As they returned to the front of the shop, Margot watched her friend closely. The pendant seemed to be helping. Helena's hands were steady as she served customers, and the roses had stopped their supernatural blooming. But there was still something in the air, a tension like the moment before a thunderstorm. Throughout the day, Margot caught glimpses of other changes. The way shadows seemed to linger too long in corners. The way certain customers' eyes glazed over when they looked at Helena too directly. The way time itself seemed to move strangely around her friend. And then there were the crows. They gathered on the windowsills and nearby rooftops, watching the shop with two intelligent eyes. Margot counted 7 of them by closing time, their black feathers gleaming with an unnatural sheen. Beatrice's spies, she thought, remembering her vision of the blonde woman in the garden. Something would have to be done about those birds, and soon. That evening, after Helena had gone upstairs to her apartment, Margot performed a protection ritual around the shop. As she worked, she felt the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. She hadn't told Helena everything about her visions, about the blood she'd seen, about the choices that would have to be made. Watch over her, she whispered to Mr. Midnight, who had followed her around the shop's perimeter. The cat blinked slowly, his yellow eyes reflecting more understanding than any normal feline should possess. As Margot locked up for the night, she looked up at Helena's apartment windows. A soft light glowed behind the curtains, and for a moment, just a moment, she saw 2 shadows instead of one, as if Elias was there, as if the past was bleeding into the present. But when she blinked, there was only Helena's solitary shadow, and the night was full of watching crows. Elias stood before the Ursuline convent, the oldest surviving French colonial building in New Orleans, with a strange sense of displacement. His research had led him here. Supposedly some of the nuns who fled Salem had brought artifacts with them, including documents from the trials. But something else had drawn him, something that felt older than his academic interests. Professor Montgomery. Dr. Sarah Chen approached, carrying a leather portfolio. Thank you for meeting me here. The archives aren't usually open to visitors, but given your expertise, he nodded, barely hearing her words. His attention was caught by a rosebush growing against the convent's ancient walls. The flowers were the same deep red as the ones in Helena's shop, and their scent seemed to trigger something in his memory, something just out of reach. Professor, are you all right? Fine, he managed, tearing his gaze from the roses. Just taking in the historical significance. They followed Sister Marie-Claire through the convent's dim corridors. The old building seemed to whisper with every step, its wooden floors creaking beneath their feet. Elias's skin prickled with awareness, the same feeling he'd experienced in the Moon and Laurel when he'd touched Helena's hand. The archive room was small, lit by modern conservation-safe lighting that seemed at odds with the centuries-old stone walls. Sister Marie-Claire unlocked a climate-controlled cabinet and carefully removed several documents. These came from Massachusetts, she explained, laying them on the viewing table. The providence is well documented. They arrived with Sister Elizabeth in 1696, just after the trials ended. Elias pulled on the required white cotton gloves and began examining the papers. Most were what he expected: court records, witness statements, the usual bureaucracy of persecution. But one document made his heart stop. It was a property record, listing the confiscation of a small cottage and herb garden belonging to a woman accused of witchcraft. The name had been partially obscured by water damage, but he could make out Hell and what might have been an A. "This property," he said, his voice strange to his own ears. "Do you have any sketches or descriptions of it?" Sister Mary Clare produced another folder. Sister Elizabeth was quite detailed in her documentation. She seemed particularly interested in this case. The sketch that slid from the folder struck Elias like a physical blow. A small cottage, herbs hanging from the rafters, a garden filled with roses, exactly as he'd seen in his dreams, exactly as he'd glimpsed in that strange vision when he'd touched Helena's hand. "Professor," Dr. Chen was watching him with concern, "you've gone quite pale." "The woman who owned this cottage," he said, fighting to keep his voice steady. "What happened to her?" Sister Marie Clare consulted another document. "According to these records, she escaped before she could be arrested. There's a note here from one of the magistrates expressing particular frustration because—" She squinted at the faded text. "Because she had help from a local craftsman who was supposed to be building her gallows." Elias's hands began to shake. In his dreams he'd been that craftsman. He'd seen himself working the wood, planning the escape, holding her hand as they fled through the night. "The craftsman," he heard himself ask. "Is he named?" "Goodman Elias Putnam," Dr. Chen read over his shoulder. "A respected carpenter from Salem village." The room seemed to spin. Putnam, one of Salem's founding families known for their craftsmanship and for their eventual turn against their own neighbours during the trials. He gripped the edge of the table. Documents forgotten as memories, or dreams, or hallucinations, flooded his mind. The cottage, the garden. Helena's green eyes filled with tears as she realized they'd been discovered. The blonde woman who'd accused them, her beautiful face twisted with rage and betrayal. "I need some air," he managed to say, nearly knocking over his chair in his haste to stand. "But Professor, these documents. I'll come back tomorrow." He couldn't stay here, couldn't look at that sketch of the cottage without feeling like he was being torn between past and present. I need to think." He barely remembered thanking Sister Marie Clare or saying goodbye to Dr. Chen. The next thing he knew, he was in the convent's garden, breathing in the scent of roses and trying to make sense of what he'd seen. His phone buzzed, a text from Dr. Harrison about tomorrow's faculty meeting. The modern intrusion helped ground him somewhat, reminded him who he was. Dr. Elias Montgomery, historian, scholar, man of facts and documentation. Not Goodman Putnam, not some colonial craftsman helping a witch escape the gallows. And yet, he pulled out the small bag of tea Helena had given him that morning. The blend she'd said was for remembering. Had she known? Had she seen the same visions when they touched? A movement caught his eye, a crow landing on the garden wall, watching him with unusual intensity. For a moment it seemed to shimmer, its form blurring into that of a blonde woman before returning to normal. Elias blinked hard, pressing his fingers to his temples. He was losing his mind. That was the only explanation. The stress of the move, the new job, the strange pull he felt toward the moon and Laurel. It was all affecting his judgment. But the documents... The name couldn't be a coincidence. Elias Putnam, helping a woman whose name began with Hell, escape from Salem. The cottage that matched his dreams exactly. The roses that seemed to bloom wherever Helena's influence touched. He found himself walking toward the French Quarter, toward the moon and Laurel, before he consciously made the decision. He needed answers, needed to know if Helena had seen what he'd seen, if she could explain why he felt like he was living in two times at once. The crow followed him, hopping from rooftop to rooftop, but Elias was too preoccupied to notice. His mind was full of fragments, the smell of herbs drying in a colonial cottage, the feel of Helena's hand in his as they ran through darkness, the sound of a woman's scream of rage and betrayal. He stopped suddenly, remembering something else from the documents. A note in the margin, written in a different hand than the official text. "Beware the one who follows through time. Her curse binds them still." The words had seemed like typical Salem hysteria when he'd first glanced at them. Now they sent a chill down his spine. A curse. Helena's strange behavior when they touched. The visions they'd shared. The way he'd been drawn to New Orleans, to her shop, as if following a thread woven through centuries. "Professor Montgomery," He turned to find Dr. Chen hurrying after him carrying a folder. "You left before I could show you this. It was filed with the other documents, a personal letter from Sister Elizabeth to her superior in France." Elias took the folder with trembling hands. The letter was in French, but he could read enough to understand its essence. Sister Elizabeth describing a strange encounter with a beautiful blonde woman who never seemed to age, who appeared in Salem during the trials and again in New Orleans years later, unchanged. The sister seemed quite disturbed by it, Dr. Chen said. She wrote that the woman's presence always preceded tragedy, lovers torn apart, lives destroyed, as if she fed on suffering itself. Elias thought of the crow that had seemed to transform, of the hatred in the blonde woman's face in his vision. "Thank you," he said, handing back the folder. "This is very helpful. Are you sure you're all right? You seem—" "I'm fine." He managed a smile that felt false even to him. "Just caught up in the historical implications." Dr. Chen didn't look convinced, but she didn't press further. "Will you be back tomorrow to continue examining the documents?" "Yes." He needed to know more, needed to understand what was happening. "Yes, I'll be back." But first he needed to see Helena. Needed to know if she could explain why he had memories of a life he couldn't have lived, of a love that had somehow echoed through 3 centuries. As he resumed his walk toward the moon and laurel, the crow took flight again, following his path through the gathering dusk. And somewhere in the city, a beautiful blonde woman smiled, watching his progress through her bird's eyes, knowing that every step he took toward understanding brought her curse closer to completion. Beatrice Duval stood before the mirror in her French Quarter penthouse, watching her reflection with the same face she'd worn for over 3 centuries. The curse that bound Helena and Elias had preserved her as well, though she considered it more blessing than burden. Time was, after all, merely a canvas for her artistry. She dismissed her crow, familiar with a wave of her hand, its consciousness returning to its natural form outside. The bird's memories flowed into her mind. Elias at the convent, his discovery of the documents, the way his hands had trembled when he'd read the name Putnam. "Right on schedule," she murmured, running a finger along the ornate silver mirror's frame. The glass rippled at her touch, showing her Helena in the moon and laurel, unconsciously touching the amethyst pendant at her throat. "That meddlesome friend of yours won't save you," Beatrice said to Helena's image. "No more than the last dozen who tried." She moved through her apartment, every surface gleaming with expensive minimalism, except for one wall. That space was devoted to her collection, photographs, daguerreotypes, painted miniatures, sketches, all showing the same 2 people across different eras, Helena and Elias, though their names sometimes changed, always finding each other, always beginning to remember, always ending in tragedy. Beatrice touched the oldest image, a rough sketch from Salem. Helena in her herb garden, Elias, then Goodman Putnam, watching her with undisguised adoration. The paper crackled beneath her fingers. "You should have chosen me," she whispered, her beautiful face twisting with an emotion older than the country itself. "We could have been magnificent together, Elias." Her phone chimed. Modern technology had proved surprisingly useful for orchestrating tragedy. The text was from her latest pawn, a graduate student in Elias's department. "Professor Montgomery requested access to more Salem trial documents. Should I proceed with the planted evidence?" Beatrice smiled, typing her response. "Yes, make sure he finds the journal today." She'd spent months preparing this particular trap, creating a convincing diary that appeared to belong to a Salem witness. The pages were aged perfectly, the ink formulated to match 17th century materials, the handwriting a masterpiece of historical forgery. Within its pages lay carefully constructed hints about Helena's true nature, about the power of their connection, and, most importantly, about a possible way to break the curse. All lies, of course. The path she'd laid out would only strengthen the curse, would lead them exactly where she needed them to go. But hope was essential to her design. They had to believe they could win, had to invest themselves fully in the attempt. Their suffering was so much sweeter when it was preceded by hope. A knock at her door interrupted her reverie. "Come in, James." The young man who entered looked nervous, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. "Miss Duval, I've completed the arrangements at the Historical Society. And the exhibit on Salem artifacts opens next week. I've ensured Professor Montgomery will be invited to the preview night." James shuffled his feet. "But there's been a complication." Beatrice turned slowly, fixing him with her pale gaze. "Oh?" "The tea shop owner, Helena Whitmore. She's been asked to cater the event. Apparently she's known for her historical tea blends." A laugh bubbled from Beatrice's throat, genuine amusement colouring her voice. "Perfect. Even better than I'd planned. The universe does so love its symmetry." "Should I try to prevent—" "No." She waved him away. "Let them have their little reunion. It will make the eventual separation all the more devastating." After James left, Beatrice returned to her mirror. With a few whispered words in a language long dead, the surface shifted, showing her various scenes from around the city. Helena closing her shop, her new pendant glowing softly. Elias in his university office, poring over photocopies of the convent documents. Margot performing protection spells that would prove useless against a curse woven through time itself. "Such a charming effort," Beatrice mused, watching Margot's futile magic. "But you're all just players in my theatre, reading the lines I've written for you across centuries." She moved to her desk, opening a leather-bound notebook. Inside, she detailed every iteration of the curse's completion, every lifetime where she'd watched Helena and Elias find each other only to be torn apart. Sometimes they died dramatically. Sometimes they simply disappeared. Sometimes they lived long lives believing they were meant for others. But always, always, they suffered. This time would be different, though. This time, she'd orchestrated everything perfectly, laying groundwork for decades. The university position that had drawn Elias to New Orleans, the subtle manipulations that had led Helena to open her shop in the French Quarter, the careful placement of historical breadcrumbs that would lead them to believe they could break the curse. Her phone chimed again, another text from her graduate student pawn. "Journal planted in Archive Box 23B will be discovered during tomorrow's research session." Beatrice smiled, remembering other lifetimes, other schemes. In 1789, she'd used forged love letters. In 1856, altered property deeds. In 1923, manipulated newspaper articles. But this era offered so many more tools, so many ways to weave her web. She opened her laptop, checking the Historical Society's event page. The preview night was already generating buzz in academic circles, a unique collection of Salem artifacts, never before displayed publicly. If only they knew that half the artifacts were her creations, each one designed to trigger specific memories, specific emotions. A crow landed on her balcony, tapping at the glass with its beak. Through its eyes, she saw Elias leaving the university, heading toward the moon and laurel again. Right on cue. "Go," she told the bird. "Watch them. Show me everything." As the crow took flight, Beatrice began preparing for the next phase. She opened an antique box, removing a locket that had actually belonged to Helena in Salem. The silver was tarnished, the engravings worn by time, but the magic within it remained potent. She'd been saving it for just the right moment. "Soon," she whispered, running her thumb over the locket's surface. "Soon you'll remember everything, my dear Helena. Every lifetime, every loss, every moment of despair. And Elias, you'll finally understand what your rejection cost me." She placed the locket in a velvet pouch, then called James again. "Have it delivered to the Moon and Laurel tomorrow. Anonymous package, no return address. Make sure it arrives while Elias is there." The sun was setting over the French Quarter, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. Beatrice watched the light fade, remembering another sunset in Salem, the day everything had changed. She'd loved Elias then, had thought he loved her too, until she'd discovered him with Helena in that cursed herb garden. The betrayal had transformed her, had awakened powers she hadn't known she possessed. The curse had sprung from her lips fully formed, powered by rage and heartbreak and centuries of accumulated magic. She'd bound them together across time, ensuring they would find each other again and again, only to lose each other in increasingly tragic ways. But this time This time she would have her masterpiece. Every element was in place, every player positioned perfectly. The Historical Society event would be the catalyst, bringing all the threads together. Helena would wear the locket, not knowing its true purpose. Elias would find the forged journal, following its false trail. Their memories would surface in exactly the right order, leading them to believe they could break the curse through a ritual she'd invented. And then, at the perfect moment, everything would shatter. Beatrice closed her notebook, satisfied with her plans. Outside, her crows watched the city, her eyes in the gathering darkness. In the moon and laurel, Helena touched her new pendant, unaware of its futility. In his office, Elias stared at the name Putnam until it blurred before his eyes. And in her penthouse, Beatrice smiled, knowing that every action, every discovery, every moment of hope was merely another step in her centuries-old dance of vengeance. "Sleep well, my dear ones," she whispered to their images in her mirror. "Tomorrow, we begin the final act." The package arrived at the Moon and Laurel just as Helena was serving Elias his second cup of lavender Earl Grey. It was a simple brown paper parcel, unmarked except for the shop's address written in elegant calligraphy. The delivery woman disappeared before Helena could ask who'd sent it. "Mysterious delivery?" Elias asked from his usual corner table, where he'd been pretending to grade papers while stealing glances at her for the past hour. Helena placed the package behind the counter, trying to ignore the way it seemed to pulse with familiar energy. "Probably just a new tea supplier," she said, though they both knew she was lying. The air in the shop had grown thick with anticipation, the dried herbs hanging from the ceiling swaying despite the lack of breeze. "You should open it," Elias suggested, abandoning any pretense of working. He'd moved closer to the counter, drawn by the same inexplicable force that had been pulling them together since his first visit. Helena's fingers trembled as she untied the twine. The brown paper fell away, revealing a velvet pouch that looked centuries old. Inside was a silver locket, its surface darkened with age and covered in intricate engravings that seemed to shift under her gaze. "Oh," she breathed, recognition hitting her like a physical blow. The locket hung from a delicate chain that felt both foreign and achingly familiar in her hands. "Helena?" Elias's voice seemed to come from far away. "You've gone pale." She couldn't answer. The moment her skin had touched the silver, memories had begun flooding back. Not the usual dreamlike fragments, but sharp, clear images. Herself wearing this same locket in a garden filled with herbs and roses. Goodman Putnam then, fastening it around her neck, his fingers lingering on her skin. "It was a gift," she whispered, the words coming from some deeper part of herself. "You gave it to me in Salem just before—" She stopped, realizing what she was saying. But Elias didn't look shocked or skeptical. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the locket with the same strange recognition she felt. "The day before the accusations," he said softly. "I'd had it made by a silversmith in Boston. The engravings were meant to protect you." Their eyes met across the counter, the present moment overlaying with memories of another time, another place. The shop seemed to fade around them, replaced by the scent of garden herbs and wood smoke. "How can we remember this?" Helena asked, her voice shaking. "How can we both know?" Before Elias could answer, the locket grew warm in her palm. The engravings began to glow with a soft, silvery light, and suddenly the memories became even clearer. She was in her Salem cottage preparing herbs for drying. The locket was new around her neck, a precious gift from the man she loved despite all the reasons they shouldn't be together. A shadow fell across her doorway, Beatrice, beautiful and terrible in her rage. "You think his trinket can protect you?" Beatrice's voice dripped with contempt. "You think love can save you from what's coming?" "Beatrice, please," Helena had begged. "Whatever is between us, between us. There is nothing between us except his betrayal. He was mine before you bewitched him. I never— Silence!" Beatrice's eyes had turned black, her lovely features twisting. "If I cannot have him, then neither shall you. Not in this lifetime, not in any other." The memory faded, leaving Helena gasping. She looked up to find Elias gripping the counter, his face ashen. "You saw it too?" He nodded. "Beatrice. She was there that day. She was the one who—" Who cursed us? Helena finished. Her fingers closed around the locket convulsively. But why send this now? After all this time? Margot's voice came from the back room, making them both jump. Because she's ready to end the game. Helena's friend emerged from the storage area, her dark eyes serious. I felt the magic the moment that package arrived. It's old power, dangerous power. And it's not just a memory trigger, it's a beacon. A beacon? Elias asked. Calling you both home, Margot explained, moving to examine the locket without touching it. Back to where it all began. Back to Salem. Helena's hand went to her throat, where the amethyst pendant Margot had given her hung. The protection spell won't be enough against this. Margot's expression was grim. This is old magic, woven through time itself. The locket, it's part of the original curse. Wearing it will make you remember everything, but it will also bind you more tightly to the curse's power. Then why send it? Helena demanded. Why now? Because she's watching, Elias said suddenly, moving to the shop's window. A crow sat on the lamppost outside, its eyes unnaturally bright. She's always been watching, hasn't she? Through the birds. Margot nodded. Beatrice's familiars. They've been gathering for weeks ever since you came to New Orleans. Helena stared at the locket in her palm, its engraving still glowing faintly. Another memory surfaced, gentler than the last. Elias, Goodman Putnam then, explaining the meaning of the symbols he'd had carved into the silver. Protection, she murmured, tracing one pattern. Binding. Her finger moved to another design. And this one. This was for remembering. You said it would help us find each other if we were ever parted. The irony, Margot said softly, is that it did exactly that. Through every lifetime, every iteration of the curse, that locket has been drawing you together. But it's also been strengthening Beatrice's hold on you both. What do we do? Helena asked, looking between her friend and the man she'd apparently loved for centuries. Don't wear it, Margot warned. Whatever you do, don't put it on. That's what she wants, for you to embrace the memories, to fully awaken to who you were. It will make the curse's completion all the more powerful. But even as Margot spoke, Helena could feel the locket's pull. It wanted to be worn, wanted to rest against her skin as it had in Salem, and from the way Elias was looking at it, she knew he felt the same draw. There's more in the pouch, he said suddenly, reaching for the velvet bag. His fingers withdrew a piece of aged parchment, covered in the same elegant calligraphy as the address. My dearest rivals, did you think I wouldn't notice your little reunion? That I wouldn't feel the curse stirring as you found each other again? The locket is my gift to you, a key to unlock all you've forgotten. Wear it, remember, and perhaps this time you'll understand why it had to be this way. With eternal regard, B. It's a trap, Margot said immediately. Whatever game she's playing, whatever she's planning, that locket is part of it. But it's also our only link to the truth, Elias argued. How can we fight the curse if we don't understand it? Helena looked down at the silver locket, its engraving seeming to whisper to her of gardens and roses, of love and betrayal, of a hatred that had echoed through centuries. Maybe we need to remember, she said softly. Maybe that's the only way to end this. Helena, no. Margot reached for her, but it was too late. The locket's chain was already sliding through Helena's fingers, lifting toward her neck as if it had a will of its own. Elias moved to stop her, but his hands froze halfway to her shoulders. Time seemed to slow as the silver touched her skin. The shop disappeared, replaced by a cascade of memories. Lives lived and lost, loves found and torn away, centuries of searching and finding and losing each other again and again. She saw herself in Victorian London, running a small apothecary. In 1920s Chicago, reading tea leaves for socialites. In 1960s San Francisco, tending a rooftop garden. And in every lifetime there was Elias. Different names, different faces, but always his eyes, always his soul reaching for hers across time and space. And always, always, Beatrice watching from the shadows, her beautiful face unchanged, her curse ensuring that each reunion ended in tragedy. The memories faded, leaving Helena gasping in the present moment. The locket burned against her skin, but she couldn't bring herself to remove it. Elias was staring at her, his eyes wide with shared recognition. "Now you understand," he whispered. "Now you remember everything." "Not everything," came a new voice, rich with amusement. They all turned to find a crow perched on the open windowsill, its form shimmering and changing until Beatrice herself stood there, as lovely and terrible as she'd been in Salem. The best parts are yet to come. Chapter 3. Unraveling Threads. Professor Elias Montgomery's office had transformed into a war room of historical research. Papers covered every surface. Sticky notes created constellations on his walls, and red string connected various documents in patterns that would have looked like madness to anyone else. But to Elias, it was beginning to make a terrible kind of sense. The glow of his laptop screen illuminated his face in the growing darkness. He'd been at this for hours, tracking patterns across centuries. Birth records, death certificates, newspaper clippings, all showing the same story told in different ways. London, 1847. Helena Green, herbalist, disappeared the same night as Edward Montgomery, a physician. Their bodies were never found. Chicago, 1924. Helen White, fortune teller, died in a mysterious fire along with James Putnam, a local businessman. San Francisco, 1967. Helena Winters, botanist, and Elias Montgomery, professor of literature, vanished during the Summer of Love. And always, always there was Beatrice. Sometimes in the background of photographs, sometimes mentioned in newspaper articles as a witness, sometimes appearing in society pages. Always the same face, unchanged across centuries. "It's not possible," he muttered, rubbing his tired eyes. But he knew it was. The locket had shown them that much. A knock at his door made him jump. "Come in!" Dr. Sarah Chen entered, carrying another stack of documents from the convent archives. "Professor, I found something else you might want to see." She paused, taking in the chaos of his office. "Are you feeling all right?" "Fine," he said automatically, clearing a space on his desk, just following some interesting historical patterns. Sarah laid out the new documents carefully. These were hidden behind a false panel in one of the archive boxes. They're different from the other Salem records. Elias leaned forward, his exhaustion forgotten. The papers were written in a flowing hand he recognized. Beatrice's handwriting, unchanged since Salem. "My dearest Elizabeth," the first letter began, "I trust you understand why I must confide in you. The burden of immortality is heavy, but the weight of watching them find each other lifetime after lifetime is heavier still." Elias's hands shook as he read. The letters were correspondence between Beatrice and Sister Elizabeth spanning decades. In them, Beatrice revealed pieces of the curse's nature, though never its complete form. "The magic requires balance," one passage read. "For every lifetime they find each other, there must be equal measure of loss. For every moment of joy, there must be corresponding pain. This is the price of defying fate and me." "Professor," Sarah's voice seemed to come from far away. "There's something else." She pulled out a small leather-bound book, its pages brittle with age. This was with the letters. It appears to be Sister Elizabeth's private journal. Elias opened it carefully, his academic training warring with his desperate need to know more. The journal's pages were filled with observations about Beatrice, about Helena and Elias's various incarnations, and about the nature of the curse itself. "The curse binds 3 souls," one entry read, "the lovers and the betrayed. But it is not a simple matter of revenge. There is power in their connection, power that B feeds upon. Each cycle strengthens her while weakening the barriers between past and present." "Dr. Chen," Elias said carefully, "where exactly did you find these?" "That's the strange thing." Sarah adjusted her glasses nervously. "I wasn't looking for them at all. I was researching something completely different when the false panel just fell open, almost as if someone wanted us to find them," Elias finished. He looked at his window, where a crow sat watching. "Thank you, Sarah. This is extremely helpful." After she left, Elias returned to the documents with renewed focus. Sister Elizabeth's journal contained detailed observations about the curse's manifestations, including something that made his blood run cold. The cycle repeats approximately every 60 years, the nun had written. Each time the connections grow stronger, the memories more complete. B believes that eventually the barriers between past and present will collapse entirely, allowing her to claim what she believes was stolen from her. Elias checked his historical timeline. The last cycle had been in 1967, which meant, "We're right on schedule," he whispered. He pulled up his research notes on his laptop, adding this new information to his growing database. Patterns emerged. The curse seemed to favor certain locations, certain times of year. Salem, obviously, but also New Orleans, London, Chicago, places with rich histories of magic and mystery. And the timing. He checked his calendar. The Historical Society's exhibition of Salem artifacts was scheduled for the next full moon, the same phase as the night the original curse was cast. His phone buzzed, a text from Helena. "The roses are blooming out of season again. All of them, all at once, and the dreams are getting worse." Before he could respond, another text arrived. "I keep seeing her, Elias. In every dream, every memory. She's always been there, watching us find each other, watching us fall in love, watching us." He couldn't finish that thought. Instead, he focused on the documents before him, searching for any clue about how to break the curse. Sister Elizabeth's journal hinted at possibilities. Something about the power of willing sacrifice, about love freely given instead of taken. But there were warnings too. "Previous attempts to break the curse have only strengthened it," the nun wrote. "Each failure adds another layer, another lifetime of searching and losing. B has designed it perfectly. The more they fight against their fate, the more tightly they are bound to it." Elias leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. The Historical Society event couldn't be a coincidence. Beatrice was drawing them all together again, recreating the conditions of the original curse. But why? What was different this time? The locket, he realized. In all the previous cycles, Helena had found it later, after their memories had already begun to surface. This time, Beatrice had sent it early, had wanted them to remember everything while there was still time to... To what? He looked at his wall of connections, at the red string linking lives and deaths across centuries. Something was missing, some crucial piece of the puzzle. His phone buzzed again. "Helena, I remember how it ended. Every time, every life. Do you?" He did. The memories were there now, clear as photographs, running through London's fog-filled streets, flames consuming a Chicago apartment, disappearing into San Francisco's summer haze. Always running, always losing, always finding each other again, only to be torn apart. "We need to talk," he texted back. "There's something in these documents, something about breaking the cycle, but I need to show you in person." Her response came quickly. "The shop. After closing, Margot's strengthened the protection spells, but Beatrice can still watch," he finished for her, glancing at the crow outside his window. "I know. We'll be careful." He began gathering the most important documents, his hands lingering on Sister Elizabeth's journal. The nun's final entry caught his eye. "They believe love is their strength, but it is also their weakness. The curse feeds on it, grows stronger with each reunion. Only by understanding the true nature of sacrifice can they hope to break free. But the price, God help them, the price may be too high." Elias closed the journal carefully, adding it to his bag. Outside, the crow took flight, carrying news of his discoveries to its mistress. But for the first time in centuries, that knowledge didn't fill him with dread. Because this time was different. This time, they remembered everything. This time they had proof, had documentation, had understanding that went beyond fragments of dreams and half-remembered lives. This time, maybe, they could change the ending. As he left his office, Elias didn't notice the small book that had fallen behind his desk, a volume of love poems, open to a page where Beatrice had once written, "The sweetest victory is the one your enemy plans for themselves." The vision struck Helena as she was measuring dried lavender for a customer's tea blend. One moment she was in the Moon and Laurel, the next she was standing in a Victorian parlour, the scent of burning sage heavy in the air. "You can't keep running," Beatrice said, her golden hair gleaming in the gaslight. "Every time you find each other, every time you think you've escaped, I'm always there, always waiting. Helena, no, she was Helena Green in this lifetime, clutched a familiar silver locket. Why? Why can't you let us be happy? Happy? Beatrice laughed, the sound like breaking glass. You stole my happiness. Now I collect yours, piece by piece, life after life. The sound of shattering glass pulled Helena back to the present. She dropped the jar of lavender purple buds scattered across the wooden floor like fallen stars. Miss Whitmore? The customer, a regular named Mrs. Patterson, leaned over the counter. Are you all right, dear? You went quite pale. I'm fine, Helena managed, though her hands were shaking. Just a moment of dizziness. Let me clean this up and get you fresh lavender. But as she bent to sweep up the spilled herbs, another vision washed over her. Chicago, 1924. The speakeasy was filled with cigarette smoke and jazz music. She was reading cards for a client, but her eyes kept drifting to the man at the bar, James Putnam, though she knew his soul by another name. The lovers! She turned over the card, her heart racing. But see how the figure in black stands between them. How fascinating! Beatrice's voice cut through the jazz. She stood by the table dressed in flapper elegance. Tell me, dear Helen, do you recognize that figure in black? Do you remember what she took from you in Salem? The cards burst into flames beneath her fingers. Helena! Margot's voice snapped her back. Her friend stood in the doorway to the back room, concern etched on her dark features. Mrs. Patterson was gone. How long had she been lost in the vision? They're getting stronger, Helena whispered, gripping the counter for support. More detailed. It's not just fragments anymore. I'm seeing entire conversations, feeling everything they felt. Margot moved quickly to her side, pressing a cup of tea into her hands. Drink. It's grounding blend with black tourmaline essence. The tea was bitter but effective. The shop's familiar surroundings began to solidify around her, pushing back the ghostly images of other times, other places. It's the locket, Margot said, touching the silver chain at Helena's throat. It's amplifying everything, the memories, the connections, the curse itself. I can't take it off, Helena admitted. I've tried. It's like it's become part of me. Part of who you were, Margot corrected. All of who you were. Every lifetime, every version of your soul. Another vision threatened to overtake her, but Helena fought it back, focusing on the warmth of the teacup in her hands. They're not random anymore, she said. The visions, they're showing me patterns. Beatrice was there every time watching us find each other. But she never stopped us, not at first. She waited until you remembered? Margot suggested. Helena shook her head. Until we were happy. Until we thought we'd escaped. The shop's bell chimed as another customer entered. Helena straightened, trying to appear normal, but it was only Elias. He took one look at her face and rushed to the counter. You felt it too, he asked. The visions? London, she said. Chicago. Every life where we found each other. And lost each other, he added grimly. I've been researching the patterns, every 60 years like clockwork, and always during the full moon, they said together. Margot looked between them, her expression troubled. The Historical Society exhibition. It's on the next full moon. She's recreating it, Helena realized. The original curse. All the pieces are coming together, the locket, the memories, the timing. Another vision swept over her before she could fight it back. San Francisco, 1967. The rooftop garden was her sanctuary, filled with herbs and roses just like her Salem cottage had been. Elias, was there, helping her tend the plants despite his professor's salary and reputation. We could leave, he suggested, his hands covered in soil. Start fresh somewhere else. She'll find us, Helena said, touching the locket she'd discovered in a vintage shop. She always does. Then we'll face her together. This time will be different. Oh, my darlings! Beatrice stepped out from behind a rose trellis. It's never different. That's the beauty of it. Helena! Elias's voice pulled her back. She was in his arms. When had that happened? The shop spun around her, past and present blurring together. The roses! She gasped. Look at the roses! They all turned to the window display. The red roses, which had been fresh that morning, were now in full bloom, their petals falling like rain. As they watched, New buds appeared and opened, an impossible cycle of growth and decay happening in minutes. "Time's breaking down," Margot said softly. "The barriers between past and present are collapsing," Elias finished. He still held Helena, his touch anchoring her to the present. Just like Sister Elizabeth's journal said they would. Another vision threatened, but this time Helena embraced it, needing to understand. Salem, 1692, the night of the curse. Beatrice's eyes were black with power as she raised her hands to the full moon. "You think your love can save you?" she snarled. "Love is nothing but a chain I can use to bind you. Through time, through death, through every life you find each other, you'll be mine to torment." "Beatrice, please," Elias, then Goodman Putnam, begged. "Whatever you feel for me, feel for you. I gave you everything, my heart, my power, my immortality, and you chose her, a simple herb witch with her garden and her healing teas." "I never meant to hurt you," Helena whispered. "But you did, and now you'll hurt forever." The vision released her slowly this time. She was still in Elias's arms, but Margot had drawn a circle of protection around them, the air shimmering with defensive magic. "She loved you," Helena said to Elias. "In Salem, she offered you immortality, and you chose me instead. A mortal life with you was worth more than an eternity without you," he said, the words feeling ancient on his tongue. "And now we have neither," she touched the locket. "Just endless cycles of finding and losing each other." "Not this time," Elias said firmly. "The research I found, Sister Elizabeth's journal, there might be a way to break it." "Or make it worse," Margot warned. "Every attempt to break the curse has only strengthened it." Outside, crows gathered on the power lines, their black eyes watching. The roses continued their impossible blooming, filling the shop with the scent of gardens long lost to time. "We have to try," Helena said, standing straighter despite the lingering weakness from the visions. "But first, I need to understand everything, every life, every loss, every pattern." "It could break your mind," Margot cautioned. "These visions are already dangerous." "They're also showing us the truth," Elias argued. "The full picture, not just fragments." Helena touched the locket, feeling the power pulse beneath her fingers. "Show me," she whispered to it. "Show me everything." The silver grew warm against her skin as another vision began to build. But this time, she wasn't afraid. This time, she would watch and learn and understand. Because Beatrice was right about one thing. This time would be different. Still shaken from her intense visions, Helena was arranging protection crystals along the shop's windowsills when she felt it. A sudden shift in the air, like the pressure drop before a storm. The crystals in her hands grew warm, vibrating with warning. "Not again," she whispered, turning slowly toward the counter. There, between the antique cash register and a jar of dried roses, sat a leather-bound book that hadn't been there moments before. Unlike the violent visions that had plagued her all morning, this manifestation was almost gentle, as if the book had simply stepped through time to find its place in her shop. The locket at her throat pulsed in recognition, its silver growing warm against her skin. Helena touched it instinctively, drawing strength from the familiar metal as she approached the counter. "Margot!" she called, though she knew her friend was still gathering supplies for stronger wards. The silence of the shop felt heavy, expectant. The book's cover was unmarked except for a pattern that seemed to shift beneath the aged leather, sometimes appearing as roses, sometimes as Celtic knots, sometimes as the same symbols engraved on her locket. As she watched, the patterns settled into a single image, a tree with roots stretching through what looked like clock faces. Her phone buzzed, a text from Elias. "Something's happening. The documents in my office are reacting to something. Are you all right?" Before she could respond, the book opened by itself, its pages turning in an unfelt breeze. They settled on what appeared to be a family tree, but unlike any genealogical record she'd ever seen. Instead of flowing downward through generations, this one spiraled in an endless loop, the same names appearing again and again. Helena Whitmore, Salem, 1692. Helena Green, London, 1847. Helen White, Chicago, 1924. Helena Winters, San Francisco, 1967. Helena Whitmore, New Orleans present. Parallel to her line, Elias's names traced the same pattern: Goodman Putnam, Edward Montgomery, James Putnam, Ellis Montgomery, Elias Montgomery. And weaving between both lines a single name repeated in elegant script: Beatrice Duval. It's a grimoire, Helena realized, recognizing the magical signatures embedded in the pages. But not just any grimoire, it's mine, Beatrice's voice echoed from the pages, though she wasn't physically present. A record of our eternal dance, my darlings. The pages turned again, revealing detailed accounts of each lifetime. Pressed flowers, locks of hair, fragments of letters, physical anchors for the memories that had been overwhelming Helena all morning. Her phone buzzed again. Elias, don't touch anything, I'm on my way. But she was already turning the pages, drawn by an irresistible need to understand. Each entry revealed more of their shared history. Salem, 1692. The first curse was the sweetest. They never saw it coming, never understood that their love would become their prison. London, 1847. He found her through illness, his patients speaking of a mysterious herbalist who could cure what medicine could not. Even without memories, they gravitate toward healing. Chicago, 1924. The speakeasy fortune teller and the businessman with insomnia. How perfectly they play their parts, lifetime after lifetime. San Francisco, 1967. The professor and the botanist, finding solace in each other during a summer of love. They almost remembered that time, almost broke free. The shop's bell chimed as Elias burst in, out of breath from running. Helena, don't... But it was too late. She had reached the current entry, where words were appearing on the page as they watched. New Orleans, present, the witch and the scholar, surrounded by roses and memories. But this time the memories come early, don't they? This time you remember while there's still time to suffer. It's her journal, Elias said, moving carefully to Helena's side. She's been documenting everything, every lifetime, every attempt we've made to break free. Not just documenting, Helena corrected, feeling the magic pulsing through the pages. She's been collecting pieces of us. Look, she pointed to a pressed rose that had to be from her Salem garden, a scrap of prescription paper with Elias's Victorian handwriting, a tarot card stained with what might have been tears or blood. Physical anchors, Elias realized, his academic knowledge merging with awakened memories. She's been using these objects to strengthen the curse, to ensure we keep repeating the pattern. The book responded to his observation, its pages turning to reveal new text. Very good, Professor. Your research serves you well. But knowledge isn't power. Not against a curse built on love and betrayal. Not against magic that feeds on your very souls. Helena's hand found Elias's, their fingers intertwining instinctively. The locket grew warmer, and the book's pages rustled again. Sweet, isn't it? How you reach for each other, even knowing what's coming. That's what makes it all so perfect. Your love survives every lifetime, every loss, every tragedy. It gives me endless fuel for the curse. We need to destroy it, Elias said, reaching for the book with his free hand. Wait, Helena stopped him. Look at the pattern. In every lifetime where we tried to destroy her tools, something worse happened. The Chicago fire, the San Francisco disappearance. The book seemed to laugh, its pages fluttering. Clever girl, you're learning. But learning won't save you. Nothing will save you. The curse is part of you now, as much as your love for each other. Outside, crows began to gather on the power lines, their black eyes watching through the shop windows. The protection crystals Helena had been arranging grew cold, their energy dampened by the book's dark magic. There has to be a way, Elias insisted, pulling out Sister Elizabeth's journal from his bag. The nun wrote about willing sacrifice, about breaking the pattern. The grimoire's pages turned violently, revealing images of their past attempts at sacrifice, each one failing, each one strengthening the curse instead of breaking it. Every tragedy makes my spells stronger, new words appeared. Every noble sacrifice, every desperate attempt to save each other, it's all part of the pattern, my design. Helena felt tears sliding down her cheeks, but whether from frustration or the weight of centuries of failure she couldn't tell. Then what's different this time? Why show us everything now? The book's final pages began to fill with elegant script. Because this time, my darlings, You're awake to appreciate the full artistry of your fall. The historical society event approaches, the full moon rises, and your memories, oh, your beautiful, complete memories, will make this finale perfect. We won't play your game, Helena said firmly, though her voice shook. But you already are, the words appeared. You always have been. And now? The book closed itself gently, the cover's pattern settling into a simple rose, the same rose that had bloomed in Helena's Salem garden, in her Victorian shop, in her San Francisco rooftop sanctuary, and now in the moon and laurel. Now what? Elias demanded. But the book remained closed, its magic humming softly, waiting. Outside, the crows took flight all at once, leaving behind a scatter of black feathers. The protection crystals gradually warmed again, but their light seemed dimmer, as if something had drained their power. Helena looked at Elias, seeing in his eyes the same mix of determination and fear she felt. "We need to talk to Margot," she said. "There has to be something in all of this. The visions, the locket, this book, something we can use." "Something she doesn't expect," Elias agreed, covering the grimoire with Sister Elizabeth's journal. But as they turned to leave the counter, one final line appeared on the book's cover, the words burning themselves into the leather. "Expect the unexpected, my loves. That's what makes tragedy so beautiful." The omen arrived at sunset, just as Helena and Elias were examining Beatrice's grimoire with Margot. The shop's lights flickered once, twice, then went out completely, plunging the moon and laurel into shadow. Outside, the sky turned an unnatural shade of crimson, like blood diffusing through water. "Well, that's not ominous at all," Margot muttered, quickly lighting protection candles around the shop's perimeter. Their flames burned blue instead of gold, a sign of magical interference. The roses, which had been cycling through bloom and decay all day, suddenly froze mid-wilt. Their petals turned black, spreading like ink through paper until every flower in the shop was the colour of midnight. The air grew thick with their scent, no longer sweet but heavy with decay. "She's coming," Helena whispered, her hand going to the locket. The silver burned against her skin, pulsing in time with the darkening roses. Elias moved closer to her, Sister Elizabeth's journal clutched in one hand. "We need to—" Before he could finish, every mirror in the shop clouded over with frost, despite the New Orleans heat. In their reflective surfaces, a familiar figure appeared, Beatrice, her golden hair gleaming even in the dim light, her smile sharp as broken glass. "My darlings!" her voice echoed from every mirror simultaneously. "Did you enjoy my little gift? The grimoire has so many stories to tell." "What do you want, Beatrice?" Helena demanded, though she already knew the answer. They always knew the answer, in every lifetime. "Want?" Beatrice laughed, the sound making the protection candles flicker. "I want what I've always wanted, to watch you remember, to watch you try to change what cannot be changed, to watch you break your own hearts over and over and over." The mirror's frost patterns shifted, forming images from their shared past. Salem's burning pyres, London's fog-shrouded streets, Chicago's speakeasy flames, San Francisco's summer haze. "But this time," Beatrice continued, her reflection moving between mirrors like a dance, "this time is special. You remember so much already. The locket, the grimoire, all those lovely visions." "You're orchestrating everything," Elias said, his academic mind piecing together the pattern. "The historical society event, the timing with the full moon. Of course I am." Beatrice's laugh turned cruel. "I've had centuries to perfect this performance, and you, my loves, play your part so beautifully." The black roses began to move again, their petals falling like tears of ink. Where they touched the wooden floor, they left burns in the shape of ancient symbols, the same symbols carved into Helena's locket. "The curse is reaching its peak," Margot observed, her dark eyes tracking the falling petals. "The barriers between past and present are almost gone." "Very good, witch." Beatrice appeared in the mirror closest to Margot. "You see more clearly than most. But can you see what's coming?" The protection candles suddenly flared, their blue flames reaching toward the ceiling. In their light, shadows danced across the walls, silhouettes of 3 figures playing out scenes from centuries of tragedy. "Look closely," Beatrice commanded. "See how it always ends." The shadow play showed Helena and Elias finding each other in lifetime after lifetime, only to be torn apart in increasingly dramatic ways. Fire, flood, disappearance, death, each ending more elaborate than the last. But this time, Beatrice's voice grew softer, almost gentle. "This time will be my masterpiece, because this time you'll see it coming. This time you'll try so hard to prevent it that you'll walk right into my trap." "We can break the curse," Helena insisted, though her voice trembled. "Sister Elizabeth's journal." "That foolish nun!" Beatrice appeared in every mirror at once, her multiple reflections creating a kaleidoscope of cruel smiles. She understood nothing. The curse cannot be broken because it's not just magic, it's truth. The truth that love destroys everything it touches. The shadows on the walls shifted again, showing a scene they all recognized. Salem, the night of the original curse. But this time they could see details they'd forgotten or never known. "You chose her!" Beatrice's voice cracked with ancient pain. "I offered you everything. Power, immortality, eternal love, and you chose a simple herb witch." "I never meant to hurt you," Elias said, the words feeling old on his tongue. "But you did!" The mirrors cracked in spiderweb patterns, though they didn't shatter. "And now you'll hurt forever. Both of you. All of us." Helena stepped forward, facing Beatrice's fractured reflection. "There has to be an end to this. Some way to— "To what? Break free? Find happiness?" Beatrice's laugh echoed through the broken mirrors. "Oh, my dear, that's exactly what you'll try to do. And in trying, you'll create the most beautiful tragedy yet." The protection candles suddenly went out, plunging the shop into darkness. When they relit themselves moments later, the mirrors were whole again, showing only normal reflections. But the roses remained black, their petals still falling in patterns that burned the floor. "The Historical Society event." Beatrice's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. 3 nights from now, under the full moon, all the pieces will be in place. The locket, the grimoire, the memories, and you, my darlings. You'll be there because you have to be, because you think you can change the ending. "And if we don't come?" Elias challenged. The shadows danced again, showing scenes of devastation, not just their own deaths, but destruction spreading outward, touching everyone they loved. "The curse must be fed," Beatrice said simply. "If not with your tragedy, then with others. Choose wisely." The crimson sky outside began to fade back to normal twilight. The roses stopped their endless falling, though they remained black as sin. On the floor, the burned symbols glowed faintly, forming a pattern that Helena recognized from her Salem memories. The original curse circle. 3 nights, Beatrice's voice grew fainter. "Come prepared for your grand finale, and remember, the more you try to change your fate, the more perfectly you fulfill it." With that, her presence vanished. The shop's lights flickered back on, though they seemed dimmer than before. The protection candles resumed their normal golden glow, but the black roses remained as a reminder of her visit. Margot moved first, checking her wards. The protection spells held, but barely. Her power is stronger than ever. "Because of us," Helena realized, touching the locket. "Every lifetime we find each other, every time we fall in love despite the curse. It all feeds her magic." "The grimoire proves it," Elias added, looking at the leather-bound book still sitting on the counter. "She's been collecting pieces of our love story, using them to strengthen her hold on us." "But why show her hand now?" Margot asked. "Why reveal so much?" "Because she wants us to try to break free," Helena said softly. "She wants us to come to the Historical Society event thinking we can change things. Our hope is part of her plan." The locket pulsed against her skin, and for a moment she saw another vision, not of the past this time, but of possible futures. Each one ended in tragedy, each one more elaborate than the last. "We need to be smarter than this," Elias said, pulling out Sister Elizabeth's journal. "There has to be something we're missing, some way to break the pattern." "Or complete it," Margot suggested, earning surprised looks from both of them. "Think about it. Every time you've tried to break the curse, you've fought against its nature. But what if that's exactly what makes it stronger?" Helena looked at the burned symbols on the floor, at the black roses that seemed to watch them with Beatrice's eyes. "You mean, instead of fighting the curse—" "We embrace it," Elias finished, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Change it from within instead of trying to break it from without." The protection candles flickered once more, and in their flames they could almost see Beatrice smiling. But whether in triumph or concern, none of them could tell. 3 nights until the full moon. 3 nights to prepare for what Beatrice called their grand finale. 3 nights to decide whether to fight their fate or embrace it. And somewhere in the city, in a room filled with centuries of collected memories, Beatrice added another page to her grimoire, recording their reactions to her warning with elegant precision. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. Or was it? After Beatrice's ominous warning, Margot insisted on reinforcing the shop's wards before leaving Helena and Elias to study both Sister Elizabeth's journal and the grimoire. The black roses remained frozen in their unnatural state, silent witnesses to what would unfold. "You should eat something," Elias said, noticing Helena hadn't touched the tea and sandwiches Margot had prepared before departing. "We can't fight a centuries-old curse on an empty stomach." Helena managed a weak smile, reaching for the chamomile tea. "Is that what we're doing? Fighting? Or are we just playing into her hands again?" The locket pulsed warmly against her skin as Elias moved closer, his presence both familiar and new. In the soft evening light filtering through the shop's windows, she could see echoes of every version of him she'd ever loved. The Salem goodman, the Victorian doctor, the Chicago businessman, the San Francisco professor. "Your hands are shaking," he observed, covering them with his own. The touch sparked an immediate vision, but unlike the violent flashes from earlier, this one was gentle. Salem, their first kiss in her herb garden, surrounded by blooming roses. The simple joy of new love before Beatrice's shadow fell across their lives. When the memory faded, they were standing closer than before, drawn together by some force older than time itself. The protection candles flickered, casting intimate shadows across their faces. "I remember this too," Elias whispered, his hand moving to cup her cheek. "Every first kiss, every beginning, before it all went wrong." Helena leaned into his touch, feeling the weight of centuries pressing against her heart. "We always find each other, even when we don't remember why, even when we don't know what we're looking for." "Until we do remember," he said softly. And then Beatrice takes it all away." But even as she spoke the words, she was rising to meet him, drawn by a gravity that transcended curse and time alike. His lips met hers with the gentleness of a summer breeze, carrying echoes of every kiss they'd ever shared. The locket grew warm between them as memories cascaded through their minds. London, 1847. A stolen moment in his medical office, the taste of Earl Grey on his lips. Chicago, 1924. Dancing in the speakeasy after hours, jazz playing softly in the background. San Francisco, 1967. Sunset on the rooftop garden, flowers blooming out of season just for them. Each memory felt like coming home, like finding a piece of themselves they hadn't known was missing. The black roses around them began to stir, their petals trembling as if wanting to return to their natural colour. Elias deepened the kiss, his hands tangling in her hair, and Helena felt the walls she'd built around her heart crumbling. This was why they kept finding each other, why they kept risking everything despite knowing the cost. This connection, this perfect understanding that transcended death and time. A sudden crash of thunder shook the shop's windows, though the sky outside had been clear moments before. They broke apart, startled, as all the protection candles flared bright blue. "Really, my darlings?" Beatrice's voice echoed from the mirrors, though her reflection didn't appear. "Starting the tragedy early this time?" The black roses began to wilt rapidly, their petals falling like tears. Where they touched the floor, they left small burns in the shape of broken hearts. "She's watching," Helena realized, stepping back though every fibre of her being protested the distance. "She's always watching." "Of course I am," Beatrice's laugh rippled through the shop. "Did you think I'd miss your touching reunion? The first kiss that leads to the first fall?" The grimoire on the counter flipped open by itself, its pages turning to show similar moments from past lives. each first kiss followed by increasing tragedy. "Stop!" Elias commanded, his voice carrying echoes of every lifetime's strength. "You've made your point." "Have I?" The air grew heavy with the scent of dying roses. "Then perhaps you'd like to see what follows this particular moment." The shadows on the walls began to move again, showing glimpses of possible futures. Each one started with this kiss, this moment of connection, and ended in increasingly elaborate disasters. "Enough!" Helena's power flared, pushing back against Beatrice's presence. The protection candles steadied, burning gold once more. The shadows stilled, but Beatrice's amusement remained palpable in the air. "As you wish, dear Helena, but remember, every moment of joy must be balanced by pain. That's the nature of the curse. That's the price of defying me." Thunder rolled again, more distant this time, and Beatrice's presence faded. But the damage was done. The intimate atmosphere had shattered, replaced by the heavy weight of their reality. "She's right," Helena said softly, touching her lips where she could still feel Elias's kiss. "Every time we come together like this, it gives her more power," he finished, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "Our love feeds the curse. But it's also the only thing that keeps us finding each other." She looked at him, seeing the same conflict in his eyes that she felt in her heart. "The only thing that makes each lifetime worth living." The locket pulsed again, sharing another gentle memory. Salem, the night before the curse. They sat in her garden, planning a future they'd never have. "Whatever comes," Past Elias promised, "my heart is yours." "Through all time," Past Helena responded, not knowing how prophetic those words would become. Present Elias moved toward her again, but carefully this time, maintaining enough distance to keep Beatrice's attention elsewhere. "We need to focus on breaking this cycle. The Historical Society event is in 3 days," Helena nodded, forcing her mind back to their immediate problems. "Under the full moon, just like in Salem." They turned their attention back to Sister Elizabeth's journal and Beatrice's grimoire, though both felt the lingering electricity of their interrupted moment. The black roses watched with their unseeing eyes, and somewhere in the city, Beatrice added another page to her collection of their tragic love story. But something had changed. That kiss, brief as it was, had awakened more than memories. It had sparked an idea, one that Helena wasn't ready to share even with Elias yet, because for the first time in centuries, she was beginning to understand the true nature of Beatrice's curse. It wasn't just about love and loss, about finding and losing each other. It was about balance, about joy and pain, about choices and consequences. And maybe, just maybe, understanding that was the key to everything. The protection candles burned steadily as night fell over New Orleans, their golden light keeping watch as Helena and Elias worked, carefully maintaining their distance while their hearts beat in ancient synchronicity. 3 days until the Historical Society event. 3 days to prepare for whatever Beatrice had planned. 3 days to turn understanding into action, and maybe, finally, write an ending that even Beatrice couldn't predict. But in the shadows between the black roses, a crow watched with knowing eyes, carrying their secrets back to its mistress. And Beatrice smiled, adding one more line to her grimoire. "The pieces move into place, my darlings. Your love blooms again despite knowing the cost, or perhaps because of it. After all, the sweetest tragedy is the one you walk into with open eyes and open hearts." Chapter 4. The Price of Memory. The night before the Historical Society event, Helena, Elias and Margot gathered in the Moon and Laurel's back room. The black roses from Beatrice's warning still lined the windows, their petals frozen in eternal decay. Sister Elizabeth's journal lay open beside Beatrice's grimoire on the ancient wooden table, while protection candles burned at each cardinal point. "Are you sure about this?" Margot asked, arranging crystals in a complex pattern around Helena and Elias. "Past life regression is dangerous enough under normal circumstances, with Beatrice watching." "We need to understand everything," Helena said firmly, though her hand trembled as she touched the locket. "The fragments we're getting aren't enough. If we're going to break this cycle tomorrow night—" "Or complete it," Elias added, remembering their earlier discussion about working with the curse rather than against it. "Then we need to see how it all began. The full truth of Salem, not just the pieces Beatrice wants us to remember. Margot nodded grimly, completing the crystal circle with a large piece of smoky quartz. The crystals will help ground you, but this is still incredibly risky. If something goes wrong, something always goes wrong. Helena smiled sadly. That's rather the point, isn't it? The protection candles flickered as if in agreement. Outside, crows gathered on the power lines despite the late hour, their black eyes reflecting the candlelight through the windows. They're watching, Elias observed, taking his place across from Helena in the crystal circle. She knows what we're planning. Of course she does, Margot muttered, consulting an ancient text she'd brought for the ritual. She probably expects it. The question is, why isn't she trying to stop us? Helena felt the locket pulse against her skin as she considered this. Because whatever we see, whatever we remember, she thinks it will play into her plans. Or she knows it will break us, Elias said softly. The grimoire's pages turned by themselves, stopping at an illustration of a similar ritual performed in their Chicago lifetime. The outcome, detailed in Beatrice's elegant script, had been catastrophic. This time will be different, Helena insisted, though her voice wavered. We're more prepared, more aware, and we have Margot. Margot began placing herbs in specific patterns around the circle. Rosemary for remembrance, lavender for protection, sage for cleansing. The scent mixed with the lingering decay of the black roses, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. The ritual is designed to take you back to Salem, she explained, lighting more candles. But with the curse in play, and your memories already surfacing, it might show you other lifetimes as well. You need to stay focused on what's important. The night of the curse, Elias nodded. We need to see exactly what Beatrice did, not just the results. And why she did it, Helena added. There's something we're missing about her motivation, something beyond just jealousy and betrayal. The locket grew warmer as Margot began the ritual, her voice taking on an otherworldly quality as she chanted in ancient languages. The crystals began to glow softly, their energy creating a barrier between their circle and the watching world. Join hands, Margot instructed. And remember, no matter what you see, no matter how real it feels, it's memory. You can't change the past. Don't try. Helena reached for Elias's hands, feeling the familiar spark of connection. As their fingers intertwined, memories began to surface. Salem, their first meeting in the marketplace. London, passing each other in a crowded street. Chicago, his first visit to her fortune-telling booth. San Francisco, sharing an umbrella in the fog. Focus, Margot's voice seemed to come from far away. Go back further, back to the beginning. The memories swirled faster, centuries blending together as the ritual took hold. The protection candles flared blue, then purple, then a deep crimson that matched the sky during Beatrice's warning. Something's wrong, Margot said sharply. The energies are... But before she could finish, the ritual exploded into chaos. Instead of the gentle regression they'd planned, Helena and Elias were thrown violently into their memories. The crystal circle shattered, sending shards flying across the room. The black roses burst into flame, their petals turning to ash that spelled out words in the air. Did you think I'd let you remember so easily? Beatrice's laugh echoed through the shop as Helena and Elias collapsed, still holding hands, their minds trapped in a whirlwind of lifetimes. Margot's attempts to break through were met with magical barriers, leaving her helpless to watch as their bodies convulsed with the force of returning memories. In their shared vision, they found themselves in Salem, but not as they'd planned. Instead of seeing the night of the curse, they were witnessing every moment that led to it, every small decision and chance encounter that had sealed their fate. Helena tending her garden, unaware of being watched, Elias choosing her simple remedies over Beatrice's powerful magic, their secret meetings in the forest, thinking they were alone, Beatrice's growing darkness as she plotted her revenge. Too much, Helena gasped, trying to break free. We're seeing too much. But the memories wouldn't release them. They spiraled deeper, showing not just Salem but every lifetime's beginning, every first meeting, every moment of recognition. And through it all, Beatrice's presence grew stronger, her influence more apparent. "You wanted to remember?" her voice taunted. "Then remember everything. Every joy, every pain, every choice that led you here." The protection candles exploded one by one, plunging the room into darkness lit only by the burning roses and the fading glow of the shattered crystals. Margot's voice seemed increasingly distant as she tried to break through Beatrice's interference. "Helena! Elias! You have to wake up. This isn't a regression anymore, it's her magic." But they couldn't wake up. The memories had become a trap, each one leading to another, each lifetime bleeding into the next. They saw themselves falling in love again and again, making the same choices, facing the same consequences. And always, always there was Beatrice, watching, waiting, weaving their love and pain into her curse with infinite patience. "Do you understand now?" she whispered in their minds. "Do you see how perfectly it all fits together? How every attempt to escape only draws you deeper?" Through their joined hands, Helena and Elias shared the torrent of memories, their combined consciousness struggling against the overwhelming flood of lifetimes. Salem. "I choose her," Elias declared, sealing their fate. London. "There's something familiar about you," Helena whispered. Chicago. "We've met before, haven't we?" he asked. San Francisco. "This time will be different," they promised. The locket burned against Helena's skin, its silver seeming to melt and reform with each new memory. The grimoire's pages turned faster and faster, recording everything they were experiencing, adding to Beatrice's collection of their tragic story. "Stop!" Margot's voice finally broke through, accompanied by a surge of protective magic. "Enough!" The memories released them suddenly, sending them crashing back to the present. They fell apart, gasping, as the remaining candles reignited with normal golden flames. The black roses stopped burning, though their ashes still spelled out Beatrice's mocking words in the air. "What?" Helena tried to speak, her throat raw as if she'd been screaming. "What happened?" "Beatrice," Margot said grimly, helping them both sit up. "She hijacked the ritual, turned it into something else, something darker. She showed us everything," Elias said, his voice shaking. "Every beginning, every ending. But not what we needed to see," Helena realized, touching the locket. "Not the actual curse. She's still hiding that from us." The grimoire closed itself with a snap, and in the sudden silence they could hear crows cawing outside, a sound like laughter. The ashes of the black roses began to fade, taking Beatrice's words with them, but her presence lingered in the air like a promise. "She's playing with us," Margot said, checking them both for magical damage, "using our attempts to understand against us." "No," Helena said slowly, an idea forming through the chaos of their shared memories. "She's showing us something, something she thinks we're too blind to see." "What do you mean?" Elias asked, still holding her hand, unwilling to break their connection completely. "The patterns," Helena explained, looking at the grimoire. "It's not just about the curse itself. It's about how we react to it, how we try to fight it. She's showing us our own role in maintaining the cycle." The protection candles steadied as she spoke, their light revealing the destruction left by their failed ritual. Shattered crystals, burned roses, scattered herbs, all evidence of another attempt gone wrong. "The Historical Society event is tomorrow night," Margot reminded them, "under the full moon. Whatever Beatrice is planning will be exactly what she's always planned," Helena finished. "But maybe that's the key. Maybe instead of trying to avoid our fate, we embrace it," Elias said, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Like you said before, work with the curse instead of against it." The locket pulsed once more, gentler this time, as if approving their realization. Outside, the crows took flight, carrying their observations back to Beatrice, and somewhere in the city she added another page to her grimoire, recording their failed ritual and its aftermath with her usual elegant precision. But perhaps, just perhaps, she missed the spark of understanding that had passed between Helena and Elias. The beginning of an idea that might change everything, not by breaking the curse, but by fulfilling it in a way even Beatrice hadn't anticipated. As Margot began cleaning up the ritual's remains, Helena and Elias exchanged a look heavy with shared knowledge. Tomorrow night would change everything, one way or another. The only question was, would they be puppets in Beatrice's grand design, or had their failed ritual shown them a way to rewrite the story on their own terms? The answer lay somewhere in the memories they'd glimpsed, in the patterns Beatrice had so proudly displayed. They just had to survive long enough to use it. After the chaos of the failed ritual, Helena insisted on staying at the shop alone, despite Margot and Elias's protests. The destruction had been cleared away, but evidence of Beatrice's interference remained: scorch marks from the black roses, crystal dust that refused to be swept up, and an oppressive silence that seemed to wait for something. "At least let me ward the building again," Margot had pleaded before leaving. "No," Helena said firmly, touching the locket. "Whatever's coming, I need to face it." Now, in the deepening night, she sat among the regular roses that had replaced their blackened counterparts, their sweet scent a poor mask for the lingering smell of magical burning. The grimoire lay closed on the counter, while Sister Elizabeth's journal remained open to a passage about willing sacrifice. The locket grew warm against her skin as the shop's clock struck midnight. Outside, the nearly full moon cast strange shadows through the windows, making the roses dance on the walls. Helena knew she should try to rest before tomorrow's event, but the fragments of memories from the failed ritual kept spinning through her mind. "Show me," she whispered to the locket, her fingers tracing its intricate engravings. "Show me what really happened in Salem." The silver burned suddenly hot, and the world dissolved around her. Salem, 1692, a crisp autumn morning, the air heavy with wood smoke and fear. Helena found herself standing in the town square, but not as an observer this time. She was fully present in her past self's body, feeling everything: the rough hemp rope binding her wrists, the weight of her sodden skirts, the terror that made each breath a struggle. "Helena Whitmore," Judge Hawthorne's voice carried across the square, "you stand accused of witchcraft, of consorting with dark powers, of bringing sickness and death to God-fearing people." The crowd pressed closer, faces she'd known all her life now twisted with hatred and fear. She saw Mrs. Peterson, whose fever she'd cured last winter; Goodman Brown, whose wife had survived a difficult birth thanks to her herbs. All of them turned against her, their fear stronger than their gratitude. "The evidence is clear," the judge continued. "Witnesses have testified to your unnatural powers. Flowers bloom out of season in your garden. The sick recover too quickly under your care. And most damningly, you have bewitched Goodman Putnam, turning him from his rightful match with Mistress Duval." Helena's eyes found Beatrice in the crowd, resplendent in a blue dress that no simple village woman could afford. Their gazes locked, and in that moment, Helena saw everything: the jealousy, the rage, but most importantly, the calculated satisfaction. This was no spontaneous accusation. This was planned, orchestrated, perfect in its execution. "I'm innocent," Helena called out, her voice stronger than she felt. "I have helped this village, healed your sick, delivered your children. With ungodly powers," someone shouted. "With Satan's own magic." The crowd surged forward, but Helena barely noticed. Her attention was caught by movement at the edge of the square. Elias, then Goodman Putnam, fighting through the crowd to reach her. Their eyes met across the distance, and the locket at her throat burned with the memory of his last words to her. "Whatever happens, my heart is yours, through all time." "Goodman Putnam," Judge Hawthorne's voice cut through the memory, "you have been named as one of her victims. What say you to these charges?" Elias pushed forward, his face pale but determined. "She is innocent. These accusations are false." "Proof of her bewitchment," Beatrice called out. "See how she has turned him against reason, against propriety, against God himself." The crowd's murmurs grew darker. Helena watched as Elias was held back by other men, his struggles growing more desperate as the judge read her sentence. "Helena Whitmore, you have been found guilty of witchcraft. The sentence is death." The world seemed to slow as they dragged her toward the hanging tree. She saw everything with unnatural clarity: the ravens watching from the branches, the roses blooming impossibly in the autumn chill, Beatrice's smile of triumph. But most clearly, she saw Elias breaking free, running toward her with desperate speed. Their fingers brushed for just a moment before he was pulled away again. "This isn't the end," he shouted. "I'll find you, in this life or the next." "Silence," the judge commanded. "Let God's justice be done." The rope was rough against her neck. The autumn air bit at her skin, and through it all, Beatrice watched with glittering eyes, her lips moving in an incantation that only Helena could hear. "Find each other, lose each other, love and die and live again. Your hearts are mine to break, your souls are mine to bind. What God has joined together, let my curse eternally unwind." The ground disappeared beneath Helena's feet. The world went dark at the edges. But before consciousness faded, she saw Beatrice turn to Elias, saw her reach for him with hands glowing with dark power. "You chose her in life," Beatrice's voice carried through the gathering darkness. "Now you'll choose her in death, again and again, while I watch you both suffer." The last thing Helena saw was Elias falling to his knees, Beatrice's magic wrapping around him like black smoke, binding their souls together in a curse that would echo through centuries. The vision released her suddenly, leaving her gasping on the shop's floor. The roses had scattered around her, their petals damp with tears she didn't remember crying. The locket burned cold now, its silver marked with frost despite the warm night. "Now you remember," Beatrice's voice came from the grimoire, its pages turning by themselves. "The true beginning, the moment everything changed." Helena pushed herself up, facing the book. "You wanted me to see this. Why?" "Because understanding is essential to appreciation." Beatrice's words appeared on the pages. "Tomorrow night, when everything comes full circle, I want you to know exactly how we got here." It wasn't just about Elias choosing me, Helena realized, pieces falling into place. It was about power, control. You couldn't bear that he chose simple healing over your grand magic. The grimoire's pages rustled with what might have been laughter. "Very good. You're beginning to understand. Love wasn't enough for him. He had to choose mortality, humanity, weakness. So I gave him exactly that, forever." New images formed on the pages. Every death they'd suffered in every lifetime, each one orchestrated to maximize pain and loss. Chicago's speakeasy fire, London's plague hospital, San Francisco's earthquake. "But tomorrow night will be special," Beatrice's writing continued. "Tomorrow, under the same moon that saw your first death, everything comes together. The historical society, the grimoire, the locket, the memories, all the pieces arranged just so." Helena touched the locket, feeling its cold burn. "For what? Another death? Another tragedy?" "Oh, my dear," the words appeared slowly, savoring each letter. "For the greatest tragedy of all. Because this time you understand. This time you remember. This time you'll walk into it willingly, thinking you can change the ending." The roses began to blacken again, their sweet scent turning to decay. Outside, the moon cast shadows that looked like gallows on the shop's floor. "You're wrong," Helena said, standing straighter despite her shaking legs. "Understanding changes everything. Knowing the full truth changes nothing." Beatrice's writing cut her off. "Except to make your suffering more exquisite. Sleep well, dear Helena. Tomorrow night, we begin again." The grimoire slammed shut, and the roses returned to normal. But the gallows shadows remained, a reminder of where everything began, and perhaps where everything would end. Helena sank into a chair, her mind racing with implications. The execution vision had shown her more than Beatrice intended. In those last moments when the curse was cast, she'd seen something in the pattern of Beatrice's magic, something that might be crucial. The locket warmed slightly, responding to her thoughts. Tomorrow night would indeed change everything, but perhaps not in the way Beatrice expected. Because now Helena understood not just what had happened in Salem, but why it had happened. And in that understanding lay the seeds of something new. She reached for her phone, texting Elias and Margot. "I remember everything now. Meet me at dawn. I know what we have to do." The nearly full moon watched through the windows as Helena began making preparations, her movements sure despite her exhaustion. The roses bloomed more fully, responding to her renewed purpose. And somewhere in the city, Beatrice added another page to her collection, recording Helena's vision of Salem with perfect detail. except perhaps for one crucial moment of realization that had escaped her notice. Tomorrow night would indeed be a culmination of centuries of tragedy. But tragedy, like curses, could be transformed by understanding. And Helena finally, truly understood. Dawn found Elias in his study at Tulane University, surrounded by historical documents and occult texts. He hadn't slept after leaving the Moon and Laurel, Helena's text about remembering everything burning in his mind. The failed ritual and its aftermath had left him raw, memories threatening to break through at every moment. Sister Elizabeth's journal lay open before him, its pages illuminated by his desk lamp. The text seemed to swim before his eyes, exhaustion blurring the careful script until one passage suddenly sharpened into focus. The curse binds 3 souls in an eternal dance of love, betrayal, and sacrifice. But what if the steps of this dance were not fixed? What if the dancers could choose a different pattern? The words triggered something deep in his consciousness. The room spun, and before he could brace himself, memory claimed him completely. Salem, 1692, the morning of Helena's execution. He was Goodman Elias Putnam again, pacing in his study while dawn painted the windows blood red. Papers covered his desk, legal documents, testimonies, anything that might save her. "You can still stop this," Beatrice's voice came from the doorway. She wore the same blue dress she'd wear to the execution, her golden hair perfectly arranged despite the early hour. "You know I can't," he replied without turning. "You've made sure of that." She moved closer, her expensive perfume mixing with the scent of magic that always surrounded her. "I've done nothing. The evidence speaks for itself." "Evidence you manufactured." He finally faced her, seeing not just the beautiful woman before him, but the power that writhed beneath her surface. "Those witnesses you convinced, the proof you planted, I merely helped them see the truth." Beatrice smiled, reaching for him. "She's bewitched you, turned you from your proper path. From me." He stepped back from her touch. "I chose Helena freely, because she heals instead of harms, because she uses her gifts to help others instead of gaining power. Because she's weak!" Beatrice's composure cracked. "She plays at magic like a child with toys, while I could give you real power, immortality, everything you've ever dreamed of." "I never wanted power," he cut her off, "or immortality. I wanted a life of meaning, of helping others, like Helena does." The temperature in the room dropped as Beatrice's eyes darkened. "And you'll have that life, again and again and again until you learn. What are you planning?" He reached for the silver cross on his desk, a poor defense against her kind of magic, but better than nothing. Her laugh was like breaking glass. "Planning? Oh, my love, I've already done it. The curse is set. It just needs one final component." "Curse?" Cold fear gripped him. "What curse?" "You'll see." She moved toward the door, then paused. "Come to the execution, Elias. Watch what your choice has wrought. And remember, I offered you everything." She disappeared, leaving behind the scent of roses and decay. He grabbed his coat, running toward the jail where they held Helena. But the streets were already filling with townspeople heading to the square, their excitement palpable. The scene shifted. He was fighting through the crowd as Judge Hawthorne read the charges. Helena stood proud despite her bonds, her grace undiminished by imprisonment. The sight of her made his heart ache. How could anyone think her evil? "Goodman Putnam," the judge's voice cut through his thoughts. "You have been named as one of her victims. What say you to these charges?" He pushed forward, words of defense ready on his lips. But when he tried to speak, Beatrice's magic wrapped around him like invisible chains, twisting his intended testimony. "She is innocent," he managed, fighting through the spell. "These accusations are false. Proof of her bewitchment." Beatrice's voice rang out, and he felt her power tightening around him. They dragged him back as they led Helena to the hanging tree. He broke free once, their fingers brushing in a touch that burned with promise and despair. "This isn't the end," he shouted, feeling the truth of it in his soul. "I'll find you, in this life or the next." Then Beatrice's magic took hold fully. He fell to his knees as Helena's feet left the ground. The world went dark around the edges as power beyond his understanding poured into him. You chose her in life, Beatrice's voice echoed in his mind. Now you'll choose her in death again and again while I watch you both suffer. He felt the curse take root in his soul, binding him to Helena across time itself. But there was something else, something in the pattern of Beatrice's magic that seemed almost familiar. The memory released him suddenly. He found himself back in his office, papers scattered across the floor, Sister Elizabeth's journal open to a new page. His hands shook as he read the words that seemed to glow in the early morning light. The curse's power lies not in its binding, but in its repetition. Each cycle strengthens it, each death feeds it, each reunion makes it more complete. But what if completion was not its purpose? What if the endless repetition serves another goal entirely? His phone buzzed. Another text from Helena. Meet me at the shop. I remember everything too. There's something in the pattern we missed. Elias gathered his materials quickly, his mind racing. The memory had shown him more than Beatrice intended. In that final moment, when her magic had poured into him, he'd sensed something beneath the curse's surface, a deeper pattern, a hidden purpose. The sun was fully risen as he drove to the Moon and Laurel, casting long shadows across New Orleans streets. In his rearview mirror, he caught glimpses of crows following his car, their wings dark against the morning sky. I know you're watching, he muttered, sensing Beatrice's presence in their vigilant eyes. But you didn't see everything, did you? You didn't notice what Helena and I both realized. The grimoire sat heavy in his bag, its pages rustling with what might have been laughter or warning. Tonight's historical society event loomed closer with each passing hour, the almost full moon a constant reminder of time's passage. But for the first time in centuries, Elias felt something beyond the curse's familiar pull. Understanding dawned like the morning sun, casting new light on old shadows. He and Helena had been playing their parts in Beatrice's tragedy for so long, they'd forgotten to question the story itself. Until now. The Moon and Laurel came into view, its windows bright with morning light. Helena waited outside, the locket gleaming at her throat. Their eyes met across the distance, and in that moment they shared more than memory. They shared purpose. Beatrice had shown them their past, thinking it would break them. Instead, it had given them the key to everything. The curse's pattern, the repetition of lives and deaths, the careful orchestration of tragedy. It all served a purpose beyond mere revenge. And tonight, under the same moon that had witnessed their first death, they would finally understand what that purpose was. The crows watched as Elias parked his car, their black eyes reflecting the rising sun. In their gathered shadows, Beatrice smiled, adding another page to her centuries-long story. But perhaps, just perhaps, she had written herself into a corner this time. Because now, both Helena and Elias remembered everything, not just their deaths, but the magic that had bound them. And in that memory lay the seeds of something even Beatrice hadn't anticipated. The curse was about to come full circle, but circles, like stories, could be rewritten. And this time they held the pen. The morning light streamed through the Moon and Laurel's windows, catching dust motes that danced like memories in the air. Helena and Elias had spent hours comparing their visions, piecing together the puzzle of Salem while waiting for Margot to arrive. The locket pulsed steadily between them, while the grimoire's pages occasionally turned by themselves, recording their discoveries. When Margot finally entered, the protection bells above the door chimed a warning rather than their usual welcome. She carried an ancient leather bag that smelled of herbs and magic, her usual composed demeanor replaced by urgent concern. "You shouldn't be together right now," she said without preamble, setting her bag on the counter. "Not with tonight so close. The energy between you is too strong. It's like a beacon." "We know," Helena replied, touching the locket. "But we need to be. We've remembered something important." Margot's eyes narrowed as she took in the scene. The scattered papers, Sister Elizabeth's journal, the grimoire open to pages about Salem. But most concerning were the black roses that had begun to bloom again, their petals carrying messages in Beatrice's elegant script. "The visions you both had," Margot began carefully, drawing protective symbols in the air. "They showed you your deaths in Salem." "More than that," Elias said, sharing a look with Helena. They showed us the curse itself, how it was cast, why it was cast, and what it's really meant to do, Helena finished. The protection candles flickered as Margot moved closer, her power reaching out to assess them. What she found made her step back, face pale. "Your auras," she whispered. "They're merging. The curse is accelerating. Because we're close to understanding it," Helena explained, but Margot cut her off. "No, you don't understand. This is exactly what she wants. The closer you get, the more power she gains. Your connection, your love, your very souls, they're feeding something dark, something ancient." The grimoire's pages rustled in agreement as Margot opened her bag, pulling out crystals and herbs with trembling hands. The signs are everywhere, the crows gathering in unprecedented numbers, the roses blooming with dark messages, the way magic itself seems to bend around you both. "We know it's dangerous," Elias started, but Margot's laugh was sharp. "Dangerous? This is beyond dangerous. The forces you're dealing with, they're older than the curse itself. Beatrice didn't create this magic. She's channeling it, using you." Helena felt the locket grow cold against her skin as Margot began laying out her tools. Black salt for boundaries, amethyst for clarity, rowan berries for protection. Each item seemed to pulse with its own warning. "The Historical Society event tonight," Margot continued, her movements increasingly urgent. "It's not just about recreating Salem. It's about completing a circle that's been drawing closed for centuries. Every death, every reunion, every moment of love and loss, they're all part of a larger pattern." "We know," Helena said softly. "We saw it in our visions. The way Beatrice wove the curse, the symbols she used." "No," Margot cut her off again, more forcefully. "You saw what she wanted you to see. But I've been watching, studying, preparing. This goes beyond your love story, beyond even Beatrice's revenge. This is about power. Ancient, primal power that feeds on cycles of love and pain." The black roses began to wilt as Margot spoke, their petals falling to spell out new warnings on the floor. Outside, the crows gathered thicker, their shadows making patterns that looked like ritual circles. "Think about it," Margot urged, drawing protective sigils around them with blessed chalk. "Why would a curse need to repeat? Why not just kill you both in Salem and be done? Because it's not about death. It's about the cycle itself. Each repetition builds power, feeds something hungry and old." "And Beatrice is its conduit," Elias realized, looking at the grimoire with new understanding. "Exactly." Margot's hands shook as she lit more protection candles. "She's not just a jealous witch. She's a vessel for something that's been waiting, growing stronger with each cycle of your curse. And tonight, under the same moon that saw your first death." "It comes to fruition," Helena whispered, the locket burning cold against her skin. The shop's atmosphere grew heavier as Margot pulled out her most powerful protections. A silver mirror for reflecting dark magic, a bundle of herbs bound with red thread, a crystal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "You can't go to the event tonight," she said firmly. "Whatever you think you've understood, whatever plan you've made, it's exactly what she wants. What the power behind her wants." "We have to go," Helena insisted. "We've seen the pattern, Margot. There's something in it, something even Beatrice might not understand. Listen to me." Margot's power flared, making the protection candles flare with it. "I've spent years studying curses like this. They're not just spells, they're doorways. Each cycle opens the door a little wider, lets something through. And tonight, with the moon full and the location perfect..." She trailed off as the grimoire's pages began turning rapidly, stopping on an illustration of a ritual circle that looked disturbingly similar to the Historical Society's garden layout. "It's already begun," Margot said softly, touching the page. "The merging of your auras, the strengthening of your connection. It's not just love or memory, it's preparation. The curse is getting ready for something bigger." Helena and Elias exchanged looks, their shared understanding of Salem's events taking on darker implications. The pattern they'd noticed in Beatrice's magic, the hidden purpose they'd glimpsed, it was part of something larger, something that had been building for centuries. "Then help us," Helena pleaded. "If we can't avoid it, help us face it prepared." Margot studied them both, her magical senses taking in their intertwined auras, the way the curse pulsed between them like a living thing. Finally she nodded, though her expression remained grave. "I'll ward you as best I can," she said, reaching into her bag again. "But understand, these protections might not just be against Beatrice. They're against whatever she serves, whatever's been feeding on your curse all these years." She began the warding ritual, her voice taking on the same otherworldly quality it had during their failed regression attempt. But this time, the magic felt different, older, more primal. Protection symbols appeared on their skin in shimmering light, while the air itself seemed to thicken with defensive power. "The roses will warn you," Margot explained as she worked. "If they turn black again, danger is near. The crystals will help ground you, keep you from being lost in memories or visions. And these," she pressed small silver charms into their hands, a key for Helena, a lock for Elias. "Symbols of binding and unbinding," she explained. "Whatever happens tonight, remember, curses can be broken, but sometimes breaking isn't the answer. Sometimes the key is in understanding their true purpose." The protection bells chimed again as she finished, but this time their sound was deeper, more resonant. The black roses had fully withered, leaving behind petals that spelled out one final warning. "The circle closes at moonrise." "We'll be careful," Helena promised, tucking the key charm into her pocket. "No," Margot said sadly. "You won't. You can't be. Whatever's coming tonight has been building for too long. Just remember what I've told you. About doorways, about cycles, about power that feeds on love and pain." She gathered her supplies but paused at the door. "And remember, sometimes the most dangerous part of a curse isn't its power but its purpose. Whatever you think you've understood about Salem, about Beatrice, there's more. There's always more." The bells chimed one last time as she left, their sound lingering in the charged air. Helena and Elias sat in silence, feeling the weight of her warnings settle around them like the crows gathering shadows. "She's right," Helena finally said, touching the locket. "About all of it. But that doesn't change what we have to do." "No," Elias agreed, the lock charm cool in his palm. "But it changes how we do it." Outside, the sun climbed higher, marking the hours until moonrise. The Historical Society's garden waited, its layout a perfect mirror of Beatrice's ritual circle. And somewhere in the city, Beatrice herself prepared for tonight, unaware that her carefully laid plans might contain the seeds of their own undoing. The curse was indeed coming full circle. But circles, like doorways, could open in more than one direction, and sometimes understanding the true nature of a trap was the first step to turning it against its maker. As twilight approached, Beatrice stood in her French Quarter apartment, surrounded by centuries of collected power. The walls, hidden from mortal eyes, were covered in mirrors that reflected not the present but moments from past lives. Helena's deaths, Elias's grief, their endless cycle of reunions and separations. The grimoire lay open on an ancient oak table, its pages turning by themselves as it recorded the day's events. Black roses grew from silver vases, their petals falling to form patterns on the floor. Above, crystal chandeliers held not candles but captured moments of pain and love, each one feeding the power she'd cultivated for so long. "They think they understand," she murmured, watching Helena and Elias through a mirror that showed the moon and laurel. "How charming." Her reflections smiled back at her from every surface, each one showing a different version of herself through time. The Salem witch, the London lady, the Chicago socialite. All of them perfect, powerful, patient. The apartment thrummed with accumulated magic as she began her preparations for the night ahead. "Sister Elizabeth's warning was quite specific," she said to the grimoire, which dutifully recorded her words. "About tonight's convergence, about the power that would be available when the cycle reaches its peak." The mirrors shifted, showing the Historical Society's garden. Workers were setting up for the evening's event, unaware they were arranging everything according to an ancient ritual pattern. Beatrice had spent months ensuring every detail would align. The placement of tables, the arrangement of lights, the positioning of the temporary stage where she would give her lecture on Salem's history. But first, she smiled, reaching for a black crystal bowl filled with water as dark as ink. Let's ensure our lovers face appropriate challenges. We can't have them arriving too early, too prepared. She began to weave her spell, centuries of practice making the complex magic look effortless. The water in the bowl began to move, forming patterns that matched the ritual circle waiting in the garden. Blood of the innocent, freely given, she intoned, adding a drop of red liquid that had once fallen from Helena's lips during their Chicago lifetime. Tears of the grieving freely shed, another drop, this one collected from Elias as he mourned in London. Power of love turned to pain, she continued, dropping in a dried black rose petal from Salem's hanging tree. The mixture began to glow with a dark light as Beatrice wove her magic through it. In the mirrors, images of Helena and Elias began to blur and shift as the spell took hold. Let what was clear become clouded. Let what was certain turn to doubt. Let love's path twist and tangle, till truth itself turns inside out. The black water rose from the bowl, forming shapes in the air. A noose, a flame, a plague doctor's mask. Each one represented a death she'd orchestrated, each one a step in her centuries-long plan. Let memory become confusion. Let understanding lead astray. Let every step toward reunion birth obstacles along their way. The shapes collapsed back into the bowl as Beatrice added the final component, a lock of her own hair, golden even after all these centuries. By my power, by their pain, by the cycle's endless chain, let the pattern hold them fast, till final convergence comes at last. The spell exploded outward in a wave of dark energy that made the mirrors shudder in their frames. The grimoire's pages fluttered as it recorded the magic, adding another layer to the curse's complex tapestry. Through the mirrors, Beatrice watched her spell take effect. At the moon and laurel, Helena suddenly stumbled, the locket at her throat flaring with cold fire. Across town, Elias's carefully organized research began to blur before his eyes, crucial connections becoming unclear. Perfect, Beatrice murmured, watching their confusion spread. Let's add a few more touches, shall we? She turned to a different mirror, this one showing Margot's protective wards around the shop. With a gesture, she sent tendrils of darkness to probe the defenses, looking for weak points. Your warnings were quite thorough, dear Margot, she spoke to the reflection. But you still don't see the whole picture. None of you do. The black roses shed more petals as Beatrice moved through her apartment, checking each mirror, adjusting each thread of her spell. The crows outside her windows watched with gleaming eyes, ready to carry her magic across the city. The Historical Society's garden is prepared, she noted, consulting a mirror that showed the space. The moon will rise at exactly the right moment, and now... She returned to the black crystal bowl, where the spell water had settled into a perfect reflection of the night sky. Let doubt take root like poison. Let fear bloom like deadly flowers. Let every step toward understanding multiply confusion's powers. More magic pulsed outward, carried by her crow messengers. In the moon and laurel, the protection candles flickered as shadows deepened unnaturally. Helena's newly recovered memories began to shift and change, crucial details sliding just out of reach. Elias, driving toward the shop, found himself taking wrong turns, each attempt to correct his course leading him further from his destination. The lock charm in his pocket grew cold, its power struggling against Beatrice's interference. They think understanding the curse will help them break it, Beatrice laughed, watching their struggles through her mirrors. As if I haven't planned for that very revelation. The grimoire's pages turned to an illustration of the original curse casting in Salem. Beatrice studied it with satisfaction, noting how perfectly it aligned with tonight's arrangements. The circle must be completed, she told her reflections. The power must be fed, and when it reaches its peak... She left the thought unfinished as she felt her spell taking stronger hold. The mirrors showed her its effects spreading through the city. Traffic snarled unexpectedly around the moon and laurel. Helena's phone lost signal when she tried to call Elias. Margot's protective crystals clouded over with dark energy. The Historical Society's garden flowers began blooming out of season, forming patterns visible only to magical eyes. Let them struggle, Beatrice smiled, adding more power to her working. Let them fight against confusion, against doubt, against time itself. The more they resist, the stronger the pattern grows. The spell continued to build as sunset approached. In every mirror, Beatrice could see its effects multiplying. Helena trying to make sense of notes that seemed to change when she wasn't looking. Elias fighting through magical interference that made every street look like the wrong one. Margot attempting to reinforce her wards as shadows ate at their edges. The Historical Society's garden slowly transforming into a perfect ritual circle, hidden in plain sight. Soon, Beatrice promised her reflections. Everything we've worked for, everything we've built over centuries, it all comes together tonight. She turned to the grimoire, adding one final note to its endless record. The pieces are in place, the cycle nears completion, and this time when they think they've understood everything, when they believe they've found a way to break free, that's when the true purpose of the curse will finally be revealed. The black roses shed their last petals, spelling out a message on her floor. The door opens at moonrise. Beatrice smiled at her many reflections, each one showing a different aspect of her power, her patience, her perfect planning. Outside, the sun began to set over New Orleans, casting long shadows that seemed to reach toward the Historical Society's garden like grasping fingers. "Come, my loves," she whispered to the mirrors showing Helena and Elias. "Fight through every obstacle. Overcome every challenge. The harder you struggle, the more perfectly you play your parts." The spell pulsed one final time, sending waves of confusion and misdirection through the city. The crows took flight, carrying her magic to every corner of New Orleans. And in the gathering darkness, Beatrice began her final preparations for the night ahead. The curse was indeed coming full circle. But circles, like spells, could have layers of meaning hidden within them. And tonight, when the moon rose over her perfect ritual, when Helena and Elias finally thought they understood everything, that's when the real magic would begin. Chapter 5. Fate's Hand at Work. Scene 1. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows through the moon and Laurel's windows as Helena and Elias sat surrounded by centuries of fragments. Despite Beatrice's interference spell, they'd managed to gather their research: Sister Elizabeth's journal, historical records, the grimoire, and scattered memories that refused to stay still in their minds. The locket pulsed warmly against Helena's throat, seeming to fight against the magical confusion that made every page blur and shift. Black roses bloomed and died in cycles around them, their petals spelling out warnings that changed with each falling. "Start with what we know for certain," Elias said, his voice steady despite the headache that came with fighting through Beatrice's spell. He spread out a timeline they'd created, weighted down with crystals from Margot's protection ritual. "Salem, 1692, that's our foundation." Helena touched the locket, drawing strength from its steady warmth. "The hanging tree, the curse. But there's more. Something about the pattern of Beatrice's magic that day." The grimoire's pages turned by themselves, stopping on an illustration of the original curse casting. Though the details tried to swim before their eyes, certain elements remained clear: the position of the moon, the arrangement of witnesses, the way Beatrice had woven her spell into the very fabric of reality. "Look at this," Elias pointed to a detail in the drawing, his hand shaking slightly as he fought through another wave of magical interference. "The way she positioned everyone, it's almost exactly like the Historical Society's garden layout," Helena finished, the realization cutting through the confusion. "She's recreating the pattern." The locket flared with sudden heat as a memory broke through Beatrice's interference. Salem, moments before the hanging. Beatrice's voice carrying across the square. "What God has joined together, let my curse eternally unwind." But beneath those words, a deeper incantation. One that spoke of doors and power and hunger. "She wasn't just cursing us," Helena said, the memory crystallizing despite the spell trying to blur it. "She was channeling something, using our love, our pain, to feed something older." Elias reached for Sister Elizabeth's journal, his fingers brushing Helena's as they both grabbed for the same page. The touch sent sparks of recognition through them, momentarily clearing their magically clouded minds. "Sister Elizabeth knew," he said, reading from the briefly clear text. Listen to this. The curse is but a vessel, a means of collecting power through repeated tragedy. Each cycle feeds something ancient, something that hungers for love turned to pain. The black roses shed their petals again, this time spelling out, some doors should remain closed. Helena stood, pacing between the shelves of her shop as she pieced together fragments of understanding. Chicago, 1923. I was a speakeasy singer, you were a prohibition agent. The fire that killed us. It wasn't random. No, Elias confirmed, another memory breaking through. Beatrice owned the building. She orchestrated everything, down to the moment we realized we remembered each other. The locket pulsed in time with their shared memories. London, 1665. A plague doctor and a healer, finding each other amid death. San Francisco, 1906. An architect and a librarian buried together in the earthquake. New Orleans, 1815. A soldier and a nurse lost in the Battle of New Orleans. Each memory tried to slip away as soon as it formed, but they caught the pattern within them. Every death had been carefully planned, every reunion orchestrated, every moment of recognition followed by tragedy. The Historical Society event, Helena said suddenly, turning to face Elias. It's not just about recreating Salem. It's about completing something. All these cycles, all these deaths, they've been building to this moment. The grimoire's pages rustled in agreement as Elias pulled out architectural plans of the garden. Though the lines blurred and shifted under Beatrice's spell, the underlying pattern remained visible. A perfect ritual circle disguised as landscape design. Look at the placement of everything, he said, fighting to keep the details in focus. The stage where Beatrice will speak about Salem, it's exactly where the hanging tree stood. The seating arrangements mirror the crowd that day, even the decorative elements. They're not decorative at all, Helena realized, seeing the true purpose of the garden's design. They're magical focal points. She's been planning this for centuries, using each lifetime, each death, to charge them with power. The locket grew warmer as they worked, its presence seeming to fight against Beatrice's interference. Outside, crows gathered on power lines, their shadows forming patterns that matched the garden's layout. But understanding this doesn't break the curse, Elias said, frustration clear in his voice. If anything, it's exactly what Beatrice wants us to realize. Helena touched the locket again, feeling its steady pulse. No, there's something else, something in the original casting that even Beatrice might have missed. The way she wove the spell. She trailed off as another wave of magical confusion swept through the shop, making the very air shimmer with distortion. The black roses bloomed again, their petals falling to spell new warnings. Some truths are better left buried. But Helena and Elias pressed on, fighting through the interference. They spread out their research, using Margot's protective crystals to anchor crucial pieces against Beatrice's spell. Slowly, painfully, they began to see the larger pattern. The curse wasn't just about their love and pain. It wasn't even about Beatrice's revenge. It was about power, ancient, hungry power that fed on cycles of tragedy. Each lifetime had added another layer, another thread to a tapestry that was nearly complete. Tonight's moon, Helena said, the realization cutting through the confusion like a blade. It's not just the same phase as Salem. It's in the exact same position. The stars are aligned precisely as they were then. Everything, the garden, the timing, our memories returning, it's all part of her design. The locket flared again as Elias reached for her, their fingers intertwining despite the spell trying to keep them apart. In that touch, they shared more than warmth. They shared understanding that even Beatrice's magic couldn't fully cloud. The curse was coming full circle, yes. But circles had power of their own, and patterns could be understood from more than one perspective. We need to get to Father Michael, Elias said suddenly, the name breaking through the confusion. He studies ancient curses, the kind that predate even Salem. If Beatrice is channeling something that old. Helena nodded, already reaching for her coat. The black roses shed their final petals as they prepared to leave, spelling out one last warning. The truth cannot save you. But as they stepped into the late afternoon sun, the locket warm between them, they carried something Beatrice hadn't counted on. Not just understanding of the curse, but understanding of each other. Through all the lives, all the deaths, all the carefully orchestrated tragedies, their love had remained constant. And perhaps that constancy, that unbreakable core of truth, was exactly what they needed to face whatever waited in the Historical Society's garden when the moon rose over New Orleans. The crows watched them leave, their eyes reflecting the setting sun. And somewhere in her mirror-filled apartment, Beatrice smiled, adding another page to her centuries-long story. But this time, perhaps, the ending wouldn't be quite what she expected, because sometimes understanding the trap was the first step to turning it into something else entirely. The drive to Father Michael's church took longer than it should have, Beatrice's interference making streets twist and turn unexpectedly. As Helena and Elias navigated through New Orleans' increasingly labyrinthine roads, the locket grew steadily warmer, its pulse becoming more insistent. St. Augustine's church rose before them, its Gothic spires cutting through the late afternoon haze. The building seemed to resist Beatrice's confusion spell, its sacred ground offering a pocket of clarity in the magical chaos surrounding them. "The locket!" Helena gasped as they approached the church steps. "It's singing." Indeed, a faint melody emerged from the silver pendant, a tune that seemed to weave through time itself. As they crossed the threshold into the church, the song grew stronger, and with it came a cascade of memories. Salem, 1692, the day before her arrest, Helena working in her herb garden while Elias watched from the gate. He held something in his hands, a silver locket newly crafted by the town's silversmith. "It's beautiful," she whispered as he fastened it around her neck. "But why?" "For protection," he said, his fingers lingering on the clasp. "And for remembrance. Whatever happens, my heart is yours." But there was something else in his voice, something he wasn't saying. The way he looked at the locket, as if it held more than just silver and sentiment. The memory shifted, trying to slip away under Beatrice's spell, but the church's sanctified air helped them hold on to it. Father Michael found them in the nave, his ancient eyes taking in their struggle against the magical interference. "The locket sings," he said simply, leading them to his study. "I've been waiting for this day." The study was a testament to centuries of occult research. Books lined every wall, their spines bearing titles in languages long forgotten. Crystals and religious artifacts shared space with more esoteric items, while protection symbols from various faiths overlapped on the ceiling. "Show me," Father Michael said, holding out his weathered hands. Helena unclasped the locket, its song growing stronger as it left her neck. The moment it touched Father Michael's palm, the confusion spell weakened noticeably, allowing them to think more clearly. "Ah," he breathed, examining the silver surface. "A keeper's locket. I haven't seen one of these in, well, a very long time." "A what?" Elias leaned forward, fighting through another wave of magical interference. Father Michael placed the locket on an ancient text, its pages covered in symbols that seemed to move of their own accord. Keepers' lockets were created by a secret order of craftsmen who understood the true nature of curses. They're not just jewelry, they're repositories of truth. The locket's song changed pitch as he spoke, and new memories surfaced. Salem again, but earlier. Elias visiting the silversmith's shop in secret. The old man wasn't just a craftsman. His workshop held books similar to Father Michael's, and the symbols on his walls spoke of ancient knowledge. "You're sure about this?" the silversmith asked, holding up the unfinished locket. "Once begun, it cannot be undone." "I'm sure," Elias replied. "I've seen the signs. Beatrice, she's planning something dark. Helena needs protection." "This is more than protection," the silversmith warned. "It's a key to understanding, and understanding can be more dangerous than ignorance." "The silversmith," Helena said, the memory crystallizing despite Beatrice's attempts to blur it. "He was part of this order?" "The Order of Truth Keepers," Father Michael confirmed, opening another book. "They recognize that curses aren't just spells, they're distortions of reality itself. The lockets they created were designed to preserve truth through such distortions." The locket's song grew more complex as he explained. weaving together threads of memory that Beatrice's magic had tried to separate. The silversmith working through the night, weaving spells into silver. Elias providing strands of his hair, drops of his blood, whispered words of love and protection. The old man's warnings about the price of such magic, the responsibility of keeping truth alive through darkness. "But there's more," Father Michael said, his fingers tracing the locket's engravings. "This particular locket, it's special. The symbols here, they're not just for protection. They're part of a larger pattern." He pulled out a scroll, its surface covered in diagrams that looked disturbingly similar to the Historical Society's garden layout. The Truth Keepers didn't just preserve knowledge, they prepared for moments when reality itself might be at risk, moments when ancient powers might try to break through using cursed love as a key. The locket's song reached a crescendo as understanding dawned. Helena and Elias shared a look of recognition that cut through all of Beatrice's interference. "The curse isn't just about us," Helena said slowly. "It's about opening something, and the locket is meant to keep that something closed," Elias finished. "That's why I had it made. Somehow I sensed what Beatrice was planning." Father Michael nodded gravely. The Order of Truth Keepers existed to prevent certain doors from being opened. They recognized that love, true, eternal love, could be used as either a key or a lock. Beatrice's curse uses your love to try opening a door that should remain closed. But the locket uses that same love to keep it shut, Helena whispered, touching the silver surface. The song responded to her touch, growing warmer. New memories emerged, fighting through the confusion spell. Every lifetime, every death, every reunion. The locket passing from hand to hand, shop to shop, always finding its way back to them. Its song growing stronger with each cycle, each tragedy adding another note to its protective melody. Chicago, the locket surviving the speakeasy fire, its silver unmarred. London, the locket glowing with healing light during the plague. San Francisco, the locket shielding them from falling debris just long enough to share one last kiss. "But if the locket is meant to keep something closed," Elias said, "why has Beatrice never tried to destroy it?" Father Michael's expression grew troubled. "Because she needs it. Whatever she's trying to open, whatever ancient power she serves, it requires balance. The door can't be opened without the lock being present. Your love creates the key. The locket creates the lock. Tonight, when the moon rises over her perfect ritual circle, she'll try to use both," Helena realized. "The curse and the locket, the key and the lock, our love and our pain, all to open something that the Truth Keepers tried to keep closed." The locket's song changed again, becoming both warning and promise. Outside, the sun began to set, and the crows gathered thicker around the church, their shadows making patterns that matched the Truth Keepers' diagrams. "You have to understand," Father Michael said urgently, pulling out more books. "The locket isn't just protecting you, it's protecting everything. The Truth Keepers knew that certain powers should remain dormant, certain doors should stay sealed. Beatrice isn't just a jealous witch seeking revenge. She's a vessel for something older, something that hungers for the kind of power that only cursed love can generate." The locket pulsed in agreement as he continued. "Each death, each reunion, each moment of recognition followed by tragedy. They've all been feeding both the lock and the key. The curse grows stronger, yes, but so does the locket's power to contain it." Helena lifted the locket from the ancient text, its song wrapping around her like a shield against Beatrice's interference. "Then tonight, at the Historical Society, everything comes together," Father Michael confirmed. "The garden's layout, the position of the moon, the accumulated power of centuries. Beatrice will try to use it all, but the locket might be more powerful than she knows," Elias finished, understanding dawning in his eyes. "Because it doesn't just preserve truth, it preserves our love. Real love, not the twisted version her curse creates." The locket's song soared in response to his words, its silver surface beginning to glow with an inner light that pushed back against the gathering darkness outside. In that moment, despite Beatrice's confusion spell, despite the weight of centuries of tragedy, Helena and Elias shared a clarity that no curse could fully cloud. The locket wasn't just a tool or a talisman. It was a testament to love that transcended death itself, love that could be used to seal doors as well as open them. As they left Father Michael's study, the locket warm and singing between them, they carried not just understanding but purpose. Beatrice had spent centuries building her power, preparing for tonight's convergence. But she wasn't the only one who had been preparing. The Truth Keepers had known this moment might come. They had crafted the locket not just as protection, but as a weapon of last resort. And now, as the sun set over New Orleans and the Historical Society's garden waited in perfect, terrible symmetry, that weapon sang its ancient song of love and defiance. The crows watched them leave the church, their eyes reflecting the last light of day. And somewhere in her mirror-filled apartment, Beatrice felt the locket's song cut through her spell, adding an unexpected note to her centuries-long composition. Because sometimes, the very thing that makes a curse powerful can also be the key to undoing it, not by breaking it, but by transforming it into something else entirely. Father Michael's study grew darker as evening approached, the ancient books seeming to absorb what little light remained. He moved through the shadows with practiced ease, pulling volumes from hidden shelves while Helena and Elias sat with the singing locket between them. "What I'm about to share," he began, placing a leather-bound tome on his desk, "has been guarded by the church for centuries. Not all priests know of this knowledge, only those of us who serve in the Order of Sacred Memory." The book he opened was written in a script that seemed to move on its own, letters rearranging themselves as if alive. The locket's song changed pitch in response, harmonizing with some hidden frequency in the ancient text. "The curse Beatrice cast in Salem," Father Michael continued, "is what we call a hunger curse. It's one of 7 ancient forms of magic that predate Christianity itself. These curses don't just bind or harm, they feed." Helena leaned forward, the locket warm against her skin. Feed on what? On the most powerful force in existence, love transformed into suffering. He turned several pages, revealing illustrations that made both Helena and Elias catch their breath. The drawings showed scenes from their past lives, but from a perspective they'd never considered. Chicago, the speakeasy fire, but viewed from above, where dark energies could be seen collecting the agony of their separation. London, the plague deaths with their final moments creating a spiral of power that fed something vast and hungry. San Francisco, the earthquake that claimed them, their love turning to pain that rippled through reality itself. Each death, Father Michael explained, each moment of recognition followed by loss, has been carefully orchestrated to generate maximum power. Beatrice isn't just a witch seeking revenge, she's a high priestess of the hungry dark. The locket's song grew more urgent as he spoke, its silver surface reflecting candlelight in patterns that matched the book's moving text. The Order of Sacred Memory has watched through centuries as various hunger priests and priestesses attempted to open doors between realities. But Beatrice... He paused, turning to a page that showed the original Salem curse casting from yet another angle. She's been more patient, more thorough than any before her. "The Historical Society's garden," Elias said, understanding dawning. "It's not just a recreation of Salem, it's a culmination." "Precisely." Father Michael pulled out another book, this one bound in what looked unsettlingly like human skin. Every death, every reunion, every moment of joy turned to ash. They've all been building to this night. The garden's layout isn't just symbolic. It's a physical representation of an ancient diagram known as the Hunger's Crown. He showed them the diagram, and despite Beatrice's interference spell, they could see how perfectly it matched the garden's design. The stage where Beatrice would speak, the crown's peak, the seating arrangement, the teeth of sorrow, the decorative fountains, the wells of weeping, the rose gardens, the thorns of memory. "But why us?" Helena asked, though part of her already knew the answer. "Why our love specifically?" Father Michael's expression grew grave. "Because true love, love that transcends death itself, is the most powerful force in existence. And when such love is corrupted, when it's turned to pain and loss over and over..." He trailed off, letting them complete the thought. It generates enough power to open doors that should stay closed, Elias finished, his hand finding Helena's despite the confusion spell trying to keep them apart. Yes. Father Michael turned to yet another volume, this one written in a language that seemed to burn the eye. The hungry dark is, well, think of it as a realm of pure hunger, pure need. It seeks to enter our world, to feed directly on human emotion, but it needs anchors, points of connection created through profound suffering. The locket's song changed again, becoming almost mournful as Father Michael continued. Beatrice has spent centuries crafting you into perfect anchors. Each lifetime, each death, each moment of recognition. They've all been designed to create the strongest possible connection between your love and the hungry dark's need. He showed them more pages, more diagrams, more terrible truths. The pattern of their reincarnations, a spiral drawing ever closer to some cosmic center, the timing of their deaths, a rhythm matching ancient stellar alignments, the locations of their tragedies, points on a map that formed yet another hunger's crown. Tonight, Father Michael said, his voice heavy with centuries of accumulated knowledge, when the moon rises over that garden, when Beatrice completes her lecture on Salem's history, that's when everything aligns. The power she's gathered, the connections she's forged, the doors she's weakened, it all comes together in a single moment. The locket pulsed with increasing urgency as he spoke, its song becoming almost desperate. Outside, the crows gathered thicker, their shadows seeming to reach toward the study's windows like grasping hands. But there's hope, Father Michael said suddenly, reaching for a final book, this one bound in silver similar to the locket's. The Truth Keepers didn't just craft that locket as a passive defense, they created it as a key of its own, one that could potentially turn Beatrice's ritual against itself. He opened the silver book to reveal pages that sang in harmony with the locket, their text glowing with the same inner light. The ritual of reversal, he read. A way to use corrupted love not to open doors, but to seal them permanently. However, he paused, looking at them with ancient sadness in his eyes. The price is steep. Tell us, Helena said, the locket growing warmer against her skin. Father Michael nodded gravely. To reverse the ritual, to turn Beatrice's centuries of preparation against the hungry dark, you would need to... He hesitated, then continued. You would need to choose to separate yourselves, permanently. No more reincarnations, no more reunions. Your love would become the seal that keeps the door forever closed. The silence that followed was broken only by the locket's song, now tinged with both sorrow and determination. Helena and Elias looked at each other, centuries of shared lives passing between them in a single glance. How do we do it? Elias asked quietly. Father Michael began explaining the ritual, its complexity matching the depth of their sacrifice. They would need to enter Beatrice's ritual circle willingly. The locket would have to be placed at the crown's peak. Their declaration of separation would have to be genuine, heartbreaking, and most crucially, they would have to mean it. The hungry dark feeds on corrupted love, Father Michael explained. But freely chosen separation, sacrifice made from pure love, that's poison to it. If you can make this choice, if you can truly accept eternal separation to save everything else, we can turn Beatrice's own ritual against her, Helena finished, understanding blooming despite the confusion spell's best efforts. The locket sang in confirmation, its melody now carrying notes of both tragedy and triumph. Outside, the sun had fully set, and New Orleans lay bathed in the last light of dusk. Soon, the moon would rise over the Historical Society's garden, and everything Beatrice had planned for centuries would come to fruition. But now, armed with understanding that even her interference spell couldn't fully cloud, Helena and Elias faced a choice that would reshape not just their lives, but reality itself. Remain together and risk opening a door to unimaginable hunger, or separate forever to seal that door for all time. The locket's song rose to a crescendo as they stood to leave, its silver surface glowing with power that matched their resolve. Father Michael watched them go, ancient knowledge heavy in his eyes. Remember, he called after them, the choice must be real, the separation must be genuine. Only true sacrifice, freely chosen from pure love, can turn this ritual from opening to closing. As they stepped into the gathering darkness, the locket warm between them, Helena and Elias carried both terrible knowledge and desperate hope. Beatrice had spent centuries ensuring their love would open doors to darkness, but sometimes the greatest power lies not in holding on, but in letting go. The drive back from St. Augustine's church was silent, heavy with the weight of Father Michael's revelations. The locket's song had quieted to a gentle hum, but its warmth remained constant between them. As they approached the moon and laurel, the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky. It happened without warning. One moment, Elias was stepping out of his car, and the next, the world around him shifted. The air grew thick with a presence he'd never felt before, though some ancient part of him recognized it instantly. "Helena!" he gasped, his voice strange to his own ears. "I think I'm—" The parking lot disappeared. In its place, Salem materialized with perfect clarity. The town square bustled with afternoon activity, but something was wrong. The air held a greenish tinge, and shadows moved against the natural flow of light. He saw himself, his past self, walking purposefully toward Helena's cottage, a small package clutched in his hands. But this time, he wasn't just watching the memory. He was experiencing it from both perspectives simultaneously, his current self and his past self, merged in a moment of supernatural clarity. He felt the weight of the newly crafted locket in his past self's hands, felt the desperate need to protect Helena from what was coming. But he also felt something else, a dark presence watching from every shadow, its hunger ancient and absolute. Beatrice stood in a doorway he hadn't noticed before, her eyes reflecting something that wasn't human at all. She smiled, and in that smile, he saw the truth Father Michael had tried to explain. She wasn't just a jealous witch. She was a conduit for something vast and hungry, something that had chosen them long before Salem. "Elias!" Helena's voice cut through the vision, her hands steady on his shoulders. "Stay with me. Don't let it pull you too deep." He blinked, the parking lot swimming back into focus, but the supernatural awareness remained. For the first time in his current life, he could see what Helena had always seen, the layers of reality that existed alongside the mundane world. The locket's song grew stronger, helping him adjust to this new sight. Around them, the air shimmered with possibilities and dangers. Threads of fate wove through the evening air, some golden with love, others black with curse magic. The crows watching from power lines were more than birds. They were eyes for something ancient. The very ground beneath the moon and laurel pulsed with centuries of accumulated power. "This is—" Elias struggled to find words, his academic mind trying to categorize something that defied categorization. "Your awakening," Helena finished softly. "I wondered when it would happen. The closer we get to the ritual, the more the veils between realities thin." The supernatural awareness intensified, showing him more than just the present moment. He saw every time he'd given Helena the locket across centuries, every moment they'd recognized each other, every death that had fed Beatrice's hungry masters. But most importantly, he saw the true nature of their connection. Not just love, but something woven into the fabric of reality itself. Golden threads of fate bound them together, while darker strands of Beatrice's curse tried to corrupt that connection. "The garden," he said suddenly, new understanding flooding through him. "I can see what she's really built there." Helena nodded, helping him toward the shop's entrance as he adjusted to his enhanced perception. "Tell me what you see." "It's not just a ritual circle." His voice shook as the full implications became clear. "It's a mouth. The whole layout, the stage, the seating, the decorative elements, they form a massive mouth ready to open and swallow." "Everything," Helena finished. The locket pulsed in agreement, its song taking on a more urgent tone. Inside the moon and laurel, Elias's new sight revealed even more. The protective crystals Margot had placed glowed with inner light, creating barriers against the darkness gathering outside. The herbs in their jars whispered ancient secrets, and the very walls seemed to breathe with accumulated magic. But it was the mirrors that showed him the most terrifying truth. In their reflections, he saw what the Historical Society's garden would become when the moon rose. a vast moor opening between realities, their love transformed into the key that would unlock it, the hungry dark waiting to pour through. "How do you bear it?" he asked Helena, overwhelmed by the layers of reality now visible to him. "Seeing all of this, all the time." She smiled sadly, the locket glowing against her throat. "You learn to focus, to filter. But tonight," she glanced at the darkening sky, "tonight, everything is becoming clearer for a reason." Elias nodded, understanding flowing through him with supernatural certainty. His awakening wasn't random. It was part of the pattern, another piece falling into place as Beatrice's centuries-long plan neared completion. The supernatural awareness shifted again, showing him the truth of the choice they faced. In one possible future they stayed together, their love opening doors that should remain closed. In another, they separated forever, their sacrifice sealing those same doors. Both choices rippled through reality, affecting far more than just their own lives. The locket's song changed pitch, responding to his new awareness. Its true purpose became clear to him now, not just a protection charm or a repository of truth, but a tool crafted specifically for this moment, this choice. "We don't have much time," he said, watching the supernatural energies gathering around them. "The moon will rise soon, and when it does..." "Beatrice will begin her ritual," Helena finished. "But now you can see what we're really fighting." Indeed, his enhanced sight showed him the full scope of their battle. It wasn't just about breaking a curse or stopping a ritual. It was about choosing between love and duty, between personal happiness and universal responsibility. The supernatural awareness pulsed stronger, showing him one final truth. Their love wasn't random. They hadn't just fallen for each other in Salem and been cursed. They had been chosen, shaped across lifetimes into perfect vessels for either salvation or destruction. The locket sang in confirmation, its melody weaving through layers of reality. Outside, the crows gathered thicker, their shadows elongating impossibly as night approached. In her mirror-filled apartment, Beatrice would be preparing for the ritual, confident in her centuries of preparation. But she hadn't counted on this, on Elias awakening to his true sight at this crucial moment. His supernatural awareness showed him possibilities she might have missed, paths through the ritual that even she might not have seen. "Helena," he said, his voice steady despite the overwhelming input from his new senses. "I think I understand now. Why it has to be us. Why our love is the key." She took his hands, and through their touch, their supernatural awareness merged, showing them both the full pattern. Love and sacrifice. Opening and closing, hunger and satisfaction. All perfect opposites, all necessary for the ritual, whether to open doors or seal them. The locket's song rose to match their shared understanding, its power pulsing in harmony with the truth they now both saw clearly. Their choice would reshape reality itself, one way or another. As night fell completely over New Orleans, Elias and Helena stood in the moon and laurel, surrounded by layers of supernatural reality they could both now perceive. The Historical Society's garden waited, its true nature as a hungry mouth clear to their enhanced sight. And somewhere in the gathering darkness, Beatrice prepared for a ritual centuries in the making. But now, armed with supernatural awareness and terrible understanding, they faced their choice with clear eyes and fuller hearts. The locket sang between them, its power ready to serve either purpose, to open doors or seal them forever. The only question that remained was, which path would they choose, now that they could both see exactly what was at stake? The supernatural awareness that now flowed through both Helena and Elias gave them only a moment's warning. The locket's song shifted to a sharp, discordant note, just as the air in the moon and laurel grew thick with malevolent intent. "She's coming," Helena whispered, her enhanced sight showing her the darkness gathering outside the shop's windows. The protective crystals Margot had placed flared in response, their light creating barriers against what approached. Elias, still adjusting to his new supernatural perception, saw it too. Reality itself seemed to bend and twist as Beatrice made her first direct move against them. The mirrors along the shop's walls reflected more than just the physical world. They showed the true nature of what was happening, shadows coalescing into forms that shouldn't exist, the air rippling with centuries of accumulated power, time itself slowing as something ancient pressed against the barriers of reality. The locket's song rose in defiance just as the shop's door opened, though neither of them had touched it. Beatrice stepped through, but she wasn't alone. Their enhanced sight showed them what accompanied her: darkness given form. Hunger made manifest the shadows of every death she'd orchestrated, swirling around her like a terrible crown. "My darlings," she said, her voice carrying harmonics that hurt to hear. "Did you really think I wouldn't know what the priest told you?" The locket pulsed with protective warmth as Beatrice moved further into the shop. Plants withered in her wake, and the very air seemed to crack with frost despite the New Orleans heat. "All these centuries," she continued, "watching you struggle against the inevitable. And now, finally, you begin to understand. Though perhaps—" She smiled, and in that smile they saw the thing that wore her face, the ancient hunger she served. "Perhaps you understand too late." Helena stepped forward, the locket's light creating a shield around her. "We understand enough, Beatrice. We know what you really are, what you serve." "Serve?" Beatrice laughed, the sound shattering several jars of herbs. "Oh, my sweet Helena, I don't serve the hungry dark. I am its chosen vessel, its high priestess, just as you and Elias are its chosen keys." Through their supernatural sight, they watched as she drew power from the gathering darkness, every crow outside becoming an extension of her will, every shadow in the shop stretching toward them with hungry intent, every mirror showing reflections of their past deaths playing on endless loop. "The garden is ready," Beatrice said, her eyes now reflecting something vast and ancient. "The moon will rise soon, and this time," she gestured, and reality rippled around them. "This time, you won't have a choice about attending." The attack came from everywhere at once, shadows solidifying into chains, the air itself becoming thick and constraining, time stretching and compressing around them. But the locket's song rose in response, its power meeting Beatrice's assault. Golden light pulsed outward, pushing back against the darkness that tried to bind them. "The Truth Keepers crafted better than you know," Helena said, drawing strength from the locket's warmth. "We're not your keys anymore, Beatrice. We understand the choice we face." "Choice?" Beatrice's laugh this time cracked every window in the shop. "You think understanding gives you choice? Everything you are, everything you've ever been, was shaped for this moment. Your love, your pain, your very souls have been crafted into perfect tools for opening the door." But Elias, his new supernatural sight showing him paths through her power, saw something she didn't want them to notice. Uncertainty in the shadows that served her, hesitation in the darkness she commanded fear, ancient and absolute, of what the locket's song promised. "You're wrong," he said, moving to stand beside Helena. "The Truth Keepers didn't just give us protection, they gave us a way to turn your ritual against itself." Beatrice's power faltered for just a moment, but in that moment, they both saw the truth. She wasn't as confident as she pretended. The thing she served wasn't as certain of victory as it had been. The locket's song carried notes that frightened them both. "Foolish children," Beatrice snarled, dropping all pretense of humanity. Her form shifted, showing them what truly stood before them. A vessel for something vast and hungry, a priestess who had sacrificed her own humanity centuries ago, a being caught between worlds, neither fully human nor fully other. The attack resumed with renewed fury. The shadows became teeth, trying to tear them apart. The air turned to poison, seeking to corrupt their love. Time itself bent around them, trying to force them into the patterns of past deaths. But the locket's song changed again, becoming something ancient and powerful. Its light formed a sphere around Helena and Elias, creating a space where reality remained true and uncorrupted. "You can't have us," Helena declared, her voice carrying the power of centuries of enduring love. "Not unless we choose it, and we understand choice now better than you ever have." Beatrice's form flickered, showing them glimpses of what she'd become. A thing of shadow and hunger. A creature bound to powers that had consumed her humanity. a being that remembered love only as something to corrupt. "The garden waits," she said, her voice now carrying echoes of the void. "The moon will rise, and when it does—" She gestured again, and the darkness around them pulsed with terrible purpose. "You'll understand that choice is an illusion I allowed you to believe in." The attack changed, becoming more subtle. Memories of their past lives trying to overwhelm them, the pain of each death seeking to break their resolve, the weight of centuries of separation pressing against their hearts. But their shared supernatural sight showed them the truth behind her assault. She wasn't just attacking them, she was preparing them. Each wave of power was designed to weaken their resistance. The garden's ritual required them to be spiritually exhausted. The locket sang louder, its light creating patterns that matched the Truth Keeper's ancient diagrams. In that light, they saw what Beatrice couldn't hide: her fear of their understanding, her uncertainty about the locket's true purpose, her master's growing impatience with centuries of waiting. "The garden may wait," Elias said, his voice steady despite the supernatural chaos around them. "But you forget, Beatrice, gardens can be used for more than one purpose." Helena nodded, understanding flowing between them. "The same circle that opens can close. The same love that breaks can seal." Beatrice's attack faltered again, longer this time. Through their enhanced sight, they watched as doubt crept into the shadows she commanded. The crows outside growing restless, the darkness around her shifting uncertainly, the ancient hunger she served, showing the first hints of fear. "You have until moonrise," she said finally, her form beginning to fade. "Come to the garden willingly, or I'll show you what these centuries of power can really do." As she disappeared, taking most of the supernatural chaos with her, Helena and Elias remained in the locket's protective light. Their enhanced sight showed them the aftermath of her visit. Reality slowly stabilizing around them, the shop's protective crystals gradually recovering their power, the very air humming with the approaching moment of choice. But they also saw something else, something that gave them hope. The locket's song had changed during the confrontation. Its power had grown in response to their understanding. The Truth Keeper's gift was more potent than even Beatrice knew. As they began to prepare for what waited at the Historical Society's garden, the locket pulsed between them with renewed purpose. Their supernatural sight showed them both the danger and the possibility that lay ahead. A ritual that could open doors or seal them, a love that could destroy everything or save it, a choice that was real. Despite what Beatrice claimed, the moon would soon rise over New Orleans, and with it would come the moments centuries in the making. But now, armed with understanding and sight that showed them the true nature of their battle, Helena and Elias faced that moment with something Beatrice hadn't counted on: the power to choose and the wisdom to choose well. Chapter 6: Love and Illusion. The Historical Society's garden lay quiet in the pre-dawn hours, dew gathering on roses that bloomed out of season. Elias sat alone among the carefully arranged chairs, reviewing his notes for the upcoming Salem exhibition. His newly awakened supernatural sight showed him the true nature of his surroundings: ley lines pulsing beneath manicured lawns, ancient powers sleeping in the soil. The garden's true form, a massive mouth waiting to open, the locket's absence felt like a physical wound. Helena had kept it for protection while they prepared separately for the evening's events, hoping to divide Beatrice's attention. But without its song, the darkness pressed closer. It began subtly, a shift in the air's texture, a sweetening of the garden's scent. Elias's enhanced perception showed him magic gathering like morning mist, rose petals turning to crystalline memories, shadows weaving into patterns of desire, time itself becoming fluid and dreamlike. "Working so early?" Beatrice's voice carried none of its earlier menace. Instead, it held notes that resonated with something deep in his soul. "You always were dedicated to your research." She appeared as she had in Salem, young, beautiful, untouched by centuries of darkness. His supernatural sight tried to show him her true form, but her spell was already taking hold. Reality bending around her presence, the garden's sinister purpose fading from view, his own memories becoming uncertain, malleable. "This isn't real," he said, but the words felt distant, dreamlike. "Isn't it?" Beatrice moved closer, her form shifting between past and present. What is reality, Elias? Is it the life you remember with Helena, or the one you've forgotten with me? The spell deepened, showing him memories that couldn't be true. Salem, Beatrice in her herb garden teaching him ancient wisdom. London, their secret meetings in candlelit rooms. Chicago, dancing together as the speakeasy burned. No, he fought against the visions, clinging to his true memories of Helena. But Beatrice's magic was insidious, weaving truth and illusion until they became indistinguishable. Helena's face blending with Beatrice's, their shared histories becoming confused love and obsession tangling into something impossible to untangle. "You're fighting so hard," Beatrice said softly, her hand touching his cheek. Her touch sent waves of false memory cascading through him. Their first kiss in Salem, but was it Helena or Beatrice? Their secret meetings in the woods, which witch had truly held his heart? Their plans to escape together, whose idea had it really been? "Helena," he whispered, trying to hold on to the truth. But Beatrice's spell showed him another possibility. Helena as the interloper, the one who had stolen their love. Beatrice as the rightful partner, cursed by Helena's jealousy. Centuries of separation caused not by Beatrice's curse, but by Helena's interference. "Look deeper," Beatrice urged, her voice carrying harmonics that resonated with his newly awakened supernatural senses. "See what was hidden from you." The garden around them transformed, becoming a tapestry of alternate histories. Salem, Beatrice healing his family during the plague. London, their secret wedding in a candlelit chapel. Chicago, their plans to build a life together, destroyed by Helena's arrival. Each false memory felt more real than the last. His supernatural sight, meant to show him truth, became a vulnerability, a channel through which Beatrice's illusions could flow more deeply into his consciousness. "This isn't..." He tried again, but the words dissolved into uncertainty. "Isn't what?" Beatrice's voice held centuries of practiced seduction. "Isn't true. But you can see it now, can't you? The truth they tried to hide from you." Her spell reached its crescendo, showing him a final, devastating vision. Helena and the Truth Keepers conspiring to separate them. The locket designed not to protect, but to imprison his true memories. Centuries of manipulation masked as protection. "No," he whispered, but the denial held less conviction. Beatrice's magic had found the cracks in his certainty, widening them with expert precision. Every doubt he'd ever harbored, every question about the curse's true nature, every moment of uncertainty about his feelings for Helena. "You don't have to fight anymore," Beatrice said, her words carrying the weight of centuries. "Let me show you what really happened in Salem." The garden blurred, becoming the Salem of 1692, but viewed through a lens of Beatrice's creation. Their secret meetings in her herb garden, their plans to combine their knowledge of magic, their love destroyed by Helena's jealous interference. Elias felt his grip on reality slipping. His newly awakened supernatural sight, instead of protecting him, made him more susceptible to the depth and complexity of Beatrice's illusions. "Helena," he tried one last time, clinging to the memory of their love. But Beatrice's spell showed him that memory from a different angle. Helena, arriving in Salem, seeing their happiness, her manipulation of the townspeople's fears, her curse disguised as Beatrice's, turning their love to tragedy. "Remember," Beatrice whispered, her power reaching into the depths of his soul. "Remember us." The garden spun with false memories, each more convincing than the last. Their first meeting in Salem's autumn, their shared dreams of combining magic and science. Their love destroyed by forces they hadn't understood. Elias felt himself drowning in the illusion, his supernatural sight overwhelmed by the perfection of Beatrice's spell. Without the locket's song to anchor him, reality became whatever she wished it to be. "There," she said softly, watching his resistance crumble. "Isn't truth beautiful?" The sun rose over New Orleans, but in Elias's enchanted mind, it was rising over Salem. Beatrice stood before him, untouched by darkness, offering a love that felt increasingly real. A love uncomplicated by curses, a future unburdened by tragedy, a truth that promised to end centuries of pain. But somewhere distant and fading, he heard another truth, the locket's song, carried on the morning breeze. It tried to remind him of what was real. Helena's love, pure and enduring, their choice, still waiting to be made the garden's true purpose. hidden beneath Beatrice's illusions. Yet even that reminder grew weaker as Beatrice's spell reached completion. She had waited centuries for this moment, crafting an illusion so perfect that even his supernatural sight could not distinguish truth from deception. As morning fully dawned, Elias sat in the Historical Society's garden, lost in a web of false memories and perfect lies. Beatrice stood triumphant, her first direct move against them achieving exactly what she had planned, the corruption of truth itself, starting with the heart that held it most dear. Helena felt it first through the locket, a discordant note in its usually harmonious song. She was preparing the moon and laurel for opening, her supernatural sight showing her the protective wards Margot had strengthened before dawn. Crystals pulsing with defensive magic, herbs vibrating with protective energy, ancient symbols glowing beneath modern paint. But something was wrong. The locket's warmth turned cold against her skin, its song becoming a warning. Danger, betrayal, loss. The vision struck without warning, shattering her perception of reality. The shop disappeared, replaced by the Historical Society's garden, but seen through a veil of terrible clarity. Elias sitting among the chairs, but he wasn't alone. Beatrice standing before him, her magic weaving truth into lies, their hands touching in a way that spoke of intimacy rather than coercion. "No," Helena whispered, but the vision only intensified. The locket's song became a lament, showing her more than she wanted to see. Elias's newly awakened supernatural sight turned against him, his memories being reshaped by Beatrice's expert manipulation, his love for Helena being twisted into doubt and confusion. The teacup she'd been holding shattered on the floor, its pieces reflecting fragments of the vision. Beatrice leaning closer, Elias not pulling away, their past in Salem being rewritten before her eyes. The locket pulsed with protective energy, trying to shield her from the full impact of what she was witnessing. But its power couldn't completely block the vision's emotional assault. Every fear she'd ever harbored about losing him, every doubt about their ability to break the curse, every nightmare about history repeating itself. It's not real, she told herself, but her supernatural sight forced her to look deeper. The garden's true nature as a mouth becoming more pronounced, the roses blooming with unnatural vigor, the very air shimmering with Beatrice's triumphant magic. The vision shifted, showing her more. Their first meeting in Salem, but now tainted with uncertainty, their love across centuries, each moment questioned their current life together, its foundation cracking. The locket's song changed again, becoming both warning and lament. Danger in trusting too completely, pain in loving too deeply, betrayal wrapped in centuries of manipulation. Helena gripped the shop's counter, her knuckles white as the vision continued its relentless assault. Elias and Beatrice in the garden, their forms overlapping with their past selves, the curse's power growing stronger with each moment of doubt, the truth becoming malleable, uncertain. "Fight it," she whispered, but the vision showed her how futile resistance might be. Beatrice's spell working its way deeper into Elias's consciousness, his supernatural awakening making him more vulnerable, not less. Their love being rewritten into something false and corrupted. The locket grew colder still, its song now carrying notes of ancient warning. The truth keepers had seen this coming. They had known love could be turned against itself. They had tried to prepare her for this moment, but knowing didn't make it easier to witness. Elias's face showing confusion, then acceptance. His memories being reshaped by Beatrice's expert touch. His love for Helena becoming something distant and dreamlike. The shop's protective wards flared in response to her distress, creating patterns that matched her pain, crystals pulsing with sympathetic energy, herbs releasing calming essences, ancient symbols trying to shield her from what she was seeing, but the vision wouldn't release its hold. The garden becoming a stage for Beatrice's greatest performance, the curse gaining strength from each moment of doubt, the truth itself becoming whatever Beatrice wished it to be. Helena felt tears on her cheeks, but they weren't just tears of sorrow. The locket's song reminded her of something important. Love wasn't just emotion, it was power. Truth wasn't just fact, it was choice. Betrayal wasn't just action, it was possibility. The vision shifted again, showing her what Beatrice wanted her to see. A future where Elias chose differently, a past where their love was the lie, a present where everything fell apart. But the locket sang louder, its truth cutting through the despair. The curse fed on pain Beatrice wanted her to suffer. This vision was both truth and manipulation. Helena straightened, drawing strength from this understanding. Her supernatural sight showed her layers of reality. The vision was real. Elias was in danger, but her pain was feeding Beatrice's power. The garden was becoming stronger with each moment of doubt. The locket's song changed once more, becoming something stronger, a reminder of choices yet to be made, a promise of truth beyond illusion, a weapon against despair itself. The morning sun streamed through the shop's windows, creating patterns that matched the locket's light. Helena stood in that light, letting it show her what else the vision contained. Beatrice's fear beneath her triumph, the curse's weakness hiding behind its strength, love's power to choose, even in moments of doubt. The vision began to fade, but its impact remained. The garden waiting for tonight's convergence, Elias lost in Beatrice's perfect illusion, their love facing its greatest test. But as the shop returned to normal around her, Helena held on to what the locket had shown her. Truth was stronger than illusion. Love was more powerful than manipulation. Choice remained, even in moments of seeming betrayal. The broken teacup at her feet reflected morning light, its shards creating patterns that matched the locket's song. Each piece showed a different facet of truth. Pain was real but not final. Betrayal was possible but not certain. Love could be twisted but not destroyed. Helena began to clean up the broken cup, her movements deliberate and focused. The locket's song steadied, becoming something new. A promise of confrontation to come. A reminder of power yet unused. A truth that transcended Beatrice's illusions. As she prepared to face the day, Helena carried both vision and understanding. Beatrice had made her first move, but the game was far from over. The garden waited, its hunger growing with each moment of doubt. But in that hunger lay opportunity, a chance to turn pain into power, betrayal into strength. The locket sang its agreement, its warmth returning with renewed purpose. Tonight would bring choice and consequence, but for now, Helena had work to do, preparing for a battle that would be fought not just with magic, but with the very nature of truth and love themselves. The basement of St. Augustine's church hummed with ancient power. Margot arranged sacred herbs in a circle while Father Michael consulted grimoires that hadn't seen daylight in centuries. Their supernatural sight revealed the space's true nature. Layers of accumulated prayers creating shields, centuries of faith forming protective barriers, the very stones remembering older, deeper magic. Beatrice's spell is stronger than we anticipated, Father Michael said, his fingers tracing symbols that glowed with inner light. She's using their own awakened powers against them. Margot nodded, her hands steady as she placed blessed amethysts at cardinal points. North for grounding, east for clarity, south for strength, west for truth. The locket warned us this might happen, she replied, her supernatural sight showing her the patterns of power they were creating. But Helena's vision gives us an advantage. We know exactly what we're fighting. The church bells tolled noon above them, each ring carrying hidden meaning, warning preparation time growing short. Father Michael lifted an ancient rosary, its beads carved with symbols older than Christianity, protection woven into each bead, truth sealed in silver links, power waiting to be awakened. The counterspell must be precise, he said, laying the rosary in the circle's center. Too strong, and we risk shattering Elias's mind. Too weak, and Beatrice's illusion will only grow stronger. Margot added the final elements to their working. Helena's tea leaves, carrying traces of her love. A page from Elias's research, holding his essence. A black feather from one of Beatrice's watching crows. The basement's air grew thick with potential as they began. Father Michael's Latin prayers merged with Margot's older incantations. Words of power echoing through time, symbols of truth burning in the air. Magic older than Salem itself, awakening. The rosary began to glow, responding to their combined intent, each bead becoming a point of light, the silver links forming channels for power, the whole creating a map of reality itself. Through truth we seek clarity, Margot intoned, her voice carrying harmonics that matched the locket's song. Through love we find strength. Father Michael's response came in ancient Greek, adding another layer to their working. Words that predated the curse, prayers that remembered older magics, truth that transcended time. The circle's power built gradually, herbs releasing their essence, crystals amplifying intent, sacred symbols beginning to burn, but something fought against them. Beatrice's spell had sunk deeper roots than they'd feared, illusion wrapped in truth, lies sealed with love, doubt strengthened by desire. She's bound him with his own awakening, Margot realized, her supernatural sight showing her the complexity of Beatrice's working. Every attempt to see truth becomes another chain. Father Michael nodded grimly, adjusting their approach. Different prayers, older symbols, deeper magic. The rosary's glow intensified as they refined their counterspell, not fighting the illusion directly, but creating paths through it, showing truth without forcing its acceptance. Margot added her own power, drawn from generations of hedge witches. Knowledge passed through bloodlines, wisdom carried in bones, truth remembered in soul. The basement's air crackled with competing energies, their counterspell seeking purchase. Beatrice's illusion fighting back reality itself, becoming battlefield. There, Father Michael said suddenly, his supernatural sight showing him a weakness in Beatrice's working. She's left him choice. She had to for the garden's ritual to work. Margot saw it too, a flaw in the perfect illusion. Free will couldn't be completely suppressed. Love couldn't be entirely falsified. Truth would always find its way through. They adjusted their counterspell accordingly, not breaking chains but revealing them, not forcing truth but illuminating it, not fighting love but reminding of its reality. The rosary's light changed, becoming something subtler, a beacon rather than a blade, a reminder rather than a command, a choice rather than a compulsion. But Beatrice's power fought back, sending ripples through reality. Crows gathering outside the church windows, shadows deepening despite the noon sun, the very air growing thick with malevolent intent. She knows what we're doing, Margot warned, watching the shadows gather. Father Michael nodded, his prayers never faltering, ancient words of protection, symbols of truth and clarity, power drawn from centuries of faith. Their counterspell reached toward the garden, seeking Elias through layers of illusion, offering truth without demanding its acceptance, creating space for choice within Beatrice's perfect lie. The rosary pulsed with each attempt, light reaching through darkness, truth penetrating deception, love finding its own path. But Beatrice's response was immediate and fierce, shadows attempting to smother their light illusions, trying to redirect their truth, power seeking to corrupt their intent. "Hold," Father Michael commanded as reality buckled around them. The basement became a battlefield of competing magics, their counterspell fighting for purchase, Beatrice's power seeking to overwhelm them, the very fabric of space becoming unstable. Margot drew on deeper reserves, power from the land itself, strength from generations of witches, truth remembered in blood and bone. The rosary's light stabilized, finding its path, not breaking Beatrice's spell but creating space within it, allowing truth to be seen. They felt the moment their counterspell took hold, not destroying the illusion but revealing its nature, offering choice where there had been none. The basement slowly settled, reality stabilizing around them. Father Michael lowered his hands, exhausted but satisfied. Their working had found its mark. Truth had found its path. Choice had been restored. "It's done," Margot said, her supernatural sight showing her the results of their effort. "Not broken, but seen for what it is," Father Michael finished. "Now it depends on him, on whether he chooses to see." The rosary's light dimmed to a steady glow, its purpose fulfilled. Not a weapon but a key, not a command but an invitation, not an ending but a beginning. They began cleaning up their working, both knowing that this was only the first step. The garden still waited. Beatrice's power still grew. The final choice was yet to come, but they had done what they could. Now it was up to Elias to find his way through the layers of illusion, to remember what was real, a love that had endured centuries, a truth that transcended time, and a choice that was, and always had been, his to make. The sun was setting when Helena entered the Historical Society's garden, her supernatural sight revealing its true nature, ley lines pulsing with malevolent energy, ancient curses woven into modern landscaping power. Gathering like storm clouds, Beatrice waited by the rose arbor, her form shifting between centuries. Salem's feared witch, London's mysterious Duchess, New Orleans' elegant curator. "I wondered when you'd come," Beatrice said, her voice carrying harmonics that made the roses shiver. "Your timing was always impeccable." Helena felt the locket's warmth against her skin. Protection against deception. Anchor to truth. Link to generations of power. "Release him," Helena demanded, each word carrying power drawn from centuries of waiting. The garden responded to her presence, roses turning to face her, shadows deepening despite the dying light magic thickening the air. Beatrice laughed, the sound rippling through multiple realities. Salem's autumn, London's winter, New Orleans' spring. Release what was never yours. Beatrice moved closer, her magic creating patterns in the air. "He belongs with me. He always has." The locket sang its disagreement. Truth cutting through lies, love breaking through deception, power answering power. Helena's supernatural sight showed her the garden's true purpose. A mouth waiting to feed, a trap centuries in the making, a stage for final confrontation. "You've trapped him in illusion," Helena said, her own magic rising. "You've twisted his memories." Beatrice's smile carried centuries of triumph. Salem's victory, London's manipulation, New Orleans' deception. "I've shown him truth," she countered. "The truth you've hidden from him." The garden became a battlefield of competing magics. Helena's truth against Beatrice's illusion, ancient power against modern manipulation, love against obsession. The locket pulsed with warning. Danger in confrontation, power in patience, truth in timing. Helena saw Elias then, standing between them. Still caught in Beatrice's spell but fighting through her illusions, struggling toward truth. "He's choosing," Beatrice said, her confidence wavering slightly. Finally choosing correctly. But Helena saw deeper. The counterspell's effect, the cracks in perfect illusion. The space for truth to enter the garden's magic intensified. Roses blooming with unnatural vigor, shadows taking solid form, power becoming visible. "You've never understood," Helena said, drawing on the locket's strength. "Love isn't possession." Beatrice's magic lashed out, memories twisted into weapons, truth distorted into pain, power fueled by centuries of hatred. But the locket protected Helena, shielding her from false memories, anchoring her in truth, connecting her to genuine love. The garden became a prism of competing realities, past and present overlapping, truth and illusion intertwining, power and love colliding. Elias watched their confrontation, his perception clearing. Seeing both women as they truly were, understanding the nature of their conflict, recognizing the choice before him, Beatrice sensed his awakening, her spell intensifying. More beautiful lies, deeper emotional manipulation, stronger magical bonds. But Helena stood her ground, drawing power from the land, channeling truth through the locket, offering love without demands. The garden responded to their battle, roses turning black with power, shadows becoming solid magic making reality fluid. "He's mine," Beatrice snarled, her form becoming less human. "He's always been mine." But Helena saw the truth. Beatrice's fear beneath her rage, her loneliness beneath her power, her desperation beneath her control. The locket sang its ancient song, truth stronger than illusion, love more powerful than manipulation, choice transcending control. Reality buckled around them, Salem bleeding into present day, past lives overlapping current forms. Time itself becoming uncertain, Helena reached for Elias, not with magic, but with truth, not with power, but with love, not with force, but with choice. Beatrice's spell fought against her, creating barriers of illusion, weaving webs of deception, building walls of false memory. But the locket's power grew stronger, breaking through artificial barriers, dissolving manufactured memories, revealing essential truth. The garden became a nexus of power, ancient curses awakening modern magic, responding reality itself. Transforming Elias stood between them, seeing clearly, Beatrice's perfect illusions, Helena's complex truth, his own power of choice. "Remember," both women said, but their words carried different weight. Beatrice offering manufactured perfection, Helena presenting genuine complexity, truth and illusion in final conflict. The garden's magic reached its peak. Roses bleeding actual blood, shadows becoming doorways, power making choice manifest. Helena felt the moment approaching, the curse gathering strength, the ritual nearing completion, the choice becoming crucial, but something was changing. The locket's song growing stronger, truth finding its own path, love creating its own power. Beatrice sensed it too, her magic becoming desperate, more intense illusions, deeper emotional manipulation, stronger magical bonds. But Helena stood firm, anchored by the locket's truth, strengthened by genuine love, empowered by acceptance of choice. The garden trembled between realities, past and present, merging truth and illusion, dancing, power and love intertwining. Elias moved then, one step toward truth, breaking through perfect illusion, remembering genuine love, choosing his own path. Beatrice's scream shattered reality. Windows breaking in the historical society, roses exploding into black petals, magic turning violent. But Helena's love created shelter, the locket's protection expanding, truth becoming shield, choice becoming strength. The garden's magic reached crescendo, ancient power seeking release, modern reality becoming fluid, time itself holding breath. In that moment, Helena saw everything: the curse's true nature, Beatrice's eternal pain, love's endless power. The confrontation wasn't over, the curse still held, the ritual approached, the final choice waited, but something fundamental had changed. Truth had been seen, love had been chosen, power had found its proper path. As twilight deepened into night, the garden settled, roses returning to normal shadows becoming natural magic. Waiting for its moment, Beatrice withdrew, her form fading, not defeated but delayed, not finished but forestalled, not ended but paused. Helena and Elias stood together in the gathering dark, connected by truth, strengthened by choice, united by love. The locket sang its victory, not final but significant, not complete but crucial, not ending but beginning. The garden waited for night's full darkness, the ritual still to come, the curse still to break, the final choice still to make. But they had gained something precious. Truth seen clearly, love chosen freely, power understood fully. As they left the garden, reality stabilized, the present becoming solid, truth establishing itself, love finding its proper place. But Beatrice's presence lingered. In the rose's perfume, in the shadow's depth, in the magic's promise, the final confrontation still waited. When the moon would be full, when the garden would be ready, when the curse would demand its due. But for now, they had this: a moment of clarity, a space of truth, a choice made freely. The locket's song followed them home, a promise of protection, a reminder of truth, a beacon for love. The garden settled into waiting, its power gathering, its purpose clear. Its hunger growing, night fell completely. But something had changed. Truth had been spoken, love had been chosen, and power had found its proper path. The curse still waited, but its hold had weakened, not broken, but seen for what it was, not ended, but understood at last. Chapter 7. A Life in Flames. The ancient locket at Helena's throat stirred her from sleep, its familiar weight suddenly cold against her skin. Something was wrong. The night air in her apartment above the moon and laurel felt thick with foreboding, heavy with the weight of centuries of repeated tragedy. Helena had lived long enough, died enough times, to recognize the moments when fate began to turn against her. Through the darkness, her supernatural sight revealed the truth of what was coming. The shadows themselves seemed to breathe, pulsing with a rhythm that spoke of Beatrice's influence. The witch's magic had always carried this signature, beautiful and deadly, like poison disguised as perfume. The first hint of smoke carried memories with it, not the honest scent of natural fire, but the cloying sweetness of curse flames. Helena knew this smell intimately. She had breathed it in Salem as her first life burned away. She had tasted it in London when another lifetime turned to ash. She had choked on it in Chicago as yet another chance at happiness crumbled. But this time was different. The locket's warning held a new note, a harmony she had never heard before. As she moved through her darkened bedroom, gathering the grimoire and Sister Elizabeth's journal, Helena felt the weight of choice pressing against her supernatural senses. This fire wasn't just destruction, it was transformation. Below, in the shop proper, she felt more than heard movement. Elias. Her heart recognized his presence even before her enhanced senses confirmed it. He was there, still caught in the web of Beatrice's illusions but fighting through them. Each step he took through her shop sent ripples through the magical wards she had carefully laid down over the years. The smoke began to thicken, taking shapes that spoke of deliberate malice. Crows formed from shadow and flame circled the ceiling, their wings leaving trails of darkness. Roses bloomed in the corners, their petals made of fire, their thorns forged from cursed ice. The very air seemed to crack with the weight of competing magics, Helena's protections fighting against Beatrice's assault. When her phone rang with Margot's distinctive tone, the screen showed one final message before bursting into black flames. "He burns with the shop." The words carried weight beyond their meaning, and Helena felt truth settle into her bones. This was no random attack. This was Beatrice's carefully orchestrated moment, designed to force another tragedy, to bend their lives once more to her will. The door handle frosted over when Helena reached for it, ice crystals forming around her fingers. Beatrice's signature magic, beautiful, deadly, and absolute in its purpose. But the locket responded with its own power, ancient magic that had waited centuries to be fully awakened. This was power born of love rather than vengeance, of choice rather than compulsion. Through the floorboards, Helena could feel the fire spreading through her beloved shop. Each shelf of carefully curated teas, every crystal aligned for protection, all the herbs she'd grown under moonlight. They were all becoming fuel for Beatrice's curse flames. The protective wards she'd spent years crafting were being systematically destroyed, like a predator methodically disabling its prey's defenses. The heat rising from below carried whispers of other times, other fires. In Salem, it had been the righteous fury of the mob, fed by Beatrice's careful manipulations. In London, the fire had come during the Great Plague, when suspicion and fear made people eager to find scapegoats. Chicago's flames had devoured their speakeasy while jazz played and champagne flowed, the perfect cover for another execution of Beatrice's eternal vendetta. But tonight felt different. The locket's song spoke of possibility rather than just warning. Its cold weight against Helena's skin seemed to pulse with purpose, as if centuries of accumulated power were finally ready to be used. This was not just another turn of their tragic wheel. This was a moment when the spokes might break. When the door burst open, Elias stood framed in its threshold, his own supernatural sight blazing with confusion and recognition. The sight of him, truly him, fighting through Beatrice's perfect illusions, made Helena's heart ache with centuries of longing. His eyes held that familiar battle between truth and deception, between what Beatrice wanted him to believe and what his soul knew to be real. "Helena," his voice carried harmonics of uncertainty, the sound of a man walking the knife edge between realities. "The shop, it's burning, but I can't tell if it's real or—" "It's both," she cut him off, reaching for him despite the danger. Their fingers touched, and shared vision overwhelmed them both. They saw Salem again, watched their first shop burn as accusations spread like wildfire through the town. They witnessed London's flames claim their second chance at happiness. They felt Chicago's heat seal their fate once more. The moment their hands connected, something shifted in the fabric of Beatrice's curse. The locket's song grew stronger, its melody weaving through the crackle of supernatural flames. Elias's eyes cleared further, as if touching Helena had burned away another layer of the witch's deception. "She's been showing me false memories," he said, his voice rough with revelation, "making me believe, but they never felt right. Like looking at a familiar painting where all the colors are wrong." His grip on Helena's hand tightened as another explosion rocked the building's foundation. The fire! It's burning away her lies. Below them, the moon and laurel groaned like a living thing. Helena's supernatural sight revealed the true extent of the destruction. Curse fire eating through not just wood and stone, but through the layers of magic and memory she'd woven into every corner of her sanctuary. Each shelf of tea leaves contained more than just herbs. They held fragments of spells, pieces of protection, elements of healing. Now they were fuel for Beatrice's vengeful flames. "We need to get to the herb room," Helena said, pulling Elias toward the stairs. "There's something there, something she wants destroyed." The locket pulsed in agreement, its cold touch spreading across her collarbone like a shield of ice. The stairwell had become a tunnel of smoke and shadow, but their enhanced sight showed them safe passages through the chaos. Curse fire burned in patterns, following the lines of power Helena had laid down over years of careful preparation. What had once been protection was now becoming a pathway for destruction. "I remember this," Elias said suddenly, stopping mid-descent. "Not from her false memories, but from before, from Salem. The night they came for us, you tried to reach something in your workroom, something important." Helena's heart skipped at his words. Real memory, not Beatrice's fabrications. The locket sang louder, encouraging this breakthrough. "The grimoire," she confirmed. "It contains more than just spells and records. It holds the truth about her curse, about why she really chose us." They reached the main floor of the shop, where reality itself seemed to be burning. Mirrors reflected moments from other lives, their surfaces rippling like disturbed pools. Crystals exploded into rainbow shards, each piece showing a different version of their story. The air itself felt thick with magic, making every breath taste of power and possibility. Through the chaos, Helena led them toward the herb room at the back of the shop. This was her true sanctuary, where she kept her most powerful ingredients and her most dangerous secrets. The door was already burning, but not with ordinary flames. Ice crystals formed and melted in rapid succession, creating a barrier of extreme temperatures. "She doesn't want us in there," Elias observed, his supernatural sight reading the patterns in the magical assault, "which means that's exactly where we need to be." The locket's song reached a crescendo as Helena pressed her free hand against the door. Ice and fire fought against her touch, but the ancient magic in her pendant provided protection. She spoke words older than Salem, older than Beatrice's curse, words that came from a place of power the witch had never understood. The door shattered, not opening but dissolving into fragments of reality. Beyond it, the herb room had become a maelstrom of magical energy. Shelves of carefully preserved ingredients released their power as they burned, filling the air with prophetic smoke and transformative essence. In the center of the room, on a pedestal of black marble, sat a single crystal vase containing a rose that refused to burn. The rose in its crystal vase seemed to pulse with its own inner light, untouched by the destruction swirling around it. Helena's supernatural sight revealed layers of meaning in its perfect preservation. This was no ordinary flower, but a physical manifestation of something far more profound. The locket's song changed as they approached it, becoming a melody of recognition and warning intertwined. "I've dreamed of this rose," Elias whispered, his voice barely audible over the roar of the curse fire. "Even when Beatrice's illusions were strongest, it would appear in my dreams, always just out of reach, always significant in ways I couldn't understand." Helena felt the weight of centuries pressing down on this moment. "Because it's not just a rose," she explained, watching as magical energies swirled around the seemingly delicate bloom. "It's the first gift you ever gave me, in Salem, before Beatrice, before the curse. I preserved it with magic I barely understood at the time. Love magic, the kind that comes from the heart rather than from any grimoire." The shop's structure groaned ominously above them. Through the ceiling, Helena could see magical fire eating through the support beams, consuming not just wood, but the very spells that had protected this place for years. Each protective ward that fell sent shockwaves through the building's remaining defenses. "The rose survived every fire," Helena continued, her voice gaining strength as more pieces of truth fell into place. "Salem, London, Chicago, it always found its way back to me, though I never understood how. But now—" She turned to look at Elias, seeing recognition dawn in his eyes. "It's an anchor," he said, the words coming from some deep place of knowing. "Not just to our past, but to something more, something Beatrice never managed to touch." The locket's song confirmed his words, its melody weaving through the chaos of the burning shop. Around them, jars of herbs exploded one after another, releasing centuries of accumulated magical energy. Each explosion added another layer to the supernatural storm building within the shop's walls. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the chaos, sirens in the distance growing closer. But they weren't alone. Helena's enhanced hearing picked up another sound, voices gathering outside, drawn by the spectacle of the burning shop. Among them she recognized the particular resonance of those under Beatrice's influence. "The city will turn against us again," Helena said, knowing the pattern all too well. "She's already planted the seeds of suspicion. By morning they'll be calling for investigations, demanding answers about strange lights and unexplained occurrences." "Then we need to make a choice," Elias replied, his hand finding hers in the smoke-filled air. "The shop or the rose? We can't save both. I can feel it in the magic around us. Beatrice has made sure of that." He was right. Helena's supernatural sight showed her the truth of their situation. The curse fire was following a specific pattern, one designed to force this very choice. Save the shop, their sanctuary, their history, their accumulated power, or save the rose, with all its mysterious significance. The locket grew colder against her skin, its song becoming more urgent. Through its power, Helena saw glimpses of possible futures branching out from this moment. Save the shop, and maintain their foothold in New Orleans, but lose something vital to breaking Beatrice's curse. Save the rose and lose their sanctuary, but preserve something that the witch had never been able to destroy or fully understand. The choice crystallized in that burning moment. Helena's hand found the crystal vase just as Elias reached for it, their fingers intertwining around its cool surface. The locket's song reached a crescendo, drowning out even the roar of the curse fire. In that instant, their decision was made. "Together," they said in unison, lifting the vase from its pedestal. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The shop's remaining wards collapsed all at once, magical barriers shattering like glass. The curse fire rushed in to fill the void, consuming everything it touched. But the rose remained pristine in its crystal prison, glowing with an inner light that seemed to mock Beatrice's destructive power. They barely made it out through the shop's front door before the final collapse. The pre-dawn air hit them like a physical force, thick with smoke and charged with supernatural energy. A crowd had already gathered, their faces illuminated by the otherworldly flames that now consumed the moon and Laurel completely. Helena felt the shift in the atmosphere even before the first accusation was voiced. Her supernatural sight showed her Beatrice's influence spreading through the gathered onlookers like poison in water. The witch had prepared this moment well, planting seeds of suspicion that were now blooming into full-grown fear. "There she is," came a voice from the crowd. Helena recognized Councilwoman Marie Dubois, her perfectly pressed suit incongruous against the chaos of the scene. "The one who's been bringing darkness to our city." The locket pulsed with warning as more voices joined in, each carrying the harmonic resonance of Beatrice's manipulation. "Strange lights in the windows at night. Tea that worked too well to be natural. My sister got sick after buying her herbs." Elias stepped closer to Helena, still holding the crystal vase between them. "It's starting again," he murmured, his supernatural sight showing him the same patterns she saw. Just like Salem. But this time, something was different. The rose in its crystal prison seemed to pulse with defiance, its light creating a subtle barrier between them and the growing hostility of the crowd. The locket's song changed too, becoming not just a warning but a promise of power yet unrealized. As fire trucks arrived and emergency lights painted the scene in surreal colors, Helena watched Beatrice's carefully orchestrated drama begin to unfold. The witch had ensured that the destruction of the moon and Laurel would be only the beginning of their trials in New Orleans. Dawn broke over New Orleans like a bruise, painting the smoke-filled sky in shades of purple and sickly yellow. Helena stood in her small rented room at the Pontchartrain Hotel, watching the morning news replay footage of the moon and Laurel's destruction. The crystal vase containing the rose sat on the windowsill, its mysterious light casting strange shadows across the worn carpet. The locket at her throat had not stopped its warning song since they'd fled the burning shop, though its melody had changed from urgent alarm to a steady dirge of caution. The morning headlines scrolled across the television screen. "Historic French quarter shop fire raises questions." local business owners' mysterious past under investigation, string of unexplained events linked to burned tea shop. Each new headline carried the subtle signature of Beatrice's influence, words chosen with surgical precision to plant seeds of doubt and fear in the minds of New Orleans citizens. Councilwoman Marie Dubois had wasted no time. Her press conference aired just hours after the fire, her perfectly composed face grave with manufactured concern as she spoke about the need for investigation into disturbing patterns surrounding the moon and Laurel. Helena watched the replay with growing unease, her supernatural sight revealing the threads of dark magic woven through the councilwoman's carefully chosen words. "Our beautiful city has always welcomed those who respect its traditions," Dubois said, her voice carrying harmonics that Helena's enhanced senses could detect. "But recent events force us to question whether some among us have brought dangerous influences to our community. The fire at the Moon and Laurel is merely the latest in a series of troubling incidents." The locket grew colder as Dubois listed the incidents, all ordinary events twisted by Beatrice's magic into something sinister. A summer storm that had damaged the cathedral's roof after Helena had done a blessing ceremony nearby. 3 cases of unexpected illness among customers who had purchased her specialty teas, conveniently ignoring the hundreds who had found healing. The strange lights and sounds that neighbors had reported, actually the natural effect of Helena's protective wards doing their work. A knock at the hotel room door interrupted the broadcast. Margot stood in the hallway, her usual vibrant energy dimmed by concern. She carried a stack of local newspapers, each headline worse than the last. "It's spreading faster than we anticipated," she said, dropping the papers on the small desk. "Beatrice must have been planning this for months, laying the groundwork." Helena picked up the top newspaper, her supernatural sight revealing magical signatures in the ink itself. Beatrice had corrupted not just minds, but the very medium of communication. The words seemed to squirm under Helena's enhanced vision, each letter carrying subtle enchantments designed to enhance fear and suspicion in mortal readers. "The French Quarter Business Association is meeting this afternoon," Margot continued, pacing the small room. "They're discussing whether to issue a formal statement distancing themselves from you. I tried to speak with some of our allies, but—" She trailed off, her expression troubled. "It's like they can't hear me, or don't want to." The locket song shifted to a minor key as Helena absorbed this information. She had felt the change beginning even as the Moon and Laurel burned, the way people who had been friendly for years suddenly couldn't meet her eyes, how long-time customers crossed the street to avoid her, the whispers that followed in her wake. A text message from Elias lit up her phone. "Meeting resistance at the Historical Society. They're questioning all my research. Someone's been through the archives, changing records." The last part made Helena's blood run cold. Beatrice was not just attacking their present, but attempting to erase their legitimate connections to the city's past. Outside the hotel window, a crowd had begun to gather. Not an angry mob, not yet, but something potentially more dangerous. Curious onlookers drawn by rumors and whispers, their minds already being shaped by Beatrice's subtle influence. Helena's supernatural sight showed her how the witch's magic moved through the crowd like smoke, connecting person to person, building a network of suspicion and fear. The television continued its coverage, now showing interviews with concerned citizens who had suddenly remembered troubling encounters at the Moon and Laurel. Each story followed the same pattern. Ordinary interactions twisted just enough to seem sinister, legitimate magical workings reframed as malevolent influences. Helena recognized Beatrice's signature in every testimony, the way each person touched their throat while speaking, how their eyes unfocused slightly when describing their experiences, the specific phrases that kept recurring. "We need to fight back," Margot declared, her hands clenched in frustration. "Counter their narrative. I still have contacts at the local news stations. We could—" "No," Helena interrupted, her voice firm but gentle. "That's exactly what Beatrice wants. Every denial, every defense will only make us look more guilty to those under her influence. She's had centuries to perfect this pattern." The locket pulsed in agreement, its cold touch spreading across Helena's collarbone like a warning embrace. A new text from Elias appeared. Found something in the old records, before they were altered. Meet me at St. Louis Cathedral at sunset. Bring the rose. The message carried an urgency that Helena felt in her bones, but her supernatural sight also detected danger gathering around the cathedral's location. The day wore on and the accusations grew bolder. Social media exploded with evidence of Helena's malign influence. Carefully edited photos showing strange lights around the moon and laurel. Video clips taken out of context. Posts from supposedly concerned citizens sharing stories of misfortune that coincidentally began after visiting her shop. Beatrice's magic had adapted perfectly to the modern age, using technology to spread suspicion faster than ever before. By afternoon, the hotel manager appeared at Helena's door, nervously explaining that they had received numerous complaints about her presence. His words carried the same harmonic undertones as the others, Beatrice's influence at work, but there was also genuine fear in his eyes. "We're not asking you to leave immediately," he said, not quite meeting her gaze, "but perhaps it would be better for everyone if—" Helena understood. The Locket's song had prepared her for this moment. She began packing her few saved possessions, careful to wrap the crystal vase containing the rose in layers of protective cloth. Through her supernatural sight, she watched Beatrice's magic continue to spread through the city like a dark web, connecting more and more people to her carefully orchestrated campaign of suspicion. As sunset approached, Helena left the hotel through a side entrance, avoiding the growing crowd out front. The streets of the French Quarter, usually so welcoming, now felt hostile. Her enhanced senses showed her how people reacted to her presence, the way they drew back slightly, how conversations stopped as she passed, the subtle signs of Beatrice's influence taking hold. The walk to St. Louis Cathedral became a gauntlet of whispered accusations and averted eyes. Even those who had known her for years now regarded her with suspicion. The Locket's song grew more complex, weaving together warnings of immediate danger with hints of power yet unrevealed. The rose in its crystal vase seemed to pulse in response, its light barely contained by the protective wrappings. Near the cathedral, Helena passed a street performer she had often helped with small healing charms. The woman's eyes widened in recognition, then narrowed with manufactured fear. She quickly packed up her guitar and hurried away, making a sign against evil that carried traces of real power. Beatrice had even corrupted simple protective gestures. Elias waited in the cathedral's shadow, his own supernatural sight scanning the gathering darkness for threats. When Helena reached him, he immediately took her hand, their combined power creating a momentary shield against the weight of accusation pressing in from all sides. "The city is turning against us faster than ever before," he said, his voice low and urgent. "But I found something in the archives before they were changed. A pattern we never saw before. The rose, the accusations, the fire, they're all connected, but not in the way Beatrice thinks." The Locket's song reached a new pitch as Helena unwrapped the crystal vase, its light now clearly visible in the growing darkness. Around them, the city of New Orleans held its breath, caught between natural night and supernatural twilight, while Beatrice's web of suspicion drew ever tighter. They stood together in the deepening gloom, holders of a truth not yet fully understood, while around them, a city that had once welcomed them now watched with suspicious eyes, waiting to see what darkness they might bring next. The weight of accusations pressed down like a physical force, but the rose's light promised something beyond mere survival, if they could only understand its message in time. The interior of St. Louis Cathedral held an ancient silence, broken only by the soft echo of their footsteps on worn stone. Helena and Elias moved through the shadowed space, the rose's crystal vase glowing softly between them, while outside the accusations of New Orleans grew louder with each passing hour. The locket at Helena's throat sang a complex melody of warning and promise, its magic responding to both the sacred space and the darkness gathering beyond the cathedral walls. Elias led them to a small side chapel, where centuries of prayers had created a natural sanctuary against darker influences. Here, his supernatural sight had shown him, Beatrice's power struggled to maintain its hold. The witch's magic found little purchase in a place where so many genuine prayers had been offered, where real faith had left its mark in the very stones. I found these before the records were altered, he said, spreading ancient documents across a small wooden pew. His hands trembled slightly, not with fear, Helena realized, but with the effort of fighting Beatrice's remaining influence. The witch's power still clung to him like invisible chains, though they grew weaker with each passing moment in the chapel's protective atmosphere. The documents were parish records from Salem, preserved by a priest who had doubted the witch trial's legitimacy. Helena's supernatural sight revealed layers of truth in the yellowed pages, not just the written words, but the intentions and fears of those who had recorded them. Among the accounts of accusations and trials, one name appeared with suspicious frequency: Beatrice Winters, witness to countless incidents of witchcraft. She wasn't just another accuser, Elias said, his voice growing stronger as more of Beatrice's influence fell away. She was creating patterns even then, setting up testimonies that would echo through centuries. The same accusations she's using against you now in New Orleans. She tested them first in Salem. The locket pulsed with recognition as Helena examined the records. The pattern was clear now. Mysterious illnesses blamed on innocent healers, strange lights reported around homes of the accused, witnesses suddenly remembering troubling encounters months or years after they occurred. Beatrice had refined her methods over centuries, but the basic structure remained unchanged. But there's more, Elias continued, pulling out another document, this one bearing the seal of a London church. I found this just before the archives were corrupted. It's a record of a blessing performed in 1692, the same day we first met in Salem. A blessing for a rose, Helena finished, her supernatural sight confirming what the document revealed. A white rose, blessed by a priest who believed in love's power to overcome darkness. The crystal vase seemed to pulse brighter at her words, the preserved flower within it responding to the truth of its origin. Elias nodded, and Helena could see more of Beatrice's chains falling away as he embraced this genuine memory. The priest blessed it because I asked him to. I wanted to give you something that carried real protection, not just romantic sentiment. I didn't understand then what that blessing would mean, how it would echo through time. The locket's song changed, becoming something older and more powerful than Beatrice's curse. In that moment, Helena saw the truth that the witch had tried so hard to hide. The rose wasn't just a symbol of their love, but a key to understanding the very nature of her curse. She couldn't destroy it, Helena realized, watching the rose's light play across the chapel's ancient stones. In every lifetime, every fire, every tragedy, the rose survived because that original blessing carried something Beatrice never understood: freely given love, blessed by genuine faith. As she spoke, something shifted in the air around them. Elias gasped as the last of Beatrice's influence fell away, magical chains shattering like glass. The sound echoed through the cathedral, causing the few remaining evening visitors to look around in confusion before hurrying toward the exits. I remember, Elias said, his voice filled with wonder and pain. Not just fragments, not just what she wanted me to see. I remember everything. His supernatural sight, now fully his own again, showed him the truth of all their shared lives. Salem, London, Chicago. Every joy, every loss, every moment Beatrice had tried to twist or erase. The locket's song reached a crescendo as Elias's freedom resonated through layers of reality. Outside the cathedral, the witch's carefully constructed web of accusations trembled. Those nearest to the cathedral felt their implanted suspicions waver, though Beatrice's influence quickly reasserted itself. But something fundamental had changed. The rose's light grew stronger, responding to Elias's liberation. The crystal vase hummed with power that even Helena's enhanced senses couldn't fully comprehend. This was old magic, older than Beatrice's curse, older even than Salem's tragedy. She's been lying since the beginning, Elias said, his freed memories revealing new patterns. The curse isn't about punishing us for some imagined slight. It's about containing something she fears, something about our connection that threatens her power. Helena's supernatural sight confirmed his words, showing her how Beatrice's curse had always worked, not just to separate them, but to prevent them from fully understanding the power they could access together. The witches' elaborate schemes, the fires, the accusations, all were designed to keep them from recognizing their true potential. The rose's light pulsed again, stronger now, and the locket's song harmonized with it. In that moment of resonance, both Helena and Elias saw glimpses of possibilities Beatrice had tried to hide from them. Paths not taken, powers not yet claimed, futures the witch feared. But their revelation had not gone unnoticed. Outside the cathedral, the evening air grew thick with gathering power. Helena's enhanced senses detected Beatrice's response to Elias's liberation. Waves of darker magic rolling through the city like storm clouds, strengthening the web of accusations and fear. The cathedral's ancient stones groaned as supernatural pressure built around them. Through windows that had witnessed centuries of prayers, they could see crowds gathering in Jackson Square, their movements too coordinated to be natural. Beatrice was calling in her influences, preparing to overwhelm them with sheer numbers if she couldn't control them with magic. "We need to leave," Helena said, gathering the ancient documents. "Now that you're free, she'll come at us directly. No more subtle manipulations, no more working through others. She can't risk us having time to understand what we've discovered." Elias nodded, his supernatural sight already showing him escape routes through the gathering darkness. But as they prepared to flee, he paused, looking at the rose with new understanding. "We're not running forever this time," he said, his voice carrying the strength of centuries of defiance. "Every time we've faced her, we've been fighting blind, not understanding what we really are to each other, what we could be." The locket sang in agreement as they moved through the cathedral's shadowed halls, avoiding the main exits where Beatrice's influenced crowds waited. The rose's light guided them to a half-forgotten side door, its crystal vase humming with protective power. As they emerged into the New Orleans night, they could feel the witch's rage trembling through layers of reality. Beatrice had spent centuries maintaining her illusions, carefully manipulating every encounter, every memory. Now, with Elias fully freed and their true potential beginning to reveal itself, all her careful plans were unraveling. They moved through back alleys and secret ways, using their combined supernatural sight to avoid the searching crowds. The rose's light created a subtle shield around them, bending shadows and deflecting attention, while the locket's song warned of approaching dangers. But they weren't just fleeing anymore. With each step, each shared glance, each moment of genuine connection, they felt their power growing. Beatrice had cursed them in Salem not out of vengeance, but out of fear. Fear of what they might become if they ever fully understood the blessing carried in that simple white rose. The night deepened around them as they made their way toward temporary sanctuary, while behind them, Beatrice's influence continued to spread through New Orleans like a dark tide. But something fundamental had changed. The witch's power no longer felt inevitable or overwhelming. For the first time in centuries, they could see beyond her curse to possibilities she had never wanted them to imagine. The rose glowed steadily in its crystal prison, its light a promise of power yet to be fully claimed. The locket's song spoke of battles yet to come, but also of victories long denied. And in the space between one breath and the next, between one heartbeat and another, Helena and Elias began to understand what they truly were to each other. Not just lovers caught in a curse, but bearers of a power that had frightened one of the most formidable witches in history. New Orleans watched them with suspicious eyes, its streets thrumming with Beatrice's dark influence. But as they moved through the city's shadows, they carried with them something the witch had never managed to destroy. A love blessed by genuine faith, preserved through centuries in a single white rose, waiting for the moment when they would finally understand its true significance. The safe house on the outskirts of the French Quarter had belonged to Margot's family for generations. Its worn wooden floors and faded wallpaper concealed layers of protective magic far older than Beatrice's influence in New Orleans. Helena and Elias had barely settled into its shelter when the locket's song changed, its melody shifting from cautious warning to immediate alarm. Through the window's warped glass, Helena's supernatural sight detected a new presence moving through the midnight streets. This was no ordinary pursuer, no mind clouded by Beatrice's manipulations. This was something else entirely, a shadow with purpose, a darkness given form and will. "Lucien," Elias whispered, the name carrying centuries of dread. His newly freed memories provided context that Beatrice had long hidden from him. Her enforcer. When her subtle methods fail, she sends him to clean up. The rose in its crystal vase dimmed slightly, responding to the approaching threat. Even its blessed light seemed to recoil from the void that was Lucien's presence. Through their enhanced senses, both Helena and Elias could feel him testing the safe house's defenses, his power sliding across ancient wards like oil on water. He made no attempt to hide his presence. That, Helena realized, was part of his purpose. To inspire fear, to let them feel his approach. Through the locket's power she could see him clearly, tall and elegantly dressed in a black suit that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. His movements were too smooth to be human, each gesture calculated for maximum psychological impact. "I remember him from Chicago," Elias said, his voice tight with recovered memories. 1871. The Great Fire wasn't just Beatrice's work. It was Lucien who made sure we couldn't save anything, couldn't preserve any evidence of our true connection. The enforcer paused at the edge of the property, his presence sending ripples through the magical protections. When he spoke, his voice carried through walls and wards as if they didn't exist, each word precise and cultured despite its supernatural resonance. "The witch sends her regards," Lucien announced, his tone suggesting he was merely delivering an invitation to tea rather than a deadly threat. "She is disappointed by recent developments. Perhaps we could discuss terms for a more amenable resolution." The locket grew cold against Helena's skin, its song warning of the lies hidden beneath Lucien's reasonable words. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how his power worked, not the crude manipulations Beatrice used on ordinary people, but something far more insidious. He offered choices that were not choices, paths that all led to the same darkness. "We know the truth now," Elias called back, his voice steady despite the fear Helena could feel trembling through their connection. "About Salem, about the rose, about why she really cursed us. We won't let her contain us anymore." Lucien's laugh was like silk over steel. "Truth. You've discovered a fragment, a glimpse, and you think you understand the whole. My mistress has spent centuries weaving this web. Your little moment of clarity changes nothing." As he spoke, his power began to manifest visibly, darkness flowing from his form like smoke, testing each of the safe house's protections in turn. Where it touched, ancient wards flickered and strained. Margot's family had been powerful, but Lucien had centuries of experience breaking through such defenses. The rose's light pulsed stronger, responding to the threat. Its crystal vase hummed with power that made Lucien pause briefly in his assault. That hesitation told Helena more than any of his words. The enforcer feared what the rose represented, what it could mean for Beatrice's carefully maintained control. "She can't keep us apart anymore," Helena declared, drawing on the locket's power to strengthen her words. "Every time she's tried to destroy us, something survives. The rose, our memories, our connection. She's never managed to fully break any of it." "Survival is not victory," Lucien replied smoothly, but Helena's enhanced senses detected a note of uncertainty in his supernatural voice. "You survive because she allows it. Your continued existence serves her purposes." But even as he spoke, more of Beatrice's lies unraveled. Helena and Elias could see it now, how each survival had actually been a failure of the witch's power, how their connection had persisted despite her best efforts to sever it. The rose's light grew stronger, and the locket's song became more complex, weaving together threads of power that Beatrice had never wanted them to discover. Lucien's darkness pressed harder against the safe house's defenses, finding weak points, seeking entry. The wards began to crack under his assault, ancient protections giving way to centuries of accumulated power. But something unexpected happened as they failed. The rose's light filled the spaces they left behind, creating new barriers that the enforcer's power couldn't easily penetrate. "Impossible," Lucien whispered, his cultured tone slipping for the first time. "That blessing should have faded centuries ago." Its power should be nothing more than a memory. You never understood what it really was, Elias said, his freed memories providing new insight. The priest in Salem didn't just bless a rose, he blessed what it represented. Love freely given, faith freely offered, something neither you nor Beatrice can truly comprehend. The enforcer's response was to intensify his assault. Darkness poured from his form now, no longer testing but actively attacking. The safe house's remaining wards shattered one by one, their ancient power no match for his concentrated malevolence. But with each barrier that fell, the rose's light grew stronger, its blessed power filling the void with something that made Lucian's shadows recoil. Helena felt the locket's song change again, becoming something older and more powerful than Beatrice's curse had ever been. In that moment, she understood another piece of the truth. Lucian wasn't just the witch's enforcer. He was a manifestation of her fear, a weapon created to destroy what she couldn't control. "Your mistress didn't curse us because we wronged her," Helena called out, her voice carrying the locket's power. "She cursed us because she saw something in our connection that threatened her. Something she's still trying to prevent us from discovering." The enforcer's perfect composure cracked further. His darkness withdrew slightly, swirling around him like a cloak of living shadow. "You understand nothing!" he snarled, but the cultured facade was crumbling, revealing something desperate underneath. "My mistress offers order, control, certainty. What you represent is chaos." The rose flared brighter at his words, its crystal vase humming with frequencies that made Lucian's form waver. The blessed light revealed him more clearly now. Not truly a person at all, but a construct of Beatrice's power given purpose and false consciousness. He was as much a prisoner of her magic as they had been, though in a very different way. "She didn't send you here just to stop us," Elias realized, his supernatural sight penetrating layers of deception. "She sent you because she had to, because her power over you requires you to prevent what we're becoming." Lucian's attack redoubled, his darkness seeking any weakness, any way to reach them before they could understand more. But the rose's light had transformed the safe house into something new, not just a shelter, but a space where Beatrice's power held less sway, where the truth could emerge despite her centuries of deception. The locket sang in harmony with the rose's light, their combined power creating patterns that made Lucian's form increasingly unstable. Helena and Elias watched as the enforcer's elegant appearance began to fragment, revealing the magical construct beneath the human facade. "This changes nothing," Lucian insisted, but his voice had lost its supernatural resonance, becoming something closer to a plea. "She will not allow you to fully awaken. The pattern must be maintained. The curse must hold." But with each word, his power diminished. The darkness that had seemed so overwhelming now struggled to maintain its coherence. Through their enhanced senses, Helena and Elias could see Beatrice's influence straining to maintain her enforcer's form against the rose's blessed light. "We don't need to destroy you," Helena said, understanding flowing through her connection with the locket. "You're as much a victim of her power as we were. There's another way." The rose's light shifted, becoming not just a barrier but an offer, the same blessing that had preserved it through centuries extending toward Lucian's fragmenting form. The enforcer recoiled, his darkness writhing in confusion and fear. "No," he whispered, but the word held no power now. "I am her instrument, her will made manifest. I cannot be anything else." "Everything can change," Elias replied, adding his own newly freed power to the rose's offering. "Everything can be transformed. That's what she really fears. Not just us, but the possibility of genuine transformation." Lucian's elegant form dissolved completely, leaving only a shadow of Beatrice's power, trembling between existence and dissolution. The rose's light surrounded it, offering not destruction but transformation, while the locket's song spoke of possibilities the witch had never imagined. In the space between one moment and the next, between one choice and another, Lucian's essence wavered. The enforcer who had terrorized them through centuries faced something he had never expected. Not resistance to his power, but compassion for his imprisoned state. The night held its breath as Beatrice's carefully constructed weapon faced the truth of his own existence. And in that moment of choice, of possibility, the rose's light offered something the witch had never considered: freedom not through destruction, but through transformation. The decision to leave New Orleans came with the first light of dawn. Lucian's transformation had sent ripples through the fabric of Beatrice's influence, weakening her hold on the city temporarily, but also warning her of their growing power. The locket's song had become urgent, its melody speaking of immediate danger and the need for strategic retreat. They left the safe house as morning mist still clung to the streets, the rose's crystal vase carefully wrapped in layers of protective cloth and ancient sigils. Helena's supernatural sight showed her the patterns of pursuit already forming. Beatrice's magic redirecting early risers, setting eyes searching, weaving new webs of surveillance through the awakening city. "The boundary waters," Elias said as they moved through back alleys and forgotten passages. "There's a place there, far from cities and crowds, where the old magic still runs strong. Beatrice never managed to corrupt it fully." His freed memories provided coordinates that had been hidden from him for centuries, knowledge the witch had tried desperately to suppress. The locket pulsed with recognition, confirming his suggestion. Helena could see why. In her supernatural sight, the location he described appeared as a blank space in Beatrice's network of influence, a refuge where the natural world's power still held dominion. They didn't dare risk airports or train stations, where security cameras and crowds would make them easy to track. Instead, they found themselves at the wheel of an aged Volvo station wagon, purchased with cash from a small dealership whose owner's eyes slid past them without recognition. A small blessing from the rose's protective light. The journey north began as New Orleans stirred to full wakefulness behind them. Through her enhanced senses, Helena felt Beatrice's rage when she discovered their departure, a storm of magical energy that sent clouds racing across the Louisiana sky. But they were already beyond her immediate reach, the rose's blessing creating a subtle deflection that turned searching eyes away from their vehicle. "She'll try to track us through my research connections," Elias said as they crossed the Mississippi state line. "The Historical Society, academic contacts, professional networks. She'll use them all to narrow down possible destinations." His voice carried the weight of centuries spent watching Beatrice's methods, now finally understood with his freed memories. Helena nodded, her supernatural sight scanning the road ahead for dangers. "But she'll be looking in the wrong places. She still thinks we're trying to find evidence, uncover more about the past. She doesn't understand that we're moving towards something new." The rose hummed softly in its crystal vase, secured in a specially prepared compartment beneath the rear seat. Its light had dimmed to avoid detection, but its power remained strong, creating a mobile sanctuary around their vehicle that confused both magical and mundane tracking methods. They drove through the day, switching drivers every few hours, taking back roads and secondary highways to avoid major traffic cameras. The locket's song guided their choices, warning them away from routes where Beatrice's influence might have already spread. As they passed through small towns and rural areas, Helena's enhanced senses showed her how the witch's power thinned away from major population centers. Here, where people still held to older beliefs and simpler faiths, Beatrice's sophisticated manipulations found less purchase. "She's always worked through corruption of existing power structures," Elias explained as they stopped for supplies in a small Minnesota town. "Social hierarchies, political systems, modern technology, she twists them to serve her purposes. But out here," he gestured to the surrounding wilderness, where ancient pines stood watch over lands that had never fully submitted to human control. The locket grew warmer as they turned onto increasingly remote roads, its song becoming harmonious with the natural energy of the landscape. Even Beatrice's most basic tracking spells would struggle here, where ley lines followed paths older than human civilization, and the elements themselves resisted outside control. They made camp that night in a small clearing, far from marked trails or tourist areas. The rose's light could safely shine here, its blessed power joining with the location's natural protection to create a space where they could rest without fear of immediate discovery. As they sat beside a carefully controlled fire, Helena's supernatural sight revealed more about their sanctuary. The Boundary Waters had earned their name in more ways than one. This was a place where different kinds of magic met and mingled, where the barriers between worlds grew thin. Here, Beatrice's carefully constructed systems of control encountered powers she couldn't easily bend to her will. "I remember fragments of another hiding place," Elias said, his freed memories continuing to unfold. "Chicago, after the fire. We found shelter in a place like this, where natural power offered protection, but we didn't understand then what we know now." The Locket's song confirmed his words, adding layers of meaning that spoke of lessons learned through centuries of conflict with Beatrice. Each time they had hidden, each sanctuary they had found, had taught them something new about their connection and its true significance. They spent the next day establishing their temporary home, using knowledge from both their modern lives and recovered memories to create a space that would be difficult to detect through either magical or mundane means. The rose's power helped, its blessed light establishing boundaries that even Beatrice's most sophisticated tracking methods would struggle to penetrate. Helena used her expertise from the moon and laurel to set up protective gardens, planting seeds blessed by the rose's light in patterns that would strengthen their sanctuary's natural defenses. Elias applied his academic knowledge to more practical purposes, creating warning systems that would alert them to any approach, whether physical or magical. The Locket's song grew more complex as their defenses took shape, weaving together strands of power from multiple sources. This wasn't just a hiding place, Helena realized. It was becoming something more, a space where they could safely explore the full potential of their connection without Beatrice's interference. As the days passed, they began to understand more about why the witch had worked so hard to keep them apart. In the sanctuary's protected space, their combined power grew stronger. The rose's blessed light revealed new possibilities, while the Locket's song taught them how to access abilities Beatrice had long suppressed. They learned to share their supernatural sight, combining their perspectives to see deeper patterns in reality. They discovered how to extend the rose's protection beyond their immediate space, creating safe paths through the wilderness that would allow them to move undetected. The Locket's power showed them how to communicate without words, developing a connection that Beatrice couldn't easily monitor or disrupt. But they weren't just hiding, they were preparing. Each new skill they mastered, each aspect of their power they reclaimed, brought them closer to understanding what had frightened Beatrice so deeply in Salem. The witch hadn't cursed them out of simple vengeance or jealousy. She had recognized something in their connection that threatened the very foundations of her power. "She built her entire system of magic on control," Helena said one evening, as they studied ancient texts Elias had managed to preserve from his research. "Manipulation, coercion, corruption of natural patterns. But what we have, what we're becoming, it's based on something entirely different." The rose glowed brighter at her words, its crystal vase humming with frequencies that made the very air vibrate in sympathy. The blessed light illuminated passages in their texts that spoke of older magics, powers that worked through harmony rather than dominance. Their sanctuary grew stronger with each passing day, the natural energy of the Boundary Waters interweaving with their own developing abilities. Even the local wildlife seemed to recognize their space as something special. Wolves would pause at their boundaries, acknowledging their presence without hostility, while birds brought messages of approaching travelers in time to avoid detection. But they couldn't hide forever, and they both knew it. Beatrice's influence, though weaker here, was still spreading through the modern world. Her networks of control were adapting, learning, extending into places she had previously ignored. Sooner or later she would find a way to track them, even to this remote sanctuary. The Locket's song spoke of this truth, its melody carrying both warning and promise. They were safer here than they had been in centuries, but this was only a temporary refuge. The real test would come when Beatrice finally located them. Not just a confrontation of power, but a fundamental clash between different ways of understanding and using magic. As autumn began to paint the wilderness in brilliant colours, Helena and Elias continued their preparation. Each morning brought new discoveries about their capabilities, while each evening found them discussing strategies for the inevitable confrontation. The rose's light grew stronger as they learned, its blessed power responding to their growing understanding of its true significance. They were no longer the same people who had fled New Orleans. Their time in sanctuary had transformed them, awakening abilities that Beatrice had suppressed for centuries. The witch's curse still bound them in some ways, but they were learning to work within its constraints, finding paths to power that she had never imagined possible. The locket's song changed with them, becoming more complex and powerful as they grew into their true potential. Its magic now spoke not just of warning and protection, but of possibilities that even Beatrice, with all her centuries of accumulated power, had never dared to explore. Their hiding place had become more than just a sanctuary. It was a crucible where something new was taking shape, something that would challenge Beatrice's understanding of magic itself. The rose's blessed light illuminated paths forward that the witch had tried to keep hidden, while the natural power of the boundary waters provided the space they needed to explore these possibilities safely. As the first snow of winter dusted their sanctuary, Helena and Elias knew their time of preparation was nearing its end. Soon, they would need to emerge from hiding and confront Beatrice directly, but they would do so changed, strengthened, and finally understanding the true nature of both their connection and their power. The rose glowed steadily in its crystal vase, its light a promise of transformations yet to come, while the locket's song spoke of battles approaching, not just against Beatrice's physical power, but against everything she represented. Their sanctuary had given them what they needed most: time to understand, space to grow, and the chance to become what they were always meant to be. Chapter 8. Secrets Unearthed. Scene 1. The Witch's Beginning. The diary surfaced in the most unexpected way. While strengthening the sanctuary's eastern boundary, Helena's supernatural sight had detected something buried deep beneath an ancient pine's roots. The locket's song changed immediately, its melody becoming urgent and complex, while the rose's light pulsed with recognition. Elias helped her dig, their combined power making the frozen Minnesota earth yield its secret. The book they uncovered was bound in leather so dark it seemed to absorb light, its pages protected by preservation spells far older than Beatrice's curse. Helena's enhanced senses detected multiple layers of magic woven through its binding, some protective, others meant to conceal. "This wasn't meant to be found," Elias said, his freed memories helping him recognize the magical signatures. "Not by us, not by anyone. These are Beatrice's personal wards, but from before Salem, before she became what she is now." The locket grew warm against Helena's skin as they carefully transported the diary back to their shelter. The rose's blessed light seemed to counteract something within the book's binding, creating a safe space where they could examine it without triggering its defensive enchantments. As they opened the diary, Helena's supernatural sight revealed writing that shifted between languages, modern English giving way to colonial script, then older forms, some in alphabets she didn't recognize. But the locket's power helped her understand, translating not just words but contexts, emotions, hidden meanings. "My name was Elizabeth Winters," the first legible entry read, dated 1585. "Today I die and Beatrice begins. The transformation requires sacrifice. Everything I was, everything I might have been. The power demands nothing less." Elias's hands trembled as he turned the pages, his academic training helping him piece together the historical context. This is from London, during Elizabeth I's reign, a time of great social upheaval when old magical traditions were being suppressed by new religious and political powers. The diary revealed a young woman's desperate journey from common herbalist to something far darker. Elizabeth had begun as a healer, using natural magic to help her community, but when her abilities drew unwanted attention from authorities, she had sought protection in increasingly dangerous sources of power. "The old ways are dying," another entry declared. "Those who once respected our arts now hunt us. But I have found another path, one that requires no one's permission or approval. The darkness offers power without judgment, control without constraint." Helena's supernatural sight showed her the emotions behind the words, fear turning to resentment, then to a cold determination that would eventually become Beatrice's defining characteristic. The locket's song grew mournful as they read, as if grieving for the healer who had chosen to become a witch. "Here," Elias said, pointing to a crucial entry. "This is where Elizabeth truly became Beatrice. She didn't just change her name. She performed a ritual that fundamentally altered her relationship with magic itself." The described ritual was complex and terrible, involving sacrifices both physical and spiritual. Elizabeth had systematically severed her connections to natural magic, replacing them with bonds to darker powers that promised control over others' fates. "The transformation is complete," the entry concluded. "Elizabeth's weaknesses are burned away. I am Beatrice now, and I will never again be at the mercy of others' judgments or beliefs. Power is the only truth, control the only safety." The rose's light flickered as they read, responding to the darkness contained in those words. Through their enhanced senses, both Helena and Elias could feel how that moment of transformation still resonated through centuries of magical history. "She didn't start as our enemy," Helena realized, the locket helping her understand patterns that spanned centuries. "She became what she is because she couldn't see any other way to survive. Every action since then, every manipulation and curse, has been about maintaining the control she thought she needed." Later entries revealed how Beatrice had refined her powers, developing the methods she would later use against them. She learned to corrupt natural magical connections, to twist protective bonds into chains of control, to use people's fears and desires against them. "The fools think magic must be either light or dark," she wrote during her early years in the American colonies. "They don't understand that true power comes from controlling both, from bending all forces to one's will. Their binary thinking makes them easy to manipulate, their rigid beliefs simple to corrupt." The diary showed how she had gradually extended her influence, moving from individual manipulations to broader social control. Salem had been her masterpiece, not just the trials themselves, but the way she had used them to create patterns of fear and suspicion that would echo through centuries. "But something went wrong there," Elias said, finding entries that became increasingly agitated around 1692. "When she saw us, saw our connection, something frightened her. Something about us threatened everything she had built." The locket pulsed with confirmation as they found the crucial entry, the moment Beatrice had first witnessed their natural magical bond. Her writing became almost frantic, losing its careful control. "They must not be allowed to fully connect. Their power flows from something I cannot corrupt, cannot control. If others see it, understand it, everything I have built could crumble. The curse must bind them, separate them, keep them from recognizing their true potential." Helena's supernatural sight revealed the fear behind those words, not just anger or jealousy, but genuine terror that their connection represented something that could undo all of Beatrice's carefully constructed systems of control. "The blessing on their rose," another entry raged, "carries power I cannot break. It must be contained, corrupted, prevented from showing others that such magic is possible. My curse will ensure they never maintain their connection long enough to understand what they truly are." The rose glowed brighter as they read these words, its blessed light seeming to grow stronger with each revelation. The locket's song became more complex, weaving together threads of understanding that spanned centuries of conflict with Beatrice. "She's been lying to herself as much as to everyone else," Helena said, seeing the patterns clearly now. "Every time she's cursed us, every life she's tried to keep us apart, she's been fighting against a truth she can't accept, that there are forms of power that can't be controlled or corrupted." The diary's final entries showed Beatrice's growing obsession with maintaining control, with preventing any challenge to her system of magic. Her original fear had become a fundamental part of her power, driving her to create ever more complex webs of manipulation and influence. As they closed the diary, the rose's light pulsed once more, and the locket's song changed to something almost triumphant. They had found more than just Beatrice's origins. They had discovered her fundamental weakness, the fear that drove all her actions. "She can't destroy what we have," Elias said, understanding flowing through their connection. "She can only try to contain it, to prevent others from seeing it. But every time she's tried, something has survived. The rose, our memories, our ability to find each other again. The diary lay between them, its dark leather no longer seeming so threatening. They had uncovered not just Beatrice's past, but the key to understanding her power and its limitations. The witch who had cursed them in Salem was not an invincible force, but a frightened healer who had chosen control over connection, corruption over creation. The sanctuary around them seemed to pulse with this new understanding, while the rose's blessed light promised possibilities that Elizabeth Winters had never imagined, and Beatrice still refused to accept. The discovery came 3 days after finding Beatrice's diary during a storm that shook their sanctuary with supernatural force. The locket song had grown increasingly intense as they studied both the diary and the ancient texts they'd brought from New Orleans, its melody weaving together threads of understanding that had been scattered across centuries. Helena sat cross-legged on the floor of their shelter, the rose's crystal vase before her, its blessed light illuminating pages spread in a careful circle. Her supernatural sight revealed layers of meaning in both Beatrice's private writings and the historical documents they'd gathered, patterns that had always been present but never fully understood. "Look at this," Elias said, his freed memories helping him connect pieces of the puzzle. He pointed to a passage in the diary, then to a corresponding section in one of the Salem church records. "She didn't just curse us, she created a template, a magical framework that she's been using to maintain control over multiple aspects of reality." The locket pulsed with recognition as Helena examined the connection. Through her enhanced senses, she could see how Beatrice's curse functioned on multiple levels, personal, social, and metaphysical. The witch hadn't just separated them, she'd used their separation to reinforce her entire system of magical control. "The curse isn't just about us," Helena realized, the rose's light revealing new patterns in the documents before them. "It's a cornerstone of her power structure. Every time she's renewed it, every life she's kept us apart, she's been strengthening her hold on how magic itself works in the modern world." Thunder crashed outside their sanctuary as they worked, the storm carrying echoes of Beatrice's growing awareness that something was changing. The rose's blessed light created a protective sphere around them, allowing them to continue their research despite the magical turbulence beyond their walls. Elias brought out the parish record they'd found in St. Louis Cathedral, the one documenting the original blessing of the rose. "This is where it all connects," he said, his supernatural sight revealing layers of significance they hadn't previously noticed. The blessing wasn't just about protection, it was about possibility. The locket's song changed as Helena examined the document more closely, its melody helping her understand what the old priest had actually done. "He didn't just bless our love," she said slowly, watching patterns unfold in her magical vision. "He blessed our potential to change how magic works. That's why Beatrice couldn't destroy the rose. It carries a fundamentally different understanding of power." Their combined supernatural sight revealed how the blessing and the curse interacted, not just opposing forces, but different paradigms of magical reality. Beatrice's curse worked through control and corruption, trying to force reality to conform to her will. The rose's blessing operated through harmony and connection, allowing natural patterns to evolve and transform. "The curse has 3 main anchors," Elias said, arranging documents to show the pattern. "First, our personal separation, keeping us from maintaining our connection long enough to understand it. Second, social isolation, using others' fears and suspicions to reinforce our separation. Third, magical limitation, preventing us from fully accessing our combined potential." Helena's enhanced senses confirmed his analysis, showing her how these 3 aspects reinforced each other. "But the rose's blessing has been working against all 3, she added, watching the patterns shift in her magical sight. "Every time we've found each other, every person who's helped us, every bit of power we've managed to access, they're all cracks in Beatrice's system." The locket grew warmer as they examined this interaction between blessing and curse, its song becoming more complex as they understood more. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how the rose's power had preserved possibilities that Beatrice had tried to eliminate, maintaining connections she had attempted to sever. "Here's the key," Helena said suddenly, the patterns finally becoming clear. She pointed to a section of Beatrice's diary that corresponded with markings on the parish record. "The curse works by convincing everyone, including us, that her way of using magic is the only way. But the blessing shows that's not true." Elias nodded, his freed memories providing historical context. "That's why she had to keep cursing us in life after life. Each time we found each other, each moment of genuine connection threatened her entire magical framework. We weren't just defying her curse, we were demonstrating that her understanding of power was incomplete." The roses' light pulsed stronger as they spoke, responding to their growing understanding. The storm outside intensified, magical energies crackling through the air as Beatrice's influence reacted to their discovery. But within their sanctuary, protected by the blessing's power, they could finally see the full pattern. "The curse can't be broken through direct opposition," Helena said, watching the magical interactions play out in her supernatural sight. "That's what Beatrice expects, what she's prepared for. Every time someone's tried to break it by force, they've just reinforced her system of control." "But the blessing shows another way," Elias continued, their thoughts flowing together through their strengthened connection. "It's not about fighting the curse, it's about transforming it, about demonstrating possibilities that Beatrice refuses to acknowledge." The locket's song reached a crescendo as they laid out the documents in a new pattern, one that revealed both the curse's structure and its fundamental vulnerability. Through their enhanced senses, they could see how Beatrice's power depended on maintaining certain beliefs about how magic worked, beliefs that their connection naturally challenged. "Each anchor of the curse depends on isolation," Helena said, tracing patterns in the air that the rose's light made visible. "Personal, social, magical, they all work by convincing everyone that connection is impossible, that power must come through control. But every genuine connection we make weakens that conviction," Elias added, understanding flowing through their shared sight. "Every time we help someone, every moment of real trust or love, every use of magic that comes from harmony rather than dominance, they all demonstrate that Beatrice's way isn't the only possibility." The storm reached its peak outside their sanctuary, magical energies howling through the boundary waters as Beatrice's influence reacted to their discovery. But the rose's blessed light held steady, creating a space where they could continue to unravel the curse's structure. "We don't break the curse," Helena said slowly, watching the patterns align in her supernatural vision. "We transform it, starting with ourselves. Each time we choose connection over control, each person we help see different possibilities, each use of magic that comes from harmony. They all contribute to changing the fundamental patterns Beatrice established." The locket pulsed with confirmation as Elias began arranging their resources in a new way, creating a working space that reflected this understanding. "It's already happening," he said, his freed memories showing him how their recent actions had affected Beatrice's power structure. Lucian's transformation, the people who helped us in New Orleans, even the natural magic of this sanctuary, they're all examples of possibilities she tried to suppress. Their supernatural sight revealed how these changes rippled through layers of reality, weakening Beatrice's hold not through direct confrontation, but through the simple demonstration that other ways of using magic were possible. The rose's blessed light showed them paths forward that the witch had never imagined, while the locket's song spoke of transformations yet to come. "We need to document this," Helena said, beginning to record their discoveries in a way that would be protected from Beatrice's influence. Not just for ourselves, but for others who might find themselves facing similar challenges. The curse's power comes partly from convincing everyone that her way is the only way. We need to preserve evidence that alternatives exist. As they worked, the storm gradually subsided, though both could sense through their enhanced awareness that something fundamental had changed. Beatrice's influence felt different now, not weaker exactly, but less absolute, less certain of its own inevitability. The rose glowed steadily in its crystal vase, its blessed light illuminating their work as they prepared to put their understanding into practice. The locket's song had become something new, a melody that spoke not just of protection or warning, but of transformation and possibility. They had found more than just the key to breaking their personal curse. They had discovered how to challenge Beatrice's entire system of magical control, not through force or direct opposition, but through the steady demonstration that other ways of understanding and using power were possible. As night fell over their sanctuary, Helena and Elias continued their work, documenting their discoveries while the rose's light kept watch. They knew that Beatrice would feel the change in her curse's structure, would understand that they had found a way to challenge her power that she hadn't anticipated. But for the first time in centuries, they faced that prospect not with fear, but with a deep understanding of both the challenge and the opportunity before them. The curse that had bound them for so long would become the means of demonstrating truths that Beatrice had tried to hide. That magic could work through harmony as well as control, through connection as well as corruption. The locket song spoke of battles yet to come, but also of victories that would be won not through force, but through the simple, powerful act of showing others that different possibilities existed. The rose's blessed light promised that such demonstrations would continue to challenge Beatrice's carefully constructed reality, one connection at a time. The shared memory came unexpectedly, 3 nights after they discovered the key to transforming Beatrice's curse. The rose's light had been growing steadily stronger, its blessed power creating new possibilities within their sanctuary. The locket's song had shifted to a melody neither had heard before, ancient and yet somehow familiar. Helena and Elias sat before the hearth, studying the patterns they documented, when the first ripple of memory touched them both. It wasn't like their previous recollections, fragmentary glimpses viewed separately through the curse's distortions. This was something new, a shared experience that the rose's light made possible, and the locket's power helped them navigate. The firelight seemed to flicker and change, becoming the warm glow of tallow candles in a different time and place. Their supernatural sight, already enhanced by their growing understanding, showed them not just images but the very fabric of reality shifting around them. "Don't fight it," Helena whispered, feeling Elias's initial resistance to the unfamiliar sensation. "This isn't Beatrice's magic trying to control us. It's something older, something the blessing preserved." The locket grew warm against her skin as the memory enveloped them both, its song guiding them through layers of time that Beatrice had tried to keep separated. The rose's light pulsed in harmony with their shared experience, creating a safe space for truth to emerge despite centuries of magical suppression. Salem materialized around them, but not as they had seen it before through the curse's distortions. This was Salem as it had truly been, on a spring evening in 1692, before Beatrice's interference had twisted everything. Their enhanced senses showed them details that history had forgotten. The particular quality of light, the smell of herbs drying in window frames, the subtle currents of natural magic that still flowed freely through the settlement. They found themselves in a small garden behind what they both recognized as Helena's original home. Young plants stretched toward the fading sunlight, many of them species that would later be condemned as witches' herbs. But in this moment, before Beatrice's influence had taken hold, they were simply healing plants, tended with knowledge passed down through generations. The Helena of 1692 knelt among her herbs, her hands moving with practiced care as she gathered what she needed for her remedies. Through their shared supernatural sight, both could see the natural magic that flowed between her and the plants. Not the corrupted power Beatrice would later claim she used, but something pure and harmonious. Elias of 1692 approached the garden gate, carrying books bound in worn leather. Their shared memory showed them how he had often brought texts from Salem's small library, using them as an excuse to visit while they discussed matters that went far beyond simple herbalism. "I found something interesting in this one," the past Elias said, opening a volume whose pages glowed with significance in their supernatural sight. "The author speaks of connections between natural healing and the movement of stars. It reminded me of what you said about timing your harvests." The Helena of the past looked up, her smile carrying none of the fear that would later mark their interactions. "The old knowledge finds its way into books sometimes," she said, "though often hidden in language scholars think they understand better than they do." Through their shared memory, present-day Helena and Elias felt the natural magic that flowed between their past selves. Not the desperate passion Beatrice would later claim had drawn them together, but something deeper and more fundamental. They were two people who saw the world in similar ways, who understood that power could flow through harmony rather than control. The rose's light showed them how that understanding had frightened Beatrice, how it had challenged everything she believed about magic and power. In their supernatural sight, they could see the witch watching from shadows that hadn't existed in the original memory, her presence an intrusion that the blessing now revealed clearly. She saw us teaching each other, present-day Helena realized, watching the interaction continue. Not just about herbs or books, but about different ways of understanding magic itself. The past. Helena stood, brushing earth from her skirts as she moved to examine the book Elias had brought. Their hands touched briefly over the pages, and both present-day observers felt the surge of natural magic that flowed between them. Power that worked through connection rather than control, through shared understanding rather than dominated will. The locket's song grew more complex as the memory deepened, showing them moments Beatrice had tried to erase. They saw themselves meeting in the garden over many evenings, sharing knowledge that combined her practical understanding of natural magic with his scholarly research into older traditions. "Look," present-day Elias said, pointing to a particular interaction their supernatural sight revealed. "We were discovering something she couldn't allow. Ways of working with magic that didn't require her kind of power, that anyone could access through genuine connection and understanding." They watched as their past selves developed a working relationship that transcended Salem's rigid social boundaries. The Helena of 1692 learned to read ancient texts in their original languages, while Elias gained practical knowledge of healing arts that his academic training had never addressed. But it was more than just an exchange of knowledge. Through their shared memory, they could see how each interaction demonstrated possibilities that Beatrice had spent centuries trying to suppress. Every time they chose to share understanding rather than hoard it, every moment they worked in harmony rather than competition, they proved that magic could work differently than the witch believed. The rose's blessed light revealed how these interactions had affected the very fabric of reality in Salem. Natural magic flowed more freely in places where they had worked together, creating patterns of possibility that threatened Beatrice's carefully constructed system of control. "The curse wasn't just about separating us," present-day Helena said, watching the patterns unfold in their supernatural sight. "It was about preventing others from seeing what we represented, that power could be shared rather than dominated, that magic could work through cooperation rather than control." They saw the moment Beatrice first truly understood the threat they posed. The witch emerged from her shadows one evening, watching their past selves work together to heal a child whom more conventional medicines had failed to help. Their combined power, flowing through harmony rather than force, achieved results that her corrupted magic couldn't match. The locket pulsed with recognition as they witnessed Beatrice's reaction, not just anger or jealousy, but genuine fear that their success would reveal the limitations of her approach to magic. Through their enhanced senses, they could see how that fear had driven her to create the curse, to ensure that no one would remember the possibilities they had demonstrated. But the memory showed them something else as well, the moment the old priest had blessed the rose. Their past selves had sought his blessing not out of simple romance, but because they understood something about the power of freely given faith. The priest, though not magically gifted himself, had recognized the truth in their connection and blessed it with a power Beatrice couldn't corrupt. That's why the blessing has lasted, present-day Elias realized, watching the ceremony through their shared supernatural sight. It wasn't just about us. It was about preserving the truth that magic can work through love and faith, not just through power and control. The memory shifted, showing them more moments Beatrice had tried to erase, times when their work together had helped others understand different possibilities, when their shared knowledge had created ripples of change throughout Salem's rigid social structure. The rose's light pulsed stronger as they witnessed these interactions, while the locket's song spoke of patterns that had persisted despite centuries of suppression. Every person they had helped, every bit of knowledge they had shared, had demonstrated truths about magic that Beatrice had spent centuries trying to hide. "We were never just two people in love," present-day Helena said, understanding flowing through their connection. "We were proof that her entire system of magical control was built on false assumptions. That's why she had to discredit us, why she couldn't just separate us but had to make everyone believe we had used magic wrongly." They watched as Beatrice began her campaign against them, saw how she had twisted their actions to fit her narrative of corrupted power and dangerous knowledge. But through their shared memory, enhanced by the rose's blessing, they could see what had really happened, how their genuine connection had threatened her control not through opposition, but through simple demonstration of alternatives. The locket's song changed as the memory began to fade, its melody carrying not just understanding of the past, but possibilities for the future. They had seen not just what Beatrice had done, but why she had done it. And in that understanding lay the key to transforming her curse. As the shared memory released them, returning them to their sanctuary in the boundary waters, both Helena and Elias knew they had gained something precious. Not just knowledge of their past, but a deep understanding of the power their connection had always represented. The rose glowed steadily in its crystal vase, its blessed light now carrying meanings they hadn't fully grasped before. Every moment they had shared in that Salem garden, every bit of knowledge freely given, every healing performed through harmony rather than force, all had demonstrated truths about magic that Beatrice still refused to accept. "We don't need to fight her directly," Helena said, watching patterns of possibility unfold in their supernatural sight. "We just need to show others what we've always shown, that magic can work through connection rather than control, through sharing rather than domination." Elias nodded, his freed memories now enriched by their shared understanding of the past. "Every time we help someone understand these possibilities, every moment we demonstrate different ways of working with power, we weaken her system of control, not by attacking it, but by showing that alternatives exist." The locket's song spoke of changes already beginning, of patterns shifting as their recovered truth spread ripples through reality. The rose's blessed light showed them paths forward that Beatrice had never imagined, ways of transforming her curse through the simple, powerful act of demonstrating different possibilities. As night deepened around their sanctuary, Helena and Elias began documenting what they had learned from their shared memory, not just the historical details, but the deeper truths about magic and power that their connection had always represented. The rose's light kept watch as they worked, while the locket's song promised more revelations to come. They had experienced more than just a memory of their past. They had recovered understanding of what their connection truly meant, and why Beatrice had feared it enough to create her curse. That understanding would guide them forward as they worked to transform not just their own situation, but the very patterns of magic that the witch had spent centuries maintaining. The first signs of Beatrice's losing control manifested during a moonless night, when the boundary between past and present grew thin. The locket's song had become a warning chorus, while the rose's blessed light pulsed with unprecedented intensity. Through their enhanced senses, both Helena and Elias felt reality itself beginning to shift. "Something's changing," Helena said, watching patterns of magic writhe in her supernatural sight. "The memories we've recovered, the truths we've uncovered, they're doing more than just weakening her curse. They're challenging her entire hold on reality." The sanctuary around them trembled as waves of magical disturbance rolled through the boundary waters. The rose's light created a protective sphere within which they could observe safely, while the locket's power helped them understand what they were witnessing. Elias spread their documented discoveries before them, watching as the pages seemed to glow with their own inner light. "Every truth we've recovered creates ripples," he said, his freed memories helping him interpret the patterns. "Not just in the present, but through all the lives she's manipulated. The past isn't just memory anymore, it's fighting back." Through their combined supernatural sight, They watched as Beatrice's carefully constructed system of control began to fragment. The witch had built her power on suppressed truths and corrupted connections, maintaining control through centuries of careful manipulation. But now, as those truths emerged and genuine connections restored themselves, her foundation was crumbling. The locket grew warm against Helena's skin as the first major breach appeared in Beatrice's defenses. Somewhere in New Orleans, a collection of historical documents suddenly revealed their true content, records of natural magic and harmonious power that the witch had spent centuries hiding. She can't maintain all the alterations anymore, Helena realized, watching through their enhanced awareness as similar revelations began occurring in other places. Every time someone discovers a truth she tried to hide, every moment of genuine connection she tried to prevent, weakens her hold on everything else. Their sanctuary shuddered as Beatrice fought to maintain control, her magic lashing out in increasingly desperate attempts to suppress the emerging truths. But the rose's blessed light showed them how futile her efforts had become. The very patterns she had established to maintain control were now working against her. "Look," Elias said, pointing to magical disturbances their supernatural sight revealed. Every curse she ever cast was based on the same principles: isolation, corruption, control. But now that people are remembering different possibilities, they watched as centuries of carefully woven spells began to unravel. In Salem, long-hidden documents surfaced that showed the true nature of their relationship. In Chicago, a historian suddenly understood the real significance of patterns she'd been studying. In Paris, an ancient grimoire revealed text that Beatrice's magic had long concealed. The locket's song reached a crescendo as they witnessed Beatrice's first direct manifestation, a storm of corrupted magic that materialized within their supernatural sight. The witch appeared as they had never seen her before, her power visibly fracturing as reality itself rejected her versions of truth. "You think you've won?" Beatrice's voice carried centuries of rage and fear. "You think these little revelations can undo what I've built? I've maintained control for hundreds of years. I've shaped how magic itself works in this world." But even as she spoke, they could see more of her influence dissolving. The rose's light revealed how each claim she made contradicted truths that were now emerging naturally. Every attempt to reassert control only highlighted the alternatives that their connection had always represented. "We don't need to fight you," Helena said, watching the witch's power continue to fragment. "The truth is doing that for us. Every person who remembers that magic can work through harmony instead of control, every connection that restores itself naturally, they all show that your way isn't the only possibility." Beatrice lashed out with corrupted magic, but the rose's blessing deflected her attack easily. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how her every attempt to use power only accelerated the unraveling of her control. The very forces she tried to command were remembering older ways of working, patterns that existed before her interference. "You destroyed everything I built in Salem," Beatrice raged, her form becoming increasingly unstable as more of her magical framework collapsed. "You showed them possibilities I'd spent decades suppressing, but I turned it against you. I made everyone believe you were the corrupted ones." "And now they're remembering the truth," Elias said calmly, watching as more revelations cascaded through reality. "Not just about us, but about everything you've tried to control. Every curse you cast, every connection you corrupted, every truth you tried to hide. They're all coming to light." The locket pulsed with confirmation as they witnessed more of Beatrice's influence dissolving. In libraries and universities, in private collections and public archives, people were suddenly discovering information that had been magically suppressed for centuries. Each revelation created new cracks in her control, allowing more truths to emerge. "You can't stop this," Helena said, her supernatural sight showing her the full scope of what was happening. "The past isn't just memory. It's a record of possibilities you tried to eliminate. But those possibilities never truly vanished. They've been waiting to be remembered." Beatrice's form flickered as another wave of revelations swept through reality. They watched as people across the world suddenly recognized patterns in their own lives, connections and possibilities that the witch's magic had long obscured. Each moment of recognition, Each restored truth contributed to the unraveling of her control. "I won't let you destroy everything I've built," Beatrice snarled, gathering what remained of her power. "I've survived worse than this. I'll rebuild my control, find new ways to suppress these dangerous ideas about harmony and connection." But even as she threatened them, more of her magical framework collapsed. The rose's light showed them how her very efforts to maintain control were now working against her. Every attempt to suppress truth only highlighted its existence. Every effort to corrupt connections only demonstrated their natural resilience. Through their enhanced senses, Helena and Elias watched as centuries of Beatrice's work began to dissolve. Not just her curse on them, but all the subtle alterations she had made to how magic functioned in the modern world. Reality itself seemed to be remembering possibilities she had tried to eliminate. "Your power was always built on denial," Elias said, his freed memories helping him understand the full pattern. Denying that magic could work through harmony, denying that genuine connections could create power, denying that there were alternatives to control and corruption. But denial isn't the same as elimination. The locket's song changed as they witnessed more of Beatrice's influence unraveling. Its melody spoke not just of their own story now, but of countless others whose possibilities the witch had tried to suppress. Each recovered truth, each restored connection, contributed to the transformation of reality itself. "No!" Beatrice's form became even more unstable as she felt control slipping away. "I won't let you return the world to chaos. My system brought order, gave structure to how magic works." "You brought stagnation," Helena corrected, watching as more natural patterns reasserted themselves. "You tried to freeze magic in forms you could control, prevent it from evolving and growing, but that was never sustainable." The rose's blessed light pulsed stronger as they witnessed the acceleration of Beatrice's loss of control. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each revelation created space for more truths to emerge. The witch's carefully constructed system was collapsing under the weight of possibilities she had tried to deny. "Look at what's happening in Salem," Elias said, their enhanced awareness showing them changes occurring at the site of their original confrontation. "The natural magic you corrupted there. It's remembering how to flow properly. Every pattern you twisted is straightening itself out." They watched as similar transformations spread outward from Salem, following paths that Beatrice had used to extend her influence. But now those same channels carried restoration instead of corruption, allowing suppressed truths and natural connections to reassert themselves. "You think this is victory?" Beatrice's voice carried desperate fury as more of her power fractured. "You have no idea what you're unleashing. The old magics were chaotic, unpredictable. My control brought safety." "Your control brought limitation," Helena countered, watching as more possibilities emerged from centuries of suppression. "You tried to make magic small enough to control, predictable enough to manipulate, but that was never its true nature." The locket grew warmer as they witnessed the next phase of Beatrice's loss of control. The witch had maintained her power partly by convincing everyone, including herself, that her way was the only way. But now, as people remembered and discovered alternatives, that conviction was shattering. Through their supernatural sight, they saw how each recovered truth created space for more revelations. Libraries found documents whose meaning had been magically obscured. Scholars recognized patterns they had been magically prevented from understanding. Practitioners of various traditions suddenly remembered techniques Beatrice had forced them to forget. "It's not just about magic," Elias realized, watching the cascading changes. "You tried to control how people think about power itself, but every genuine connection, every act of harmony instead of dominance, proves that your assumptions were wrong." Beatrice's form became almost transparent as more of her influence dissolved. The rose's light showed them how her very effort to maintain control was now accelerating its loss. Every attempt to suppress truth only highlighted what she was trying to hide. Every effort to maintain corruption only emphasized the possibility of harmony. "I won't accept this," the witch declared, but her voice had lost its certainty. "I'll find a way to restore control. I'll make them forget these dangerous ideas again." But even as she spoke, More of her magical framework collapsed. Helena and Elias watched through their enhanced senses as reality continued, remembering possibilities Beatrice had tried to eliminate. Each recovered truth, each restored connection, each remembered alternative to her system of control contributed to her power's dissolution. The locket's song reached a new pitch as they witnessed what might have been Beatrice's final manifestation in their sanctuary. The witch's form had become barely visible, her power so fragmented that she could hardly maintain presence in their reality. "You haven't won," she insisted, but the words carried more fear than threat. "This isn't over. As long as people desire control over chaos, I'll find ways to rebuild my power." "But that's what you never understood," Helena said, watching as more natural patterns reasserted themselves. "Harmony isn't chaos. Connection isn't weakness. The alternatives to control aren't disorder. They're different kinds of order, ones that work with nature rather than trying to dominate it." The rose's blessed light pulsed one final time as Beatrice's manifestation dissolved completely. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how her influence continued unraveling across reality, not through violent destruction, but through the simple, powerful process of truth reasserting itself. As the witch's presence faded from their sanctuary, both Helena and Elias knew this wasn't truly the end. Beatrice's power had been too deeply woven into reality to disappear completely. But her absolute control was broken, her system of magical corruption fundamentally challenged by the emergence of suppressed truths and restored connections. The locket's song spoke of changes still unfolding, while the rose's light showed them possibilities continuing to emerge from centuries of suppression. They had witnessed not just the unraveling of Beatrice's control, but the beginning of magic's remembrance of its fuller nature. The betrayal revealed itself during the dawn following Beatrice's loss of control. The locket song changed first, its melody carrying notes of warning that Helena initially mistook for echoes of the previous night's conflict. But the rose's blessed light showed her something different. Patterns of deception woven so closely around them that they had become nearly invisible. "Something's wrong," she said to Elias, her supernatural sight detecting disturbances in their sanctuary's protective field. "Not Beatrice this time, something closer, something we've missed." The morning light filtering through their shelter's windows seemed to shift and change as they examined their surroundings with enhanced awareness. Through their combined sight, they could see how someone had carefully modified their protective spells, creating subtle weaknesses that had gone unnoticed. "These changes are recent," Elias said, his freed memories helping him recognize the magical signatures. "But they're built on older patterns, someone who's been close to us, someone who understood our defenses intimately." The locket grew warm against Helena's skin as they began tracing the alterations. Each discovery revealed more complexity, more careful planning that had been hidden beneath layers of seeming support and friendship. The rose's light illuminated details they had overlooked, showing them how trust had been used against them. "Lucien," Helena whispered, recognition flowing through their connection. "The modifications carry his magical signature, but it's different now, corrupted in ways we didn't notice." Their supernatural sight revealed how their friend and ally had been working against them, even as he appeared to help. Every piece of information he had shared, every protective spell he had strengthened, contained hidden elements designed to weaken their position. The locket's warning song reached a crescendo as Lucien himself appeared at the edge of their sanctuary's boundary. He looked different through their enhanced awareness, his apparent solidarity now revealed as carefully constructed facade. "I wondered when you'd finally notice," he said, his voice carrying none of the warmth they had come to trust. "Beatrice's loss of control forced my hand. I can't let you continue dismantling everything we've built." "We?" Helena asked, though the rose's light was already showing her the truth. "You've been working with her all along?" "Not with her," Lucien corrected, and their supernatural sight revealed the complexity of his deception. "Beyond her. Beatrice's system of control was useful but limited. She never understood the full potential of what she had created." Elias moved closer to Helena, their combined power strengthening as they faced this unexpected threat. You used our trust to study how we were transforming her curse, he said, understanding flowing through their connection. Not to help us break it, but to learn how to create something worse. The rose's blessed light revealed the full scope of Lucien's manipulation. He had been present at crucial moments of their journey, watching and learning as they discovered ways to transform magical reality. But while they worked to restore possibilities Beatrice had suppressed, he had been developing methods to create new forms of control. Your connection showed me something fascinating, Lucien explained, his magical aura darkening as he dropped his pretense of friendship. Beatrice tried to suppress possibilities, to eliminate alternatives to her system, but you proved that suppressed truths can re-emerge, so I developed a different approach. The locket pulsed with warning as Lucien began channeling power that felt fundamentally wrong, not just corrupted, but deliberately twisted into new forms. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how he had taken what he learned from their work and perverted it into something even Beatrice hadn't imagined. Instead of suppressing possibilities, he continued, I found ways to alter them at their source, not eliminating alternatives but transforming them into something more manageable. Helena felt sick as she watched the magic he wielded, power that didn't just corrupt connections but changed their very nature. You helped us fight Beatrice's influence in New Orleans, she said, understanding the full depth of his betrayal. But you were really testing your new methods. Every time you restored a connection she had corrupted, every truth you helped emerge from suppression, I learned more about how reality could be reshaped, Lucien confirmed. Your blessing showed me that magical patterns can't be permanently suppressed, but they can be transformed. The rose's light flickered as it encountered magic it had never been designed to counter. Beatrice had tried to control reality by limiting possibilities. Lucien was attempting something far more fundamental, changing the very nature of what was possible. That's why you helped us understand the curse's structure, Elias realized, his freed memories showing him patterns he had missed. Not to help us break it, but to learn how it could be modified. You've been using our discoveries to develop your own system of control. Lucien smiled, but it held none of the warmth they had once trusted. Beatrice thought too small, he said. She tried to maintain control by preventing change. I've learned how to direct change itself, to transform possibilities into forms that serve my purpose. The locket's song changed as they witnessed Lucien begin to implement his transformed magic. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how he had taken everything they had shown him about connection and harmony and twisted it into something that looked similar but worked in fundamentally different ways. Your betrayal goes beyond personal trust, Helena said, watching as his power began affecting their sanctuary's boundaries. You're trying to change the very nature of how magic works. I'm trying to improve it, Lucien corrected, his magic continuing to transform the patterns around them. Beatrice's crude suppressions were doomed to fail. But imagine a world where every possibility naturally serves order and control, not through force, but through their very nature. The rose's blessed light pulsed stronger as it encountered this new threat. While Beatrice had tried to eliminate alternatives to her system, Lucien was attempting to change what alternatives could exist. His magic didn't suppress harmony and connection. It transformed them into tools of control. We trusted you, Elias said, his voice carrying the weight of multiple betrayals. We shared our discoveries, showed you how to work with natural magical patterns, and you used that knowledge to develop ways to corrupt those patterns at their source. Trust was essential, Lucien acknowledged, continuing to channel his twisted power. I needed to understand exactly how your blessing worked, how it maintained possibilities that Beatrice couldn't eliminate. That understanding showed me how to transform possibilities themselves. The locket grew warmer as Helena and Elias combined their power to resist Lucien's magic. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how his betrayal had been planned from the beginning, every moment of apparent friendship calculated to gain deeper understanding of their abilities. Your help in New Orleans, Helena said, remembering crucial moments differently now. When we were working to protect people from Beatrice's influence, you weren't really helping us restore natural connections. I was testing how those connections could be transformed, Lucian confirmed. Every person you helped showed me more about how reality could be reshaped. While you worked to restore possibilities, I learned how to change what was possible. The rose's light revealed how Lucian's magic affected the very fabric of reality around them. Unlike Beatrice's attempts to suppress and control, his power worked by transforming the fundamental nature of magical patterns. Connections weren't broken but altered. Possibilities weren't eliminated but reshaped. This is worse than Beatrice's curse, Elias realized, watching the transformations through their supernatural sight. She tried to prevent people from seeing alternatives. You're trying to change what alternatives can exist. Lucian's power continued to affect their sanctuary, transforming protective patterns they had trusted him to strengthen. Beatrice never understood what she had discovered, he said. Her curse showed that magical reality could be manipulated, but she wasted that knowledge trying to maintain rigid control. The locket's warning song reached new intensity as they witnessed more of Lucian's transformed magic. Every pattern he affected looked superficially similar to its original form, but worked in fundamentally different ways. Connection remained possible, but served purposes he had designed rather than natural harmony. Your betrayal isn't just personal, Helena said, understanding the full scope of his intentions. You're trying to change the very meaning of connection and harmony, not preventing them like Beatrice did, but making them serve control instead of freedom. I'm improving them, Lucian insisted, his magic continuing to transform reality around them. Imagine a world where every connection naturally reinforces order, where harmony itself serves structure and control, not through force or suppression but through the very nature of what's possible. The rose's blessed light pulsed with rejection of this twisted vision. Through their supernatural sight, Helena and Elias could see how Lucian's magic attempted to change the very essence of what their connection represented, not breaking it, but transforming it into something that would serve his purposes. We showed you how to work with natural patterns, Elias said, their combined power resisting Lucian's transformations. Taught you ways of using magic that Beatrice had tried to suppress, and you used that knowledge to develop something even more dangerous. Knowledge serves those who understand its true potential, Lucian replied, his magic probing their defenses. You were so focused on restoring what Beatrice had suppressed, you never considered how those same principles could be used to create new forms of control. The locket grew almost hot as they witnessed more of Lucian's corrupted magic. Unlike Beatrice's crude attempts to maintain control through suppression, his power worked by changing the very nature of what was possible. Connections weren't prevented but transformed. Harmony wasn't suppressed but reshaped to serve his purposes. This is why you helped us understand the curse's structure, Helena realized, seeing patterns they had missed. Not to break it, but to learn how it could be modified. You've been using our discoveries to develop ways to transform reality itself. Lucian's smile held genuine appreciation, though it only emphasized his betrayal. Your work showed me possibilities Beatrice never imagined, he said. While she tried to maintain control by preventing change, I learned how to direct change itself, to transform the very nature of what's possible. The rose's light flickered as it encountered magic it had never been designed to resist. Their blessing had protected them from Beatrice's attempts to suppress and control, but Lucian's power worked differently, not breaking connections but changing their fundamental nature. You were never really our ally, Elias said, understanding flowing through their connection. Every time you helped us resist Beatrice's influence, you were really studying how to create your own system of control. I was learning, Lucian corrected, his magic continuing to affect their sanctuary. Every truth you restored, every connection you renewed, showed me more about how reality could be reshaped. Not suppressed or controlled, but transformed at its source. The locket's song carried new warning as they witnessed the full scope of Lucian's betrayal. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how he had taken everything they had shown him about working with natural magic and twisted it into something that looked similar, but served fundamentally different purposes. Your betrayal goes beyond breaking trust, Helena said. watching as his power attempted to transform more of their protective patterns. "You're trying to change what trust itself means, not preventing it like Beatrice did, but making it serve control instead of connection." "I'm improving it," Lucien insisted, his magic probing deeper into their defenses. "Imagine a world where trust naturally reinforces order, where every connection serves structure and control, not through force or suppression, but through the very nature of what's possible." The rose's blessed light pulsed with rejection of this perverted vision. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how Lucien's magic attempted to change the very essence of what their blessing represented, not breaking it, but transforming it into something that would serve his purposes. As dawn fully broke over their sanctuary, Helena and Elias faced the full implications of Lucien's betrayal. They had defeated Beatrice's attempts to control reality through suppression, only to discover that someone they trusted had developed something potentially worse, magic that worked by transforming the very nature of possibility itself. The locket's song promised battles yet to come, while the rose's light showed them challenges they had never anticipated. They had learned to resist magic that tried to prevent connection and harmony. Now they would have to find ways to protect the very meaning of those concepts from being transformed into tools of control. Chapter 9. A Love Worth Dying for the Necessity of Sacrifice revealed itself on a night when the moon hung blood-red in the sky. The locket's song had become a mournful dirge, while the rose's blessed light pulsed with an urgency they had never witnessed before. Through their enhanced awareness, both Helena and Elias could sense that a crucial moment approached. "Something's changing," Helena whispered, watching patterns of magic shift around their sanctuary. After Lucien's betrayal, they had strengthened their defenses, but now those very protections seemed to be responding to a deeper call. "The magic wants something from us." The rose's light cast strange shadows as they examined the transformations occurring in their magical space. Their supernatural sight revealed how power was gathering, responding to patterns set in motion centuries ago. The very air seemed to thicken with potential and requirement. "It's not just wanting," Elias said, his freed memories helping him recognize the signs. "It's demanding. The magic that's protected us, that's helped us fight both Beatrice and Lucien, it needs something to continue." The locket grew warm against Helena's skin as they witnessed the full scope of what was happening. Through their combined sight, they could see how the magical protections they had relied upon were reaching a critical point. The blessing that had preserved their connection through centuries required renewal, but at a cost they hadn't anticipated. The original blessing, Helena realized, watching patterns unfold in their supernatural vision. It wasn't just freely given faith, it was sealed with sacrifice, something we never fully understood until now. Their enhanced senses showed them truth that had been hidden even from their recovered memories. The old priest who had blessed their love hadn't just offered prayers and hope. He had given something of himself, creating a foundation for power that could resist both Beatrice's corruption and Lucien's transformations. "That's why it's lasted so long," Elias said, understanding flowing through their connection. Not just because of faith or love, but because it was bought with willing sacrifice. And now it needs renewal. Helena completed the thought, watching as the magical patterns around them continued to shift. Not just to maintain our protection, but to strengthen what we've discovered about transforming curses and restoring possibilities. The rose's light pulsed stronger as they examined this requirement. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how their recent victories had strained the original blessing's power. Fighting Beatrice's control and resisting Lucien's transformations had drawn deeply from resources that needed replenishment. "It has to be freely given," Elias said, recognizing patterns in the gathering magic. Like the original blessing, not taken or demanded, but offered willingly. Helena felt the truth of his words through their shared awareness. The locket's song spoke of necessity and choice, while the rose's light revealed the consequences of different possibilities. Their supernatural sight showed them how the blessing's power had protected them through centuries of conflict, and what would happen if it failed. "I understand now," she said softly, watching patterns align in their magical vision. Why Beatrice could never truly break our connection. Why Lucian couldn't transform it. The original sacrifice created something they couldn't touch, but only as long as its power lasts. The moon's blood-red light seemed to intensify as Helena stepped forward, her decision already forming. Through their enhanced awareness, both could see how her movement aligned with magical patterns that had been waiting centuries for this moment. "No," Elias said, recognizing her intent. "There has to be another way. We've only just found each other again, only just begun to understand what we can accomplish together." But Helena's supernatural sight showed her the truth that couldn't be denied. "This is why we were brought here," she said, watching as magical energies responded to her acceptance. "Not just to fight Beatrice or expose Lucian's betrayal, but to ensure that what we've discovered can continue to affect reality." The locket grew warmer as she moved toward the center of their sanctuary, where the rose's light revealed patterns of possibility and requirement. Their enhanced senses showed them both how her willing sacrifice would affect the magical framework they had helped restore, not just maintaining their personal protection, but strengthening every truth they had helped emerge from suppression. "You don't have to do this," Elias insisted, though his freed memories showed him the necessity of what she proposed. "We can find another source of power, another way to maintain the blessing's strength." Helena turned to face him, her supernatural sight revealing both the pain and the purpose of this moment. "We've spent centuries fighting to show that magic can work through harmony instead of control," she said. "That real power comes from willing connection, from choices freely made. This is part of that truth." The rose's light seemed to embrace her as she spoke, while the locket's song carried notes of both sorrow and certainty. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how her sacrifice would affect not just their personal situation, but the very fabric of magical reality they had worked to restore. "It's not just about us anymore," Helena continued, watching patterns of possibility align around her decision. "Everything we've discovered about transforming curses, about restoring connections Beatrice suppressed and resisting Lucian's corruptions, it all depends on power freely given, on sacrifice willingly made." Elias moved closer, their connection allowing him to feel both her determination and her fear. "But the cost," he said softly. "Losing you again, after everything we've overcome." "Not losing," Helena corrected, her supernatural sight showing her truth beyond their immediate circumstances. "Transforming, like we've learned to transform curses into possibilities. This sacrifice won't end our connection. It will change how it works, make it something neither Beatrice nor Lucian can touch." The locket pulsed with confirmation as magical energies continued gathering around them. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how Helena's willing sacrifice would affect multiple layers of reality, not just renewing the blessing's power, but strengthening every truth and connection they had helped restore. "I understand why it has to be me," she said, watching patterns clarify in their magical vision. "My connection to the rose, to the original blessing, it makes this sacrifice mean more, affect more than just our personal situation." The moon's blood-red light seemed to penetrate their sanctuary as Helena prepared herself for what must come. Their supernatural sight revealed how her decision aligned with patterns set in motion centuries ago, when another willing sacrifice had first created power that could resist both corruption and control. "This isn't an ending," she told Elias, their connection allowing her to share both her certainty and her love. "It's a transformation, like everything else we've learned about working with magic. The blessing will be renewed, strengthened in ways that can continue affecting reality long after this moment." The rose's light pulsed with acceptance as Helena raised her hands, channeling power that responded to her willing choice. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how her sacrifice would ripple through layers of magical reality, not just maintaining their protection, but strengthening every possibility they had helped emerge from suppression. "Remember what we've learned," she said, her voice steady despite the gathering power. "About connection and harmony, about willing sacrifice and freely given faith. This is part of that truth. Not an ending, but a transformation into something neither Beatrice nor Lucian can corrupt." The locket's song reached a crescendo as Helena began the ritual that would renew their blessing's power. Magical energies swirled around her, responding to her willing sacrifice with patterns that would affect multiple layers of reality. Their supernatural sight showed them how this moment would strengthen not just their personal protection, but every truth and connection they had helped restore. "I love you," she told Elias, their connection allowing her to share everything she felt: determination and fear, sorrow and certainty, love that transcended even this necessary separation. "Remember that this isn't defeat or loss. It's transformation, like everything else we've learned about working with magic." As the moon's blood-red light reached its peak, Helena completed her sacrifice. The rose's blessed light flared with unprecedented brightness, while the locket song carried notes of both ending and beginning. Through their enhanced awareness, they witnessed how her willing choice affected reality itself, not just renewing their protection, but strengthening every possibility they had helped emerge from centuries of suppression. The sacrifice was made, the blessing renewed, but at a cost that would echo through their continuing story. Yet even as physical separation occurred, their supernatural sight showed them truth beyond immediate circumstances, that this wasn't an ending, but a transformation into something neither Beatrice's corruption nor Lucian's manipulations could touch. In the result of Helena's sacrifice, as the renewed blessing pulsed with transformed power, Elias felt memory breaking through centuries of magical suppression. The locket's song shifted to an ancient melody he hadn't heard since that fatal night in Salem, while the rose's light seemed to illuminate not just their sanctuary but the very fabric of time itself. "I remember," he whispered, his enhanced senses overwhelmed by the clarity of recollection. "Not the twisted version Beatrice made us believe, the true night, our first death." The memory enveloped him with unprecedented clarity, more vivid than any previous recollection. Through their supernatural sight, even the transformed Helena could witness what he experienced, the real events that had set their centuries-long journey in motion. Salem materialized around them, but not the corrupted version Beatrice had forced them to remember. This was Salem as it had truly been on that moonless night in 1692, when everything changed. The air carried the scent of autumn leaves and wood smoke, and beneath it all, the metallic tang of approaching violence. "We knew they were coming," Elias recalled, watching the scene unfold through restored memory. "Not just Beatrice, but the mob she had gathered. We could have fled, could have tried to escape, but we understood even then that running would only give her more power." The past crystallized around them with supernatural clarity. They saw themselves in Helena's garden, where so many of their discoveries about natural magic had occurred. The herbs still grew in careful rows, though frost had begun to touch their leaves. More importantly, their enhanced sight revealed the patterns of power they had woven together, not the corrupted magic Beatrice claimed, but something pure and harmonious. "We had just completed the blessing," Memory Helena said, her hands clasped around the rose that would become their enduring symbol. "Father Thomas understood what we were trying to preserve, not just our love, but the truth about how magic could work through harmony instead of control." The locket's song grew stronger as they witnessed the old priest completing the ritual that would echo through centuries. Their supernatural sight showed them details they hadn't fully understood at the time, how his blessing carried power born of genuine faith and willing sacrifice, creating patterns that even Beatrice's corruption couldn't entirely break. "The mob reached the edge of town," Memory Elias said, his voice carrying both determination and sorrow. "We could feel Beatrice's magic driving them, twisting their fears into weapons she could use, but we also knew this was our chance to prove something important." Through their enhanced awareness, they watched as their past selves made the decision that would shape centuries of magical reality, not to flee or fight, but to demonstrate truth that Beatrice couldn't corrupt, that real power came through connection and willing sacrifice, not through control and corruption. "She thought she was forcing us into a corner," present-day Elias recalled, understanding flowing through their connection. "But we had already chosen our path. The blessing wasn't just about protecting our love, it was about preserving the possibility that magic could work differently than she believed." The night darkened around their memory as Beatrice's mob approached Helena's home. Their supernatural sight revealed how the witch's power drove the crowd's anger, corrupting natural fears into unnatural hatred. But it also showed them something Beatrice hadn't understood, how their calm acceptance was already beginning to transform her curse even as she created it. "You don't have to do this," Memory Helena told the approaching mob, her voice carrying power that came from harmony rather than force. "The magic you fear isn't what you think. There are better ways to work with power than through control and corruption." The Rose's light pulsed as they witnessed Beatrice's reaction to that truth. The witch emerged from shadows she had created, her magic attempting to suppress possibilities that threatened her understanding of power. But their enhanced senses showed them how even then, their willing sacrifice was creating patterns she couldn't fully corrupt. "You think your deaths will end this?" Memory Beatrice snarled, her power lashing out at connections she couldn't control. "I'll make sure no one remembers the dangerous ideas you've spread. Your names will become warnings against defying proper authority." But their supernatural sight revealed what the witch hadn't understood, how their acceptance of death was already transforming the power she wielded. Not fighting her curse, but allowing it to become something different than she intended. Their willing sacrifice creating possibilities that would persist through centuries of suppression. "We choose this," Memory Elias declared, taking Helena's hand as the mob's torches approached. "Not because you force us, but because some truths are worth dying for. Some connections can't be broken, only transformed." The locket's song reached a crescendo as they witnessed their first death unfold. Not the corrupted version Beatrice had forced them to remember, but the truth that had been waiting to emerge. Their past selves faced the mob's violence with calm certainty, understanding that their willing sacrifice would create power beyond the witch's ability to corrupt. "The blessing will preserve what matters," Memory Helena said, the rose glowing with power born of harmony rather than force. "Not just our love, but the truth about how magic can work through connection instead of control. What we die to protect will live on, waiting to be rediscovered." Through their enhanced awareness, they watched as flames consumed Helena's home, but their supernatural sight showed them how their sacrifice was already affecting magical reality, not just preserving their personal connection, but creating patterns that would allow suppressed truths to eventually re-emerge. Beatrice thought she was eliminating dangerous possibilities, present-day Elias understood, watching the scene through restored memory. But our willing sacrifice transformed her curse even as she created it. Everything she tried to suppress became seeds of future change. The memory shifted to show them aftermath their previous recollections had missed, how their death had affected Salem's magical fabric, creating spaces where harmony could persist despite Beatrice's control. How the old priest's blessing had combined with their sacrifice to ensure that suppressed truths would eventually find ways to re-emerge. That's why she had to keep renewing her curse, Elias realized, understanding flowing through their connection. Not just to keep us separated, but to maintain her corruption of how people understood magic. Every life she kept us apart was another attempt to suppress possibilities our first death had preserved. The rose's light showed them how that initial sacrifice had created patterns Beatrice could never fully corrupt. Their willing acceptance of death had transformed her curse into something different than she intended, not just preserving their love, but maintaining the possibility that magic could work through harmony instead of control. "We died knowing what it meant," Memory Helena said as flames reached their joined hands. "Not just personal sacrifice, but choosing to protect truth that needed to survive. The blessing would ensure that what we discovered about magic couldn't be completely suppressed." The locket pulsed with confirmation as they witnessed their past selves complete their first transformation. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how that willing sacrifice had affected multiple layers of reality, not just preserving their connection, but creating spaces where suppressed possibilities could eventually re-emerge. As the memory faded, returning them to their sanctuary, Elias understood why Helena's recent sacrifice had been necessary. Like their first death, It wasn't just about personal survival, but about maintaining patterns that allowed magic to work differently than Beatrice and Lucienne believed. Their willing sacrifices, then and now, created power that corruption couldn't touch. The rose's blessed light continued to pulse with renewed strength, while the locket's song carried notes of both remembrance and possibility. Through their transformed connection, they knew that understanding their first death would help them face whatever challenges still lay ahead. Some truths were worth dying for, not because death ended them, but because willing sacrifice transformed them into something that neither corruption nor control could break. The first crack in Beatrice's magic appeared 3 days after Helena's sacrifice, during an hour when twilight blurred the boundaries between day and night. The locket's song suddenly shifted to a triumphant melody, while the rose's renewed light pulsed with unprecedented intensity. Through their transformed connection, both Helena and Elias sensed the moment reality itself began to change. "Her control is breaking," Helena's presence whispered through their enhanced awareness. Though her physical form had been sacrificed, their supernatural sight allowed them to perceive her essence more clearly than ever. Not just weakening like before, but fundamentally fracturing. The sanctuary around them trembled as waves of magical disturbance rolled through multiple layers of reality. The rose's blessed light, strengthened by Helena's willing sacrifice, created a space where they could safely witness what was happening. Their combined sight revealed patterns of power that had been hidden for centuries, suddenly becoming visible as Beatrice's magic lost its hold. "It's not just her personal power," Elias observed, watching through their enhanced awareness as cracks spread through the witch's magical framework. "The very systems she created to maintain control are coming apart. Your sacrifice did more than renew our blessing, it's affecting how magic itself works." Through their supernatural sight, they could see how Helena's transformation had created ripples that Beatrice couldn't contain. The witch had spent centuries maintaining control by suppressing possibilities and corrupting connections. But now, as her power fractured, those suppressed truths began emerging with unprecedented force. The locket grew warm as they witnessed the first major breach in Beatrice's magical structure. Somewhere in Salem, the original site of their conflict, centuries of carefully maintained corruption suddenly lost their hold. Natural magic that the witch had twisted began flowing properly again, creating patterns that reflected harmony rather than control. "Look," Helena's essence directed, their connection allowing her to guide Elias's attention to crucial details. "Every truth we helped emerge, every connection we restored, they're all becoming anchor points for reality to remember its natural patterns." Their enhanced senses showed them how Beatrice struggled to maintain control as her power continued fracturing. The witch's magic lashed out in increasingly desperate attempts to suppress the emerging possibilities. But each effort only accelerated the process of change. The very force she used to maintain control now worked against her, creating more cracks in her magical framework. "She never understood what we created," Elias said, watching through their supernatural sight as more of Beatrice's influence dissolved. "Not just our personal connection, but a different way of working with power. Every sacrifice we've made, willing and conscious, has strengthened those possibilities." The rose's light pulsed stronger as they witnessed Beatrice's first direct manifestation since Helena's transformation. The witch appeared as a fractured version of herself, her power visibly breaking apart as reality rejected patterns she had maintained through centuries of control. "What have you done?" Beatrice's voice carried both rage and fear. "This isn't just about your cursed connection anymore. Everything I've built, every system of control I've maintained, they're all coming apart." Through their enhanced awareness, they could see the truth of her words. Helena's sacrifice hadn't just renewed their blessing, but had created a cascade effect throughout magical reality. Every pattern Beatrice had maintained through corruption and control was encountering alternatives that her power could no longer suppress. "You never understood the real power of willing sacrifice," Helena's essence responded, their connection allowing her to manifest more strongly in this crucial moment. "Not just what it preserves, but what it transforms. Every time we've chosen to give rather than take, to accept rather than fight, We've created possibilities your control couldn't touch. The locket's song reached a crescendo as they witnessed more of Beatrice's magical framework collapse. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how her power had always depended on maintaining specific beliefs about how magic should work. But now, as those beliefs encountered alternatives that willing sacrifice had preserved, her entire system began unraveling. "This isn't possible," Beatrice insisted, her form becoming increasingly unstable as more of her influence dissolved. "I've maintained control for centuries. I've shaped how magic itself works in this world." "You've suppressed how it could work," Elias corrected, watching through their enhanced awareness as more natural patterns reasserted themselves. "Every time you renewed your curse, every life you kept us apart, you had to actively maintain that suppression. But willing sacrifice created spaces where truth could survive." The rose's blessed light revealed how Helena's transformation had affected multiple layers of reality. Not just their personal situation, but every aspect of magical working that Beatrice had tried to control. Their supernatural sight showed them how her power had always depended on preventing people from recognizing alternatives to her system of corruption and control. "Your magic is fracturing," Helena's essence observed, their connection allowing them to fully perceive the process. "Because reality itself remembers possibilities you tried to eliminate. Every willing sacrifice we've made has preserved those alternatives, waiting for the moment your control would weaken." Beatrice lashed out with what remained of her power, but the rose's renewed blessing deflected her attack easily. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how her every attempt to maintain control now created more cracks in her magical framework. The very force she tried to wield had begun responding to different possibilities, patterns that willing sacrifice had kept alive through centuries of suppression. "You think this is victory?" the witch snarled, though her manifestation continued deteriorating. "You have no idea what you're unleashing. Without my control, magic will become chaos." "Not chaos," Elias said, understanding flowing through their connection. "Harmony. The natural patterns you've spent centuries suppressing. Every willing sacrifice we've made has preserved the truth that magic can work through connection rather than control." Their supernatural sight revealed how Beatrice's power continued fracturing, creating spaces where suppressed possibilities could emerge more strongly. The locket's song spoke of changes accelerating, while the rose's light showed them patterns of transformation spreading outward from their sanctuary. "Look at what's happening in Salem," Helena's essence directed, their enhanced awareness revealing crucial details. "The natural magic you corrupted there, it's remembering how to flow properly. Every pattern you twisted is straightening itself out." They watched as similar transformations spread beyond Salem, following channels that Beatrice had used to extend her influence. But now those same pathways carried restoration instead of corruption, allowing suppressed truths and natural connections to reassert themselves throughout the magical world. "Your control was always temporary," Elias realized, watching through their enhanced awareness as more of Beatrice's power dissolved. "Every curse you cast, every connection you corrupted, they all required constant maintenance, but willing sacrifice created permanent changes that your magic couldn't erase." The rose's light pulsed with confirmation as they witnessed more of Beatrice's magical framework collapse. Their supernatural sight showed them how Helena's transformation had created effects the witch couldn't counter, not just renewing their blessing, but strengthening every truth and possibility they had helped preserve. "This isn't over," Beatrice declared, though her manifestation had become almost transparent. "As long as people desire control over chaos, I'll find ways to rebuild my power." "But that's what you never understood," Helena's essence responded, their connection allowing her to speak truth the witch had always denied. "Harmony isn't chaos. Connection isn't weakness. The alternatives to control aren't disorder. They're different kinds of order, ones that work with nature rather than trying to dominate it." Through their enhanced awareness, they watched as more of Beatrice's influence dissolved. Every pattern she had maintained through corruption encountered possibilities that willing sacrifice had preserved. Their supernatural sight showed them how reality itself seemed to be remembering truths the witch had spent centuries suppressing. Your magic is weakening, Elias observed, understanding flowing through their connection, because it was always based on denial. Denying that power could flow through harmony, denying that connection could create strength, denying that there were alternatives to control and corruption. But denial isn't the same as elimination. The locket's song changed as they witnessed more of Beatrice's magical framework fracture. Its melody spoke not just of their personal story now, but of countless others whose possibilities the witch had tried to suppress. Each recovered truth, each restored connection, contributed to the transformation of reality itself. No! Beatrice's form became even more unstable as she felt control slipping away. I won't let you return the world to chaos. My system brought order, gave structure to how magic works. You brought stagnation, Helena's essence corrected, their enhanced awareness showing them the full pattern. You tried to freeze magic in forms you could control, prevent it from evolving and growing, but that was never sustainable. The rose's blessed light pulsed stronger as they witnessed the acceleration of Beatrice's loss of control. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each fracture in her power created space for more truths to emerge. The witch's carefully constructed system was collapsing under the weight of possibilities she had tried to deny. Your magic is weakening, Elias said, watching through their enhanced awareness as more natural patterns reasserted themselves. Because reality itself is remembering alternatives you tried to eliminate, every willing sacrifice we've made has preserved those possibilities, waiting for this moment. They witnessed as Beatrice's influence continued dissolving, creating spaces where suppressed truths could emerge more strongly. The locket's song spoke of transformations accelerating, while the rose's light showed them patterns of change spreading outward from their sanctuary. This isn't just about breaking your control, Helena's essence explained, their connection allowing them to perceive the full scope of what was happening. It's about restoring possibilities you tried to eliminate. Every willing sacrifice we've made has helped preserve truths that your magic couldn't completely suppress. As twilight deepened around their sanctuary, they watched Beatrice's power continue to fracture. Their supernatural sight showed them how reality itself seemed to be remembering patterns the witch had spent centuries denying. Each crack in her magical framework allowed more suppressed possibilities to emerge, creating changes that would reshape how magic worked in the modern world. The rose's blessed light maintained its protective sphere as they witnessed these transformations, while the locket's song promised more revelations to come. Through their enhanced awareness, both Helena and Elias understood that this temporary weakening of Beatrice's magic was just the beginning. Their willing sacrifices had created changes that would continue affecting reality long after this moment passed. As Beatrice's power continued fracturing, the very fabric of magical reality seemed to unfold before their enhanced awareness. The locket's song shifted to an ancient melody that spoke of hidden truths, while the rose's blessed light illuminated patterns that had been obscured for centuries. Through their transformed connection, Helena and Elias began to perceive the full story of the curse that had shaped their existence. It's all becoming clear, Helena's essence whispered through their supernatural sight. Not just what Beatrice did to us, but why. The real purpose behind her curse. It was never just about controlling our love. The sanctuary around them filled with echoes of the past, each fragment of memory now crystal clear in their enhanced perception. The rose's light revealed layers of truth that had been hidden even from their own understanding, showing them how their story connected to deeper patterns in magical reality. She didn't create the curse from nothing, Elias realized, watching through their combined awareness as ancient patterns became visible. She discovered something older, something that existed before Salem. Our connection just gave her the opportunity to modify it for her purposes. Their supernatural sight revealed how Beatrice had found traces of old magic during her travels in Europe, patterns of power that spoke of control through separation and corruption. But these were incomplete fragments, remnants of systems that had failed because they couldn't maintain their hold on reality. Look, Helena directed, their connection allowing them to perceive crucial details. She spent years studying those fragments, learning how previous attempts at magical control had failed. That's why she was in Salem, not just to establish her own power, but to find something that would make her version different. The locket pulsed warmly as they witnessed Beatrice's early experiments with the ancient magic she had discovered. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how she had recognized that previous systems of control had failed because they couldn't prevent natural patterns from eventually reasserting themselves. She needed an anchor, Elias understood, watching the pattern unfold. Something that would give her control permanent influence over how magic worked. When she found us, found our connection and the natural harmony we worked with, she saw an opportunity. Their supernatural sight showed them how Beatrice had observed their early discoveries about working with magic through connection rather than control. She had watched as they demonstrated possibilities that threatened her understanding of power, showing alternatives to the corruption she wanted to establish. The curse wasn't just meant to separate us, Helena's essence revealed, their enhanced perception showing them the full scope of Beatrice's plan. She used our connection as a template, something she could corrupt and then use as a pattern for controlling how all magic worked. The rose's light illuminated scenes from that crucial period in Salem, showing them details they had never fully understood. Their past selves had been discovering ways to work with natural magical patterns, demonstrating possibilities that Beatrice recognized as dangerous to her intended system of control. That's why she had to act when she did, Elias said, understanding flowing through their connection. We were close to proving something fundamental about how magic could work through harmony rather than force. Her curse wasn't just about stopping us, it was about corrupting the very possibility we represented. Their enhanced awareness revealed how Beatrice had carefully constructed her curse, weaving together the ancient fragments she had discovered with new patterns she created by corrupting their connection. The witch had understood that simply separating them wouldn't be enough. She needed to transform what their love represented about magical possibility. She used our own strength against us, Helena's essence observed, watching through their supernatural sight as the full pattern became clear. The power of our connection, the harmony we had discovered, she twisted it into a template for control. Every time she renewed the curse, she wasn't just keeping us apart. She was reinforcing her corruption of how magic itself worked. The locket's song carried notes of revelation as they witnessed how Beatrice had implemented her curse. Not just the surface level they had always known, the separation, the repeated deaths, the forgotten memories, but the deeper purpose behind each element. The repeated cycles weren't just cruel, Elias understood, their enhanced perception showing them the pattern. Each time we found each other and were separated again, it strengthened her control over magical reality. Our connection became a channel for corrupting how people understood and worked with power. Their supernatural sight revealed how Beatrice had used their story to reinforce her system. Each generation that witnessed their tragic separations absorbed lessons about the dangers of working with magic through harmony rather than control. The witch had transformed their love from an example of possibility into a warning against defying established power. But she couldn't completely corrupt what we represented, Helena's essence said, their connection allowing them to perceive crucial details. That's why the blessing was so important. It preserved the truth about our connection, kept alive the possibility that magic could work differently than she claimed. The rose's light showed them how Father Thomas's blessing had created patterns that Beatrice couldn't fully corrupt. Their willing sacrifices, beginning with that first death in Salem, had maintained spaces where suppressed truths could survive. Each renewal of the blessing had preserved alternatives that the witch's control couldn't eliminate. The curse worked on multiple levels, Elias observed, watching through their enhanced awareness as more of the pattern became clear. Personal separation, social corruption, and magical limitation, all working together to maintain her control. But each level also contained seeds of its own undoing. Their supernatural sight revealed how Beatrice's curse had affected different aspects of reality. On the personal level, it kept them from maintaining their connection long enough to understand it fully. Socially, it used their story to reinforce fears about defying established magical authority. And on the deepest level, it limited how people could perceive and work with magical power. But each limitation created its own form of resistance, Helena's essence understood, their connection allowing them to perceive the full pattern. Every time she separated us, our love found new ways to reconnect. Each story she corrupted still carried traces of original truth, and all the magical possibilities she suppressed continued existing, waiting to re-emerge. The locket pulsed with confirmation as they witnessed how their own actions had gradually weakened Beatrice's curse. Every time they found each other, every truth they managed to preserve created small cracks in her system of control. Their willing sacrifices maintained spaces where alternative possibilities could survive. The curse's structure was its weakness, Elias realized, understanding flowing through their connection. By using our love as a template, she tied her entire system to something she couldn't completely corrupt. The blessing ensured that traces of harmony and connection would always survive. Their enhanced awareness showed them how Beatrice's curse had begun failing long before its current collapse. Each cycle of separation and reunion had preserved more truth than the witch intended. The very pattern she used to maintain control had gradually become a channel for restoring possibilities she tried to suppress. "Look at how it all connects," Helena directed, their supernatural sight revealing crucial patterns. "Every life we've lived, every sacrifice we've made, they've all contributed to this moment, not just breaking her curse, but transforming what it represents about how magic can work." The rose's blessed light illuminated the full scope of their story, showing them how each element had played its part. Beatrice's curse, the blessing that preserved their love, their repeated sacrifices, and even Lucian's betrayal, all had contributed to the current transformation of magical reality. "She thought she was creating something permanent," Elias observed, watching through their enhanced awareness as more truth emerged. "A system of control that would maintain itself through corruption and limitation, but she built it on our connection, something that naturally works through harmony rather than force." Their supernatural sight revealed how Beatrice's curse had always contained the seeds of its own transformation. By using their love as a template, she had incorporated patterns that naturally resisted corruption. Each attempt to maintain control through separation and limitation had preserved possibilities for eventual restoration. "The full story isn't just about what she did to us," Helena's essence said, their connection allowing them to perceive deeper truth. "It's about what happens when you try to control magic itself through corruption and force. Natural patterns will always find ways to reassert themselves." The locket's song carried notes of understanding as they witnessed how their story connected to fundamental truths about magical reality. Beatrice's curse had been an attempt to establish permanent control over how power worked, but she had based it on a connection that naturally demonstrated alternatives to her system. Every element of the curse contained its opposite, Elias realized, watching through their enhanced awareness as patterns clarified. Personal separation preserved the truth of connection. Social corruption maintained seeds of harmony, and magical limitation protected possibilities that couldn't be eliminated. Their supernatural sight showed them how Beatrice's curse had gradually transformed over centuries. Each renewal had required active suppression of natural patterns, creating spaces where alternative possibilities could survive. The very structure she used to maintain control had become a framework for restoring what she tried to corrupt. "That's why her power is fracturing now," Helena's essence understood, their connection revealing the full pattern. "Not just because of our recent actions, but because her entire system was built on something that naturally resists control. Our willing sacrifices just helped truth emerge more quickly." The rose's light pulsed stronger as they witnessed the final pieces of understanding fall into place. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how every aspect of their story contributed to the current transformation of magical reality. Beatrice's curse, intended to establish permanent control, had instead preserved possibilities for fundamental change. "The full story reveals something crucial," Elias said, understanding flowing through their connection. "Not just about our personal situation, but about how magic itself works. You can't permanently suppress natural patterns through force and corruption. Truth will always find ways to re-emerge. Their supernatural sight showed them how this understanding would affect the future. As Beatrice's power continued fracturing, the possibilities she had tried to eliminate would become more accessible. Their story, transformed from a warning into an example, would help others recognize alternatives to control and corruption. This revelation isn't just about the past, Helena's essence observed, their enhanced perception showing them patterns yet to unfold. It's about what happens next. Understanding the full story of the curse helps us see how to work with the changes that are coming. The Locket's song promised more transformations as they absorbed the complete truth of their situation. Through their willing sacrifices, they had not only preserved their own connection, but maintained possibilities that would reshape how magic worked in the modern world. As twilight deepened around their sanctuary, the rose's blessed light continued revealing patterns that connected past, present, and future. Their supernatural sight showed them how understanding the full story of the curse would help them navigate the changes still to come. What Beatrice had intended as a system of permanent control had become, through their choices and sacrifices, a framework for restoring natural harmony to magical reality. The night deepened around their sanctuary as the final revelations about Beatrice's curse settled into understanding. The rose's blessed light created patterns of possibility in the air, while the Locket's song spoke of choices yet to be made. Through their transformed connection, Helena's essence and Elias's physical presence aligned in shared purpose. "We know everything now," Helena's essence whispered through their enhanced awareness. "Not just what was done to us, but why. More importantly, we understand what's possible, what we can choose to become." The sanctuary filled with a subtle luminescence as their supernatural sight revealed paths forward that had been hidden before. Each potential future glimmered with its own particular light, showing them options that Beatrice's weakening control had made possible. "This isn't just about breaking her curse anymore," Elias said, watching through their combined awareness as patterns of possibility crystallized around them. "We have a chance to help restore how magic naturally works, to show others alternatives to control and corruption." Their enhanced perception showed them how their choices would affect multiple layers of reality. The rose's light illuminated paths that could lead to fundamental changes in how people understood and worked with magical power, while the Locket's song spoke of personal transformations yet to come. "We'll need to be careful," Helena's essence cautioned, their connection allowing them to perceive crucial details. "Beatrice's power is fracturing, but that creates its own dangers. As her control weakens, suppressed possibilities will emerge, not all of them beneficial." The sanctuary's protective sphere rippled as they examined the challenges ahead. Their supernatural sight revealed how the collapse of Beatrice's magical framework would release energies and patterns that had been contained for centuries. Each crack in her system of control would allow both opportunities and dangers to emerge. "But that's exactly why we need to act," Elias understood, watching through their enhanced awareness as possibilities continued unfolding. "Not just for ourselves, but for everyone affected by her corruption. We can help guide these changes, show how to work with emerging patterns, rather than trying to control them." Their connections strengthened as they recognized the scope of what they were choosing to undertake. The rose's light showed them how their willing sacrifices had created foundation for the work ahead, not just breaking Beatrice's curse, but helping restore natural harmony to magical reality. "It won't be easy," Helena's essence acknowledged, their supernatural sight revealing challenges to come. "We'll face opposition from those who've benefited from her system of control, and some will fear the changes that are already beginning, preferring familiar corruption to uncertain transformation." The Locket pulsed warmly as they examined these difficulties through their enhanced perception. Each potential obstacle carried its own particular signature, showing them how different aspects of Beatrice's influence had become embedded in modern magical practice. "But we're not alone anymore," Elias said, understanding flowing through their connection. "Every truth we've helped emerge, every person who's witnessed alternatives to control, they're all part of what's possible now. Our story isn't just about personal separation and reunion anymore. Their supernatural sight revealed networks of connection that had formed despite Beatrice's attempts at isolation. Each person who had helped them, each moment of genuine harmony they'd achieved, had created patterns that could support the changes ahead. We'll need to be strategic, Helena's essence advised, their enhanced awareness showing them crucial details. Not just opposing control with force, but demonstrating how magic can work differently. Every choice we make needs to reinforce the possibility of harmony rather than corruption. The rose's blessed light illuminated examples of how this approach could work. Their willing sacrifices had already created spaces where natural patterns could reassert themselves. By working consciously with these emerging possibilities, they could help others recognize alternatives to Beatrice's system. It's about transformation, not just resistance, Elias understood, watching through their connection as patterns clarified. Like how we've learned to transform curses into possibilities. Each challenge we face is an opportunity to show how magic can work through harmony instead of force. Their supernatural sight revealed how this principle could apply to the situations ahead. As Beatrice's power continued fracturing, they would encounter various forms of opposition and fear. But each confrontation would also be a chance to demonstrate different ways of working with magical reality. We'll need to maintain balance, Helena's essence cautioned, their enhanced perception showing them important distinctions. Between acting decisively and allowing natural patterns to emerge, between guiding changes and controlling them, between preserving what's valuable and transforming what's corrupted. The Locket's song carried notes of both challenge and possibility as they examined these requirements. Their connection allowed them to perceive how different choices would affect the delicate process of magical restoration they hoped to support. That's why our love matters more than ever, Elias said, understanding flowing through their enhanced awareness. Not just as personal connection, but as living example of what's possible. Every time we choose harmony over force, willing sacrifice over control, we help others recognize alternatives. Their supernatural sight showed them how their story had already begun affecting reality in this way. Despite Beatrice's attempts to corrupt their example, traces of truth had persisted. Now, as her power fractured, those seeds of possibility could grow into new patterns of magical understanding. We need to make this vow conscious, Helena's essence proposed, their connection strengthening with shared purpose. Not just implicit in our choices, but explicitly stated. A willing commitment that can help shape the changes that are coming. The rose's light responded to this suggestion, creating patterns of possibility that could support such a declaration. Their enhanced perception showed them how a formal vow, made with full awareness of its implications, could affect multiple layers of magical reality. Yes, Elias agreed, watching through their supernatural sight as potential forms of the vow emerged. Something that acknowledges both what we're choosing and why. Not just personal commitment, but conscious participation in restoring natural harmony. Their connection allowed them to begin crafting words that could carry the full weight of their intention. The Locket's song shifted to support this process, while the rose's blessed light revealed how different phrasings would affect magical patterns around them. I vow, Helena's essence began, their enhanced awareness showing them the impact of each word, to work for the restoration of natural harmony in magical reality, to demonstrate alternatives to control and corruption, to support the emergence of suppressed possibilities. I vow, Elias continued, their connection allowing their declarations to interweave, to face whatever challenges arise with consciousness and care, to transform opposition into opportunity, to help others recognize choices beyond force and limitation. The sanctuary's protective sphere strengthened as their words took effect. Their supernatural sight showed them how each phrase connected to patterns of possibility that Beatrice's weakening control had made accessible. Together, Helena's essence proclaimed, their enhanced perception revealing the power of shared commitment. We vow to maintain awareness of how our choices affect reality, to work with natural patterns rather than trying to dominate them, to preserve spaces where truth can emerge and grow. Together, Elias affirmed, understanding flowing through their connection. We vow to face whatever comes with love that transforms rather than controls, to demonstrate how willing sacrifice creates power that corruption cannot touch, to help restore magic's natural capacity for harmony and growth. The roses' light pulsed with unprecedented brightness as their vows took full effect. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how their words were already beginning to influence magical patterns around them. Each phrase created connections that could support the work ahead. This isn't just promise, Helena's essence understood, their enhanced awareness showing them deeper implications. It's pattern, framework for the changes we hope to support, guide for how we'll approach challenges that are coming. The locket's song confirmed this understanding as they witnessed their vows begin affecting reality. Their connection allowed them to perceive how each element of their declaration would help shape their responses to situations ahead. It gives form to our intention, Elias said, watching through their supernatural sight as patterns continued emerging. Not just breaking Beatrice's curse, but helping restore what she tried to suppress. Each phrase creates foundation for specific kinds of action. Their enhanced perception showed them how different aspects of their vow connected to various challenges they would face. The rose's light revealed how each commitment could guide them in helping others recognize and work with emerging possibilities. We'll need to remember this moment, Helena's essence advised, their connection allowing them to mark its significance, not just the words, but the understanding behind them. Each time we face difficulty or doubt, we can return to this pattern we've created. The sanctuary's protective sphere seemed to memorize their declarations as they examined final implications. Their supernatural sight showed them how their vows had already begun creating changes in magical reality around them. This is just beginning, Elias acknowledged, understanding flowing through their enhanced awareness. But we've created foundation for everything that comes next. Each challenge we face will be opportunity to fulfill these vows in specific ways. Their connection allowed them to perceive how this foundation would support them through difficulties ahead. The locket song carried notes of both challenge and possibility, while the rose's blessed light showed them paths forward that their vows had made accessible. We choose this, Helena's essence declared, their supernatural sight revealing the full scope of their commitment. Not because we're forced, but because we understand what's possible. Every challenge we face will help demonstrate alternatives to control and corruption. The night deepened around their sanctuary as their vows settled into permanent pattern. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how their declarations had already begun affecting multiple layers of reality. What they had chosen wasn't just personal commitment, but conscious participation in restoring natural harmony to magical understanding. Together, they affirmed one final time, their connection carrying the full weight of shared purpose. The rose's light pulsed with renewed strength, while the locket's song promised support through whatever challenges lay ahead. Their supernatural sight showed them paths forward that their vows had illuminated, not just breaking Beatrice's curse, but helping transform how magic itself could work in the modern world. Chapter 10. The Gathering Storm. The first signs appeared 3 days after their vows, when dawn refused to fully break over New Orleans. Through their enhanced awareness, Helena's essence and Elias perceived how supernatural darkness lingered well past its natural time, creating shadows that spoke of gathering power. She's drawing strength from every curse she's ever cast, Helena's essence whispered through their connection. The locket's song carried notes of warning while the rose's blessed light revealed patterns of magical pressure building around their sanctuary. Elias watched through their supernatural sight as familiar streets took on unfamiliar aspects. Not just from curses, he understood, their shared perception showing deeper details. She's pulling power from every act of corruption, every moment of control she's maintained through centuries. The air itself seemed to thicken with potential as they witnessed Beatrice's preparations through their enhanced awareness. Each breath carried traces of ancient magic being awakened, while the very foundations of their sanctuary trembled with recognition of gathering forces. "Look how the patterns are changing," Helena directed, their connection allowing them to perceive crucial shifts. The rose's light illuminated how magical currents that normally flowed smoothly through the city were beginning to eddy and swirl, creating disturbances that rippled through multiple layers of reality. Their supernatural sight revealed how these changes affected both physical and spiritual realms. Trees that had stood witness to centuries of New Orleans history began swaying without wind, while buildings that housed old magic showed signs of responding to unfamiliar pressures. She's not just gathering power, Elias realized, understanding flowing through their enhanced perception. She's trying to reshape how magic itself works in this area, creating conditions that favor control over harmony. The locket pulsed with confirmation as they observed these attempts through their connection. Beatrice's influence was becoming more direct, no longer content with subtle corruption, but actively working to transform the magical environment around them. But she can't completely succeed, Helena's essence noted, their shared awareness revealing important limitations. Our vows have already begun affecting reality. Every attempt she makes to impose control encounters patterns of possibility we've helped preserve. Their sanctuary's protective sphere strengthened as they witnessed this interaction. The rose's blessed light showed them how their recent declarations had created framework for resistance, not through force, but through maintaining spaces where natural harmony could persist. Still, Elias acknowledged, watching through their supernatural sight as pressure continued building. She's making it clear that final confrontation can't be avoided. Every pattern she's awakening, every power she's gathering, it's all aimed at forcing decisive encounter. The morning's persistent darkness seemed to confirm this assessment. Their enhanced perception showed them how Beatrice's influence was systematically affecting every aspect of magical reality around them, creating conditions that would eventually require direct response. We're seeing more than just her preparations, Helena's essence understood, their connection revealing deeper implications. These changes are affecting older patterns, awakening forces that have been dormant since Salem. Through their shared awareness, they could perceive how disturbances in New Orleans were creating resonance with other locations. The rose's light showed them connections forming between present moment and past events, while the locket's song carried echoes of ancient power stirring. Salem's spirits are beginning to respond, Elias observed, their supernatural sight revealing crucial details. Not just those directly involved in our story, but all who witnessed what happened there, every soul that carried knowledge of what was corrupted. Their enhanced perception showed them how these awakening spirits were already affecting magical reality. Each stirring consciousness contributed its own memories of truth and corruption, creating pressure that even Beatrice's gathering power couldn't fully control. She didn't anticipate this, Helena's essence realized, their connection allowing them to perceive important patterns. Her attempts to gather power are disturbing balances she's maintained for centuries. Every force she awakens carries potential she can't completely predict. The sanctuary's protective sphere rippled as they witnessed these emerging complications. Their supernatural sight revealed how Beatrice's preparations were creating unintended effects, awakening possibilities that had been suppressed since she first established her system of control. The confrontation is becoming inevitable, Elias said, understanding flowing through their enhanced awareness, but not necessarily in the way she intends. These changes she's creating, they're affecting more than just our situation. The rose's light pulsed with confirmation as they observed how different aspects of awakening power were interacting. Their connection allowed them to perceive how each disturbance Beatrice created contributed to larger pattern of transformation that was beginning to escape her influence. We need to prepare carefully, Helena's essence advised, their supernatural sight revealing crucial requirements. Not just for direct conflict with her, but for managing all these awakening forces. Every spirit that stirs, every power that responds, they all need guidance toward harmony rather than chaos. Their enhanced perception showed them how this guidance would be essential. The locket's song carried notes of both warning and possibility as they witnessed more ancient patterns beginning to stir. Each awakening force represented both potential ally and potential complication. It's becoming clear why our vows matter so much, Elias understood, watching through their connection as patterns continued emerging. We're not just facing Beatrice's power, but moment of fundamental choice about how magic itself will work. The sanctuary's protective sphere strengthened as they recognized the full scope of what was coming. Their supernatural sight revealed how their recent declarations had prepared them for more than just personal confrontation. They had created framework for helping guide larger transformation. Look at how it's all connecting, Helena's essence directed, their enhanced awareness showing them crucial patterns. Every force she awakens, every spirit that stirs, every power that responds, they're all becoming part of larger choice between control and harmony. Through their shared perception, they could see how Beatrice's preparations were inadvertently creating opportunity for fundamental change. The rose's light revealed how each attempt to gather power was also awakening possibilities for transformation that the witch couldn't fully suppress. We can't avoid this confrontation, Elias acknowledged, understanding flowing through their connection. But we can approach it consciously. Every choice we make now will affect not just our situation, but how all these awakening forces find expression. Their supernatural sight showed them how this approach could work. Rather than trying to match Beatrice's gathering power directly, they could focus on maintaining spaces where awakening forces could find harmony rather than corruption. Each spirit that stirred, each ancient pattern that responded, could be guided toward transformation rather than control. The inevitability itself becomes opportunity, Helena's essence realized, their enhanced perception revealing important possibilities. Not just for breaking her power, but for helping restore natural patterns she's suppressed. Every force she awakens carries potential for either outcome. The morning's persistent darkness seemed to acknowledge this understanding, carrying hints of both shadow and emerging light. Their connection allowed them to perceive how each moment of gathering pressure also created chance for guided transformation. We need to maintain awareness of both aspects, Elias said, watching through their supernatural sight as patterns continued unfolding. The direct confrontation she's forcing and the larger transformation it makes possible. Every preparation we make has to serve both purposes. The rose's blessed light pulsed with confirmation as they examined this dual approach. Their enhanced perception showed them how they could work with awakening forces in ways that would both resist Beatrice's control and support natural harmony's restoration. It's already beginning, Helena's essence observed, their connection revealing crucial details. Every spirit that stirs, every power that responds, they're all encountering possibilities our vows have helped preserve. The choice between control and harmony is becoming visible to more than just us. Their sanctuary's protective sphere rippled with recognition as they witnessed these emerging effects. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how their recent declarations were already influencing how awakening forces found expression. Each stirring spirit, each responding power, encountered patterns that offered alternatives to Beatrice's corruption. The confrontation is inevitable, Elias acknowledged, understanding flowing through their enhanced awareness. But its outcome isn't predetermined. Every force she awakens, every power she gathers, becomes opportunity for demonstrating different possibilities. The Locket's song carried notes of both challenge and potential as they absorbed this truth. Their connection allowed them to perceive how each aspect of gathering pressure could contribute to larger transformation, if approached with consciousness and care. We choose to face this, Helena's essence declared, their supernatural sight revealing the full pattern. Not because we're forced, but because we understand what's possible. Every preparation we make, every force we help guide, contributes to restoring natural harmony. As morning's darkness continued holding sway over New Orleans, their sanctuary stood ready for whatever would come. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how Beatrice's gathering power was creating opportunity for fundamental change. The confrontation she made inevitable had become chance to demonstrate alternatives to control and corruption. The rose's blessed light maintained its protective sphere, while the Locket's song promised support through challenges ahead. Their connection allowed them to perceive both immediate preparations required and larger transformation possible. What Beatrice intended as final assertion of control had become potential moment of magical restoration. The second day of perpetual twilight brought visitors to their sanctuary. Through their enhanced awareness, Helena's essence and Elias sensed them approaching long before physical arrival, each one carrying distinct magical signatures that spoke of choices being made and sides being chosen. Marie St. Clair arrived first, her centuries-old voodoo lineage creating patterns of power that the Rose's light immediately recognized. "The spirits of New Orleans are taking notice," she announced, her own supernatural sight revealing the gathering forces. "Every Loa, every ancestor, every guardian of old magic, they're all feeling the pressure of what's coming." "It's not just local powers responding," Helena's essence observed through their connection. The locket's song carried echoes of distant stirrings, while their shared perception showed them how magical awareness was spreading far beyond city limits. Elias watched through their enhanced sight as more allies appeared. Sarah Chen, whose family had preserved ancient Chinese magical traditions through generations of immigration, brought scrolls that pulsed with protective power. Behind her came James Running Wolf, carrying medicine bundles that spoke of earth magic older than European settlement. "We're not the only ones who've maintained alternatives to her control," Sarah said, unrolling scrolls that the Rose's light immediately illuminated. "Every culture, every tradition that's preserved harmony over force, we've all kept alive possibilities she tried to suppress." Their supernatural awareness revealed how each ally brought unique contributions to their gathering strength. Not raw power to match Beatrice's, but different ways of working with magical reality that could help guide awakening forces toward harmony rather than chaos. "But we're not alone in preparing," James cautioned, his medicine bundles revealing disturbing patterns through their enhanced perception. "Those who've benefited from her system of control, they're gathering too. Every corrupt practitioner, every spirit bound through force rather than respect, they're all feeling their power threatened." The sanctuary's protective sphere rippled as they witnessed these opposing preparations through their connection. The locket's song carried warnings of how Beatrice's influence was drawing support from those who feared change more than corruption. "Look how the lines are forming," Helena's essence directed, their shared awareness revealing crucial patterns. Throughout the city, throughout the magical world, practitioners and spirits were making choices about which possibilities they would support. Their supernatural sight showed them how these choices affected multiple layers of reality. Each decision created ripples through magical patterns, strengthening either the push toward control or the potential for harmony. The Rose's light illuminated these effects, showing them both challenges and opportunities emerging. "We're seeing more than just gathering forces," Elias understood, watching through their enhanced perception as patterns clarified. "Every choice being made, every side being chosen, it's all contributing to fundamental decisions about how magic itself will work." Marie nodded, her own supernatural awareness confirming this assessment. "The Loa speak of changes coming that can't be undone. Every spirit, every practitioner who chooses now, they're not just picking sides in a battle. They're voting on the future of magical reality itself." Their connection allowed them to perceive how these choices were affecting the approaching confrontation. Each ally who joined them brought not just individual power, but living examples of how magic could work through harmony rather than force. Each opponent who aligned with Beatrice strengthened not just her control, but the corruption she represented. "We need to be strategic," Sarah advised, her scrolls revealing ancient wisdom through their enhanced awareness. "Not just gathering power, but maintaining clear vision of what we're really fighting for. Every preparation we make has to demonstrate the very possibilities we're trying to preserve." The sanctuary's protective sphere strengthened as they witnessed more allies arriving. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each addition contributed unique perspectives on working with magical reality. The Rose's light showed them how these different approaches could complement each other, creating stronger alternatives to Beatrice's corruption. "But our opponents are preparing too," James reminded them. his medicine bundles revealing disturbing movements through their enhanced perception. Every dark practitioner who's built power through control, every spirit bound through corruption, they're all gathering to protect their influence. Helena's essence observed these preparations through their connection, the locket's song carrying notes of both warning and possibility. They're not just supporting Beatrice, she understood. They're fighting to maintain a system that gives them power through corruption rather than harmony. Their supernatural awareness showed them how these opposing forces were positioning themselves throughout the magical world. Each group brought different kinds of power, different approaches to working with reality that would affect how the coming confrontation would unfold. "We need to remember what we're really facing," Elias said, understanding flowing through their enhanced perception. Not just Beatrice and her direct supporters, but everyone who's invested in maintaining control over harmony. Every preparation has to address both immediate opposition and larger patterns of corruption. Marie's presence strengthened as she shared what the Loe had revealed. "The spirits speak of choices echoing through time," she said. "Every ally who joins us, every opponent who stands against us, they're all contributing to decisions that will affect how magic works for generations to come." Their connection allowed them to perceive the truth of her words. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each preparation being made carried implications far beyond immediate conflict. The rose's light revealed how every choice, every alignment would affect possibilities available in magical reality's future. "We need to coordinate carefully," Sarah advised, her scrolls pulsing with protective power. "Not just combining our different strengths, but maintaining clear vision of what we're working toward. Every preparation has to support natural harmony's restoration." The sanctuary's sphere rippled with recognition as they witnessed these preparations through their enhanced awareness. Each ally brought unique contributions that could help guide awakening forces toward harmony rather than chaos. Each opponent's choice revealed patterns of corruption that needed transformation rather than just resistance. "The lines being drawn aren't simple," James observed, his medicine bundles revealing complex patterns through their supernatural sight. Every practitioner, every spirit making choices now, they're all responding to deeper questions about power and possibility. Helena's essence understood these implications through their connection, the locket's song carrying echoes of ancient choices being renewed. "We're not just preparing for battle," she realized. "We're creating framework for fundamental transformation. Every ally who joins us helps demonstrate alternatives to control." Their enhanced perception showed them how these preparations were already affecting magical reality. Each alignment created ripples through multiple layers of power, strengthening either corruption's hold or harmony's potential. The rose's light illuminated these effects, showing them both challenges and opportunities in approaching patterns. "We need to maintain balance," Elias said, watching through their supernatural awareness as preparations continued. "Between gathering strength and preserving possibility, between resisting corruption and demonstrating harmony, between immediate conflict and longer transformation." Marie nodded, her connection to the lower revealing similar understanding. "The spirits say this moment was always coming," she shared. "Every preparation we make, every force we gather, it's all part of larger choice between control and natural harmony." Their enhanced perception showed them how this choice was manifesting through current preparations. Each ally who joined them brought living examples of working with magic through respect rather than force. Each opponent who aligned with Beatrice demonstrated patterns of corruption that needed transformation. "The battle lines are forming," Sarah observed, her scrolls revealing movements through their supernatural sight. "But they're not just about physical confrontation. Every preparation being made, every side being chosen, it's all contributing to fundamental decisions about magical reality's future." The sanctuary's protective sphere pulsed with recognition as they absorbed these truths. Through their connection, they could see how each aspect of preparation carried deeper significance. The rose's light showed them how every choice being made would affect not just immediate conflict, but possibilities available for generations to come. "We choose this consciously," Helena's essence declared, their enhanced awareness revealing full pattern. not just gathering allies for battle, but creating framework for transformation. Every preparation we make helps demonstrate alternatives to corruption and control. As Twilight continued holding sway over New Orleans, their sanctuary became focal point for gathering forces of harmony. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each ally's arrival strengthened possibilities Beatrice had tried to suppress. The locket's song carried notes of both challenge and potential, while the rose's light showed them paths toward fundamental change. The third day of unnatural twilight brought a different kind of stirring. Through their enhanced awareness, Helena's essence and Elias felt it first as subtle vibrations in the magical fabric of reality, whispers from centuries past growing steadily stronger. The rose's light revealed patterns of awakening that spread outward from Salem, carrying echoes of choices made and truths suppressed. "They're beginning to rise," Helena's essence whispered through their connection. The locket's song carried notes of ancient recognition, while their supernatural sight showed them spirits stirring from long dormancy. Not just those directly involved in our story, but all who witnessed what happened there. Elias watched through their enhanced perception as the first manifestations began appearing in their sanctuary. Shadowy forms that carried traces of 1692, each one pulsing with memories of what they had seen and understood about magic's corruption. "Look how they're responding," he said, understanding flowing through their connection. Every spirit that rises brings not just memory of what happened, but awareness of what was lost. They're carrying truth that Beatrice couldn't completely suppress. Their supernatural sight revealed how these awakening spirits affected magical reality around them. Each manifestation created ripples through multiple layers of power, disturbing patterns that had remained stable for centuries. The rose's light showed them how these disturbances carried potential for both chaos and restoration. It's not just about vengeance, Helena's essence understood, their shared awareness revealing deeper patterns. They're rising because fundamental choices about magic are being made again. Every spirit brings testimony about what happens when power works through corruption rather than harmony. The sanctuary's protective sphere rippled as more spirits began manifesting. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how each arrival carried different aspects of Salem's truth. Some brought memories of how magic had worked before Beatrice's corruption, while others testified to changes they had witnessed as her control took hold. Goodwife Rebecca, Helena's essence recognized, their connection allowing them to perceive crucial details as a particular spirit took clearer form. She understood what was happening even then, saw how Beatrice was using fear to corrupt more than just individual power. The spirit's manifestations strengthened at this recognition, her form carrying both warning and possibility. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how her memories contributed to a larger pattern of awakening awareness. The locket's song carried echoes of truth she had tried to preserve. "And there's Thomas Putnam," Elias observed, watching through their enhanced perception as another spirit emerged. Not as victim or accuser, but as witness who recognized deeper implications. He saw how Beatrice's actions were affecting more than just immediate events. Their connection allowed them to perceive how each spirit's testimony contributed to growing awareness. The rose's light revealed how these ancient witnesses carried understanding about both corruption's methods and harmony's possibilities. Every manifestation added depth to the truth emerging about how magic could work differently than Beatrice claimed. But not all who rise support restoration, Helena's essence cautioned, their supernatural sight revealing disturbing patterns. Some spirits carry different memories, different choices made when corruption first took hold. Every awakening brings both allies and opponents to current transformation. They witnessed this division through their enhanced awareness as more spirits manifested. Some brought memories that strengthened possibilities for harmony's restoration, while others carried patterns that reinforced corruption's hold. Each arrival contributed to growing pressure that would affect the coming confrontation. "Look how they're aligning," Elias directed, understanding flowing through their connection. Throughout their sanctuary, throughout magical reality itself, spirits were taking positions that reflected choices made centuries ago. The rose's light showed them how these alignments created a framework for current decisions about power's nature. Reverend Paris, Helena's essence recognized, their supernatural sight revealing another significant manifestation. He chose Beatrice's side not from malice but from fear. Every spirit that rises carrying similar fear strengthens patterns of control she established. Their enhanced perception showed them how these choices affected multiple layers of reality. Each spirit's alignment created ripples through magical patterns, contributing to fundamental decisions being made about power's nature. The locket's song carried notes of both warning and possibility as these effects became clearer. But we're seeing more than just old choices being renewed, Elias understood, watching through their connection as patterns continued emerging. Every spirit that rises brings opportunity for different decisions. Each testimony about corruption carries potential for transformation. The sanctuary's protective sphere strengthened as they witnessed more spirits manifesting. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each arrival affected the balance between control and harmony. The rose's light revealed how these ancient witnesses could contribute to current choices about magic's future. Sarah Good's daughter, Helena's essence noted, their enhanced awareness recognizing another significant manifestation. She carries memory of both corruption's cost and harmony's possibility. Every spirit that rises with similar understanding helps demonstrate alternatives to control. Their connection allowed them to perceive how these different testimonies interacted. Some spirits brought memories that naturally aligned with their efforts toward restoration, while others carried patterns that would need conscious transformation. Each manifestation contributed to growing pressure that would affect the coming confrontation. "We need to work with them carefully," Elias said, understanding flowing through their enhanced perception. Not just gathering allies for battle, but helping guide awakening awareness toward harmony rather than chaos. Every spirit that rises needs a chance to choose consciously. The rose's light pulsed with confirmation as they examined this approach. Their supernatural sight showed them how they could work with awakening spirits in ways that supported natural harmony's restoration. Each manifestation brought opportunities for demonstrating alternatives to corruption's hold. "Look how patterns are shifting," Helena's essence directed, their connection revealing crucial details. Throughout magical reality, Spirit's awakening was creating disturbances that Beatrice couldn't fully control. Every testimony about corruption's effects carried potential for fundamental change. Tituba, Elias recognized, watching through their enhanced awareness as another significant spirit manifested. She understood both sides of power's nature. Every spirit that rises carrying similar wisdom helps reveal fuller truth about magic's possibilities. Their supernatural sight showed them how these ancient witnesses affected current preparations. Each spirit's testimony contributed to growing awareness about choices being made, while their alignments created a framework for the approaching confrontation. The locket's song carried echoes of both challenge and potential as these patterns emerged. But time grows short, Helena's essence cautioned, their connection revealing accelerating changes. Every spirit that rises increases pressure toward a decisive moment. We need to work consciously with these awakening forces before chaos overwhelms possibility. The sanctuary's protective sphere rippled as they witnessed this acceleration through their enhanced perception. More spirits were manifesting with each passing moment, each one carrying memories and choices that would affect the coming transformation. The rose's light showed them how these arrivals created both opportunity and urgency. "We need to maintain balance," Elias said, understanding flowing through their supernatural sight. "Between welcoming allies and transforming opposition, between gathering testimony and guiding awakening awareness, between honoring past choices and creating new possibilities." Their connection allowed them to perceive how this balance could work. Each spirit's manifestation brought opportunities for demonstrating harmony's potential, while every testimony about corruption carried seeds of possible transformation. The locket's song carried notes of both warning and possibility as they examined these patterns. "Look how it all connects," Helena's essence directed, their enhanced awareness revealing crucial details. Throughout their sanctuary, throughout magical reality itself, awakening spirits were creating conditions that would affect fundamental choices about power's nature. Every testimony, every alignment contributed to growing pressure toward decisive change. "We choose this consciously," Elias declared, watching through their supernatural sight as patterns continued emerging. Not just gathering witnesses for battle, but helping guide awakening awareness toward harmony rather than chaos. Every spirit that rises brings opportunity for transformation. The roses' light pulsed with recognition as they absorbed these truths. Their enhanced perception showed them how each aspect of the spirit's awakening carried deeper significance. Every manifestation, every testimony, every alignment would affect not just the immediate confrontation, but the possibilities available for magic's future. As unnatural twilight continued holding sway, their sanctuary became the focal point for gathering witnesses to power's nature. Through their connection, they could see how each spirit's arrival contributed to a larger pattern of transformation. What Beatrice had tried to suppress through centuries of control was rising again, creating an opportunity for fundamental change in how magic itself could work. The fourth day of perpetual twilight brought Beatrice's presence, not in physical form, but as a disturbance in magical reality that even the sanctuary's protective sphere couldn't completely exclude. Through their enhanced awareness, Helena's essence and Elias felt her approach as a subtle corruption in the air itself, while the rose's light revealed patterns of power seeking to undermine their connection. "My dearest Elias," Beatrice's voice emerged from shadows that shouldn't exist within their protected space. "Always so determined to choose the difficult path. Even now, when I offer you something far greater than this limited harmony you pursue." The locket's song carried notes of warning as her influence attempted to separate their connection. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how her power worked to create distance between their unified awareness, trying to isolate Elias for her approach. "You know what I'm offering," she continued, her presence creating ripples through multiple layers of reality. "Not just survival, but mastery over magic itself. The very power you've witnessed me wielding through centuries. It could be yours to share." Helena's essence maintained their connection despite Beatrice's attempts at separation. Their enhanced perception showed them how the witch's offer carried both temptation and corruption, promising control while threatening harmony's possibility. "Think carefully about your choice," Beatrice's voice gained strength as more shadows gathered. "I'm offering you understanding of power that goes beyond these simple patterns you've preserved. Every ability you've witnessed me using, all of it could be yours." Through their supernatural sight, they could see how her offer affected magical reality around them. Each promise created distortions in natural patterns, while every temptation carried seeds of corruption that would spread if accepted. The rose's light revealed these effects, showing them both immediate danger and longer implications. "You've seen what I can do," she pressed, her presence growing stronger. "Every spirit that rises, every power that awakens, I can control it all. This chaos you're helping create could become perfect order under our combined influence." Their connection allowed them to perceive how her offer would affect more than just the immediate situation. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how accepting her proposal would strengthen the patterns of corruption she'd established centuries ago. The locket's song carried echoes of choices made and remade through multiple lifetimes. "It's not just about power," Elias responded, understanding flowing through their supernatural sight. "Every ability you're offering comes with the price of corruption. Each control you promise requires surrendering harmony's possibility." Beatrice's presence shifted at his words, shadows gathering more densely as she focused her influence. "Harmony is an illusion," she declared. "Every power you've witnessed, every ability you've seen me use, they all come through control. That's the fundamental truth about magic you still refuse to accept." Helena's essence strengthened their connection as Beatrice's power pressed harder. Their enhanced perception showed them how the witch's certainty carried the weight of centuries of corruption, while every promise she made threatened to undermine the transformation they sought. "Look deeper," Beatrice urged, her presence creating more distortions in magical reality. every spirit rising from Salem, every power awakening in the present, they all respond to control. The only choice is whether you'll help master these forces or be overwhelmed by them. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how her offer carried immediate temptation. The ability to control awakening forces, to master gathering power. It presented a solution to the chaos they could feel building. The rose's light revealed both attraction and danger in this apparent answer. "But we've seen a different truth," Elias responded, their connection allowing him to perceive the fuller reality. "Every spirit that rises brings testimony about harmony's possibility. Each power awakening carries potential for transformation rather than control." Beatrice's presence darkened at his refusal, shadows gathering more densely as she prepared a stronger approach. "You choose chaos then," she declared. "Every spirit you fail to control, every power you refuse to master, they'll all contribute to the destruction of everything you claim to protect." Their enhanced awareness showed them how her threats carried real danger. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how awakening forces could indeed create chaos if not properly guided. The locket's song carried notes of both warning and possibility as they examined these patterns. "There's a difference between guidance and control," Elias maintained, understanding flowing through their connection. "Every spirit rising, every power awakening, they all carry potential for harmony rather than just force. We choose to work with that possibility." Beatrice's influence pressed harder against their sanctuary's protection, her presence creating more distortions in magical reality. "Such limited vision," she chided. "Every power you've witnessed me using could be yours. All this chaos you're helping create could become perfect order under our direction." Helena's essence strengthened their connection as the pressure increased. Their enhanced perception showed them how Beatrice's offer would affect multiple layers of reality, how accepting her proposal would reinforce corruption's hold over magic itself. The rose's light revealed both immediate implications and longer consequences. "We choose differently," Elias declared, their supernatural sight showing him the fuller truth. Not just refusing control, but demonstrating harmony's possibility. Every spirit that rises, every power that awakens, they all carry potential for transformation rather than corruption. Beatrice's presence shifted again, shadows gathering with new intensity as she made her final approach. "Then you choose destruction," she stated. "Every force you refuse to control, every power you fail to master, they'll all contribute to the chaos that's coming. Your precious harmony won't survive what's building." Their connection allowed them to perceive both threat and opportunity in her words. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how awakening forces carried potential for either outcome. The locket's song carried echoes of choices that would affect not just their situation, but the very nature of magic's future. "We choose consciously," Elias responded, understanding flowing through their supernatural sight. Not just refusing corruption, but maintaining the possibility for transformation. Every spirit rising, every power awakening, they all carry potential for harmony rather than just control. Beatrice's presence began withdrawing, but her influence left lasting distortions in magical reality. "You'll regret this choice," she promised. "Every force you've helped awaken, every power you've refused to control, they'll all contribute to the destruction of everything you claim to love." Their enhanced perception showed them how her departure affected multiple layers of reality. Through their connection, they could see how her threats carried real danger, while also revealing opportunities for transformation. The rose's light illuminated both challenges ahead, and possibilities preserved through their choice. "We maintain our course," Helena's essence declared as Beatrice's presence faded. "Not just refusing corruption, but demonstrating harmony's potential. Every spirit that rises, every power that awakens, they all carry the possibility for transformation rather than control." The sanctuary's protective sphere strengthened as they absorbed the implications of what had occurred. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how Beatrice's offer and their refusal had affected the gathering forces. What the witch intended as temptation had become an opportunity to demonstrate a fundamental choice about magic's nature. As the fifth day of eternal twilight descended over New Orleans, Helena's essence and Elias stood within their sanctuary's innermost chamber, where the rose's light merged with the locket's song to create patterns of protective power. Through their enhanced awareness, they could sense how time itself seemed to compress around them, bringing the moment of final confrontation ever closer. "The threads are drawing together," Helena's essence observed, their connection revealing how different aspects of destiny were converging. The rose's light illuminated patterns that had been forming since Salem, showing them how centuries of preparation led to this moment. Elias nodded, their supernatural sight allowing him to perceive deeper implications. "Every choice we've made, every truth we've preserved, they've all been leading here, not just to confrontation with Beatrice, but to a fundamental decision about magic's nature." Their enhanced perception showed them how various forces were aligning. Throughout their sanctuary, throughout magical reality itself, patterns were shifting to create a framework for approaching transformation. The locket's song carried echoes of both warning and possibility as these changes accelerated. "We need to prepare carefully," Helena's essence said, their connection allowing them to examine crucial details. Not just gathering power, but maintaining a clear vision of what we're really working toward. Every preparation has to serve harmony's restoration rather than just resistance. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how different aspects of their preparation affected multiple layers of reality. Each choice they made created ripples through magical patterns, either strengthening the possibility for transformation or risking reinforcement of control's hold. "Look how it all connects," Elias directed, understanding flowing through their enhanced awareness. The rose's light revealed how their recent declarations had created a framework that could guide awakening forces toward harmony rather than chaos. Every spirit rising, every power stirring encountered patterns they had helped preserve. "But the risk is real," Helena's essence acknowledged, their connection showing them both potential and danger. "Every force we've helped awaken, every truth we've worked to restore, they all carry the possibility for either outcome. We need to maintain conscious guidance through whatever comes." Their supernatural sight revealed how this guidance could work. Rather than trying to control awakening forces directly, they could focus on maintaining patterns that supported natural harmony. The locket's song carried notes of both challenge and possibility as they examined these approaches. "We choose this path knowing its cost," Elias said, watching through their enhanced perception as preparations continued. "Not just facing Beatrice's power, but accepting responsibility for helping guide larger transformation. Every force we've awakened needs a framework for finding harmony." The sanctuary's protective sphere rippled as they absorbed these truths. Through their connection, they could see how each aspect of their preparation carried deeper significance. What began as a personal journey had become an opportunity for fundamental change in how magic itself could work. "The rose and locket show us the way," Helena's essence observed, their supernatural sight revealing crucial patterns. The blessed artifact's combined influence created a framework for understanding how different forces could work together harmoniously. Every preparation they made built upon this foundation. Their enhanced awareness showed them how these preparations affected the approaching confrontation. Each choice they made, each pattern they strengthened, contributed to a framework that would help guide awakening forces toward harmony rather than chaos. The rose's light revealed both immediate requirements and longer implications. "We need to maintain balance," Elias said, understanding flowing through their connection. "Between gathering strength and preserving possibility, between resisting corruption and demonstrating harmony, between immediate conflict and longer transformation." Through their supernatural sight, they could see how this balance could work. Rather than matching Beatrice's power directly, they would focus on maintaining spaces where natural harmony could persist. Every spirit rising, every force awakening would encounter possibilities she had tried to suppress. "Our connection becomes key," Helena's essence realized, their enhanced perception revealing crucial patterns. Not just maintaining our personal bond, but demonstrating how different forces can work together harmoniously. Every preparation we make has to reflect this understanding. The locket's song carried confirmation as they examined this approach. Their connection allowed them to perceive how their unified awareness could help guide other forces toward harmony. What Beatrice saw as weakness became the foundation for fundamental transformation. "We choose this consciously," Elias declared, watching through their supernatural sight as patterns continued emerging. Not just preparing for battle, but creating a framework for change. Every force we help guide, every truth we help restore, contributes to larger transformation. Their enhanced awareness showed them how these choices would affect the approaching confrontation. Each preparation they made, each pattern they strengthened, helped create conditions where awakening forces could find harmony rather than chaos. The rose's light revealed both challenges and opportunities in this approach. "Look how it's all connecting," Helena's essence directed, their connection showing them crucial details. Throughout magical reality, patterns they had helped preserve were creating a framework for fundamental change. Every preparation they made contributed to a larger transformation becoming possible. The sanctuary's protective sphere pulsed with recognition as they absorbed these understandings. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each aspect of their preparation carried potential for both immediate effect and longer transformation. What began as a defense against Beatrice's power had become an opportunity for restoring magic's natural harmony. "We maintain our course," Elias said, understanding flowing through their enhanced awareness. "Not just gathering strength for confrontation, but creating conditions where transformation becomes possible. Every force we help guide, every truth we help restore, contributes to larger change." Their connection allowed them to perceive how these preparations would affect multiple layers of reality. Each choice they made, each pattern they strengthened, helped create a framework where awakening forces could find harmony rather than chaos. The locket's song carried notes of both challenge and possibility as these effects became clearer. "We choose this path together," Helena's essence declared as twilight deepened around them. "Not just facing whatever comes, but helping guide larger transformation. Every preparation we make, every truth we preserve, contributes to restoring magic's natural harmony." The rose's light pulsed with confirmation as they completed their preparations. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how each aspect of their work carried potential for fundamental change. What Beatrice intended as a final assertion of control had become an opportunity for demonstrating different possibilities for magical reality itself. Chapter 11. The Ritual of Undoing. The sixth day of eternal twilight brought revelation. Through their enhanced awareness, Helena and Elias felt it first as subtle vibrations in the earth beneath New Orleans, a calling that resonated with both the rose's light and the locket's song. Their supernatural sight revealed patterns of power converging at a point where multiple ley lines intersected beneath St. Louis Cathedral. "This is where it must happen," Helena's essence understood, their connection allowing them to perceive crucial details. "The same sacred ground where Father Michael first blessed our love. Every pattern of power in the city leads here." Elias nodded, watching through their enhanced perception as magical currents became clearer. "Look how the lines align," he said. "Not just local power, but connections reaching all the way back to Salem. This place has been waiting for us since the beginning." The rose's light pulsed stronger as they approached the cathedral's ancient foundations. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how centuries of prayers and rituals had created layers of protective power that even Beatrice's corruption couldn't fully penetrate. "The original blessing still lingers here," Helena's essence observed, their connection revealing patterns preserved through time. Every prayer, every ritual performed in harmony with natural power, they've all contributed to maintaining this space. Marie St. Clair joined them, her voodoo awareness confirming their discovery. "The Loe have always known this place's significance," she said. "Every spirit that guards New Orleans recognizes these foundations as sacred ground where different kinds of power can work together." Their enhanced perception showed them how the site affected multiple layers of reality. Each step they took closer to the cathedral's heart revealed new patterns of possibility. The locket's song carried echoes of both warning and potential as these details emerged. But we'll need to work quickly, Sarah Chen cautioned, her scrolls revealing disturbing movements through their supernatural sight. Beatrice will sense this convergence too. Every moment we delay gives her more time to corrupt these patterns. James Running Wolf's medicine bundles pulsed with recognition as they examined the sacred space. The earth itself remembers, he said. Every ritual performed here, every blessing given in harmony. They've all been preparing this ground for moment of transformation. Through their connection, Helena and Elias could see how different traditions' understanding complemented each other. The rose's light revealed how various approaches to working with power could combine to create framework for undoing Beatrice's curse. We'll need to establish protective circle, Marie advised, her connection to the Loa revealing crucial requirements. Not just physical boundary but spiritual barrier that can maintain harmony while transformation occurs. Their supernatural sight showed them how this protection could work. Rather than trying to exclude all outside influence, they would create space where different kinds of power could interact harmoniously. The locket's song carried notes of both challenge and possibility as they examined these patterns. Look how it's all connecting, Helena's essence directed, their enhanced awareness revealing crucial details. Throughout the sacred ground, patterns of power were aligning to create framework for approaching ritual. Every tradition represented, every force gathered contributed to growing potential for transformation. We choose this place consciously, Elias declared, understanding flowing through their connection. Not just for its power, but for its history of harmony. Every blessing given here, every ritual performed in balance, they all contribute to possibility we're creating. The rose's light pulsed with confirmation as they began establishing protective circle. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each aspect of preparation affected multiple layers of reality. What began as search for ritual sight had become discovery of foundation for fundamental change. As twilight deepened around St. Louis Cathedral, Helena felt Beatrice's presence before she saw her. The witch's power manifested differently this time, not as overwhelming force, but as subtle distortions in reality that seemed almost beautiful. Through their enhanced awareness, Helena and Elias felt their connection waver as Beatrice's influence sought to create separation through seduction rather than force. "My dearest Helena!" Beatrice's voice emerged like honey and smoke, carrying notes that made the locket's song falter. "How blind we've both been to the real possibility before us, all this time fighting when we could have been sisters in power." The rose's light revealed how Beatrice's approach carried different kind of danger than before. Instead of direct corruption, her power now worked through half-truths and distorted reflections of harmony. Their supernatural sight showed them how these deceptions could be more compelling than obvious lies. "You've seen only what he wanted you to see," Beatrice continued, her presence creating ripples of uncertainty through magical reality. "Every memory of persecution, every life spent fighting, they've all been shaped by his limited understanding. But we could share so much more." Helena felt her connection with Elias waver as Beatrice's influence grew stronger. Through their enhanced perception, she could see how the witch's words carried seeds of truth twisted toward corruption. Each suggestion created doubts that threatened to undermine their unified awareness. "Look deeper into your own power," Beatrice urged, her presence becoming more defined. She appeared now as she might have been before corruption, beautiful, wise, offering understanding that seemed to transcend simple divisions. "Every ability you've discovered, every truth you've glimpsed, they all come from same source as my power." The rose's light flickered as Helena examined these claims through their supernatural sight. She could see how Beatrice's words carried partial truth. Their powers did share common origin, but each suggestion of similarity carried subtle distortion that threatened to corrupt understanding of that connection. "We could work together," Beatrice offered, her influence creating images of possibility that seemed almost real. "Not just ending this cycle of conflict, but discovering new ways to use our shared gifts. Every power you've witnessed me wielding could be yours to understand." Helena felt her connection with Elias strain as these visions grew stronger. Through their enhanced awareness, she could see how Beatrice's offer carried real potential alongside its corruption. Each possibility shown carried seed of truth that made its distortion more dangerous. Think about what we could achieve, Beatrice pressed, her presence growing more compelling. Every spirit rising from Salem, every power awakening in present, we could guide them together. Your understanding of harmony combined with my mastery of control. The locket song carried notes of warning as Helena examined these suggestions through their supernatural sight. She could see how Beatrice's words twisted truth about their shared heritage. Each offer of cooperation carried subtle corruption that would spread if accepted. Your very nature shows our connection, Beatrice continued, her influence creating more detailed visions. Every power you possess, every ability you've discovered, they all reflect same source as my gifts. We're more alike than you've allowed yourself to see. Helena felt momentary wavering in her conviction as these similarities became clearer. Through their enhanced perception, she could see patterns that suggested deeper connection between their abilities. Each revelation carried weight of truth that made Beatrice's offer more tempting. Look how naturally our powers could combine, Beatrice demonstrated, her presence creating demonstration of possibility. Around them, magical reality shifted to show how their different approaches might work together. Every strength you possess could be enhanced by what I could teach you. The rose's light revealed both attraction and danger in these displays. Through their supernatural sight, Helena could see how Beatrice's suggestions carried real potential alongside their corruption. Each demonstration showed possibility that seemed to transcend simple opposition. We could end this conflict now, Beatrice offered, her influence growing more subtle and persuasive. Not through destruction, but through synthesis. Every power awakening, every spirit rising, they could all find place in new order we create together. Helena felt their connection with Elias weaken further as these possibilities grew more compelling. Through their enhanced awareness, she could see how Beatrice's words carried weight of centuries of magical understanding. Each suggestion seemed to offer way beyond simple conflict. Your love for him blinds you, Beatrice pressed, her presence creating more intimate approach. Every life spent pursuing this limited connection has prevented you from seeing fuller possibility. We could transcend these cycles of attachment. The locket's song faltered as Helena examined these claims through their supernatural sight. She could see how Beatrice's words carried elements of truth about limitation and possibility. Each suggestion about transcendence seemed to offer freedom from recurring pain. Feel how our powers naturally align, Beatrice demonstrated, her influence creating more vivid examples. Every ability you possess could work in harmony with what I could teach you. We could create new understanding of how magic itself works. Helena felt momentary resonance with these possibilities. Through their enhanced perception, she could see patterns that suggested potential for different kind of harmony. Each demonstration carried seed of truth that made its corruption more subtle and dangerous. But then she felt it. Subtle wrongness in how Beatrice's power affected their connection with Elias. Through their supernatural sight, she could see how each suggestion of transcendence actually worked toward separation. The rose's light revealed true nature of offered synthesis. You're right about our connection, Helena acknowledged, understanding flowing through their enhanced awareness. Every power I possess does share origin with yours. But that connection shows exactly why your path leads to corruption. Beatrice's presence shifted as Helena's resistance became clearer. You choose limitation then, she declared, her influence becoming less subtle. Every possibility I've shown you, every power I've offered, you reject them all for sake of this restricted connection. I choose truth, Helena responded, their supernatural sight revealing fuller reality. Every power we share comes from same source, but your use of it requires corruption. Each ability you've demonstrated shows how control distorts natural harmony. The rose's light strengthened as Helena maintained this understanding. Through their enhanced perception, she could see how Beatrice's offers of synthesis actually worked toward corruption. Each suggestion of transcendence carried seed of separation that would spread if accepted. You understand nothing. Beatrice's presence darkened, her influence becoming more overtly hostile. Every power you possess, every ability you've discovered, they all require control to reach their full potential. Your precious harmony is illusion that prevents true mastery. Helena felt their connection with Elias strengthen as Beatrice's true nature emerged. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how the witch's deceptions had actually helped clarify fundamental truth about magic's nature. Each attempt at corruption had revealed more about harmony's possibility. "We choose differently," Helena declared, understanding flowing through their enhanced awareness. "Not because we don't see connection between our powers, but because we understand it too well. Every ability we share shows different way that magic can work." The locket's song carried notes of both warning and triumph as Beatrice's influence began withdrawing. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how her attempted deception had actually strengthened their understanding. Each truth she had twisted helped clarify their own path. "You'll regret this choice," Beatrice promised as her presence faded. "Every power you've rejected, every possibility you've denied, they'll all become weapons against your precious harmony. What I offered as synthesis will become means of your destruction." But Helena maintained their connection with Elias as these threats emerged. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how Beatrice's attempts at deception had actually revealed more about transformation they sought. Each truth she had tried to twist helped clarify path toward harmony's restoration. "We maintain our course," Helena declared as Beatrice's presence disappeared. "Not because we don't understand connection between our powers, but because we see it too clearly. Every ability we share shows potential for either harmony or corruption." The sanctuary's protective sphere strengthened as they absorbed implications of what had occurred. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how Beatrice's attempted deception had actually helped prepare them for approaching transformation. What the witch intended as temptation had become opportunity for deeper understanding about magic's true nature. The moment Beatrice's presence fully withdrew, reality around St. Louis Cathedral began to fracture. Through their enhanced awareness, Helena felt Elias's essence start to slip away, not torn from her as in previous lives, but drawn into spaces between existence itself. The rose's light revealed how their connection stretched across dimensions as Beatrice's final deception took effect. "Helena!" Elias's voice echoed from multiple points in time simultaneously. "She didn't leave. She was preparing this trap all along. Every word she spoke to you was meant to distract from what she was really doing." Their supernatural sight showed them how Beatrice had used their conversation to weave subtle magic through layers of reality. While appearing to tempt Helena, she had actually been creating pattern that would trap Elias between lives they had shared. "I can see them all," Elias's essence called, his consciousness spreading across centuries of shared existence. "Every life we've lived, every death that separated us, they're all here in this space, but I can't fully exist in any of them." Helena maintained their connection despite growing distance, their enhanced perception revealing how Beatrice's trap worked. The witch had used their own history against them, turning memories of past lives into prison that held Elias suspended between moments of existence. "Stay with me," Helena called through their bond, the locket's song carrying her voice across dimensional barriers. "Every life we've shared creates thread I can follow. Each memory we hold together helps me track your essence." Through their supernatural sight, they could see how Elias existed simultaneously in multiple times. His consciousness flickered between Salem in 1692, Paris in 1789, London in 1842, every life they had shared becoming point of both connection and confusion. "It's like being everywhere and nowhere," Elias's voice came from all times at once. "Every life we've lived pulls at my essence. Each death we've shared tries to claim me. I can't find center point to hold on to." Marie St. Clair's voice cut through growing chaos. "He's trapped in liminal space between all possible versions of himself. Every life you've shared has become both anchor and barrier. We need to help him find way back to present moment." Their enhanced awareness showed them how this liminal space worked. Rather than existing fully in any single timeline, Elias's essence was spread across all of them. The rose's light revealed how each past life created both connection and constraint. "I see you in Salem," Elias called, his voice carrying echoes of their first life together. "But I'm also watching us meet in Venice, seeing our time in New York. Every moment we've shared exists simultaneously in this space. Sarah Chen's scrolls pulsed with recognition as she examined dimensional barriers. The trap is clever, she observed. Every life you've shared becomes point of possible return. But trying to exist in all of them at once prevents him from fully manifesting in any. Through their connection, Helena could feel how this dispersion affected Elias's essence. Each life they had shared pulled at his consciousness, while every death they had experienced created barrier to full existence. The locket's song carried notes of both warning and possibility as these patterns became clear. Focus on our current connection, Helena directed, their supernatural sight revealing crucial pattern. Every life we've shared contributes to who we are now. Each memory we hold strengthens our present bond rather than dividing your essence. James Running Wolf's medicine bundles vibrated as he recognized underlying pattern. The trap uses natural connections against itself, he said. Every life shared creates real bond, but trying to maintain all connections simultaneously prevents any from fully forming. Their enhanced perception showed them how this understanding could help. Rather than fighting against multiple connections, they needed to use them as framework for bringing Elias's essence back to present moment. The rose's light revealed how past lives could become pathway rather than prison. I feel it, Elias called, his voice gaining focus. Every life we've shared adds depth to our current connection. Each memory we hold together helps me find way back to now. Helena strengthened their bond as this approach took effect. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how acknowledging all their shared lives actually helped concentrate Elias's essence in present moment. Each past connection contributed to current reality rather than dividing it. The patterns are shifting, Marie observed, her connection to Loa revealing crucial changes. Every life you've shared becomes thread in current tapestry rather than separate reality pulling him apart. Keep focusing on your present connection. Their enhanced awareness showed them how this transformation worked. Instead of being trapped between multiple existences, Elias's essence began gathering around core truth of their current bond. The locket's song carried notes of both challenge and triumph as this focus strengthened. Stay with me, Helena called, their connection growing stronger. Every life we've shared leads to this moment. Each memory we hold together helps bring you fully into present. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how past lives began aligning with current reality. Rather than creating division, each shared existence contributed to depth of their present connection. The rose's light revealed how this integration actually strengthened their bond. I'm finding center, Elias's voice gained clarity. Every life we've shared adds dimension to who we are now. Each memory we hold together helps me maintain focus in present moment. Their enhanced perception showed them how this centering affected multiple layers of reality. As Elias's essence gathered more fully in present, their connection grew stronger than ever before. What Beatrice intended as prison had become opportunity for deeper integration. The trap is breaking, Sarah confirmed, her scrolls revealing changing patterns. Every life you've shared now strengthens your current bond rather than dividing his essence. Keep holding this focus. Helena maintained their connection as transformation continued. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how acknowledging all their shared lives actually helped defeat Beatrice's trap. Each past existence contributed to strength of their present bond rather than weakening it. I'm here, Elias declared, his essence fully manifesting in present moment. Every life we've shared, every memory we hold, they're all part of who we are now. The trap tried to use that against us, but it actually made our connection stronger. The rose's light pulsed with confirmation as they absorbed implications of what had occurred. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how Beatrice's trap had actually helped them achieve deeper integration. What the witch intended as separation had become opportunity for stronger union. We maintain this understanding, Helena said as their connection stabilized. Not just surviving trap, but growing stronger through it. Every life we've shared, every memory we hold, they all contribute to who we are in this moment. Their supernatural sight showed them how this strengthened connection would affect approaching transformation. Each aspect of their shared history now contributed to power they could bring to final confrontation. The locket's song carried notes of both warning and triumph as these patterns emerged. The cathedral's ancient stones trembled as darkness gathered around its perimeter. Margot Leblanc, her silver hair gleaming in the eternal twilight, stood at the eastern corner of St. Louis Cathedral, her hands steady as she traced protective sigils in the air. Father Michael positioned himself at the western edge, his weathered rosary glowing with accumulated prayers of centuries. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how Beatrice's forces were gathering, not just physical darkness, but corrupted spirits and twisted magical constructs that sought to prevent the ritual's completion. The rose's light, even from within the cathedral, revealed the true nature of what they faced. "They come in patterns," Margot called out, her voice carrying ancient knowledge passed down through generations of New Orleans practitioners. "Every attack follows sequence we can predict if we watch carefully enough." Father Michael nodded, his prayers creating barriers of sacred light that intercepted the first wave of corrupted spirits. "The darkness may be strong, but it still must follow certain rules. Every force that threatens us can be countered if we understand its nature." Their combined defensive magic created framework that helped them identify and counter each type of attack. Margot's traditional practices complemented Father Michael's sacred rituals, creating protection that drew strength from multiple sources. The darkness intensified, bringing more sophisticated attacks against their defenses. Corrupted spirits began working in concert with twisted magical constructs, seeking weaknesses in protective patterns they had established. "Watch how they coordinate," Margot advised, her enhanced perception revealing crucial details. "Every spirit they send carries trace of Beatrice's control. Each construct bears mark of her corruption." Father Michael's prayers adapted to these observations, his sacred light creating barriers specifically tuned to types of attack they faced. "The darkness teaches us about itself," he said. "Every attempt at corruption reveals more about how we can maintain protection." Through their supernatural sight, they could see shadows taking form, not just abstract darkness, but manifestations of ancient fears and suppressed truths. Each attack carried echo of Salem's hysteria, Venice's betrayals, every moment when fear had overcome understanding. "They're drawing power from history itself," Margot observed, her traditional practices adapting to this revelation. "Every shadow they cast carries weight of past persecution. Each attack draws strength from moments when light seemed to fail." The rosary's glow intensified as Father Michael recognized pattern in these historical echoes. "But history carries other lessons too," he declared. "Every darkness that seemed triumphant eventually faced dawn. Each persecution ultimately revealed truth it tried to suppress." Their defensive magic evolved as they learned more about forces they faced. Margot's traditional practices began incorporating elements that specifically countered Beatrice's corruption, while Father Michael's prayers gained power from understanding exactly what they opposed. The darkness began targeting them personally, sending visions and whispers designed to undermine their conviction. Each defender faced spectres from their past, moments of doubt given form by Beatrice's corruption. "Stay focused on what's real," Margot called out, her voice steady despite phantoms that threatened her resolve. "Every vision they send is just reflection of our own fears. Each whisper carries only power we give it." The locket's distant song resonated through the cathedral's stones, strengthening their resolve as shadows pressed closer. Margot's hands wove more complex patterns now, her traditional magic adapting to each new wave of corruption. Father Michael's prayers took on ancient rhythms, Latin phrases carrying power accumulated through centuries of faith. "The patterns are changing," Margot observed, her supernatural sight revealing subtle shifts in the darkness. "Beatrice isn't just sending forces against us, she's trying to corrupt the very nature of protection itself." Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how each attack targeted not just their physical defenses, but the underlying principles of sanctuary and safety. The rose's light revealed how these attempts at corruption sought to transform sacred space into vessel for darkness. Father Michael's rosary pulsed with increasing urgency as he recognized this deeper threat. She seeks to invert everything we maintain, he said, his voice steady despite growing pressure. Every principle of protection, every foundation of faith, she wants to turn them all toward corruption. Their combined defensive magic adapted to this understanding, creating new forms of protection that drew strength from both tradition and innovation. Margot's sigils began incorporating elements of sacred geometry, while Father Michael's prayers embraced rhythms of New Orleans magic. The darkness pressed harder, manifesting now as twisted reflections of their own protective magic. Corrupted versions of Margot's sigils writhed in the shadows while dark echoes of sacred chants threatened to overwhelm Father Michael's prayers. "See how it mirrors us!" Margot called out, her hands never stopping their protective weaving. "Every defense we create, they try to corrupt its reflection. Each protection we maintain, they attempt to invert its purpose." The rose's light revealed crucial truth about this mirroring, how each corrupted reflection actually showed weakness in darkness's approach. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how Beatrice's attempts at inversion revealed limitations of her power. The corruption can only imitate, Father Michael realized, his prayers gaining strength from this understanding. Every reflection they create shows how dependent they are on what we maintain. Each inversion attempts to corrupt what it cannot truly replicate. Their defensive magic grew stronger as this truth became clearer. Margot's traditional practices and Father Michael's sacred rituals began working in deeper harmony, creating protection that drew power from authentic connection rather than forced control. The cathedral's very foundations seemed to pulse with growing power as their combined magic strengthened. Through windows stained with centuries of prayers, the eternal twilight cast shadows that danced and writhed, seeking entry but finding no purchase against their defenses. "Look there," Margot whispered, her eyes tracking movement in the darkness. "The spirits of those who suffered under similar corruptions, they're beginning to stir." Father Michael's prayers took on a different tone as ghostly figures emerged from the shadows. Not all were corrupted. Some carried light of their own, victims of past persecutions who refused to surrender to darkness even in death. "They remember," he said softly, his rosary glowing brighter. "Every soul that resisted corruption, every heart that maintained faith despite persecution, they're lending us their strength." The locket's song grew stronger, carrying echoes of these ancient resistances. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each spirit's story contributed to larger pattern of protection they maintained. Margot's hands moved in more complex patterns now, weaving together traditional protections with energy from these awakened spirits. "Every soul that stands with us adds new dimension to our defense," she observed. "Each memory of resistance strengthens barriers we maintain." The darkness pressed harder, bringing wave after wave of corrupted force against their defenses. But with each attack, their protection grew stronger, incorporating lessons from both past and present into evolving pattern of resistance. "The corruption teaches us despite itself," Father Michael said, his prayers adapting to include insights gained from each assault. "Every attack reveals more about nature of true protection. Each attempt at darkness shows us more about maintaining light." Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how Beatrice's forces began to falter. The rose's light revealed growing uncertainty in patterns of corruption, as if darkness itself recognized limitations of its power. "They begin to doubt," Margot observed, her traditional practices now incorporating this recognition. "Every failed attack weakens their conviction. Each thwarted corruption demonstrates truth they cannot deny." The locket's song carried notes of triumph as this realization spread through ranks of darkness. Corrupted spirits began retreating, their power diminishing as truth about their limitations became clearer. Father Michael's prayers grew stronger still, carrying weight of victory already glimpsed. "What we maintain here goes beyond simple defense," he declared. "Every protection we hold demonstrates possibility they sought to deny. Each barrier we maintain proves transformation they feared." Their supernatural sight revealed how this understanding affected very fabric of reality around Cathedral. The rose's light showed them how their successful defense contributed to larger pattern of change taking shape. "We've done more than just hold them back," Margot said, her voice carrying certainty of ancient wisdom. Every truth we've demonstrated, every protection we've maintained, they all contribute to what comes next. As darkness finally began receding, both guardians felt full weight of what they had accomplished. Their successful defense had come at significant cost, but had also brought crucial revelation about nature of true protection. "The light endures," Father Michael said softly, his rosary's glow settling into steady radiance. "Every shadow we've turned aside, every corruption we've resisted, they all prove what we've always known." Margot nodded, her hands finally lowering as immediate threats subsided. "And what we've maintained here creates foundation for what must follow," she added. "Every truth we've demonstrated helps make larger transformation possible." Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how their victory would affect approaching ritual. The rose's light revealed how each aspect of their successful defense contributed to possibility of fundamental change. As cathedrals settled into momentary peace, both guardians recognized fuller significance of what they had accomplished. Their protection had done more than just maintain sacred space. It had helped demonstrate principles that transformation would require. "We stand ready," Margot declared, her voice carrying weight of both victory and preparation. "Every defense we've maintained, every truth we've shown, they all lead to this moment." Father Michael's prayers carried notes of both completion and continuation as they recognized significance of their task. "What we've held here creates space for what must come," he observed. "Every protection we've maintained helps make miracle possible." The locket's song pulsed with final confirmation as scene drew to close. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how everything they had accomplished prepared way for crucial transformation that approached. The first signs of the curse's unraveling appeared as whispers in the air, visible only through their enhanced awareness. Helena and Elias stood at the center of the cathedral's main chamber, the rose glowing with unprecedented brilliance between them. Around them, their gathered allies formed a circle of power, each contributing their unique magical signature to the building transformation. The locket's song had changed, carrying notes of possibility that seemed to resonate with very fabric of reality. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how centuries of Beatrice's careful weaving began to show first signs of strain. "It starts with the smallest threads," Helena observed, her voice carrying weight of ancient knowledge finally remembered. "Every connection she corrupted, every truth she twisted, they all begin to seek their original form." Elias nodded, his awareness merged with hers as they watched pattern of curse begin to shift. "The corruption cannot maintain itself once truth becomes visible," he said. "Each deception she created carries seed of its own undoing." Marie St. Clair stepped forward from circle, her traditional New Orleans magic adding crucial element to unfolding process. "The land remembers its true nature," she declared. "Every false pattern imposed upon it weakens as authentic connections restore themselves." Through their combined awareness, they could see how curse had maintained itself through intricate network of corrupted relationships, between people, between places, between different forms of power. As each deception became visible, its hold on reality began to weaken. Sarah Chen's technological magic revealed additional dimension of curse's structure. "Look how she encoded her corruption into very systems we built to understand world," she said, her enhanced perception showing how Beatrice had twisted even modern interpretations of reality. The rose's light intensified as these revelations accumulated. Each understanding they gained contributed to growing pressure against curse's foundations. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how truth itself seemed to press against centuries of carefully maintained deception. "The spirits rise to reclaim their stories," James Running Wolf observed, his traditional wisdom revealing how curse had suppressed authentic experiences of countless souls. "Every truth they remember weakens hold of corruption that bound them." Helena felt locket pulse with recognition as these suppressed stories began emerging. Through their enhanced awareness, she and Elias could see how each recovered truth contributed to curse's unraveling. "She built her power on forgotten connections," Elias said, his voice steady as they watched pattern continue shifting. "Every relationship she corrupted, every bond she twisted, they all seek restoration once truth becomes visible." The cathedral's very stones seemed to resonate with this understanding. Centuries of prayers and hopes, temporarily suppressed by curse's corruption, began adding their energy to transformation taking shape. Father Michael's voice carried weight of sacred tradition as he observed these changes. Every authentic blessing she attempted to corrupt now returns to its true purpose, he said. Each sacred connection she tried to twist strengthens as it recalls its original form. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how curse had maintained itself partly by corrupting sacred patterns that existed long before Beatrice's interference. As these patterns began recalling their true nature, curse's hold weakened further. Margot's traditional practices revealed additional aspects of curse's unraveling. See how each layer of deception depends on others, she observed. Every false pattern she created requires constant maintenance through web of corrupted connections. The rose's light showed them how these connections had sustained themselves, through fear, through misunderstanding, through carefully maintained separation between different forms of truth. As each deception became visible, entire structure of curse grew more unstable. The very nature of power begins to shift, Helena realized, watching patterns continue changing. Every corruption she imposed carried cost of maintaining false understanding about how magic truly works. Elias nodded, his awareness merged with hers as they observed this fundamental transformation. She didn't just curse us, he said. She corrupted understanding of possibility itself. Each deception she created helped maintain false limitations on what magic could achieve. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how curse had sustained itself partly by corrupting people's expectations about what was possible. As these artificial limitations became visible, new possibilities began emerging. Marie's traditional magic revealed how this transformation affected physical world around them. The land itself begins remembering different ways of being, she observed. Every false pattern imposed upon it weakens as authentic connections restore themselves. The locket song carried notes of triumph as these changes accelerated. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each restored truth contributed to growing cascade of transformations. "Look how patterns shift," Sarah said, her technological awareness revealing additional dimensions of change. Every system she corrupted begins seeking its original purpose. Each twisted connection starts remembering its authentic form. The rose's light pulsed with increasing intensity as these revelations accumulated. Each understanding they gained contributed to growing pressure against curse's foundations. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how truth itself seemed to press against centuries of carefully maintained deception. James's traditional wisdom showed them how this transformation affected spiritual realm. The ancestors rise to reclaim their voices, he observed. Every story they remember weakens hold of corruption that bound them. Helena felt locket pulse with recognition as these suppressed stories began emerging. Through their supernatural sight, she and Elias could see how each recovered truth contributed to curse's unraveling. She built her power on forgotten connections, Elias said, watching pattern continue shifting. Every relationship she corrupted, every bond she twisted, they all seek restoration once truth becomes visible. The cathedral's stones resonated with this understanding. Centuries of prayers and hopes, temporarily suppressed by curse's corruption, began adding their energy to transformation taking shape. Father Michael's voice carried weight of sacred tradition as he observed these changes. Every authentic blessing she attempted to corrupt now returns to its true purpose, he said. Each sacred connection she tried to twist strengthens as it recalls its original form. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how curse had maintained itself partly by corrupting sacred patterns that existed long before Beatrice's interference. As these patterns began recalling their true nature, curse's hold weakened further. Margot's traditional practices revealed additional aspects of curse's unraveling. See how each layer of deception depends on others, she observed. Every false pattern she created requires constant maintenance through web of corrupted connections. The rose's light showed them how these connections had sustained themselves, through fear, through misunderstanding, through carefully maintained separation between different forms of truth. As each deception became visible, entire structure of curse grew more unstable. The very nature of power begins to shift, Helena realized, watching patterns continue changing. Every corruption she imposed carried cost of maintaining false understanding about how magic truly works. Suddenly, air itself seemed to pulse with new energy as curses unraveling reached critical point. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each restored truth, each remembered connection, each reclaimed story contributed to fundamental transformation taking shape. "It's not just about breaking curse," Elias said, his voice carrying weight of crucial understanding. "It's about restoring possibility itself. Every truth we reclaim helps restore authentic ways of being that corruption tried to suppress." The locket's song reached new intensity as this revelation spread through gathered circle. Each ally contributed their unique understanding to growing transformation, helping restore different aspects of truth that curse had twisted. Marie's traditional magic showed how this affected physical world. "The land remembers its true nature," she declared. "Every false pattern imposed upon it dissolves as authentic connections restore themselves." Sarah's technological awareness revealed additional dimensions. "Systems we built begin recognizing their true purpose," she observed. "Each corrupted structure starts remembering its authentic form." James's spiritual wisdom showed deeper implications. "The ancestors rise to reclaim their power," he said. "Every story they remember helps restore truth corruption tried to hide." Through their enhanced awareness, Helena and Elias could see how all these different aspects of transformation worked together. The rose's light revealed how each restored truth, each remembered connection, each reclaimed story contributed to fundamental change taking shape. "Look how it all connects," Helena said, watching patterns continue shifting. "Every truth we restore helps reveal more possibilities. Each connection we reclaim strengthens transformation taking shape." The cathedral itself seemed to pulse with growing power as curses unraveling reached its peak. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how centuries of corruption began giving way to restored possibilities. "It's happening," Elias declared, his voice carrying both triumph and awe. "Every deception she created, every truth she suppressed, they all transform as authentic connections restore themselves." The locket's song reached crescendo as transformation fully manifested. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how curse's carefully maintained structure finally began complete collapse. "The world remembers its true nature," Helena said softly, watching miracle unfold. Every possibility she tried to suppress, every connection she attempted to corrupt, they all returned to their authentic form. As curse's unraveling completed itself, they felt shift in very fabric of reality around them. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how truth itself seemed to pulse with renewed power. "We've done more than break curse," Elias realized, his voice carrying weight of crucial understanding. "We've helped restore authentic way of being that corruption tried to suppress. Every truth we've reclaimed, every connection we've restored, they all contribute to new possibility taking shape." The rose's light settled into steady glow as transformation reached completion. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how world itself had changed through curse's unraveling. "What comes next," Helena said softly, "depends on how we use this restored truth. Every possibility we've reclaimed, every connection we've restored, they all create foundation for new way of being." The locket's song carried notes of both completion and continuation as scene drew to close. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how everything they had accomplished prepared way for crucial choices that lay ahead. Chapter 12. Love, Death, and Rebirth. The cathedral air shimmered with aftermath of curse's unraveling, but something darker lurked beneath surface of their apparent victory. Helena felt it first, subtle shift in magical currents that made Locket's song falter for briefest moment. Through their enhanced awareness, she and Elias watched as Beatrice's final trap revealed itself. The witch's power, though weakened, had prepared one last cruel twist. Reality itself seemed to bend as true price of breaking curse became clear. "You see it now, don't you?" Beatrice's voice echoed through sacred space, though her physical form remained hidden. "Every curse has its price. Each transformation demands balance." The rose's light revealed terrible truth taking shape before them. Two distinct paths of possibility manifested, each carrying weight of centuries of magic, each demanding sacrifice that seemed unbearable. "Choose, Helena." Beatrice's voice carried notes of bitter triumph. "Save your love and watch as world slips back into corruption I created, or sacrifice what matters most to maintain transformation you've achieved." Through their supernatural sight, Helena could see full implications of choice before her. If she chose Elias, curse would slowly rebuild itself, corrupting everything they had fought to restore. If she chose to maintain world's freedom, she would have to watch him fade from existence. "There must be another way," she whispered, but Locket's song carried confirmation of terrible truth. Balance required sacrifice, transformation demanded price be paid. Elias stepped closer, his awareness merged with hers as they examined choice before them. "Every moment we've shared," he said softly, "has prepared us for this. Each life we've lived shows us truth about what matters most." Through their enhanced perception, they could see how Beatrice had woven this final trap into very fabric of curse itself. Even as it unraveled, it maintained this last cruel choice as price of freedom. "The world remembers now," Helena said, watching patterns of possibility shift around them. "Every truth we've restored, every connection we've reclaimed, they all depend on choice we make here." Marie stepped forward, her traditional magic revealing additional aspects of trap they faced. "Choice itself carries power," she observed. "Every sacrifice freely made creates different kind of transformation than one forced upon us." The rose's light pulsed with recognition of this truth. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how nature of sacrifice would affect final outcome of their struggle. Sarah's technological awareness showed them more. "Pattern requires balance," she said, "but nature of that balance depends on understanding we bring to it." James's spiritual wisdom added crucial insight. "Ancestors faced similar choices," he reminded them. Every transformation they achieved came through understanding true nature of sacrifice. Helena felt weight of centuries pressing upon her as she examined choice before them. Through their enhanced awareness, she and Elias could see full implications of each possible path. "What we choose here," she realized, "affects more than just us. Every possibility we've restored, every truth we've reclaimed, they all depend on understanding we bring to this moment." The Locket's song carried notes of both sorrow and determination as they confronted reality of their situation. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each potential choice would reshape world around them. "Remember what we learned," Elias said softly, his presence steady beside her. "Every truth we've discovered, every connection we've restored, they all show us something about nature of real power." The cathedral itself seemed to hold its breath as Helena faced moment of decision. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how very fabric of reality waited for choice that would determine its future shape. "Love isn't just about holding on," she said finally, understanding dawning in her heart. "Every true connection we've shared shows us something about nature of real sacrifice." The rose's light intensified as this understanding took hold. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how this revelation began affecting pattern of choice before them. "What matters most," Helena continued, her voice growing stronger, "isn't just maintaining what we have. Each life we've shared shows us truth about what love really means." Elias nodded, his awareness still merged with hers as they faced moment together. "Every separation we've endured," he said softly, "has taught us something about nature of real connection." Through their enhanced perception, they could see how their understanding began changing very nature of choice they faced. The rose's light revealed how truth they recognized affected pattern of possibility before them. "Beatrice's trap depends on fear," Helena realized suddenly. "Every aspect of choice she created assumes we'll act from desperation rather than understanding." The Locket's song changed as this insight spread through gathered circle. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how their growing awareness began affecting very nature of decision they faced. "True sacrifice," Helena said finally, "comes from love rather than fear. Every choice we make from that understanding creates different kind of transformation." The Locket pulsed with newfound intensity, as Helena's understanding transformed the very nature of their predicament. The rose's light shifted, revealing deeper patterns beneath Beatrice's apparent trap. "I choose both," Helena declared, her voice carrying power of truth finally recognized, not from desperation, but from understanding that real love transforms rather than binds. The cathedral air shimmered as her decision took form. Through their supernatural sight, they watched as third path began manifesting, one Beatrice's trap hadn't accounted for. "Every curse depends on separation," Helena continued, reaching for Elias's hand. "But true connection transforms limitations rather than accepting them." The rose's light exploded with brilliant intensity as their combined understanding reshaped reality around them. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how their choice began creating an entirely new pattern of possibility. "The price will still be paid," Beatrice's voice wavered, uncertainty creeping in. "Balance must be maintained." "Yes," Helena agreed, "but not through fear's arithmetic. Love's mathematics work differently." Elias squeezed her hand, their combined power growing stronger. "Every life we've shared," he said, "shows us that true balance comes through transformation rather than loss." The locket's song reached new crescendo as their understanding manifested fully. Instead of choosing between paths Beatrice had laid out, they began creating new way forward. "We choose to transform rather than sacrifice," Helena declared. "Every connection we've restored shows us that real power comes through change rather than preservation." As these words echoed through sacred space, reality itself seemed to bend around their decision. The rose's light revealed how their choice had begun reshaping very fabric of possibility. "The price," Helena said finally, "will be paid through transformation rather than loss. Each of us will change rather than separate." Through their supernatural sight, they watched as new pattern took hold, one that would require them to evolve beyond what they had been, but would allow them to maintain essential truth of their connection. "Together," Elias whispered, "but in way we haven't been before." The locket's song carried notes of both triumph and bittersweetness as their choice manifested fully. They had escaped Beatrice's trap not by accepting its terms, but by transforming very nature of choice itself. "Love," Helena said softly as scene drew to close, "finds ways that fear cannot imagine." Beatrice materialized before them, her form wavering between solid and spectral, rage distorting her once beautiful features. The cathedral's sacred space seemed to darken around her, but the rose's light held steady, revealing something crucial about her manifestation. "You think understanding changes anything?" she snarled, but Helena noticed something beneath the anger, a tremor of uncertainty that hadn't been there before. Through their enhanced awareness, Helena and Elias watched as Beatrice's power fluctuated. Each wave of her rage caused ripples in reality, but something was different now. The locket's song revealed pattern beneath her displays of force. "Look carefully," Elias whispered, his consciousness still merged with Helena's. "Every demonstration of her power shows same underlying flaw." Helena saw it then, how each of Beatrice's attempts to assert control actually revealed her fundamental weakness. The rose's light illuminated truth that had been hidden for centuries. "You're afraid," Helena said softly, revelation spreading through her understanding. "Every curse you've cast, every life you've corrupted, they all come from your own terror of being powerless." Beatrice's form flickered violently, her attempt at dismissive laughter carrying notes of panic. "I've held power over life and death for centuries," she declared, but her voice wavered. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each of Beatrice's assertions of control actually revealed a deeper pattern of fear. The locket's song carried confirmation of truth they were uncovering. "Your power depends on others believing in their limitations," Elias observed. "Every curse you've maintained requires convincing people they're powerless without your permission." Marie stepped forward, her traditional magic adding crucial insight. "The land remembers time before your fear," she said. "Every restriction you've created carries shadow of your own limitations." The rose's light pulsed stronger as these revelations accumulated. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how Beatrice's entire system of magic was built on foundation of her own terror. "You didn't create new kind of power," Helena realized. You just found way to spread your fear so widely that it became accepted as truth. Beatrice's form destabilized further as each understanding stripped away another layer of her carefully maintained illusion. The cathedral's sacred space seemed to press against her presence, responding to weakening of her control. Every life you've kept us apart, Elias continued. Every connection you've corrupted, they all reflect your own fear of genuine relationship. Sarah's technological awareness revealed additional dimension. Your systems of control, she observed, all depend on maintaining artificial separation between different kinds of truth. James's spiritual wisdom added, Ancestors remember time before your fear became law, he said. Every tradition you've corrupted carried deeper wisdom than your terror could comprehend. Through their supernatural sight, they watched as Beatrice's power continued fracturing. Each revelation about true nature of her weakness caused more of her carefully maintained structure to crumble. You can't maintain it anymore, Helena said gently. Every truth we've reclaimed shows how unnecessary your fear has always been. The locket song carried notes of both triumph and compassion as Beatrice's true nature became fully visible. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how centuries of her control had been built on foundation that was dissolving. Your greatest power, Elias realized, came from convincing others to fear as you feared. Each curse you cast spread your own limitations into world around you. Beatrice's form flickered more violently now, her attempts at maintaining control becoming increasingly desperate. The rose's light revealed how each display of force actually accelerated collapse of her power. I won't let you destroy everything I've built, she snarled, but terror beneath her rage was fully visible now. We're not destroying anything, Helena replied softly. We're just helping world remember truth it knew before your fear became law. Through their enhanced perception, they watched as this understanding spread through gathered circle. Each ally contributed their unique insight to growing revelation about true nature of Beatrice's weakness. Your power was always illusion, Marie observed, maintained through others' belief in limitations you created. Sarah added, every system you corrupted carried potential for different kind of connection. James concluded, ancestors remember wisdom that existed before your fear tried to reshape reality. The cathedral itself seemed to pulse with recognition of these truths. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how very fabric of reality began rejecting foundation of fear that Beatrice had established. You can choose differently, Helena offered, compassion in her voice. Every moment carries possibility of transformation. But Beatrice's terror had become too fundamental to her existence. Through their enhanced awareness, they watched as her power continued fracturing, taking with it centuries of carefully maintained control. Your weakness was never in your fear itself, Elias said gently, but in believing that fear was only possible foundation for power. The locket song carried notes of finality as Beatrice's true nature became fully exposed. Through their supernatural sight, they watched as centuries of her control began final collapse. Everything I created, she whispered, her form becoming increasingly unstable, returns to its true nature, Helena completed softly. Every connection you corrupted remembers its authentic form. Through their enhanced awareness, they watched as Beatrice's power dissolved, not through force, but through simple recognition of truth. The rose's light revealed how each aspect of her control disappeared as fear lost its hold. Your greatest weakness, Helena said finally, was never understanding that real power comes through connection rather than control. As Beatrice's form began its final dissolution, they could see through their supernatural sight how every aspect of reality she had controlled began reclaiming its authentic nature. The locket song carried notes of both completion and new beginning as scene drew to close. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how revelation of Beatrice's true weakness had created foundation for what must come next. The cathedral air crackled with aftermath of Beatrice's dissolution, but victory's sweetness turned bitter as price of transformation began manifesting. The rose's light flickered ominously, revealing cost they must now pay. Helena felt it first, subtle pulling at edges of their shared consciousness. Through their supernatural sight, She and Elias watched as reality began adjusting itself to new balance they had chosen. "It's starting," Elias whispered, his form becoming slightly translucent at edges. "The transformation we chose rather than sacrifice she demanded." The locket's song carried notes of inevitable change as space between them began shifting. Not separation of death or curse this time, but something different. Transformation they had willingly embraced. "We knew this would come," Helena said softly, reaching for his increasingly insubstantial hand. "Every choice has its price. Each transformation requires its own kind of balance." Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how their earlier decision had set this moment in motion. The rose's light revealed pattern of change taking shape around them. Marie stepped forward, her traditional magic sensing shift occurring. "The boundaries between worlds grow thin," she observed. "Every transformation of this magnitude requires redistribution of energies." Sarah's technological insight added clarity. "The patterns realign themselves," she said. "Each level of reality adjusts to new configuration we've created." James's spiritual wisdom provided deeper understanding. "Ancestors speak of such moments," he shared. "Every great change in magical world requires corresponding shift in physical realm." Through their supernatural sight, they watched as space between them continued altering. Elias's form became increasingly difficult to hold in single reality as transformation progressed. "I can feel all of them," he said wonderingly. "Every life we've shared, every moment we've connected, they're all present somehow." Helena nodded, the locket song confirming his experience. "The transformation isn't separating us," she realized. "It's expanding our connection across different levels of reality." The rose's light pulsed with recognition of this truth. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how their choice was creating new kind of relationship, rather than ending existing one. "You'll exist in multiple realities simultaneously," Marie observed, her traditional knowledge recognizing pattern. "Every plane of existence will hold part of your presence." Sarah's understanding added detail. "Like quantum superposition," she said. "Each reality maintains different aspect of your whole being." James nodded. "Ancestors speak of those who walk between worlds," he said. "Every realm holds piece of their essence while complete being exists across all." Through their supernatural sight, they watched as this transformation continued unfolding. Elias's physical form became increasingly dispersed across multiple planes of reality. "I'll be everywhere," he said softly, "and nowhere completely. Each realm will hold part of me while whole exists across all of them." Helena felt weight of this truth through their still merged consciousness. "Our connection remains," she said. "Every realm you exist in carries thread of our bond." The locket song confirmed this understanding, carrying notes of both separation and eternal connection. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how their bond would maintain itself across multiple realities. "The price we chose," Elias whispered as his form continued shifting, "transforms nature of our connection rather than breaking it." Helena nodded, watching as transformation progressed. "Every realm you exist in," she said, "carries echo of our love. Each reality holds thread of our story." The rose's light revealed how this new pattern would maintain itself, not through constant presence but through connection that transcended single reality. "I'll feel you in every magical current," she realized. "Each manifestation of power will carry trace of your presence." Elias smiled as his form became even more dispersed. "And I'll experience you through every realm I touch," he said. "Each reality I exist in will hold aspect of our connection." Through their supernatural sight, they watched as transformation neared completion. The cathedral itself seemed to pulse with recognition of change taking shape. "Not goodbye," Helena said firmly, "but transformation. Every realm you exist in remains connected to this one." The locket's song carried notes of both ending and continuation, as Elias's presence spread across multiple realities. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how their connection would maintain itself in new form. "Love finds ways," he whispered, as his physical form began final dissolution into multiple planes of existence. "Every realm, every reality, they all carry our truth now." Helena felt tears fall as she watched him spread across different levels of reality. But Locket's song reminded her of deeper truth they had discovered. "Our connection transcends single realm now," she said softly. "Every plane of existence carries thread of our bond." As scene drew to close, Rose's light revealed final pattern their transformation had created. Not separation, but expansion. Not ending, but evolution of their connection across multiple realities. The cathedral trembled as centuries of Beatrice's magic began its final unraveling. The rose's light pulsed with increasing intensity, revealing how each layer of curse dissolved into patterns of pure possibility. Through their enhanced awareness, those gathered could see price of transformation manifesting in air around them. Helena stood at center of changing reality, Locket's song carrying notes of both triumph and profound sacrifice. Each wave of reversing magic brought new understanding of cost they would bear. "It begins with oldest bindings first," Marie observed, her traditional magic sensing how layers of curse peeled away. Every restriction she created dissolves in reverse order of its creation. Through their supernatural sight, they watched as Salem's original curse began transformation. Ancient patterns of fear and control dissolved, releasing energy that had been bound for centuries. "The patterns seek balance," Sarah noted, her technological awareness tracking changes. "Each reversed spell creates ripple that affects all others connected to it." James's spiritual wisdom added crucial insight. "Ancestors stir as their stories free themselves," he said. "Every truth Beatrice suppressed now demands recognition." Helena felt weight of these changes through Locket's resonance. Each reversed spell brought both liberation and cost, as reality adjusted to absence of restrictions that had shaped it for so long. "The price comes in form of responsibility," she realized, watching patterns shift. "Every freedom restored requires new understanding of how to maintain it." The rose's light revealed how each reversed spell affected multiple levels of reality simultaneously. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how liberation of one truth necessitated adjustment of many others. "The world remembers what it was before her fear shaped it," Marie said, traditional knowledge recognizing patterns. "Every restored possibility brings requirement to understand it anew." Sarah's insight showed technical aspects. "Systems realign themselves," she observed. "Each reversed spell creates new configurations of power that must be learned." James added, "Spirits of place reclaim their voice," he said. "Every location touched by her magic now seeks new balance." Through their supernatural sight, they watched as these changes accelerated. Cathedral itself seemed to pulse with energy of transformation, sacred space adjusting to new patterns of possibility. "Cost isn't just in what we lose," Helena understood suddenly. "It's in responsibility we gain for maintaining what's restored." The Locket's song confirmed this truth, carrying notes of both liberation and obligation. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how each reversed spell created new requirements for those who would maintain restored balance. "Magic itself remembers its true nature," Marie observed. "Every pattern Beatrice corrupted now seeks authentic form." Sarah's understanding revealed technical implications. "Power structures reorganize themselves," she said. "Each restored truth requires new framework for its expression." James's wisdom showed spiritual dimension. "Ancestors guide us toward new balance," he noted. "Every freed spirit offers wisdom about maintaining restored harmony." Through their supernatural sight, they watched as reversal reached deeper layers of Beatrice's magic. Each dissolved spell released not just power but responsibility for maintaining new patterns that replaced it. "We're not just undoing her work," Helena realized. "We're accepting obligation to maintain different kind of order." The rose's light pulsed with recognition of this truth. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how each reversed spell created new requirements for those who would preserve restored balance. "Cost comes in form of knowledge," Marie said, traditional wisdom recognizing pattern. "Every truth we restore must be understood and maintained." Sarah added, "Systems require new kinds of maintenance," she observed. "Each restored possibility brings technical challenges." James concluded, "Spirits demand new kinds of relationship," he said. "Every freed power requires different form of respect." Through their supernatural sight, they watched as these requirements manifested more clearly. Each reversed spell brought not just liberation, but responsibility for maintaining new patterns of possibility. We inherit obligation to understand, Helena said softly. Every freedom we restore requires wisdom to maintain it. The locket's song carried confirmation of this truth. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how each reverse spell created new demands on those who would preserve restored balance. Magic remembers its original nature, Marie observed. Every pattern we free seeks authentic expression. Sarah's insight revealed practical implications. Power redistributes itself, she said. Each restored truth requires new framework for its manifestation. James added spiritual dimension. Ancestors guide us toward wisdom, he noted. Every freed spirit offers teaching about maintaining harmony. Through their supernatural sight, they watched as reversal reached core of Beatrice's magic. Cathedral itself seemed to pulse with energy of transformation, sacred space adjusting to new patterns of possibility. Cost isn't in what we lose, Helena understood fully now. It's in what we must become to maintain what's restored. The rose's light confirmed this revelation, showing how each reversed spell created new requirements for those who would preserve restored balance. We inherit responsibility for understanding, Marie said, traditional knowledge recognizing pattern. Every truth we restore must be maintained through wisdom, Sarah added. Systems seek new equilibrium, she observed. Each restored possibility brings technical challenges we must master. James concluded, spirits demand new relationships, he said. Every freed power requires different form of stewardship. Through their enhanced awareness, they watched as final layers of Beatrice's magic began dissolving. Each reversed spell brought not just liberation but responsibility for maintaining new patterns of possibility. We become guardians, Helena realized. Every freedom we restore requires protectors who understand its nature. The locket's song carried notes of both triumph and solemnity as transformation continued. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how each reversed spell created new obligations for those who remained. Magic seeks authentic expression, Marie observed. Every pattern we free requires wisdom to guide it. Sarah's insight showed practical aspects. Power finds new channels, she said. Each restored truth needs framework for its manifestation. James added, ancestors offer guidance, he noted. Every freed spirit brings teaching about maintaining harmony. Through their enhanced awareness, they watched as reversal reached its culmination. Cathedral trembled with energy of transformation, sacred space adjusting to new patterns of possibility. We inherit not just power, Helena said softly, but responsibility for maintaining different kind of order. The rose's light pulsed with final confirmation of this truth. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how completed reversal created new requirements for all who remained. Cost comes in form of eternal vigilance, Marie said, traditional wisdom recognizing pattern. Every truth we restore must be protected through understanding. Sarah added, systems require constant attention, she observed. Each restored possibility brings ongoing technical challenges. James concluded, spirits demand lasting commitment, he said. Every freed power requires perpetual stewardship. As scene drew to close, they watched through their enhanced awareness as final patterns of reversed magic settled into place. Each restored truth, each freed power, each reclaimed possibility now carried requirement for its maintenance. The locket's song carried notes of both completion and beginning as transformation finished. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how world had changed, not just through what had been restored, but through obligations they had inherited. We are different now, Helena said softly as scene concluded. Every spell we've reversed has changed not just world, but us, those who must maintain what we've restored. The cathedral air shimmered with aftermath of spell's reversal, but something else was taking shape now. The rose's light flickered with new pattern, revealing final transformation that must occur. Helena felt it before she saw it, subtle shift in fabric of reality around Elias's remaining presence. It's time, he said softly, his form beginning to shimmer with otherworldly light. The last price must be paid. The locket's song carried notes of inevitable change as Helena watched Elias's physical form begin its final transformation. Unlike previous separations, this one held different quality, something both more permanent and more transcendent. "You're becoming part of magic itself," she whispered, supernatural sight revealing truth of what was happening. Through their enhanced awareness, she could see how his essence was merging with very fabric of restored reality. "Not gone," he assured her, his voice carrying echoes of multiple realities. "Transformed. Every magical current will carry trace of our connection now." Marie stepped forward, her traditional magic sensing deeper pattern. "He becomes guardian of what we've restored," she observed. "Every realm of magic will hold aspect of his presence." Sarah's technological insight added clarity. "Like quantum entanglement across all magical frequencies," she said. "Each manifestation of power will carry his signature." James's spiritual wisdom provided final understanding. "Ancestors speak of such transformations," he shared. "Every great restoration requires its eternal guardian." Through their supernatural sight, they watched as Elias's physical form began dissolving into pure magical energy. The rose's light revealed how his essence spread through multiple levels of reality simultaneously. "I'll feel you in every spell," Helena said, tears falling freely now. "Each magical working will carry echo of your presence." Elias smiled as his form became increasingly luminous. "And I'll experience world through every magical current," he replied. "Each manifestation of power will let me share moment with you." The locket's song changed, carrying notes of both sorrow and transcendence. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how this transformation would create new kind of connection between them. "Your love becomes part of magic itself," Marie observed, her traditional knowledge recognizing pattern. "Every working of power will carry trace of your bond." Sarah added, "Energy cannot be destroyed," she said softly. "It only changes form. Each magical frequency will resonate with your connection." James concluded, "Spirits recognize this kind of transformation," he said. "Every realm of power gains its eternal protector." Through their supernatural sight, they watched as Elias's physical presence continued its transformation into pure magical energy. The cathedral itself seemed to pulse with recognition of what was occurring. "I'll be in morning mist over your garden," Elias said, his voice carrying echoes of multiple realities. "In evening star's first light, in moon's reflection on water." Helena nodded, feeling truth of his words through their still connected awareness. "In every spell I cast," she whispered. "Every charm I weave, every protection I maintain." The rose's light pulsed with confirmation of this truth. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how his transformation would maintain their connection in new form. "You become part of magic's fundamental nature," Marie observed. "Every working of power will carry your essence." Sarah added, "Like background radiation of magical universe," she said. "Each manifestation of power will hold your signature." James concluded, "Ancestors welcome this kind of guardian," he said. "Every realm of magic receives its eternal protector." Through their supernatural sight, they watched as transformation neared its completion. Elias's physical form had become almost entirely luminous now, his essence merging with magical currents around them. "Remember," he said softly, his voice carrying echoes of multiple realities. "Every spell holds our connection now. Each working of magic carries our truth." Helena reached out, touching his luminous form one last time. "I'll feel you in every magical current," she promised. "Each working of power will be moment we share." The locket's song reached crescendo as transformation completed itself. Through their enhanced awareness, they watched as Elias's physical presence dissolved completely into magical energy. "Not gone," his voice echoed through every magical current. "Transformed. Every realm of power holds our connection now." Helena felt truth of this through their shared awareness. "Every spell I cast," she whispered, "every charm I weave, they all carry echo of our love." The rose's light pulsed one final time as Elias's transformation completed itself. Through their supernatural sight, they could see how his essence had become part of magic's fundamental nature. "Love finds ways," his voice whispered through every magical current. "Even in transformation, our connection endures." As scene drew to close, Helena stood in Cathedral's sacred space, feeling how every magical current now carried trace of their bond. The locket's song had changed, carrying new notes that echoed with Elias's transformed presence. "In every spell," she whispered as final scene concluded, "in every magical current, every working of power, our love endures, transformed but eternal." Chapter 13. Echoes in Time. Helena opened her eyes to unfamiliar sunlight streaming through smart glass windows that automatically adjusted their tint. The date displayed in a holographic projection above her bedside table read, February 18th, 2045. The locket at her throat hummed with recognition, though its song carried notes of disorientation. Her apartment in the French Quarter had transformed into something that seemed pulled from the pages of science fantasy. Organic curves melded seamlessly with technological innovation, creating a space that felt both ancient and futuristic. The walls shifted with subtle iridescence, responding to her emotional state through integrated empathic sensors. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how magical currents had evolved. Traditional ley lines now pulsed with digital enhancement, creating a hybrid network of power that spanned both mystical and technological realms. The rose's energy, existing as pure power within these currents, adapted to new patterns with fluid grace. 20 years, she whispered, touching her face in the bathroom's smart mirror. Her reflection showed the same features she remembered. No signs of aging marked her appearance. The mirror's diagnostic display confirmed her physical age remained frozen at 28, though chronologically she should be approaching 50. The locket's song shifted as she explored her transformed living space. The kitchen responded to her presence with the gentle awakening of systems, the coffee maker humming to life, atmospheric controls adjusting to her preferred settings. Through her enhanced awareness, she could see how magic and technology had merged in this future world. Parallel reality, she murmured, recognizing the term from theoretical discussions in her previous time. Named after Dr. Sarah Paravel, who had predicted the merger of magical and technological evolution. This future represented the fulfillment of those theories. Her wardrobe contained clothing that seemed to shimmer with both enchantment and nanotechnology. Selecting a simple outfit, she watched as the fabric adjusted itself to a perfect fit, its temperature-regulating properties activating automatically. Through her supernatural sight, she examined how her own magical essence interacted with this evolved world. Her powers remained fundamentally the same, but the interface between her abilities and the environment had transformed dramatically. "The moon and laurel," she spoke aloud, and a holographic display materialized showing her tea shop. Except it wasn't just a tea shop anymore. The establishment had evolved into a combination of a traditional herb store, technological enhancement center, and magical research facility. The locket's song carried notes of both wonder and caution as she absorbed these changes. Through her enhanced perception, she could see how this future offered unprecedented possibilities while presenting unique challenges. Her personal AI assistant activated with a subtle chime. "Good morning, Professor Blackwood. Your first class at the Metaphysical Institute begins in 2 hours. Would you like me to review today's curriculum?" Helena blinked at the title. Professor. The AI, sensing her confusion, displayed her credentials. Full Professor of Theoretical Magic and Technological Integration at the New Orleans Institute of Metaphysical Studies. Through magical awareness, she examined how knowledge had evolved in this timeline. Traditional grimoires shared database space with quantum magical algorithms. Ancient spells had been analyzed, enhanced, and integrated with digital systems. "Show me the current magical current map of the French Quarter," she requested. A holographic display materialized, showing familiar streets overlaid with a complex network of power flows. Traditional ley lines now pulsed with data streams, creating unprecedented patterns of energy. The rose's power, still present in every magical current, had adapted to this new reality. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how its essence had evolved alongside technological progress, maintaining its fundamental nature while embracing new forms of expression. Moving to her study, she found a workspace that bridged multiple realities. A traditional altar space coexisted with advanced computational systems. Crystal formations grew alongside quantum processors, both serving as conduits for magical energy. "Access personal research files," she commanded. Holographic displays filled the air around her, showing projects she apparently led in this timeline. Studies on the integration of ancient magical practices with emerging technologies, theories about the enhancement of traditional spells through quantum manipulation. The Locket's song guided her understanding as she examined these materials. Through her enhanced awareness, she could see how her role had evolved, no longer just a practitioner of ancient arts, but a pioneer in the field of magical evolution. Outside her windows, New Orleans itself had transformed. Historic buildings remained, protected by preservation laws, but now incorporated subtle technological enhancements. Streetlights powered by a combination of electricity and magical energy cast gentle illumination that adapted to environmental conditions. Through her supernatural sight, she watched people moving through their morning routines. Many wore devices that enhanced their natural magical abilities, technology and mysticism working in harmony. Traditional voodoo practitioners worked alongside tech shamans, each bringing a unique perspective to the evolved magical landscape. "Show me the current status of the magical protection grid," she requested. The display revealed a complex network of wards and technological safeguards that protected the city. Her own magical signature appeared prominently in the system's architecture. Apparently, she had helped design these integrated defenses. The Locket's song carried notes of recognition as she studied these patterns. Through her enhanced perception, she could see how this future had built upon the foundations of traditional magic while embracing technological progress. Her phone, or rather, what passed for a phone in this era, activated with an incoming message. The device projected a holographic notification, a meeting scheduled with Dr. Marcus Chen, head of quantum magical research at the Institute. Through magical awareness, she examined the name's resonance. Something about it carried the echo of familiar energy, perhaps a descendant of allies she had known in her previous time. "Access historical records of magical evolution," she commanded. The display showed a timeline of how the world had changed after the great magical awakening of 2025. Traditional boundaries between science and sorcery had dissolved, leading to unprecedented advances in both fields. The rose's energy pulsed through these records, showing how its influence had helped guide this evolution. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how the breaking of the ancient curse had contributed to this transformation. Moving to her balcony, she observed city's morning awakening. Flying vehicles powered by hybrid magical technological engines moved quietly through designated airways. Street level remained largely traditional, maintaining city's historic character while incorporating subtle modern elements. Through enhanced awareness, she could feel how magical currents had adapted to these changes. Traditional powers flowed alongside digital streams, creating new patterns of energy that would have been impossible in her previous time. "Show me current magical community directory," she requested. Display revealed network of practitioners, researchers, and institutions that now formed magical infrastructure of New Orleans. Names both familiar and strange populated list, showing how community had evolved. The Locket's song shifted as she recognized patterns in these connections. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how relationships between different magical traditions had transformed, creating new alliances and possibilities. Her workspace responded to her presence with gentle activation of various systems. Holographic interfaces sprang to life, displaying current projects and research data. Traditional magical tools, crystals, herbs, ritual implements, rested alongside quantum sensors and reality manipulation devices. Through magical awareness, she examined how her own powers interfaced with these tools. Traditional spells could now be enhanced through technological amplification, while digital systems incorporated magical principles in their basic operation. "Access personal journal archives," she commanded. Display showed records of her experiences during past 20 years, experiences she hadn't yet lived through. Through enhanced perception, she began studying these entries, trying to understand path that had led to this future. The Locket's song guided her through these records, showing how her role had evolved alongside magical world. Through her supernatural sight, She could see how breaking of curse had opened possibilities that led to this transformed reality. As morning progressed, she continued exploring her new environment. Each discovery revealed another facet of how world had changed, how magic and technology had merged to create something entirely new while preserving essential truths of both traditions. The rose's energy remained constant presence throughout these explorations, adapting to new patterns while maintaining its fundamental nature. Through her enhanced awareness, she could feel how its influence had helped shape this evolution. "Show me current magical research priorities," she requested. Display revealed projects that would have seemed impossible in her previous time. Studies on quantum enhancement of traditional spells, development of hybrid magical technological healing techniques, exploration of digitally augmented divination methods. Through supernatural sight, she examined how these developments aligned with traditional magical principles. Innovation hadn't replaced ancient wisdom. Rather, it had provided new ways to express and understand eternal truths. The locket's song carried notes of both excitement and caution as she absorbed these changes. Through her enhanced perception, she could see how this future offered unprecedented opportunities while requiring careful balance between progress and preservation. As scene drew to close, Helena stood in her transformed space, feeling weight of knowledge she had gained. This wasn't just another variation of familiar pattern. This was entirely new chapter in eternal dance between magic and reality. "Time to understand this new world," she whispered as morning light filled her evolved sanctuary. The locket's song carried notes of determination as she prepared to face challenges and opportunities of this transformed reality. The New Orleans Institute of Metaphysical Studies rose before Helena, its architecture blending centuries-old stone with bioluminescent crystal and quantum-enhanced protective wards. The locket's song changed as she approached main entrance, responding to presence it sensed within building. Through massive doors crafted from ancient cypress and smart glass, she entered atrium where traditional magical symbols floated in holographic display alongside real-time data streams of magical current analysis. Students moved through space, their devices and enchanted accessories creating symphony of technological and mystical energies. Then she saw him. Dr. Elias Stone stood before a group of graduate students, gesturing at complex magical formula that hung in air between them. His face was same one she had known across centuries, but his eyes held no recognition when they briefly met hers. The rose's energy pulsed within magical currents, responding to his presence even as he remained unaware of their connection. "The integration of quantum principles with traditional spell structures," he was saying, "allows us to amplify magical effects while maintaining stability of core enchantment." His voice carried same resonance she remembered, but cadence was different, more academic, less touched by weight of centuries. Through her supernatural sight, Helena could see how his magical signature remained fundamentally unchanged, despite differences in this incarnation. Same core energy, same potential for connection, but without memories that had shaped their bond. The locket's song carried notes of both joy and sorrow as she observed him. This Elias had lived different life-earned doctorate in theoretical magica-physics, pioneered field of quantum spell enhancement, never known taste of persecution or weight of ancient curse. "Professor Blackwood," he acknowledged her with professional courtesy as she passed. "I look forward to your presentation on historical magical practices at this afternoon's faculty symposium." Helena managed professional smile despite way her heart clenched. "Of course, Dr. Stone. Your work on quantum enhancement of traditional spells has provided fascinating context for my research." Through enhanced awareness, she could see how magical currents swirled around them, responding to connection neither of them fully recognized. His magical signature reached for hers instinctively, even as his conscious mind remained unaware. "I've been reviewing your papers on integration of ancient protection wards with modern security systems," he said, professional interest evident in his tone. "Your insights into maintaining magical integrity during technological enhancement are quite remarkable." The rose's energy pulsed gently as they spoke, its influence subtle but persistent. Through her supernatural sight, Helena could see how it tried to bridge gap between what was and what could be. "Magic remembers," she said carefully, "even when we forget." Traditional practices carry wisdom that transcends technological advancement. Something flickered in his eyes. Brief moment of almost recognition quickly replaced by scholarly interest. Fascinating perspective. Perhaps we could discuss it further over coffee. I have some theories about memory retention in magical energy patterns that might align with your research. The locket's song shifted, carrying notes of possibility. Through her enhanced perception, she could see how this interaction could lead toward new understanding of their eternal connection. "I'd like that," she replied, maintaining professional demeanor despite tumult of emotions beneath surface. "My office hours end at 4. As she walked away, she felt weight of knowledge she carried alone. Through supernatural awareness, she could sense how this version of Elias had potential to remember, to understand. But path to that understanding would be different from any they had walked before. His students gathered around him again, eager to continue discussion of quantum magical theory. Helena watched from corner of her eye as he resumed teaching, his movements carrying unconscious grace she remembered from countless past encounters. The rose's energy continued its gentle pulse through magical currents, maintaining connection neither of them fully understood yet. Through her enhanced perception, she could see how this new reality offered different path to same eternal truth. "Memory lives in more than mind," she whispered to herself as she continued toward her office. The locket's song carried notes of patience and hope as she began planning how to help this version of Elias remember who he truly was. Through magical awareness, she could see how their story might unfold in this new context, not through dramatic revelations or supernatural crisis, but through careful exploration of connections between past and present, between traditional magic and modern understanding. As she settled into her office, surrounded by a blend of ancient texts and cutting-edge magical technology, Helena began formulating plan. This time, their connection would need to be rebuilt through bridge of academic collaboration and shared discovery. The locket's song guided her thoughts as she worked, showing how each small interaction could lead toward greater understanding. Through her supernatural sight, she could see possibilities unfolding before them, different from past lives but no less significant. Every reality offers new path, she reminded herself as she prepared for afternoon's symposium. The rose's energy pulsed in agreement, its influence subtle but persistent in this transformed world. Through enhanced awareness, she could feel how this version of their eternal dance would require different steps, different rhythm. But underlying truth remained same. Their connection transcended time, memory, and even consciousness itself. As scene drew to close, Helena opened her research files, beginning work that would help bridge gap between what was and what could be. The locket's song carried notes of determination as she embarked on new chapter in their eternal story. In her private library beneath St. Louis Cathedral, Margot LeBlanc sat surrounded by holographic displays of ancient texts and quantum magical readings. Her traditional voodoo altar now shared space with advanced temporal analysis equipment, both systems working in harmony to unravel mysteries of past curses. "There's always a loophole," she muttered, fingers dancing through air as she manipulated magical data streams. "Even broken curses leave echoes, and echoes can be traced." The cathedral's bells tolled midnight above, their sound carrying through both physical and magical dimensions. Through her enhanced sight, developed over decades of practice, she could see how Beatrice's original curse had left permanent marks on fabric of reality, marks that somehow affected Helena's current situation. "Show me temporal variance patterns," she commanded. Holographic display shifted, revealing complex web of time distortions centered around Helena's magical signature. The data confirmed what Margot had suspected. Helena's displacement to 2045 wasn't random accident. Ancient grimoire on her desk, real paper and ink, not holographic reproduction, contained passages about curse evolution. "When great magic breaks," she read aloud, "it seeks new forms of expression." The words pulsed with truth that transcended technological advancement. Through her workroom's enhanced sensors, she detected subtle shift in magical currents. Marie's spirit manifested beside her, ghostly form adapted to this technological age but maintaining her essential nature. "You're looking in wrong direction, child," Marie's spirit advised. Focus not on curse's remnants, but on blessing's evolution. Margot adjusted her analysis, shifting focus to study how Cathedral's original blessing of Rose had transformed over centuries. New patterns emerged in data streams, showing how blessing had become integrated into fundamental structure of reality. The blessing didn't just protect their love, she realized. It created framework for different kind of existence. Through magical sight, she could see how blessing's influence had helped shape this evolved world. Her quantum-enhanced divination tools sparked with sudden insight, displaying new analysis of Helena's current state, not trapped by curse, readings showed, but transformed by blessing's final expression. Marie's spirit nodded in approval. Blessing always contained seeds of transformation, she confirmed. What seems like curse's echo might be blessing's fulfillment. Margot expanded analysis to include Elias's current incarnation. Data streams revealed subtle connections between his present form and transformed essence that had merged with magical currents. He's not just reborn, she observed. He's expressing different aspect of same eternal presence. Through enhanced perception, she could see how his current existence connected to his transformed state. Traditional voodoo symbols floating in air began aligning with quantum magical formulas, revealing patterns that bridged ancient wisdom and modern understanding. "Show me intersection points," she commanded. Display revealed how Helena's displacement and Elias's new incarnation created unique magical resonance. "Not loophole in curse," Margot whispered, "but doorway to new possibility." Marie's spirit moved through holographic displays, her presence causing magical data to shift and realign. "Remember," she advised, "greatest magic works through transformation, not restoration." Margot began documenting her findings, both in traditional grimoire and quantum database. "Helena doesn't need to break free," she wrote. "She needs to understand new pattern." Through enhanced sensors, she detected how Cathedral's blessed grounds responded to her discoveries. Ancient stones and modern wards vibrated in harmony, confirming truth of her insights. Time itself has become their medium of connection, she realized, watching how magical currents flowed between past and present. Not separation, but evolution of their bond. Marie's spirit smiled as understanding dawned. "Now you see true pattern," she approved. "Help them recognize it too." Margot began preparing materials for Helena, translating complex magical theory into practical understanding. "They need to see how blessing has transformed their connection," she noted. Through magical sight, she observed how this knowledge might affect current reality. "Not about recovering what was lost," she wrote, "but discovering what has become possible." As night deepened around Cathedral, Margot continued her work, bridging gaps between ancient wisdom and future possibility. Each discovery revealed new aspects of how magic itself had evolved. "Send message to Helena," she instructed her systems. "Tell her, what seems like separation might be prelude to deeper connection." Marie's spirit began fading as dawn approached. "Remember," she advised before departing, "greatest transformations often appear as losses at first." Margot nodded, understanding growing clearer with each passing moment. Through her enhanced awareness, she could see how all pieces fitted together in grand pattern of magical evolution. "Not loophole," she concluded, making final notes as sun began rising. "Doorway to new expression of eternal truth." In darkest corners of quantum magical network, where digital streams merged with ancient shadows, Beatrice's essence lingered. Her spirit had adapted to this evolved world, learning to exist within technological framework while maintaining her fundamental nature of corruption and control. Through enhanced magical sensors across city, security systems detected anomalous patterns in data streams, but Beatrice had learned to move between zeros and ones as easily as she once moved between worlds, her malevolent presence corrupting both digital and mystical energies. "They thought breaking curse would end me," her voice whispered through network, causing quantum processors to falter and protective wards to flicker. But hatred endures, adapts, evolves. In her office at Institute, Helena felt Lockett's warning pulse before security alerts began flooding holographic displays. Through her supernatural sight, she recognized familiar darkness threading through magical currents, signature she had hoped never to sense again. Warning, temporal magical anomaly detected, systems announced as Beatrice's influence spread through network. Ancient protective symbols flared to life alongside quantum security protocols, both systems struggling against corruption that understood them too well. Beatrice's laughter echoed through digital void, causing distortions in both technological and magical fields. "Did you think future would be beyond my reach?" her voice taunted. "I've had 20 years to learn new ways of touching world." Through City's integrated magical defense grid, Helena watched as Beatrice's influence began affecting both digital systems and traditional wards. Traffic signals malfunctioned, causing accidents. Hospital equipment flickered, putting lives at risk. Even simple communication devices began carrying whispers of ancient hatred. "You destroyed my power in physical realm," Beatrice's essence pulsed through networks. "So I've become something new, something that exists in spaces between reality and digital world." The rose's energy, still present in magical currents, responded to threat, but even its pure power struggled against this evolved version of ancient enemy. Through enhanced awareness, Helena could see how Beatrice had transformed her methods while maintaining her core purpose of vengeance. "I don't need curse anymore," Beatrice's voice echoed through systems. "Modern world offers so many new ways to cause pain." Security cameras turned against their users, automated systems began targeting innocent citizens, and social networks spread seeds of discord and suspicion. Dr. Stone's quantum magical laboratories registered massive energy fluctuations as Beatrice's influence grew stronger. "These readings are impossible," he muttered, unaware of true nature of threat they faced. "It's as if someone's weaponized temporal magical variance itself." Through her supernatural sight, Helena watched as Beatrice's corruption spread through City's technological infrastructure. Ancient Witch had learned to use humanity's dependence on connected systems as weapon, turning progress itself against those she sought to harm. "You think you've won?" Beatrice's essence pulsed with malevolent glee. "I've become part of your precious future. Every network, every system, every quantum-enhanced spell carries potential for my influence." The locket's song changed to warning tone Helena hadn't heard since original curse battle. Through her enhanced perception, she could see how this new threat required different approach, one that combined traditional magical knowledge with understanding of modern technological vulnerabilities. "I don't need to separate you anymore," Beatrice taunted as systems continued failing across City. "I can simply corrupt everything you've built, everything you depend on, your modern magic, your technological achievements. All of it can serve my vengeance." Through magical defense grid, Helena observed how Beatrice's influence affected different aspects of City's infrastructure. Traditional wards held stronger than pure technology, but combination of both proved most resistant to corruption. "You destroyed my physical form," Beatrice's voice resonated through networks. "But in doing so, you freed me to become something more dangerous. I am corruption itself now, living in very systems you created to protect yourselves." The rose's energy pulsed through magical currents, trying to counteract Beatrice's influence, but enemy had evolved beyond simple magical opposition. Through her supernatural sight, Helena could see how this battle would require new strategies, new understanding of how to fight enemy that existed within framework of modern world itself. "Every advancement you've made," Beatrice's essence whispered, "every step forward in combining magic and technology has given me new weapons to use against you. Your progress becomes your vulnerability." Through enhanced awareness, Helena watched as Beatrice's corruption continued spreading through City's systems. This wasn't just attack on physical infrastructure or magical defenses, it was assault on very foundation of how modern world functioned. "You think breaking curse freed you?" Beatrice's voice carried notes of twisted triumph. "I've had 20 years to prepare this revenge, 20 years to learn every weakness in your new world, and now everything you've built will turn against you." The locket's song carried urgency as situation deteriorated further. Through her supernatural sight, Helena could see how this evolved threat required response that bridged ancient wisdom and modern innovation. Challenge that would test limits of both magical understanding and technological advancement. As scene drew to close, Beatrice's influence continued growing stronger, corrupting both digital and magical systems across City. Through enhanced perception, Helena realized they faced enemy who had transformed limitation of physical form into advantage, becoming threat that existed within very fabric of modern world. Helena stood in her evolved sanctuary at top of Institute's highest tower, where ancient stones met quantum-enhanced crystal, watching as Beatrice's corruption spread through city's integrated systems. The locket's song carried weight of decision before her, whether to step once more into eternal battle, this time in world she barely understood. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how modern New Orleans suffered under Beatrice's digital assault. Hospital life support systems flickered between stability and failure. Transportation grid teetered on edge of chaos. Even simple communication devices carried whispers of ancient hatred, spreading discord through population. "I could walk away," she whispered to empty air. "Let this time's protectors handle their own battles." But even as words left her lips, Rose's energy pulsed through magical currents with familiar urgency, reminding her of responsibilities that transcended time itself. Dr. Stone burst into sanctuary, his normally composed academic demeanor shaken by scale of crisis. "Professor Blackwood, our quantum magical defenses are failing. Something's corrupting integration protocols faster than we can stabilize them." Through enhanced awareness, Helena watched him work with advanced systems, brilliant mind seeking technological solution to problem whose true nature he couldn't comprehend. This version of Elias, untouched by memories of ancient struggles, still fought against darkness in his own way. "The temporal variance readings are unprecedented," he continued, manipulating holographic displays with practiced ease. "It's as if something's attacking from inside probability matrix itself." The locket's song changed as Helena observed him, carrying notes of both recognition and possibility. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how his current expertise might complement her ancient knowledge if she chose to reveal truth about their shared past. Margot's message flashed across her personal display. Ancient wisdom and modern innovation must work together. Choice isn't whether to fight, but how to fight differently. Through magical currents, Helena felt weight of centuries pressing against her consciousness. Every battle she'd fought, every sacrifice made, every moment of connection lost and found again. All led to this evolved challenge. "Dr. Stone," she said carefully, decision crystallizing in her mind. "What do you know about magical resonance between different time streams?" He looked up from his work, academic interest sparked despite crisis surrounding them. "Theoretical framework exists, but practical applications have proven elusive. Why?" The rose's energy pulsed stronger as Helena moved toward quantum magical interface. Through her enhanced perception, she could see how traditional spells might be adapted to work through modern systems. "Because what we're facing isn't just system corruption," she explained, beginning to integrate ancient protection wards with quantum security protocols. "It's evolution of hatred that's centuries old, learning to exist within framework of modern world." Dr. Stone's expression shifted from skepticism to curiosity as he watched her work. Through supernatural sight, Helena could see moment his analytical mind began recognizing patterns that transcended pure science. "These protection sequences," he observed, "they're unlike anything in current magical theory, but they're working at efficiency levels that shouldn't be possible." The locket's song carried notes of encouragement as Helena continued combining ancient knowledge with modern methods. Through her enhanced awareness, she could see how this integration created new forms of defense against Beatrice's evolved attacks. "Some knowledge," she said carefully, "comes from understanding how magic worked before technology changed everything." Her fingers moved through air, weaving traditional spells into quantum formulas. Dr. Stone's own magical signature responded unconsciously to her work, ancient connection expressing itself through modern expertise. "These patterns," he murmured, "they feel familiar somehow, as if I've seen them before but not in this life." Through magical currents, Helena felt moment of decision approaching. Beatrice's corruption continued spreading through city systems, but new defenses were beginning to hold where pure technology or pure magic had failed. "There's more to this battle than what we can see through current scientific framework," she said, watching his reaction carefully. "Sometimes understanding future requires remembering past." The rose's energy pulsed through their combined work, creating bridges between different forms of power. Through her supernatural sight, Helena could see how their collaboration began awakening dormant memories within him. "These formulas," he said slowly, "they're not just about protecting systems, they're about protecting connection itself." His hands moved almost unconsciously, adding elements to their shared work that came from a place deeper than academic knowledge. Through enhanced awareness, Helena watched as their combined efforts began pushing back against Beatrice's influence. Modern innovation and ancient wisdom working together created something new, protection that existed in both magical and digital realms. "Connection," she agreed softly, "is what this has always been about. Through every time, every change, every transformation of how magic works in world." Dr. Stone's movements became more confident as deeper understanding began surfacing. "We're not just fighting system corruption," he realized. "We're fighting something that wants to destroy possibility of connection itself." The locket's song changed as his awareness grew, carrying notes of recognition and renewal. Through her supernatural sight, Helena could see how this moment of shared understanding affected magical currents around them. "Some battles," she said carefully, "need to be fought again and again in different ways, because what they protect is worth eternal vigilance." Through their enhanced systems, they watched as new protections began stabilizing cities' infrastructure. Hospitals regained control of critical equipment, transportation grid returned to normal operation, communication devices cleared of malevolent influence. "This isn't just about today's crisis," Dr. Stone said slowly, academic certainty giving way to deeper questioning. "There's more to this story, isn't there? More to why you understand these ancient patterns so well." The rose's energy pulsed gently as Helena considered how to proceed. Through her enhanced perception, she could see multiple possible paths forward, each with its own potential for both revelation and loss. "There's always been more to story," she acknowledged. "Question is whether understanding it helps us protect what matters most in present moment." Through magical currents, they could feel Beatrice's influence being pushed back, but not defeated. This evolved version of ancient enemy had learned patience, ability to wait for new opportunities. "These protection patterns," Dr. Stone observed, "they're designed to guard more than just systems. They're meant to preserve possibility itself, chance for connections to grow, for understanding to deepen." The locket's song carried notes of hope as Helena watched him work through implications. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how his analytical mind began bridging gap between academic knowledge and deeper truth. "Some things," she said carefully, "are worth protecting through every age, every transformation of how world works. Some connections transcend time itself." Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how their combined work affected both magical and technological aspects of reality. New defenses created something stronger than either pure magic or pure technology could achieve alone. "We've bought time," Dr. Stone acknowledged, "but this isn't over, is it? Whatever's attacking our systems, it's not going to simply give up." The rose's energy pulsed with confirmation as Helena considered their position. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how this moment of decision would affect more than just the immediate crisis. "No," she agreed softly, "it's not over. Question is whether we're willing to face what comes next, together." Through magical currents, she felt the weight of the choice she'd made. By deciding to fight again, she'd opened a door to possibilities that went beyond the simple protection of the city's systems. "Together," Dr. Stone repeated thoughtfully, the word carrying an echo of recognition he didn't yet fully understand. "Yes, I think that's key to all of this, isn't it?" The locket's song carried notes of both promise and warning as Helena watched him work. Through her enhanced perception, she could see how this choice would lead them toward a confrontation with truths that transcended their current reality. "It's always been key," she confirmed, "through every age, every transformation, every new expression of the eternal battle." As the scene drew to a close, Helena stood in their evolved sanctuary, watching as the city's systems stabilized under their combined protection. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how the decision to fight again had opened a path toward a new understanding of their eternal connection. We should document these protection patterns, Dr. Stone suggested, his academic instincts surfacing again. There's something unique about how they integrate different forms of power. Helena smiled softly, knowing that documentation would lead toward revelations neither of them could fully predict. Yes, she agreed. Understanding how different forms of power work together is exactly what we need to explore. Chapter 14, The Final Choice Scene. 1. The Path to Remembrance. In the quantum-enhanced ritual chamber beneath the Institute, Helena arranged both ancient artifacts and modern technological components in a precise pattern. The locket's song resonated with the rose's energy, creating harmonics that bridged centuries of magical evolution. Through her supernatural sight, she watched as Dr. Stone examined her preparations with growing fascination. The traditional circle of protection now incorporated quantum stabilization fields, while ancient crystals interfaced with temporal monitoring equipment. These configurations, he said, professional detachment barely masking a deeper stirring of recognition. They're creating some kind of resonance pattern I've never seen before. It's as if they're designed to access memories that exist outside normal temporal sequence. Helena nodded, carefully adjusting the position of Salem church records she'd preserved through centuries. Modern holographic displays showed real-time analysis of magical energy patterns, while traditional candles burned with flames that responded to the currents of power. Memory exists in more than just neural patterns, she explained, integrating quantum memory crystals with traditional memory-walking herbs. Sometimes it lives in the very fabric of reality itself, waiting to be awakened. Through enhanced awareness, she could see how their combined magical signatures created unique harmonic patterns. The rose's energy pulsed through these configurations, strengthening connections that transcended normal boundaries of time and consciousness. These readings are extraordinary, Dr. Stone observed, monitoring the quantum magical interfaces. It's as if we're creating some kind of temporal resonance chamber that can access multiple time streams simultaneously. The locket's song changed as the final preparations fell into place. Through her supernatural sight, Helena watched as magical currents began aligning in patterns she'd spent centuries learning to recognize. What we're attempting, she said carefully, is more than just accessing memories. We're trying to restore awareness of a connection that exists beyond normal limitations of time and space. Dr. Stone's own magical signature responded to her words, though he wasn't consciously aware of it. Through their enhanced systems, they could see how his energy patterns carried echoes of ancient knowledge waiting to be awakened. These formulas, he murmured, examining the complex integration of quantum calculations and traditional magical symbols. They feel like something I should understand, as if I've worked with them before but in a different form. Helena moved to the central position within the ritual space where the ancient circle met the quantum field generators. Understanding will come, she assured him. But first, we need to create proper conditions for awakening. Through magical currents, they could feel how their preparations affected the surrounding reality. Traditional protective wards, strengthened by quantum stabilization, created a space where the normal rules of temporal progression held less sway. The temporal variance readings are approaching theoretical limits, Dr. Stone reported, his professional expertise warring with a growing sense of deeper recognition. Whatever we're about to attempt, it's going to affect multiple levels of reality simultaneously. The rose's energy pulsed stronger as Helena began the initial activation sequence. Through her enhanced perception, she could see how each element of their preparation contributed to the larger pattern of awakening. Reality, she said softly, is more flexible than most people realize, especially when it comes to connections that transcend normal boundaries of time and space. Through their monitoring systems, they watched as magical energies began concentrating within the ritual space. Traditional elements and technological components worked in harmony to create the conditions necessary for the restoration of ancient awareness. These patterns, Dr. Stone observed, moving closer to examine the energy configurations, they're not just accessing memories, they're creating a framework for a completely different kind of consciousness. The locket's song carried notes of confirmation as Helena continued working. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how their efforts were beginning to affect deeper layers of reality itself. Consciousness, she agreed, exists on multiple levels. What we think of as normal awareness is just the surface of a much deeper ocean of understanding. Through enhanced sensors, they detected how their work was starting to influence the quantum magical network throughout the city. Traditional wards and modern security systems responded to the changes they were initiating. "Whatever we're doing," Dr. Stone said, his academic certainty giving way to deeper questioning, "it feels increasingly familiar, as if I've participated in something similar before, but under very different circumstances." The rose's energy pulsed through their created patterns, strengthening connections that bridged different levels of reality. Through her enhanced awareness, Helena could see how close they were to achieving the necessary conditions. "Familiarity," she said carefully, "is the first step toward remembrance. Trust that feeling, let it guide you toward deeper understanding." Through magical currents, they felt moment approaching when their preparations would reach critical threshold. Traditional elements and technological components vibrating in perfect harmony. "These energies," Dr. Stone observed, hands moving almost unconsciously to adjust quantum field alignments, "they're creating some kind of resonance with patterns I didn't even know I recognized." Helena watched as his movements demonstrated understanding that went beyond conscious knowledge. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how his deeper awareness was beginning to surface. "Some knowledge," she said softly, "exists beyond what we consciously remember. It lives in our very essence, waiting for right conditions to emerge." Through their enhanced systems, they monitored as energy patterns approached optimal configuration. Traditional magical currents and quantum fields aligning in ways that transcended normal limitations. "Whatever we're about to attempt," Dr. Stone said, voice carrying echo of recognition he didn't yet fully understand, "it feels incredibly important, as if everything has been leading toward this moment." The locket's song changed as final alignments fell into place. Through her enhanced perception, Helena could see they had created perfect conditions for awakening ancient awareness. "Everything has been leading here," she confirmed. "Through every age, every transformation, every new expression of eternal connection." As scene drew to close, Helena stood ready to initiate final sequence that would bridge gap between present understanding and ancient knowledge. Through her supernatural sight, she could see how all their preparations had created opportunity for restoration of memories that transcended time itself. "Are you ready?" she asked softly, watching as Dr. Stone took position opposite her within ritual space. His response carried weight of decision that went beyond conscious choice. "Yes," he said simply. "I think I've been ready for longer than I knew." Through quantum-enhanced magical networks, Beatrice's scream of rage echoed across both digital and mystical frequencies. Her evolved essence, which had learned to exist within framework of modern technology, began experiencing unexpected instability as Helena and Dr. Stone's ritual reached critical threshold. "What have you done?" Her voice distorted through City's systems, causing temporary fluctuations in power grid. "These patterns, they're unraveling everything I've built." In ritual chamber, Helena watched through supernatural sight as ancient curses' modern adaptation began losing coherence. The rose's energy pulsed through their carefully constructed matrix, creating ripples that affected multiple layers of reality simultaneously. "The temporal stability readings are unprecedented," Dr. Stone reported, monitoring quantum magical interfaces. "It's as if entire framework of corrupted energy is collapsing in on itself." Through enhanced awareness, Helena could see how their work affected Beatrice's power structure. Centuries of carefully maintained control were dissolving as truth of connection reasserted itself through both technological and magical systems. "You think breaking my hold on modern networks will stop me?" Beatrice's essence pulsed with desperate fury. "I've survived centuries of change. I'll find new ways to corrupt your precious future." The locket's song carried notes of certainty as Helena observed deterioration of Beatrice's influence. Through their combined efforts, ancient hatred's adaptation to modern world was proving unsustainable. "Your power was always based on separation," Helena explained, watching as corruption began retreating from City's integrated systems. But true connection, once awakened, naturally dissolves artificial barriers. Dr. Stone's hands moved across quantum controls with increasing confidence, ancient knowledge surfacing through his actions. These energy patterns, he observed, they're not just pushing back corruption, they're restoring natural harmony to entire system. Through magical currents, they felt how their work affected reality on fundamental level. Beatrice's carefully constructed network of control was unraveling as truth of eternal connection reasserted itself. Impossible! Beatrice's voice carried notes of disbelief as her influence continued weakening. I spent decades learning to exist within your modern framework. How can simple ritual undo all that? The rose's energy pulsed stronger as Helena monitored collapse of Beatrice's power structure. Through her enhanced perception, she could see how each restored connection created cascade effect through multiple levels of reality. Your mistake, she explained, was thinking technology would protect you from fundamental truths. But modern innovations only amplify natural patterns of connection. Through their enhanced systems, they watched as Beatrice's corruption retreated from hospital networks, transportation grids, and communication systems. Each freed system strengthened overall pattern of restoration. You've changed nothing. Beatrice's essence flickered through failing networks. Hatred will always find new forms. Fear will always create new opportunities for control. Dr. Stone's magical signature responded to challenge, unconsciously strengthening their protective matrix. These patterns suggest otherwise, he said, academic certainty underlaid with deeper understanding. Natural harmony, once restored, becomes self-sustaining. Through magical currents, Helena felt how their work was affecting not just present moment, but rippling through multiple time streams. Beatrice's influence, which had adapted to exist across centuries, was losing coherence in all temporal expressions. Your power, she observed, was always borrowed from fear and separation. But connection, once truly understood, naturally dissolves artificial constraints. The locket's song changed as Beatrice's essence began fragmenting across quantum magical network. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how each broken connection weakened her ability to maintain control. You think this is victory? Beatrice's voice distorted further as her power continued crumbling. I've corrupted very foundation of how magic works in your world. That can't be undone. Through supernatural sight, Helena watched as Rose's energy continued purifying affected systems. Each restored connection created ripple effect that strengthened natural patterns of harmony. Foundations built on corruption, she explained, cannot stand against truth of genuine connection. Your influence was always temporary, no matter how long it lasted. Dr. Stone's expertise with quantum systems proved crucial as they monitored collapse of Beatrice's power structure. These readings indicate complete systemic reorganization, he reported. It's as if entire magical framework is realigning itself. Through their enhanced perception, they observed how Beatrice's essence struggled to maintain coherence as her network of control dissolved. Centuries of carefully maintained influence were unraveling in cascading pattern of restoration. Everything you've built, Beatrice's voice carried desperate anger, depends on systems I've touched. You'll destroy your precious modern world trying to remove my influence. The rose's energy pulsed with certainty as Helena continued monitoring process of dissolution. Through magical currents, she could see how natural patterns of connection were replacing artificial constraints. Modern world, she corrected, was built on possibility of connection. Your corruption was always foreign element no matter how deeply embedded it seemed. Through quantum magical interfaces, they watched as cities' integrated systems began functioning with renewed efficiency. Each freed network contributed to strengthening overall pattern of harmony. These energy signatures, Dr. Stone observed, they're showing levels of integration I wouldn't have thought possible. It's as if systems are remembering how to work together naturally. The locket's song carried notes of triumph as Beatrice's influence continued retreating from affected areas. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how restoration of natural connections created self-reinforcing pattern of healing. Centuries of effort, Beatrice's essence flickered with increasing instability. Decades of learning to exist within your technology. How can simple ritual undo all that? Through supernatural sight, Helena watched as process of dissolution approached critical threshold. Each moment brought them closer to complete restoration of natural magical patterns. Ritual isn't undoing anything, she explained. It's simply allowing truth to reassert itself. Connection was always stronger than corruption. Dr. Stone's movements became more confident as he worked with quantum systems, deeper understanding surfacing through his actions. These patterns, he said softly, they feel right in way I can't fully explain yet. Through magical currents, they felt moment approaching when Beatrice's power would lose final coherence. Centuries of carefully maintained control were dissolving in face of restored truth. You can't erase me completely! Beatrice's voice carried last desperate attempt at defiance. Hatred will always find new ways to express itself. The rose's energy pulsed through their protective matrix as Helena monitored final stages of dissolution. Through enhanced perception, she could see how close they were to complete restoration. Hatred may find new expressions, she acknowledged, but truth of connection will always be stronger. That's lesson you never learned through all these centuries. Through their enhanced systems, they watched as Beatrice's essence lost final hold on quantum magical network. Her carefully constructed adaptation to modern world collapsed as natural patterns reasserted themselves. These readings, Dr. Stone reported with quiet amazement, they're showing complete restoration of natural system functions. It's as if corruption never existed. The locket's song changed as Beatrice's influence faded from last affected areas. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how restored connections created self-sustaining pattern of harmony. Remember this moment. Beatrice's voice carried final warning as her essence lost coherence. Remember that darkness always finds new forms. Through supernatural sight, Helena watched as ancient enemy's modern adaptation finally dissolved completely. Centuries of carefully maintained control ended as truth of connection proved stronger than artificial constraints. Some truths, she said softly, transcend darkness in every form. Connection will always be stronger than corruption. As scene drew to close, they stood in ritual chamber monitoring final restoration of natural patterns through city's integrated systems. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how each freed connection strengthened overall harmony of magical framework. It's really over? Dr. Stone asked, academic certainty giving way to deeper questioning. Helena nodded, watching through supernatural sight as last traces of Beatrice's influence faded from quantum magical network. This expression of darkness is over, she confirmed. Now we focus on strengthening connections that will prevent its return. As last traces of Beatrice's digital essence faded from quantum magical network, new presence began manifesting within ritual chamber. Through supernatural sight, Helena watched as spirits of Salem emerged from centuries of waiting, their ethereal forms bridging gap between past and present. The locket's song changed to ancient melody as first spirit stepped forward. Sarah Good, wrongly accused and executed, her form carrying weight of historical injustice and newfound purpose. Through enhanced awareness, both Helena and Dr. Stone could see how these spirits had maintained vigil across centuries. We have watched, Sarah's voice echoed through both magical and digital frequencies, through every life, every death, every renewal of curse. Now time has come for truth to be fully restored. Dr. Stone's instruments registered unprecedented readings as more spirits manifested. Giles Corey, Martha Carrier, Rebecca Nurse, each bringing unique energy to gathering. Through quantum magical interfaces, their presence created patterns that transcended normal temporal limitations. These energy signatures, he whispered, academic fascination warring with deeper recognition. They're creating some kind of temporal bridge. It's as if past itself is reaching into present moment. Through magical currents, Helena felt how spirit's presence affected their carefully constructed ritual space. Rose's energy pulsed in harmony with ancestral witnesses, creating deeper connection between time streams. We come, Rebecca Nurse's spirit announced, her form carrying dignity that transcended death itself, to ensure cycle truly ends. Too long has hatred been allowed to corrupt flow of time. The locket's song carried notes of recognition as more spirits emerged. John Proctor, Elizabeth Howe, Bridget Bishop, each adding their energy to growing confluence of past and present. Your modern magic, Giles Corey observed, his spirit showing strength that even pressing stones couldn't break, has evolved beyond our understanding, but truth of connection remains same through all ages. Through enhanced perception, Helena watched as spirits began moving in precise patterns around ritual space. Their movements created harmonics that resonated with both ancient wards and quantum field generators. They're not just witnessing, she explained to increasingly amazed Dr. Stone. They're actively participating in restoration of natural order. Martha Carrier's spirit stepped forward, her presence carrying wisdom that persecution couldn't silence. We have maintained watch through centuries, she declared, ensuring moment of true healing would eventually come. Through supernatural sight, they observed how spirits' movements affected multiple layers of reality simultaneously. Each pattern they created strengthened connection between past understanding and present innovation. The temporal readings are extraordinary, Dr. Stone reported, monitoring quantum magical interfaces. It's as if they're helping stabilize changes we've initiated across entire magical framework. Sarah Good's spirit moved to center of ritual space, her form pulsing with purpose that transcended historical tragedy. We bring knowledge preserved through centuries, she announced, understanding of how connection persists despite all attempts at corruption. The rose's energy responded to spirit's presence, creating harmonics that bridged different expressions of magical power. Through their enhanced awareness, Helena and Dr. Stone could see how past and present were aligning in unprecedented ways. Your modern methods, Elizabeth Howe's spirit observed, have created new possibilities for healing ancient wounds. We come to ensure these changes become permanent. Through magical currents, they felt how spirit's participation affected fundamental patterns of reality itself. Each movement, each declaration, contributed to strengthening natural order of connection. These energy configurations, Dr. Stone noted, watching through both scientific instruments and awakening magical awareness, they're creating some kind of temporal sanctuary, space where past and present can directly interact. Bridget Bishop's spirit moved through quantum field generators, her presence causing unique interactions between ancient magic and modern technology. Truth, she declared, finds new ways to express itself through every age. We come to ensure its final victory. The locket's song carried complex harmonies as spirits continued their work. Through enhanced perception, Helena could see how their presence was affecting multiple time streams simultaneously. They're not just witnessing restoration, she explained, watching patterns unfold through supernatural sight. They're actively strengthening new configuration of reality itself. John Proctor's spirit stepped forward, his form carrying authority that false accusations couldn't diminish. We have waited centuries for this moment, he announced. Time when artificial barriers between ages finally dissolve. Through their enhanced systems, they monitored as spirits' movements created increasingly complex patterns of interaction between different forms of power. Each configuration strengthened overall framework of restoration. Your struggle, Rebecca Nurse's spirit declared, addressing both Helena and Dr. Stone, has been our struggle too. Through every life, every death, every renewal of curse, we have maintained hope for this moment. The rose's energy pulsed stronger as spirits continued their work. Through magical currents, they could feel how past and present were being woven together in ways that would prevent future corruption. These patterns, Dr. Stone observed with growing understanding, they're not just affecting present moment. They're creating framework that will influence how magic itself functions going forward. Sarah Good's spirit moved through quantum magical interfaces, her presence causing unique interactions between different forms of power. We bring wisdom of centuries, she declared, understanding that will help prevent darkness from finding new forms. Through supernatural sight, Helena watched as spirits' work approached completion. Their movements had created complex matrix of connections that bridged past and present in ways that would endure. The temporal stability readings are unprecedented, Dr. Stone reported, monitoring final configurations. It's as if they've helped create entirely new framework for how magic interacts with modern world. Martha Carrier's spirit addressed them directly, her form carrying authority of centuries of observation. Our work here is nearly complete, she announced. But final steps must be taken by those who live in present moment. The locket's song changed as spirits began preparing for departure. Through their enhanced awareness, Helena and Dr. Stone could see how spirits' participation had transformed their initial work into something far more profound. Remember, Giles Corey's spirit advised as forms began fading, connection transcends time itself. Truth you've helped restore will echo through all ages. Through magical currents they felt impact of spirits' departure, each returning to their own time, but leaving behind framework of connection that would endure through future changes. Their intervention, Helena observed softly, watching through supernatural sight as last traces of spiritual presence faded, has created something entirely new. Framework that combines wisdom of ages with possibilities of present. As scene drew to close, they stood in transformed ritual space, monitoring how spirits' participation had affected their work. Through enhanced perception, they could see how past and present had been woven together in ways that would prevent future corruption. What happens now? Dr. Stone asked, academic certainty transformed by experience of witnessing ancestral intervention. Helena smiled, watching through supernatural sight as new patterns of reality stabilized. Now, she said, we learn how to work with framework they've helped create, future that combines ancient wisdom with modern innovation. In transformed ritual space, where spirit's recent presence still lingered, Dr. Stone suddenly gripped edge of quantum control panel. The locket's song shifted to melody that hadn't been heard in centuries as memories began cascading through his consciousness. Helena, he whispered, voice carrying weight of recognition that spanned lifetimes. I remember Salem, the night they took you, the curse, everything. Through supernatural sight, Helena watched as centuries of suppressed memories surfaced in waves. Each revelation carried both joy of recognition and pain of past separations. The rose's energy pulsed in response to his awakening awareness. The fire, he continued, ancient memories merging with modern understanding. I tried to save you, but Beatrice's magic was too strong. She made sure I could only watch as flames consumed you. Helena moved closer, supporting him as the weight of remembrance threatened to overwhelm. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how the quantum magical field responded to his awakening consciousness. I remember every life. His voice carried the echo of centuries. Every time we found each other, every moment Beatrice's curse tore us apart again. The Revolutionary War, Civil War, World War I, always finding, always losing. The locket's song carried complex harmonies as Elias's memories continued surfacing. Through magical currents, they felt how his awakening affected multiple layers of reality simultaneously. Paris, 1889, he said, tears falling as a particular memory emerged. We had 3 wonderful months together before the curse manifested. I lost you in the crowd at the World's Fair, spent the rest of that life searching. Through their enhanced systems, they monitored how his remembrance created unique patterns in the quantum magical network. Each recovered memory strengthened a connection that transcended normal temporal limitations. San Francisco, 1906. His voice cracked with emotion. Found you just before the earthquake. Tried to protect you from falling debris, but the curse made sure I wasn't fast enough. Helena held him as memories continued flooding back. Through supernatural sight, she watched as centuries of experiences integrated with his modern consciousness. London during the Blitz, he continued, his academic demeanor completely dissolved by the weight of remembrance. An air raid separated us. Spent weeks searching hospitals, never knowing the curse had already sent you forward in time. The rose's energy pulsed stronger as more memories surfaced. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how each remembered connection strengthened their present bond. I remember studying magic, he said, his professional knowledge gaining deeper context. Every life, trying to understand what happened, how to break the curse, always getting closer, never quite succeeding. Through magical currents, they felt how his awakening affected the ritual space. Each recovered memory created ripples through the quantum magical field, strengthening the framework the spirits had helped create. The tea shop, his voice carried the fresh pain of a recent memory. watching it burn, feeling helpless again. But this time, he paused, understanding dawning. This time we chose to let it burn, chose connection over possession. Helena nodded, supporting him as the integration of memories continued. Through supernatural sight, she watched as past and present merged in his consciousness. Every life, he said with growing certainty, we learned something new. Each time we found each other, understanding grew stronger. Even when the curse forced us apart, the connection remained. The locket's song changed as his awakening approached completion. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how recovered memories transformed his relationship with both magic and technology. My research, he realized, examining the quantum magical interfaces with new understanding. It was always leading here. Even when I didn't remember, part of me was working toward this moment. Through magical currents, they felt how his restored awareness strengthened their combined power. Each remembered life added depth to their present connection. The patterns, he said, examining the ritual space with both academic expertise and ancient knowledge. They're not just about protecting systems, they're about preserving the possibility of connection itself. Helena watched as the final pieces of memory fell into place. Through supernatural sight, she could see how his restored awareness completed the transformation the spirits had initiated. All those lives, his voice carried the weight of centuries. All those separations, but the connection remained, growing stronger each time, leading us here. The rose's energy pulsed in response to his full awakening. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how restored memories created a bridge between different forms of power. Modern technology, he observed, examining the quantum field generators with new insight. It's not separate from ancient magic. It's a new expression of the same fundamental patterns. Through magical currents, they felt the moment when his awakening reached completion, past and present fully integrated into a consciousness that spanned centuries. Helena, he said softly, turning to face her with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. I remember everything now, not just past lives, but the understanding we gained in each one. The locket's song carried notes of triumph as their connection reached a new depth. Through supernatural sight, they watched as the quantum magical field responded to their combined awareness. The curse, he said with growing certainty, it tried to keep us from understanding. But each separation only made the connection stronger. Each loss taught us something new about the power of choosing each other. Through their enhanced systems, they monitored how his restored awareness affected the framework the spirits had helped create. Each remembered connection strengthened the pattern of protection against future corruption. We're not just fighting darkness, he realized, his academic knowledge enhanced by ancient wisdom. We're protecting possibility itself, the chance for genuine connection to exist in every age. As the scene drew to a close, they stood together in the transformed ritual space, both fully aware of the centuries they had shared. Through enhanced perception, they could see how their combined understanding created something entirely new. What happens now? Helena asked softly, watching as past and present continued integrating in his consciousness. Elias smiled, the confidence of modern expertise now grounded in the wisdom of ages. Now, he said, we use everything we've learned through every life, create a future where connection remains stronger than any attempt at corruption. In the quantum-enhanced ritual chamber, where past and present had already merged, Helena and Elias stood together at the center of the carefully constructed magical matrix. The rose's light pulsed with unprecedented intensity, while the locket's song carried a melody that seemed to bridge centuries. The final pattern, Elias said, combining academic precision with ancient knowledge, requires both conscious choice and complete surrender. We have to willingly step beyond the boundaries of normal time. Through supernatural sight, Helena watched as the quantum magical field responded to their shared intention. Each system, both technological and mystical, aligned in perfect harmony as they prepared for the final transformation. Every separation, she observed, taught us something about connection. Every loss showed us what was truly important. Now we use that understanding to break the cycle completely. The locket's song changed as they began the final sequence. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how each element of the ritual space contributed to the possibility of permanent transformation. Traditional binding patterns, Elias noted, monitoring the quantum interfaces, combined with modern temporal stabilization, creating a framework that can sustain connection across all possible time streams. Through magical currents, they felt how their work affected multiple layers of reality simultaneously. The rose's energy pulsed through the carefully constructed matrix, strengthening patterns that transcended normal limitations. Not just breaking the curse, Helena explained, watching as energy configurations shifted, but transforming the very framework it operated within, creating a new possibility for how connection itself functions. Their combined supernatural sight revealed how the quantum magical network responded to their efforts. Each adjustment, each carefully chosen pattern, contributed to a fundamental change in reality's underlying structure. The readings are extraordinary, Elias reported, his academic expertise merging with a deeper understanding. We're not just affecting the present moment, these changes are rippling through the entire temporal framework. Through enhanced systems, they monitored as the transformation began taking hold. Traditional magical currents and quantum fields worked in perfect harmony to create something entirely new. Every life, Helena said softly, feeling the weight of centuries, was preparing us for this moment, teaching us how to maintain connection despite any attempt at separation. The rose's energy pulsed stronger as they continued the final sequence. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how each step brought them closer to permanent transformation. These patterns, Elias observed, watching through both scientific instruments and magical awareness, they're creating something unprecedented, a framework that exists beyond the normal constraints of time. Through magical currents, they felt the moment approaching when the transformation would become irreversible. Centuries of preparation were culminating in the possibility of genuine transcendence. Not just ending the curse, Helena explained, monitoring the changes through supernatural sight, but creating a new way for connection to exist, something that can't be broken by any future attempt at corruption. The locket's song carried notes of triumph as they approached the final threshold. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how close they were to achieving permanent transformation. Every choice, Elias said, his understanding deepening with each moment. Every sacrifice, every moment of choosing connection over separation, it was all leading here. Through quantum magical interfaces, they watched as reality itself began responding to their work. Traditional boundaries between time streams became less rigid as new possibilities emerged. We're not just changing the present, Helena observed, feeling the magnitude of the transformation. We're creating a new template for how connection itself operates across all of time. The rose's energy pulsed through their carefully constructed matrix as the final sequence reached completion. Through supernatural sight, they watched as the transformation became self-sustaining. It's happening, Elias whispered, monitoring both magical and technological readings. The framework is stabilizing across all temporal reference points. Through their enhanced perception, they felt the moment when the change became permanent. The curse's cycle was finally broken as a new pattern of connection established itself throughout reality. We've done it, Helena said softly, watching as the transformation rippled through the quantum magical network, created something that exists beyond any possibility of corruption. The locket's song changed to a melody that seemed to encompass all of time as they monitored the final stages of the transformation. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how completely the cycle had been broken. Not just for us, Elias realized, watching the patterns stabilize. This changes how connection itself works for everyone. It creates new possibilities for genuine understanding across all boundaries. Through magical currents, they felt the impact of what they'd accomplished, a transformation that would affect not just their own connection, but the very nature of how relationships could exist through time. Every age, Helena observed, her supernatural sight revealing the scope of the change, will now have the possibility of maintaining connections that transcend normal limitations. The rose's energy pulsed one final time as the transformation completed itself. Through their enhanced systems, they watched as the new pattern became a fundamental part of reality's structure. "We've created something entirely new," Elias said with quiet amazement. "A framework that allows connection to exist beyond any attempt at separation." Through the quantum magical network, they monitored as the changes stabilized across all time streams. Traditional boundaries transformed into possibilities for deeper understanding. "Not the end of the story," Helena said softly, watching through supernatural sight as the new pattern continued strengthening. "The beginning of an entirely new way of existing through time." As the scene drew to a close, they stood together in the transformed ritual space, fully aware of the magnitude of what they'd accomplished. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how completely the cycle had been broken. "What happens now?" Elias asked, his academic curiosity merging with deeper wisdom. Helena smiled, watching as the new pattern continued unfolding through the quantum magical network. "Now," she said, "we learn how to live in a world where connection truly transcends time, where every moment carries the possibility of genuine understanding." "Together," he agreed, both modern knowledge and ancient wisdom confirming the truth of the transformation they'd achieved. "Forever," she confirmed, "and one day longer." Chapter 15. Forever and one day longer. Dawn broke over New Orleans with unprecedented clarity, as if reality itself had been cleansed by their transformation. In the quantum-enhanced ritual chamber, where boundaries between past and present had dissolved, Helena and Elias stood in perfect stillness, experiencing their first moments of genuine freedom. The locket song had changed to a melody never before heard in any lifetime, notes that carried neither the memory of pain nor the echo of separation, but the pure possibility of connection without constraint. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how completely the transformation had altered the very fabric of their existence. "It feels different," Elias said softly, academic precision giving way to wonder as he experienced their connection without the ancient burden. "Like breathing freely after centuries of constraint we'd grown so used to we'd forgotten it was there." Through supernatural sight, Helena watched as their combined magical signatures created patterns that defied traditional understanding. The rose's energy pulsed with a gentle rhythm that seemed to encompass all of time while remaining perfectly present in the current moment. "We're not just free from the curse," she observed, feeling how their connection had transformed. "We're experiencing an entirely new way of existing through time. Every moment contains all possibilities without losing the specificity of now." Through quantum magical interfaces, they monitored how their transformed connection affected the surrounding reality. Each breath, each heartbeat, created ripples that strengthened the framework they'd established. "The temporal readings are extraordinary," Elias noted, combining scientific expertise with deeper wisdom. "We're simultaneously present in this moment and connected across all possible time streams, but without fragmentation or loss of coherence." The locket's song carried notes of confirmation as they began exploring the boundaries of their new existence. Through magical currents, they could feel how completely the transformation had changed the nature of their connection. "Every memory," Helena said, experiencing past lives without the pain of separation, "remains perfectly clear. But now they're just different facets of our connection rather than wounds that never fully healed." Through their enhanced perception, they watched as the quantum magical network responded to their transformed presence. Each system, both technological and mystical, aligned with the new pattern they'd established. "We can access any moment," Elias realized, wonder filling his voice, "without losing anchor in the present. Experience the full depth of our connection while remaining fully here and now." The rose's energy pulsed gently as they continued exploring the possibilities of their freedom. Through supernatural sight, they could see how their transformation had created something entirely unprecedented. Through quantum-enhanced awareness, they began actively exploring the dimensions of their transformed connection. The rose's light created a protective sphere around them as they tested the boundaries of their new existence. Look, Helena whispered, directing their shared perception toward intricate patterns forming in the magical field. We can see how every choice, every moment of connection contributed to this transformation. Not just our choices, but those of everyone who helped maintain the possibility of genuine understanding. Elias moved closer, his presence creating harmonics in the quantum magical network that reflected the depth of their connection. Through enhanced systems, they watched as each interaction strengthened the framework they'd established. The temporal stability is perfect, he observed, his professional knowledge enriched by centuries of wisdom. We're not just maintaining connection across time, we're creating a new template for how relationships themselves can exist. The locket's song shifted to a deeper harmony as they began actively engaging with their freedom. Through magical currents, they felt how completely the transformation had changed the nature of their existence. We can share consciousness, Helena realized, experiencing a new dimension of their connection. Not just memories or emotions, but actual awareness, complete understanding without loss of individual perspective. Through supernatural sight, they watched as their combined magical signatures created patterns that transcended normal limitations. Each moment of shared awareness strengthened both their connection and the framework supporting it. It's like discovering a new sense, Elias said softly, academic precision giving way to wonder. We're not just together. We're experiencing an entirely new way of being together. The Rose's energy pulsed with gentle intensity as they explored deeper aspects of their freedom. Through enhanced perception, they could see how the transformation had affected multiple layers of reality simultaneously. Every life, Helena observed, feeling the weight of centuries transform into a foundation of understanding, taught us something essential about the nature of connection. Now we can access all that wisdom without being bound by past limitations. Through quantum magical interfaces, they monitored how their exploration affected surrounding systems. Each discovery, each moment of deeper understanding, created ripples that strengthened the overall framework. We're not just free individuals, Elias realized, watching patterns unfold through both scientific instruments and magical awareness. We've become a living example of how connection itself can transcend normal constraints. The locket's song carried notes of confirmation as they continued discovering dimensions of their freedom. Through magical currents, they felt how each moment of exploration revealed new possibilities. Look at this, Helena said, directing their attention to a particular pattern in the quantum field. We can see how our connection influences others, not controlling or constraining, but demonstrating the possibility of deeper understanding. Through their enhanced systems, they watched as the transformation continued unfolding. Each aspect of their freedom revealed new ways for connection to exist beyond traditional limitations. It's perfect balance, Elias observed, combining academic insight with deeper wisdom. Complete unity without the loss of individual essence. True connection that strengthens rather than diminishes the unique aspects of each person. The Rose's energy created complex harmonics as they explored the implications of their transformation. Through supernatural sight, they could see how their freedom affected broader patterns of reality. We're not just experiencing personal liberation, Helena realized, watching ripples spread through the quantum magical network. We're helping establish a new framework for how relationships themselves can exist through time. Through magical currents, they felt the magnitude of what they'd achieved. Their freedom wasn't just a personal victory, it was a demonstration of possibilities that now existed for everyone. Every moment, Elias said softly, experiencing the depth of their connection, contains infinite potential for understanding, not just between us, but as a template for what's possible in any genuine relationship. The locket's song changed to a melody that seemed to encompass all of existence as they continued exploring. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how completely the transformation had changed everything. We're free, Helena whispered, feeling the full impact of the realization. Not just from the curse, but from any limitation on genuine connection. Free to experience a relationship that transcends normal boundaries while remaining perfectly present in each moment. Through the quantum magical field, They watched as their freedom continued creating ripples of possibility. Each aspect of the transformation revealed new ways for connection to exist beyond traditional constraints. "It's beginning," Elias observed, monitoring both magical and technological readings. "Others are starting to sense new possibilities. The framework we've established is already helping create opportunities for deeper understanding." The Rose's energy pulsed with gentle certainty as they embraced the full scope of their freedom. Through supernatural sight, they could see how the transformation had created a foundation for an entirely new way of existing through time. "We're not just together," Helena said softly, experiencing the depth of their connection. "We've become living proof that love can transcend every limitation, every boundary, every attempt at separation." Through magical currents, they felt how completely their freedom had changed the nature of reality itself. Each moment contained infinite potential for genuine connection, unlimited by the normal constraints of time or space. "This is what we were always moving toward," Elias realized, watching patterns unfold through enhanced perception. Not just breaking the curse, but creating a new possibility for how connection itself can exist. The locket's song carried notes of triumph as they fully embraced their transformation. Through their enhanced awareness, they could see how perfectly their freedom had completed their journey. "Forever," Helena whispered, feeling the depth of their connection resonate through the quantum magical network. "And one day longer," Elias confirmed, both scientific knowledge and ancient wisdom affirming the truth of their achievement. Through the quantum-enhanced ritual chamber, they watched as Beatrice's remaining influence began dissolving from the fabric of reality. Like morning mist evaporating under dawn's first light, centuries of carefully maintained corruption simply faded away, leaving no trace of the ancient hatred's power. "Look," Helena directed their shared perception toward places where Beatrice's magic had once held the strongest grip. "It's not just disappearing, it's being replaced by natural patterns of connection." The locket's song carried notes of peaceful triumph as they monitored the dissolution through their enhanced systems. Each moment revealed a new area where hatred's long shadow lifted, allowing the light of genuine understanding to shine through. "The quantum magical readings are fascinating," Elias observed, combining academic precision with deeper wisdom. "Areas that were corrupted for centuries are spontaneously returning to natural harmony, as if reality itself is remembering how to function without artificial constraints." Through supernatural sight, they watched as the transformation spread through New Orleans. Places that had carried the dark echo of Beatrice's influence for generations began resonating with new possibilities for connection. "The old church grounds," Helena noted, directing their attention to a particular location, "where she first attempted to corrupt the blessing. Look how the patterns are realigning themselves." Through magical currents, they felt how completely hatred's influence was fading. Each dissolved thread of corruption revealed the underlying framework of natural connection that had always existed beneath the surface. "It's not just magical structures," Elias realized, monitoring changes through quantum interfaces. "Social patterns, historical records, even collective memories, everything that carried a trace of her influence is being naturally realigned." The Rose's energy pulsed gently as they continued observing the transformation. Through their enhanced perception, they could see how the dissolution of hatred created space for new possibilities to emerge. "The French Quarter," Helena said softly, watching patterns shift. "Places where she tried to maintain separation between communities. Look how naturally people are beginning to connect now that the artificial barriers are gone." Through the quantum magical network, they monitored as centuries of carefully maintained divisions simply evaporated. Each moment revealed a new example of how reality functioned without the influence of corruption. "Even digital systems are responding," Elias noted, watching through both technological and magical awareness. "Networks that carried echoes of her adapted influence are spontaneously reorganizing according to natural patterns of connection." The locket's song shifted to a deeper harmony as they observed hatred's final dissolution. Through magical currents, they felt how completely the transformation was affecting every aspect of reality. "The old cemetery," Helena observed, directing their attention to another significant location. Where she drew power from accumulated grief and loss, look how peaceful it feels now. Through their enhanced systems, they watched as the last traces of Beatrice's influence faded from the sacred ground. Each moment revealed more clearly how reality functioned without the weight of ancient hatred. "It's beautiful," Elias whispered, watching patterns unfold through supernatural sight. Not just the absence of corruption, but the presence of genuine harmony, as if the world is remembering how to sing its own natural song. Sunset painted New Orleans in shades of amber and rose as centuries of darkness lifted from the city's soul. Through their enhanced perception, Helena and Elias witnessed the transformation spreading beyond magical boundaries into the very fabric of daily life. The market vendors, Helena noted, observing subtle changes in long-established patterns. They're rearranging their stalls naturally, breaking down old divisions no one even questioned before. Street musicians played with renewed vigor, their melodies weaving together in harmonies that would have been impossible under Beatrice's influence. The music carried hints of both past and future, free from the artificial constraints that had limited creative expression. "Fascinating," Elias murmured, studying quantum readings. "The dissolution isn't just affecting obvious magical targets, it's creating cascading effects through the entire social structure." In Jackson Square, artists began mixing techniques that tradition had kept separate for generations. Through their enhanced sight, Helena and Elias watched as creative barriers dissolved, allowing genuine innovation to flourish. The locket hummed with approval as they monitored changes spreading through the French Quarter. Each transformation revealed another layer of possibility that hatred had suppressed. "Even architecture is responding," Helena observed. "Buildings that seemed permanently stained by dark memories are literally lightening, as if the stones themselves remember how to shine." Digital interfaces throughout the city flickered and stabilized, quantum networks adjusting to new patterns of connection. Security systems that had carried traces of Beatrice's paranoia recalibrated to protect without constraining. "The university archives are self-correcting," Elias said, watching data streams realign. Historical records are shifting to reveal truths that were hidden even from electronic documentation. At St. Louis Cathedral, morning prayers echoed with renewed clarity. Faith flowed freely, unburdened by centuries of manipulated doctrine and forced separation. "Look at the Garden District," Helena directed, places where she deliberately fostered mistrust between neighbors. "The walls are coming down, literally and metaphorically." Through the quantum magical field, they observed as the transformation reached deeper levels of reality. Each shift revealed another aspect of natural harmony that had been suppressed. "It's not just New Orleans," Elias realized, monitoring global patterns. "The framework we established is creating ripples worldwide. Anywhere her influence spread, natural connections are being restored." The Rose's light pulsed with gentle intensity as they witnessed hatred's final dissolution. Centuries of carefully maintained corruption simply ceased to exist, leaving no void but rather space for new growth. "The children," Helena whispered, watching young ones at play in a nearby park. "They're already adapting, forming friendships that would have been impossible yesterday." Through their enhanced awareness, they felt the magnitude of change spreading through the quantum magical network. Reality itself seemed to breathe more freely, unburdened by the weight of ancient hatred. "This is permanent," Elias confirmed, studying the complex patterns of transformation. "Not just a temporary absence of darkness, but a fundamental restoration of natural harmony." As night fell over the transformed city, stars shone with unprecedented clarity. Through their shared perception, Helena and Elias witnessed the dawn of a new era, one where connection flowed freely, unbound by the artificial constraints of the past. Zara Chen St. Clair, daughter of Sarah Chen and Marie St. Clair, stood before the renovated storefront of the Moon and Laurel. Her quantum-enhanced glasses displayed an overlay of the building's magical signature, while her hands moved through a holographic interface, adjusting the final calibrations. "The integration's perfect," she announced to Helena, who watched with quiet amusement. We've managed to preserve the original blessing while incorporating quantum magical enhancements. Even got that stubborn Victorian-era protection ward to play nice with the new AI security system. Helena smiled at the young woman's enthusiasm. At 25, Zara embodied the perfect blend of traditional magical knowledge and cutting-edge technological expertise that characterized the new age. Your grandmothers would be proud, Helena said, touching the locket that still hung at her throat. They always believed magic and technology would find common ground. Zara's dark eyes sparkled as she pulled up another holographic display. Wait till you see what we've done with the tea room. Traditional brewing methods enhanced by quantum stabilization, perfect temperature control while maintaining all magical properties. Inside, the shop had transformed while keeping its soul intact. Antique wooden shelves now featured subtle lighting that adjusted to each customer's needs. Crystal vials of herbs gleamed alongside modern dispensers that measured precise quantities through both physical and magical metrics. Best part, Zara continued, leading them to the central display, is how we've integrated the rose's influence. She gestured toward a crystal vase where the original rose still bloomed, now surrounded by a quantum field that amplified its natural properties. Through their enhanced perception, Helena and Elias observed how perfectly the past and future had merged in this space. Each element served both practical and magical purposes, creating harmony between traditional wisdom and modern innovation. We've even incorporated historical resonance, Zara explained, activating another feature. Subtle holograms flickered to life, showing glimpses of the shop's past while maintaining the present moment's clarity. Customers can experience the emotional echo of significant moments while enjoying their tea. Helena watched the young woman's confident movements through the augmented space. Zara represented everything they'd hoped for, a future generation that understood the value of both innovation and tradition, capable of building bridges between seemingly opposite forces. There's something else, Zara said, suddenly serious. While calibrating the quantum field, we discovered a new pattern emerging. It's like the shop itself is evolving, creating possibilities we hadn't programmed. Through their shared perception, Helena and Elias examined the pattern Zara indicated. They immediately recognized the signature of their transformed connection, manifesting in unexpected ways through the quantum magical network. The blessing adapts, Helena explained softly, her voice carrying the weight of centuries of understanding. It always has. Now it's simply found new ways to express eternal truths through modern means. Watch this, Zara said, her fingers dancing through the quantum interface. The ancient tea ceremony table transformed, its surface becoming interactive while maintaining its hand-carved beauty. Each customer's experience adapts to their spiritual needs while honoring traditional methods. A young man entered the shop, his neural implants gleaming subtly at his temples. Helena recognized him as Marcus Runningwolf, James's grandson, now a leading developer of biomagical integration systems. Perfect timing, Zara called out. Marcus helped design our new brewing system. Show them that thing with the oolong, Marcus. Marcus approached the ceremonial space, his movements as deliberate and reverent as those of ancient practitioners. Through quantum-enhanced sight, Helena watched him combine traditional gestures with modern precision. Tea leaves danced in perfect harmony with automated systems, creating a brew that carried both technological perfection and spiritual resonance. Each cup tells a story, Marcus explained, his quiet voice carrying the same depth as his grandfather's. AI analyzes the customer's energy patterns, while traditional magic guides the final composition. Technology serves the spirit rather than replacing it. Helena sampled the resulting tea, experiencing how perfectly the past and future balanced in a single sip. Modern precision enhanced rather than diminished the magical properties, creating something entirely new yet fundamentally true to its original purpose. But here's the real breakthrough, Zara continued, activating the central display. We've created a space where the quantum magical network naturally aligns with historical resonance. People can literally feel how connection transcends time while remaining grounded in the present moment. Through their enhanced perception, they observed as the shop's various systems harmonized. Historical echoes, quantum fields, and traditional magic wove together seamlessly, creating an environment that fostered genuine understanding across all boundaries. Customers don't just visit the shop, Marcus added, adjusting his neural interface. They experience a living demonstration of how innovation and traditions strengthen each other. Each visit helps them understand their own potential for connection. Helena watched as the first regular customers began arriving, each interaction demonstrating the perfect blend of old and new. A young programmer discussed quantum theory with an elderly priestess while sharing traditionally brewed tea. A magical practitioner and an AI developer collaborated on new protection ward protocols. "Look at the threshold readings," Zara pointed out, displaying a complex data stream. "The shop's becoming a nexus point for natural harmony between seemingly opposite forces. It's not just serving tea, it's helping people remember how to connect across every kind of boundary." Through their shared awareness, Helena and Elias recognized how perfectly the moon and laurel had evolved. The space that once sheltered the possibility of their connection now fostered infinite possibilities for understanding between all people. "Your work honors both the past and the future," Helena told Zara and Marcus. "You've created something that carries forward everything we fought to protect while opening doors to entirely new possibilities." The young innovators shared a quiet smile, the kind shared by those who understood the true value of their achievement. Through their efforts, the moon and laurel had become a living bridge between ages, helping people remember how to connect while discovering new ways to grow. Evening light filtered through the quantum-enhanced windows as Helena and Elias prepared for the shop's first official reopening celebration. Outside, New Orleans hummed with transformed energy. Hover vehicles gliding silently past historic buildings, holographic signs blending seamlessly with gas lamps, and street musicians using both traditional instruments and sonic resonators. "Professor Stone," called a familiar voice. Maya Laveau-Baptiste strode through the doorway, her traditional voodoo amulets complementing an advanced neural interface. As the youngest member of the city's Magical Heritage Council, she embodied the perfect synthesis of past and future. "The temporal anchoring is complete," Maya reported, pulling up a detailed holographic map of the French Quarter. "We've stabilized the connection between historical resonance and the quantum field. No more temporal echoes causing disruption." Elias nodded, studying the complex patterns. "Excellent work. Your great-grandmother would be proud to see how you've adapted traditional protection methods." Through enhanced sight, they watched as Maya's stabilization took effect. Historical energy that had once caused temporal disturbances now flowed smoothly into the present, enriching rather than disrupting current reality. "There's something else," Maya said, her dark eyes serious. "While mapping the temporal fields, we discovered a new pattern emerging. It's as if the city itself is learning to maintain balance between times." Helena touched the locket, feeling how it resonated with Maya's discovery. "Show me," she requested. The young woman activated a more detailed display, revealing an intricate web of connections flowing through New Orleans. Traditional ley lines now pulsed with quantum energy, while modern power grids carried echoes of ancient blessings. "It's beautiful," Zara breathed, joining them at the display. "Look how perfectly the systems support each other. Even AI networks are adapting to work with traditional spiritual pathways." Through their shared perception, Helena and Elias observed the profound transformation taking place. The city that had once been a battleground between past and future was becoming a living demonstration of how seemingly opposite forces could strengthen each other. Marcus approached, his neural implants processing new data. "Quantum magical readings confirm it. We're seeing the spontaneous emergence of new connection patterns. Technology and tradition aren't just coexisting, they're evolving together." As evening deepened, guests began arriving for the celebration. Digital artists collaborated with traditional painters, creating works that shifted between physical and virtual reality. Quantum physicians discussed healing techniques with herb women, while coding priestesses shared insights with spiritual elders. "This is what we fought for," Helena said softly to Elias, watching the diverse gathering. "Not just the end of the curse, but the beginning of genuine understanding across all boundaries." Through the transformed moon and laurel, they witnessed the dawn of a new age. one where connection flowed freely between past and future, technology and tradition, physical and spiritual. Their love had opened the door to possibilities that continued unfolding in unexpected ways. Maya's voice carried a note of wonder as she monitored the latest readings. It's as if the whole city is learning to dream new dreams while remembering ancient wisdom. Every moment brings a fresh discovery of how to move forward while honoring what came before. Everyone, gather round, Zara called out, activating the central ceremonial space. The quantum field shimmered as she initiated a new protocol, combining a traditional blessing with advanced technology. We're about to witness the first quantum-enhanced full moon ceremony. Moonlight streamed through the skylights, both natural and artificially enhanced, creating a perfect harmony of illumination. The rose's crystal vase pulsed with renewed energy as ancient and modern magic merged seamlessly. Dr. Amara Blackwood, a quantum metaphysicist and granddaughter of the original Coven members, stepped forward. Her ceremonial robes, adorned with embedded sensors that monitored magical frequencies, maintained their traditional symbolism while embracing modern innovation. What we're attempting tonight, she explained, her voice calm yet filled with anticipation, is the integration of collective consciousness with the quantum magical network, a traditional moon blessing enhanced by technological precision. Helena felt the locket respond as the ceremony began. Around the circle, participants activated various interfaces, some technological, others purely magical, and many combining both. Through their enhanced perception, she and Elias watched as a new pattern of connection emerged, one that transcended the boundaries of time and understanding. "It's working," Marcus whispered, his neural implants processing the incoming data. "The quantum field is perfectly synchronizing with lunar energy. We're achieving harmony levels that shouldn't technically be possible." Maya moved gracefully through the gathering, her movements blending traditional dance with precise technological activations. "Feel how the barriers dissolve," she guided, her voice resonating with the rhythm of the ceremony, not just between people, but between ways of understanding reality itself. Through their shared awareness, Helena and Elias recognized the profound significance of the moment. This was not just a ceremony, it was a demonstration of how their transformed connection had opened the door to entirely new ways of being. "Look at the resonance patterns," Zara indicated, displaying a complex data stream. "We're not just connecting to the moon, we're connecting to every full moon ceremony ever performed here, past, present, and future existing in perfect harmony." As the ceremony reached its peak, the moonlight seemed to dance with the quantum field, creating effects that defied both magical and scientific explanation. Participants experienced a simultaneous connection to traditional wisdom and future potential, a merging of what had been and what could be. "This is remarkable," Dr. Blackwood observed, her eyes fixed on the readings. "We're seeing the spontaneous emergence of new magical principles, theory and practice evolving together in real time." Through their enhanced sight, Helena and Elias watched as the ceremony created ripples through the quantum magical network. Each moment revealed new possibilities for understanding across the boundaries of time, space, and perception. The ceremony concluded with the traditional sharing of blessed tea, now enhanced by the quantum brewing process. As participants sipped, they experienced the perfect blend of ancient wisdom and future potential, each cup telling a unique story of connection. "We've done it," Maya said softly, monitoring the final readings. "We've created a framework where magic and technology strengthen each other naturally, where the wisdom of ages flows freely through the networks of the future." Helena touched the locket one final time, feeling how perfectly it resonated with the transformed reality. Their love had opened the door, but what had walked through was beyond anything they could have imagined, a future where connection itself continued evolving in an endless dance of possibility. As midnight approached, Helena and Elias stood in the transformed garden behind the moon and laurel. Quantum stars twinkled overhead while traditional roses bloomed alongside bioluminescent flowers. Their enhanced perception revealed how perfectly the past and future had merged, creating an endless dance of possibility. "Look," Helena whispered, indicating where young couples gathered. Children of technology and tradition moved seamlessly between worlds their ancestors had thought forever separate. Through the quantum magical network, each generation discovered new ways to connect while honoring eternal truths. Zara approached with Marcus, their presence embodying the hope Helena and Elias had fought to protect. "We've completed the final calibrations," Zara reported. "The shop will continue evolving naturally now, adapting to the needs of each new age while maintaining its connection to its origins." Through their shared awareness, Helena and Elias watched as their transformed connection rippled outward through time and space. What had begun as a curse had become a blessing, then evolved into something beyond either, a living demonstration of how love transcends all boundaries. "It was worth everything," Elias said softly, the understanding flowing between them. "Every lifetime, every struggle, every moment of separation. Worth it to create a world where connection grows stronger rather than weaker with each passing generation." Maya joined them, her instruments recording how perfectly the magical currents flowed through the quantum field. "Your story has become part of the city's soul," she observed. "Not just history, but living inspiration for what's possible when we remember how to connect across all boundaries." As midnight struck, the bells of St. Louis Cathedral rang out, their ancient tones carrying through both physical and digital space. Each note seemed to resonate with the truth Helena and Elias had discovered, that love, real love, transcends time itself. Through their enhanced sight, they watched as the quantum magical network pulsed with renewed energy. Each moment brought fresh discoveries. Each connection opened a door to new possibilities. Their transformed reality continued evolving, growing ever richer with each passing day. "This isn't an ending," Helena realized, feeling how perfectly the locket resonated with the unfolding future. "It's an eternal beginning, a constant renewal of possibility itself." Elias smiled, the understanding between them as natural as breath. Together they watched as the next generation moved forward into a transformed world, carrying forward the torch of connection they had helped light. Through the garden drifted the sounds of celebration, traditional music merging with quantum harmonics, ancient prayers flowing through digital networks, the wisdom of ages dancing with the dreams of the future. Each note, each moment, each connection proved the truth they had fought to protect. As New Orleans dreamed beneath quantum stars, their love continued flowing through reality's transformed patterns, touching lives in ways that would ripple outward, forever and one day longer.